very intelligent. They also eat corpses.
True.
At the beginning of the film, the dad is trying to pass on his blood and faith to his son. So he takes him under the ground to and it's a under the ground initiation under the Temple of Odin, and they have to pretend to be dogs or wolves and fart, and they have to do a blood ritual.
Jesus, what is this movie called?
Called The Northman.
The Northman.
It's Robert Eggers' Viking epic, but it's based on Odin and witchcraft and the occult.
Oh. Could I find that on Netflix, or have you got to search deeper?
I can find it. I've got a movie streaming.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, who out there?
Yo, Clarity, you and a U2 spy plane up at 80,000 feet seeing the curvature.
Say what?
I heard a lot of background noise. You're either in the space station or in a U2 spy plane up at 80,000 feet, and you should be able to see the curvature.
Oh, I think it's just the heater I got on.
Sounds like you've got a Tesla device running.
It's just the heater. It's just the heater. Cold in here, man.
Are you sure that you're not on the space station? Can you prove that?
I prove that. How do I prove that, Jazz?
Well, it just sounds exactly like the systems running in the background in the space station. You don't have to prove it. I know you're not there, but I know other people are. So it's all good.
Okay.
Did you know that there's 4 space stations, but they only tell us about one of them? The other 3 are secret, and because no one knows, no one bothers to try and track it.
What are the other secret space stations?
Just other space stations, but secret.
But how do you know about them?
Well, I just assumed it just now. If they've at least got one, they've probably got 4.
But you know, there's more than one space station out there, right?
I know of definitely 2.
Well, the second one is probably a Chinese hoax, isn't it, or an Indian?
There's the
There's
ISS,
Chinese.
and then there's the Tianzhong one.
TSS, basically.
Okay, so we know about 2. I reckon they got more. That's what I'm thinking.
But I know Russia did have one.
Mir.
But I don't think it's up there anymore.
Yeah, see, they just pretend it's not up there anymore, but actually they got more.
Hey, here's a fucking conspiracy. How do we know the moon's not a space station?
Dun 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 dun.
Shit.
Dun 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 dun.
How do we know the dark shadows in the craters aren't portholes monitoring us?
You asking the real questions, Jazza.
Shit.
Shit,
You heard
shit,
that the
shit.
moon might not be natural. It might be like a Death Star.
Yeah, it's a lot of weird ideas people have based on movies they've watched, you know?
But it's the whole is it called pareidolia? Where do I get that term from? Is that when you look for shapes in clouds and come up with what you want
Yeah.
to see? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there has been some wacky guys that have thought about writing sci-fi and they actually believe the moon is an alien spacecraft just spying on us.
Yeah.
That's why it's so close.
We'll see that asteroid, I can't remember the name of it. It's supposed to pass over the southern tip of South America, in between South America and Antarctica, tomorrow morning at about 2,200 miles away, above the space station, but in between our geosynchronous satellites. But
You're gonna watch it.
you can't believe anything NASA says, though.
You just can't.
I'd totally believe them. I have no reason not to, but
NASA's on the front of the paper today. I
That's
just
because
went
you're.
back to Asda and they're going to Mars. That's what they claim now.
Because
I'll
you're a
get there.
sheep, Jazza.
Man,
You're a sheepy
I'm up.
sheep. Sure.
Didn't you know that NASA means deceive in Hebrew?
not.
Does it really?
Yeah. If you
I don't think so.
understand the vowels.
No. I don't think
It's
so.
there. It's there. Husband.
No, it sounds like a stretch.
No, you can look it up. It's N vowel, S vowel.
What?
Look it up. It's still on Google.
Look it up. I'm telling you, it's not.
I've looked up loads of times to reconfirm.
But at the end of the day, you can construct whatever you want to match whatever you like, and it goes right. And to be fair, it does go both ways, I guess.
Now, I can't use Geo's meme to confirm, but it does suggest there might be something to it. When you go back to Hebrew and Latin, everything gets confusing, doesn't it? You do learn some stuff, but it's also confusing.
I see what Geo's tagged me in. That's not Hebrew. We don't. There's no letters like that in Hebrew.
That's someone's translation of the Hebrew next to the word NASA.
No. If you take the words NASA and you try to change them into Hebrew, you're making up a word that makes no sense in Hebrew.
Nate, your mic's popping crazy, bro. Back up
Yeah.
off your mic a little bit.
Okay, but yeah, the word NASA, there's no translation for it in Hebrew. NASA is an acronym.
So is ESA and JAXA, and do they all? That's it. That'd be interesting. Do NASA, ESA, JAXA,
That's
do
why
all the space agencies' acronyms convert into the same saying? Then you'd have something. What the fuck?
Nate, that's why they make acronyms, so they can reuse old words.
Shit.
Oh, I think this is
I don't know. What do I need to look
Okay.
at?
I think there's a word in the Bible like this, Dawn. Isn't my post loading? Do you see that, Dawn?
Yeah, Nasha.
Yeah, that could mean deceive, but that's from ancient Hebrew that no one today speaks or uses.
It is Hebrew. It is Hebrew, and it has got A's. It's just got an extra A.
It's ancient Hebrew. Number one. Number two, Jewish people today don't use that word for deceive. I bet if you went to a Jew or anyone that speaks Yiddish or Hebrew, and you told them about this word, they wouldn't even know about it.
If you
It's
ask a
just
rabbi,
a
he'd say,
word.
"Of course it does."
Yeah, if you ask the rabbi, yeah. That isn't NASA. It's not even pronounced NASA.
Yeah, but dude, that just goes back to the
Nasha.
looking at shapes in the clouds and wanting to see what you want to see. The same thing with words and or numbers.
It's not pareidolia to look at origins of words and acronyms.
Well, there must be another term for that because it's exactly what's going on here right now.
No,
I mean, I understand why an English speaker would jump to these conclusions, but you just got to look a bit more deeper, you know?
they
So,
posted the evidence. Now. It says Nasha. You
yeah,
said it's ancient Hebrew, and it means to deceive.
Nashar, and if you say that means to deceive, then you could easily make a meme to say National Air and Space, ha ha ha. Free, anyone can take that.
The H is probably silent. What they're playing on.
Right.
Some ancient Hebrews couldn't pronounce H's, so it is actually NASA.
Not even pronounce NASA, bro. That's just how you would spell it if you had to use English characters. But the way vowels and the vocalization of vowels in Hebrew works is so different from English.
So
You
if
you wouldn't even pronounce that word with an N. It's pronounced with an H.
so
Aisha.
The pronunciation is different, but the words the same. That's even more sneaky.
Yeah, but I just wrote the pronunciation of the word. If you had to say it,
So they
in
would read
Hebrew.
the word NASA, and it would nearly be the same as their word Hishi.
so if
Yeah.
they can't pronounce the H but say NASA, then if they needed help, would they say, I need help?
It's just because you were saying a Hebrew word in English. And the
Hmm.
problem is, Hebrew has such a unique alphabet, and vocalization, and use of vowels that if you try to take Hebrew words and write them in English, they make no sense. They don't even sound the same.
That's what the occultists do. They do it with Latin as well. Like Baal Enciaga. Baal is king. It's not real Latin. Balenciaga is not real Latin. It's only when you translate it from English.
Hmm.
So I just posted the Hebrew alphabet for you, and I'm going to write that word in Hebrew that you can see what the letters are.
And this is one thing I've discovered is that see how all these for S, it's just not S, it's Semitic,
Yeah.
and how every other language but English takes so long when it's translated to get through, where in English is just straight to the point.
God hey, Vav hey, meaning Yahweh. It doesn't actually spell Yahweh, does it? But people call the God Yahweh to this day.
Hmm.
Mhm.
See, that's fucked up. It really is. See, because if I use my flat earth logical mind and see the written Nasha, and then you say he, she, are you saying that NASA is promoting transgender, or just logical thinking going out of my mind right now?
I reckon one of the secret space stations has got a Freemason lodge inside it, and they float around in there.
For sure. And then they've got all the nature he, she, thieves in there.
The Bible is like Velcro to the altar.
Mm. I'm just going to go out for a quick smoke, but I think just very quickly we should, instead of all this fucking shit that's going on right now, we should probably talk about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, instead of like deciding these conspiracies within these words, why not learn the language first, Don? And then from a position of being informed, as opposed from a position of ignorance.
When somebody
be able
posted
to
a
make better
dictionary
statements.
definition of the word.
Oh.
Somebody posted a dictionary definition of the word
Where, Jeremy? Who posted it? Where?
in Geo's GIF.
Where?
The GIF Geo posted in the chat.
Picture Geo posted? That isn't the dictionary definition. That's not even a
Not
word
GIF.
in Hebrew.
Yeah, not
That's
GIF.
an image. Yeah,
Picture,
I saw it.
yeah.
I saw it. That's not a Hebrew word. Like, Geo needs to tell me where that is coming from.
The NASA with all the lines on top of it.
That is not Hebrew, Jeremy. I just posted the Hebrew alphabet. That word, those
Well,
letters are nowhere in the Hebrew alphabet.
Whatever language that came from, that's pretty weird.
Well, what language is it?
I don't know.
Chirality.
Yeah, that's what we need to figure out, because it's definitely not Hebrew.
Chirality,
What is that language?
I will, as you just said, I will learn that alphabet and how to spell the letters if you learn orbital mechanics. Just the very basics, apoapsis, periapsis, and if you can destroy that, then the Earth's flat. Back in a minute.
Cool.
Yeah, do it up, Nate.
All right. Yeah, anywho, Jeremy, what
Yes,
you and
motherfucker.
Geo would need to do is you would need to figure out what language that is and where that comes from. To just post that as a source and you don't know what the language is, where it comes from, you haven't verified information there, I think that's a bit ignorant to do, you know?
Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it. Don't worry, Nate.
Cool. Can I have a report on my desk in 3 business working days? Thanks.
You'll have it in 7.
Please use double spacing, Times New Roman font, and spell check, all right?
We are trying to get to the bottom of it here, to the truth. So this is the truth server.
Is it really the
opposed to
truth server if
as
you all just
opposed to
post
other-
stuff you haven't
Yeah, it's
verified?
the truth server. We get down to the bottom of it.
But how is this a truth server if we just posting things we've never verified for
We're looking
ourselves?
for
We
the
just
truth.
blindly
Verified.
believe.
I told you I'd researched it and reconfirmed it loads.
Obviously, that definition came from somewhere, some language somewhere. That NASA. What
What
word
if
means to
what if
deceive?
it's fake, Jeremy? What if someone just created that
Okay, it could be fake. We're gonna
yesterday?
get to the bottom of it. That's what I just
Yeah,
said.
but
We're gonna get to
you
the
haven't
bottom of it.
verified it though.
We're gonna
But you
get to the
guys,
bottom of it and verify. We're going to.
Hey, how
I'm
do you
on it. As soon
explain
as
this split
go
snake
on.
tongue on the logo? How do you explain that one?
I've been
Split
trying to
snake?
roll a
I
smoke
don't
for
know.
the last 2 minutes, and I haven't been able to leave in case the truth left in case the truth came out while I was gone. So
okay,
just
that's
save
great.
it.
That's great,
You'll be
Jazza.
fine,
Great.
Jazza.
Thanks
You'll
for
Watch
be,
it
your
back.
thanks for your contribution.
Jesus.
you'll be fine. Earth is not going to die while you're away.
Yeah, the split snake tongue. I don't know what that's got to do with the conversation.
Well, snakes are the deceivers, right? In the eyes of Jews. Yeah.
If you say so, I don't know.
Now we've got two wiggly red lines on top of the logo where the name means to deceive.
Have you researched it, Don? Like,
And
what
they're
does your
red.
research tell you?
No, I'm asking you, Nate. How do you explain two red wiggly lines that looks
I'm
like a
telling
split
you,
snake
I
tongue?
don't know. I don't
Okay.
know. I've
Well,
never looked into it. You've looked
agnosticism
into it.
on evil is very dangerous for you.
Yeah, but Don, you've looked into it. What has your research told you? Those red
It's the
lines.
snake tongue.
Really? Could you post sources? I'm obviously not
There
just
is
gonna
no
believe
other
you.
explanation of why two red wiggly lines split from one red wiggly line.
It has to be a snake tongue.
Well,
That's
you haven't got
amazing
any other
research.
explanation, have you?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't have an explanation. I'm asking you, and you telling me it's a snake tongue. I'm asking for sources, and
You need
you saying it has to be.
you need to
Come
come
on,
down harder on evil, because if not, it could sneak up behind you.
uh,
And it's not necessarily
it's
evil.
as
It's
bad
just
as the flat earthers.
association with the serpent. People like to associate with serpents.
Mm.
My girlfriend's got an earring, little snake.
Mm.
But he doesn't have an answer for what it could be, why it's there. Why is someone saying, look, there's a snake symbol? Why is that so triggering for people?
You can almost hear the world rotating.
Yo, what is this shit? Where is everybody?
No,
Where art thou?
this is the truth server. Maybe people might be hanging out on the not truth server. Could be
Man,
there.
Jeremy, I'm tired of that shit, brother. I'm tired of that shit, dude.
Tired of what? Tired of what?
Tired of the fucking the fake conflict, bro. You guys are all buds. Just stop being gay
I
about
can
it.
send you a time. I can send you a timestamp if you want, where the guy says it. Do you think I made that up? There's no conflict. I'm just calling it like it is.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I don't know what you're saying.
I'm gonna send you a time. I'll send you a timestamp. I got you, bro.
What? Yeah.
I got you. Hold on. I'm sending it right now.
Oh my gosh. See, you're so invested, bro. It doesn't matter though.
Invested in what?
Your timestamps and shit. I don't know, man. I don't look at it that way. I think everybody's full of shit. They need to stop being divisive and shit.
I hear you. There's a lot of people out here that are full of shit. I feel you, bro.
What? Bro, you gotta
There's a lot of
completely-
people that are full of shit.
Yeah, I think
agree.
that
I
like
agree, yeah.
I think we need to stop being I think y'all need to stop being so fucking offended.
I'm not offended at all.
That's what I think. I think there's a lot of people who are acting like they're offended and it's not helping
Offended
shit.
by what? Offended by what, bro? I don't even know what you're talking about.
There's a lot of Karen activity going on.
Dude, what are you talking about, Riggs? You all right today?
I don't know. What are you talking about? Where's this timestamp? What's this timestamp?
54 minutes, 35 seconds. Why, about 10 seconds in, you'll hear the guy say it.
You said 52 minutes?
54 minutes, 35 seconds. Bud, where'd your other sneaker go?
54 minutes. 54
Bro, I
minutes.
sent it to you in the
Okay.
DM. It's the number underneath.
I'm looking.
Sorry, I lost the kid shoe.
Yeah, but I'm on my phone, bro.
I can tell you're like a little robot-y today.
Well, you're a little robot-y all the time.
I know.
Look at this timestamp. 54:35. Let's see what the most amazing evidence is. I'll be right back.
Amazing evidence. It's just what I said earlier. Like, this is the truth server here, and then there's another server where people like to hang out. It's the not truth server. Like, I didn't make it up. The dude said it. The voice changer guy. That's your boy right there.
Okay, that's it. That's all I got. I wasted my.
I didn't catch any of that. Your robot.
Oh,
Pretty
Jared,
bad. We can't hear your robot. I didn't make nothing up, bro. It's right there in the clip. It's the training with the voice changer, dude. It's one of the head dudes over there, right? He said it, not me, bro.
A voice change. What are you talking about?
I know a lot of people have been telling me to use the voice changer. Either way, bro, whatever he does, he said it. It's not, I didn't make it up, dude. No, there's no conflict. We're just here for the truth, and there's other people just aren't. I mean, whatever.
Look, I'm gonna give you like a minute or two. I'm gonna fucking smash these potatoes.
So,
What?
Hey, how about now? Do I have internet yet?
hey, you sound good now. But yeah, I don't know
God
where
damn it.
everyone's at this
Okay,
morning.
good.
You traveling?
Oh, I know where people
might be
are at.
sleepy. They might be sleeping.
Yeah, they might be sleepy. Dude, I was just, you know me, man. I was just joshing, bro. I was just using words. I was just talking.
Yeah, you're
I was
just saying
putting
words.
putting a voice on the. Yeah, I was putting a voice on the live stream. I was just starting the conversation. That's all I was doing.
What you out driving?
I wasn't
You out
trying
driving
to
today?
yeah, man. I get up every morning like 3, 4 in the morning. I start driving.
No doubt.
I'm on a military base right now. That's why my internet sucks. But I just left.
Nah, you sound good now.
So you understand there was context to what was said, right? When debate server / truth server, you understand the
No, I
context
got it.
there.
Yeah, not the truth server, the debate server. Yeah, they're not worried about the truth. They're just worried about the debate. I got it.
Well, what they're trying to do
Pretty
is
clear
open up
what he
the
said. I
conversation.
mean,
Yeah, what he said was they were trying to open up the conversation. That's what he meant.
hey,
Context.
no, I got it, bro. Not the truth server. I feel you. That's legit.
Man, you're so salty, bro. It's actually kind of cringe how salty you are, Jeremy. You got to
I'm
get
good.
bigger nuts, man. Stop it.
I'm
Stop
good, dude.
that salty
We're here
shit,
to-
bro. It's not a good look, brother. It's not a good look, man. That salty
I'm
shit
saying,
sucks. It's
I'm
ass. It's
saying, dude, there's
cringe.
people that aren't here. I'll tell you what's cringe.
Fine. So
You,
what?
you don't want to hear what's cringe, bro. All right, you don't want to hear what I
What's
think.
cringe?
But
What? No, I want to hear what you think, Jeremy.
nah,
I
you
want to
don't
know.
want to hear it.
Give
We
me
can do a
all the
private
cringe,
call if you
Jeremy.
want.
Go
We can
for
do
it.
a private call if
I'm
you want,
cringing
but
already.
that ain't for the live stream.
Give me all the cringe, because nobody has the same take that you guys have, or like that you have, man. Because it's fucking cringe, man. It's not
Dude,
good.
they said
It's
it.
not
He
good,
said
man.
it, bro. He said it. It's not the
Yeah,
truth
yeah.
server. He said it, not me. That's what's cringe. Is that there's a whole bunch of flat
Well,
earthers.
what's
There's a whole
cringe?
bunch of flat
You take
earthers hanging out in the not truth server with some dude. If you want to do a private call, let me know. This ain't for the live stream now.
you're so mad, dude. It's not worth it, bro.
I'm not
It's not
mad.
worth it.
I'm not mad at all. I didn't make that
Rick.
shit up. That guy said it.
I think
Yeah,
we all
you're
want to hear it.
Oh, okay.
out of context. Out of context, Jeremy. Desperation.
Riggs, take a fucking chill, bro.
Dude, you sound like a glober out of context. He's the one that said it, not the truth server, bro. He said it clear as day. You sound like a fucking glober, Riggs. You're so, oh my God.
Cringe.
Fucking cringe, bro. That's what's cringe. You're fucking cringe.
Hey, man, look, I got two big nuts right here. You can just
You're
sucky,
fucking
all right?
cringe, dude. I know. All right, Nathan Oakley. Suck your balls, Nathan Oakley.
I'm
Fucking cringe, dude. You're fucking cringe, bro. Wow, dude.
Just listen to Riggs talk. I'm actually cringing. And it's a big fucking.
I'm not sure what this is about, but I'm with Riggs.
That's out of context or something. Yeah, whatever. It's about cringe, right? Riggs. You big cringy bastard, yeah.
I'm so fucking cringe, man.
Making me
I'm so cringe.
Fuck me,
damn
man. Stop being so fucking cringe, Riggs.
I know, dude. I need to stop being so cringe.
You do. I'm glad you at least you acknowledge that. I need to stop being an asshole, but I can't, right?
Tired of these I'm tired of like these communities that think they have like a monopoly on like the social aspects of the community.
And the truth.
We got a monopoly on the truth right now. I'll tell you that. For being a truth server, we got the monopoly on that.
Yeah, the truth.
I don't think you do though.
Who else? Where else is it at?
It's all over the place,
not
man.
truth server?
It's not. See that's just such the wrong take, man. It's the wrong take.
I know
You
it's
get
out
truth-
of context. Some guy said it plain
You
as
gotta
day.
get
It's
truth
out of
all over the
context,
place.
though. Sound like a fucking glober. Shame on you, Riggs.
Shame. Ding ding.
Go raise your 4 kids, bro. But yelling at me ain't gonna help you nothing.
Anyway.
Shame on you, Riggs.
Just you keep driving that cringe truck, Riggs.
Fucking cringe, bro. Cringe.
I love me some cringe.
I feel you. Tell me it's out of context and talk about your balls. That's not cringe at all.
No, that's gay.
Hey, well, I can be salty too, but you gotta lick them.
I like Riggs. He got salty bowels.
Hey, you guys remember that South Park movie? Or it was the chef? Look at my salty chocolate balls.
Screw you guys. I'm
Take 'em in
going
your mouth
home.
and suck 'em. Do, 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 do. Suck on my chocolate salty balls.
Oh, yeah.
They're chock full of vitamins and good for you. Suck 'em up.
Wow. My chocolate salty bowels, yeah.
That's a good one. I like that song.
Chef is brilliant. Like, Chef was good. He wasn't cringe at all. He just had salty fucking bowels.
Is yeah, I think the whole like picking one server or the other server, or like
No one cares what you think, Riggs.
this one's better, that one's better, or whatever. It's all kind of dumb.
Yeah, fuck. The truth is out there somewhere, right? It could be in multiple.
It's out there somewhere.
Out there somewhere, it could be multiple fucking servers at the same time. Who knows? Eh?
True. See, that's the right take. The right take is,
Could be anywhere.
if you're focusing on the thing that you're doing the right thing. That's my take.
A chocolate salted balls, yeah.
That was a long time ago.
It was, wasn't it?
It's been a minute.
You're talking like 2009 or something, or?
No, it's been a minute, dude. It's like 15 years or something.
Oh, longer. Okay. 23 minus 15. Yeah, 2007. Somewhere around there. Did you ever see the episode where they talked about the lesbians?
The Mexicans?
Lesbians.
The lesbians. Oh, wait, are you talking about no, that was Futurama, I think. What are you talking about? I don't remember.
No. South Park talked about lesbians. Ma,
Yeah, I don't remember.
the lesbians licking the carpet again. Tell me, Bella. Oh, I lost my shit, bro.
Well, PMAC, that's some fucking that's some truth right there. Lesbians do be licking the carpet.
Bazinga. Yeah. I went and seen a comedian the other night. The other night, I say like it's like 5 years ago. His name's Tommy Tiernan. I went and watched him live in a forum, and he was like, "Listen, I'm gonna just step over lines here. If any time you feel like I'm gonna step over a line and you don't like it, get the fuck out." And he says, "So we're gonna talk about queer people and lesbians, right?" Straight up, that's what he says. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. And his next sentence was, right, so we're talking about queer people and lesbians tonight, right? Okay, this is funny. So, if I had a daughter and she came home and told me that she's a lesbian, I can imagine that, like two cats sitting on a windowsill looking at each other. Yeah, that's cool, bro. That's cool. But if you had a son that came home and told you he was gay, what would you say to him? You say to him, "Son, why do you want to come down the fucking chimney when there's a perfectly normal, clean front door to go through? Why do you want to go through the back door, man?" And I just, I didn't stop laughing for about 2 hours. This guy's fucking mental, bro. You had to be there. You had to be there. He offended probably every gay in the place or gay man, but they were laughing, man. They thought it was fucking hilarious. Whatever you're saying, man. Okay, I don't mind. Like my daughter, in actual fact, is lesbian, right? She has a girlfriend. Well, she's got two now.
Your daughter's a lesbian?
He was a lesbian, right? No, I don't. No, don't get me wrong. I don't fucking imagine that, right? But
What?
sorry.
What?
Did I overstep a mark?
Wait, so
My daughter is a lesbian.
man, I'm not even gonna. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not like imagining that or anything.
That's what I'm saying. Did I overstep a mark?
Bro, you're funny as hell, P Mac. Oh my god.
So they say, bro. So they say. But her girlfriend is hot. Oh, damn me.
What's Jeremy doing now? What's he doing?
He's turning the car around.
Turning the car around.
I'm taking care of all these kids, bro. Sweeping my kitchen floor right now. They made a mess with breakfast. Cleaning the house when my wife gets home. Before I go to
Bunch
work.
of asshole little kids.
Fucking brats, all of them.
No fucking rugrats.
Just
Fucking
fucking
cringe.
brats, dude. They're cringe. Fucking cringe, right?
Biting
Cringe
bottoms
little
on their
bastards.
Yeah, I feel that.
bottoms, wiping their bottoms, and when they're 15 and 16, they won't even fucking give me a pair of socks for Christmas. Don't even realize I wiped their bottoms for 6 fucking years, bro.
Damn.
Hmm.
That's deep right there. That's deep.
Well, yeah, but I didn't mean that actually. I was just kind of joking, but
I mean, it's not wrong, right? 5-6 years of wiping ass.
yeah, but you need 3 babies in a row because if you're wiping your baby's ass when he's 5, you're fucked, bro. He's fucked. All right, Jeremy. Sorry, not Jeremy. All right, Jemima. It's time to stop pooping your pants. I'm sick and tired of wiping your ass. You're 6 years old. Go to the fucking pooper.
Go to the fucking pooper. That should be a t-shirt. Go to the fucking pooper. Well, man, truth is just so strong right now.
Just flying out, huh? You see that? It's just flying out of us, man. It's just flying out. It's everywhere. God damn it.
The truth is overwhelming. I have been converted to the truth.
It doesn't need defending.
That's the nice thing about the truth, though, man, is that you're always you can't really hide the truth. It's always kind of there, you know.
Yep.
It's also nice to be right. Being right is also kind of nice. It's a kind of a benefit.
Do you know what you have to do to always be right? Is speak the truth.
Right? Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
Bazinga.
Bazingas.
Bazingos. Salty balls.
Gazungas. Hey, you remember that? Who is that guy that was in the Mummy? What's his name again? Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser.
That guy, when he was Encino Man, and he was like Gazungas.
I missed that one.
Oh, really? Yeah, go back and watch Encino Man. That's a classic.
Encino Man? Okay.
Encino, yeah, it's got that weasel guy. What's his name?
Weasel?
Hey, Mac, it was called California Man of you.
Oh, California Man.
Yeah.
Okay, I might have seen it.
California Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed it for some reason. Yeah. The weasel.
Oh, depending on the area. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, and nobody knows what Encino is, I guess, but California makes more sense.
I don't know what it is. What the fuck is it? Man?
It's just a city.
Where?
All right, what's the truth topic going to be today? What are we going to argue about incessantly today?
Yeah, I know, right? Why do people do that? Well, if you can find the refraction of the fingers of the curve, and it's just, if you minus 2 plus to negative 4, it's actually yeah, you seen the curve here, bro? Just water fucking beer.
I can't do the constant debate. Like,
yeah, I know it sickens me, man. I mean, but we listen to it because we're fucking suckers for punishment or something.
I listen to it because there's just so much passion. It's like you can pull energy out of the conversation or something.
Ah, yeah, it's entertaining, passion. Yeah, pull it out. Yeah, you one guy's really. Well, if you can land a fucking airplane and a fucking move thing is 2.5 miles an hour, and you spin off roundabout, you might actually fucking what? You seen the curve here, bro? Does water fucking man? Can you put things into fucking orbit? Are we in a vacuum or are we in a fucking? I mean,
you know what it is. My attraction to the conversation is the fact that like
you in orbit around the fucking conversation rig.
I am. I'm an orbiter. I am an orbiter of the flat Earth conversation.
So am I. I put my hands up because of the passion, because of the way people speak. That's what I said earlier. It's a loaded topic. It's an emotional topic. People get really upset about things. But the things that they're getting upset about doesn't really matter because there's only 3 fucking basic principles. Motion, water, orbit. None of those things happen as they say they do. So, I mean, what? But we love the emotion and the. I mean, if you want to sit and figure out how things actually work, that's fine. But basically, they don't work the way they say they do. If you want to think of like ether or no ether or curve, no curve, or landing or not landing, and -3, minus the tour, minus fucking whatever. Bah, there's only just bring it back to basics. The truth's out there. It's very, very simple. It's not complicated. You can observe it. And that's my rant over.
Well, I think what attracts me the most to this conversation is the fact that people exist that are, I guess like in the real world or whatever, if I were to straw man it, out there in the real world, people come here and they talk just a bunch of bullshit. And then they defend the globe relentlessly. And the funniest part is when you you literally hammer down a point and you nail them to the wall like a crucifix, and they still defend it.
Yeah, they pull some other bullshit out. They pull some other bullshit out from behind their fucking back leg or something. They just pull that out there. Yeah, go.
No, they don't even pull the bullshit out, man. They don't even pull the bullshit. They literally just don't. You know what they do, man? They just don't respond, or they don't answer the question. They like
Or they
they just wiggle. Have you ever watched?
All right, go ahead.
Have you ever watched the hydraulic press YouTube channel?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, if you know what a hydraulic press is, it basically squeezes anything, and it's like the flat Earth essentially takes all of these different glober objects and puts it in the hydraulic press. It just either it'll squeeze and squish out, or it'll explode, or it'll mash down. Like every glober has like a different reaction. It's like flat Earth is some kind of like extreme vice or hydraulic press. It just destroys anything you put in it.
I mean, it's crazy what you hear them say tonight. And honest to God, I heard this about fucking 8 hours ago or something, right? And I can't quite remember what was said, but I remember Woodson said something, right? And he says, well, and now figure that out. And this, who was it? Can't remember who it was. Moyak Man, probably. And he went,
Moyak, yeah, he was really on one yesterday.
It doesn't matter. And you're like, what? The point he just made matters.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I'm wrong, but it doesn't matter. I spend all my time here, but it doesn't matter.
And here's why I'm not right or wrong, and neither are you. And you're like,
yeah, well, you know what that means? So, like, if Moyak Man was in a hydraulic press, then he would have exploded. He would have been like the crystal glass or the rock or something. Just would have.
Yeah, no, he'd say, but would I? Or would I just?
But you know, Zanuck is like, you know, Zanuck is like a
virus.
No, I would say he's like a big like Play-Doh. He's like a big thing of Play-Doh, and you put it in the hydraulic press, and it like squeezes out. It never really shatters because he doesn't want to admit he's full of shit. Yeah, so it just kind of like squeezes out the sides, like toothpaste.
It's the same. You know, put me in a hydraulic press, and Zanuck would put Zanuck in a hydraulic press, right? And he'll squeeze out the sides and go, but was I really pressed? Because I squeezed out the sides. He'd pull some other bullshit out. Honest to God.
Yeah.
They're so good at it. I mean, it's lie upon lie upon lie upon lie.
I don't think so. I don't think they're so good at it. No.
No, they're all shit at it because we see through it, right?
Well, yeah, like anybody who like is astute and is paying attention to the arguments, like their common sense is going to tell them the truth. But like when you hear these guys, I just hear people obfuscating and lying to themselves. That's what I hear. Like, why would someone spend so much time in this community other than to lie to themselves? You know, in the opposing view, like, because they're not going to change our mind. So who the fuck are they talking to?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing we brought up before many times. Why are you sitting here 6 or 7 or 8 years after the fucking fact, still arguing with us about the truth that we see? You're trying to tell us what we see isn't true.
Right.
And you're using mathematical equations and you're pulling something out of your fucking ass and this ass and that ass. And to make us believe in your bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not buying it, bro. Just take us.
Yeah, we're not buying it.
Fucking sell it somewhere else, bro.
Dude, I'm not buying it. All you motherfuckers out there want to talk some shit on the flat Earth. I'm not buying the globe, man. I'm not buying it. Dawn, not buying it. Not buying it, bro. Who else? Who else is in here?
Yeah, who else, man? Let's go.
Okay, Nate Nate, I'm not buying it, motherfucker. Not buying it. Sliquid, disingenuous, chat troll. Who else is out here talking dumb shit? The globe is garbage. You guys messed up. You messed
Talk
up.
dumb shit. That would be me. What's that, Holmes?
Turn of the Mac needs a shout out for being a chat troll.
Thank you. Love you, do, Flatty.
Good dude, you okay?
Me? Yeah, I'm good, bro.
Let's see. M Stone. We got M Stone in here. Globe troll. You know, he's fascinated and addicted to flat Earth. Fascinated and addicted to flat Earth. He is also, yeah. You know what? He likes to flat Earth so much. He is absolutely a flat earther because he likes to hang out in flat Earth all the time. He's definitely a flat earther.
Why would you do that for 6 years? Why would you sit in a forum or other forums or other discords trying to tell people how stupid they are, and them frustrating you losing your shit, and then like they do, why would you do that for 6 years? I mean,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? So if I was sitting here and somebody proved curvature or show me the bendy water, I'm done, bro. I'm going back to Star Trek. But
Right?
yeah, these fellas or these people are sitting here for 6 years trying to tell us how what a dumb motherfucker we are, and we're saying no. We're shooting their arguments, but they're still doing it. And
It's not working out.
Let me tell you something. They will be here 25 years from now, still saying that I'm plasticine. And if the press fucking presses down on me, I'll squeeze out the edges, bro. And then I'll pull something else out of my ass. It's just lie upon lie upon lie. It's a big lie. It's a fucking massive lie, bro. It's really, really big. That's what she said. Rant over again.
Yeah, I was just trying to strike a fire in people's ass, see if they'd want to talk. Got to start the day off strong, you know?
Is that like a Zippo? Like a firecracker?
Like a firecracker.
Cracker.
I came in like a wrecking ball. Destroyed the globe once and for all.
Riggs, now all I can see is fucking Mighty Cyrus and a fucking wrecking ball. Thank you very much for that, bro. What a way to start the day, eh? Oh my god.
Well, I guess the question is, do you see her with or without the tuck?
I'm sorry. Is she anything's possible these days, huh? Like Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner was Woman of the Year in 2020.
Dude, that shit's got to stop. That is a corruption of society. Like, look, hey, you know, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. You know, if you want to dress like a turtle, whatever the fuck, I don't care. But like,
people's baggage.
you cannot change your biology. That's not happening. Okay, that's not happening. It's just not a thing.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
just dumb, bro. That's just like
It is dumb.
No,
It
it's
is.
like it's like I swear to God, Riggs. I woke up one day, right, about 2 years ago, and I thought to myself, "What? The
I'm a
fuck?
woman now.
What? Oh, I had a good talk. I talked that motherfucker in, man. You couldn't see it. It was right up my bowels.
Is that what you did? You woke up one day and you're like,
I talked it in.
I'm a woman now.
Oh, I mean, my voice go high, like Mickey Mouse. Yeah, I can talk, man. I can talk that shit, man. I mean, that's crazy. I woke up 2 years ago and I went, what fucking world am I living in? These people don't even know genders, and now there's 70 different fucking genders. Did I wake
70. What?
up? Okay,
Bro,
80.
I don't even fucking acknowledge it, man. I just go about my day. If somebody wants to be confused, that's fine. Let them be. I just go about my day. Dude, you're not going to change someone's mind because it's like a message. They're trying to send a message to you, and
But like,
it's what they want to communicate to the world. Like, look at me, I'm whatever that is, you know.
yeah. It's like Jeremy or somebody actually said here at one night. No, maybe it was the other server. It's not that bad. It's not that far gone. Nothing. They're putting that shit on fucking job applications. Do you identify as a man, woman, transgender? That's now, well, in the UK anyway, compulsory to ask somebody if they identify as a man, a woman, a transgender, or whatever. Tick the other boxes, eh? And you're like, what the fucking world did I just wake up? Did I go to sleep, right? And the whole world went fucking, hey, I'm fucking stupid now.
I just don't want it to be like on the forums. I don't want it to be like some kind of government segment, or like, I don't think there needs to be a third bathroom or whatever, you know. Like, it should not be like something that society has to conform to. That's all my opinion about it. Like, if you a certain thing, go for it. You go, girl. You go for it. Whatever you want to be.
Girl.
Just don't make it everyone else's issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. If you want to take fucking testosterone and pills and grow a beard, like a neck beard, and pretend like you're a man, that's fine. And get your tits chopped off, that's cool, bro. Go for it. But it's not that prevalent in society now. But there's a reason why they're doing it. There's a reason why they are doing it. They're trying to confuse. Like a friend of mine, and he was actually right. I swear to God, it was like, Paul, what they're trying to do is confuse the youth. They're trying to confuse them. You understand? It's like the best way to control people is through fear. That's number one, right? The second best way is to fucking confuse them.
Well, yeah, at its root, confusion is just taking someone away from the path. And like, the more that you can waste someone's time and take them away from the path and like lead them astray, it's only gonna, like, that's all it can do. All it can do is not something good. You know?
Nah,
like, if you take the wrong turn, guess what? Not only do you have to go turn around, but you have to do double the distance, and then you got to start all over. You know what I mean? Like, it is
Riggs,
a big problem.
Don't start talking about double the distance and everything, because that's math. Now you're bringing math into the equation, right? That confuses me. I'm just kidding, bro. Yeah, Dawn, if I could take a box, give me free money, I'll talk my shit in, bro. I'll take a free money, man. Why not?
All right, I need somebody to take over. I'm gonna be busy. I'm gonna be in and out of work, so I don't know if I'm going to be in the chat for the whole conversation.
Riggs,
But
nice
yeah,
to talk
it's
to you, man.
yeah. I'll be in and out. I just don't know,
Just
you
don't
know, if
forget
I'll be able
tuck it in,
to
bro.
answer to everything.
Just tuck it in when you do, right?
Just tuck it in, man.
Tuck it in, bro.
Just tuck it in, bro. Tuck it in, bro. Tuck it in, tuck it in. Wait. Those plug it in, plug it in. What was that?
Plug it
That was
in,
like the
plug it
air.
out.
It was the air fresheners. Plug it in, plug it in.
Yeah. So what?
Trying to remember the name of that product.
Oh, my voice just went up. I tucked it in. Yep. Plug it in, plug it out.
You know what you got to do, PMAC? You got to go to your daughter and say, "I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I'm finally ready to come out. It's been something I've been meaning to tell you." and then show up with a dress one day and like makeup and shit.
I do twirl. I do twirl. I got a nice new red dress. How you like that, daughter? Woohoo! Nah, never gonna happen, man. But in the world of possibilities with truth is everywhere, anything can happen, right? Tuck it in, tuck it in.
I think it's fair to say that we've sufficiently destroyed the chat.
That would be an appropriate approximation of the synopsis that I actually agree with. Yes, we have actually destroyed the chat.
So I found a video yesterday of a guy. His name is Run Zekau.
Wait.
He's a doc. I think he's a scientist.
How did we destroy the chat? It was only you and me speaking.
Well, we brought it down into the gutter is what we did.
We did, didn't we? We did.
God damn it.
What's wrong with you, Riggs? You're so fucking cringe.
Man,
Bro.
if you could figure that out, let me know.
So cringe, man.
Salty fucking cringe, man.
Lick my salty fucking balls, man. Yeah, anyway, sorry, go ahead. The YouTube thing you were talking about. Go ahead, please.
I'm gonna have to tell you later. I only had a few seconds to say it. So
Could you not put a...
I gotta go.
All right, Riggs. Good luck, man. Nice talking to you. Don't forget, Riggs, tuck it in. What was that? No. Took it in. That's a good question. What's it? No, would be the answer, I think. NPCs, non-NPCs. Who is the NPC? Who is the non-NPC? Tuck it in, tuck it in. That's definitely non-NPC, man. You can't make that shit up, bro.
Yeah, is it quiet in there?
Yeah, yeah. Listen, why do you always sound like you haven't slept for like 4 days, bro? You like changing nappies or something?
I just got up, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're fresh.
Hey, I was wondering, I'm just taking like a poll. Like, do you guys think that like bots, like NPCs are a real thing? So there's two ways we can go about this question, right? I guess one is like this
You didn't know?
extreme.
You didn't know gingers don't have souls?
That's what I hear, but luckily for me, I have a little bit of Cherokee in me, so I have a little bit of a soul, I think. But like, all right, so you have like this hyper literal interpretation of that question. Like, are there actual people alive that were born without a soul and are just NPCs? That's kind of out there. But I actually think this, okay? Like, this is my hot take here. I literally think this. I think that there is a state that you can enter where you are an actual NPC. So not that you don't have a soul, but that you're not in tune with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can get in. I can get in line with that.
Yeah, a shoulder to the devil.
Well, I don't even. Yeah, I mean, you can consciously sell it to the devil or anything. It's just like you're not in tune with your soul. So like you can't really have individual, independent, innovative thoughts, opinions, statements.
You're right.
So you can't really have an interactive conversation.
Right. Yeah. If you can't do it with yourself, how can you do it with anyone else?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You notice how like we'll run into these walls sometimes where we just get like mantras over and over, like repeated over and over. No matter what you say, they just repeat the mantra.
A dogma.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like they're robots though. I think I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being kind of serious though. Like
it does seem that way. It does. It really does.
Yeah.
Well,
you know, like you play a video game and there's like an NPC there, and it's like you engage with them, but they only have a predetermined amount of things they can say back to you.
Right.
Like a video game.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah. Cog disc programming.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. 'Cause I'm just trying to figure it out. So, like, I think that maybe they're not like consciously aware. It's more of like this instinctive, robotic thing, you know. So I think we need to be much more patient and like understanding.
Yeah. Yes, you should. What's it? Goddamn.
I swear, I think I need to. I'm trying to self-reflect. I'm not even trying to be funny.
That sounds like I swear to God, that sounds like self-reflection.
Yeah, I mean, we should probably
I'm
always
not
start
even
off
trying to be funny.
with like
Right.
philosophical arguments, because I think coming from like a science perspective, it's already predispositioned for them to have a certain reaction. But if we start getting into the philosophical framework, which supports a lot of these understandings on reality, then there's no denying it. Like, you can't deny logic.
You start with
Yeah.
the Blade Runner empathy test first.
Yes. Are you a robot
Get a
or are you not?
baseline on them.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think philosophically, I mean, sorry, to go in a philosophical direction, it's not a bad direction to go. At least it gets us away from people talking about fucking miles per hour and curve and, you know, formulas and shit. But
Long distance subjective observations. Yeah, God, I can't stand that.
philosophically, we can talk about anything. Anything goes. Is this philosophical, Friday?
I agree with you. That's what, like, I'm totally in agreement. It's like you have to avoid their predetermined bot scripts. So if you just start off, because I make this mistake every day. I'm like trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to. Sometimes I do try to ask them a philosophical question, but it's like I get caught up in the go back and forth when the truth is I know what their response is going to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can predict it before they say it every single time.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. It's like let's we can go through some examples. So it's like, yeah,
no,
you can't.
No. Are you, Richard? Are you a bot responding to a bot?
Nah, I'm not a bot, man. I'm not a. So it's like, can you freely and privately? You can't freely and privately explore Antarctica. Why do flat earthers lie and say that you can't go to Antarctica? Right? Like, that's the script. Like, even though you just clearly didn't say that, that's the script. So like, you can go with them for an hour. They'll just keep saying it. They'll say another part of their script for that is, so the thousands of people that go to Antarctica actually didn't go. They're all in a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys just book a trip there?
They spend 6
They
hours.
do that shit not. They do that shit nonstop with everything. Like Jace the other night kept telling me, well, if you don't, we were talking about like time dilation. Like, well, if you don't believe in this effect, that's ridiculous because it's obvious. I'm like, dude, I believe in the effect. I'm not arguing that. Like, I had to tell them like 10 fucking times, dude. It's just like built into their fucking programming to like straw man us or some shit.
That's a big one. Yeah, that's a big one, bro. The straw man script, bro.
I am not a bot.
Well, it's like they're intentionally not trying to see what we're saying and only perceive what they're intended to. Like, it's kind of a
very
problem.
bold of you. Very bold of you to assume intention. That's a sentient quality.
You bastard!
I'm being serious, bro. I don't think it's
I know you are.
malevolent and intentional. I think it's like programming.
Yes.
Like, we can keep going, right? So another one is like, you guys use 8 inches per mile squared, and that's not even the right formula. Flat earthers are so stupid. Flat earthers don't know how to do math. This isn't flat earthers math. This is the Earth curve calculator. The Earth. Do you think the Earth's a parabola? You know, this doesn't work. It does work. It works perfectly for up to 1,000 miles. So, like, we're not making measurements or surveys or observations greater than 1,000 miles. So,
yeah, we don't think
there's. Yeah.
We don't think there's curve. You think we came up with the 8 inches per mile squared? It doesn't even make sense.
It's so weird, dude.
I mean, what it's used for is often misapplied, right?
What about the fact they always run away from magnetism?
That's what it means.
Yeah.
Really?
They never want to define it.
On the
They
way
never
out
want to
from-
understand it.
That's not in their script, though. See,
Really?
that's actually completely out of the purview of the script because the Matrix hasn't created a script for that yet. So, that's what I'm
The
saying.
Matrix hasn't created a script for that yet.
Well, literally,
Okay,
yeah. There's
what is
not a
Dicelo
Matrix
then
definition. There's
basing
not
it
a
on?
Matrix. Look, the bot's getting triggered. I don't know who's talking, but
Here
a
we
bot
go.
is clearly.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, all I'm saying is the Matrix, the mainstream science, hasn't provided an actual definition of magnetism yet. So
You got
to ask a
that.
bot
Okay,
to
but
interact
Dicelo-
with. You agree with me though, Dicelo? That's why they can't talk about it?
I mean, I've been often contemplating that myself. I'm trying to like put a finger on it. It's like I want to give the benefit of the doubt to humanity, but at the same time, it's like there's definitely a block wall and a
Just low.
disconnect somewhere.
You try to put a finger on magnetism and it keeps fucking kicking you back.
No, man.
No, like the inability to discuss. Like I have hope for humanity. Like I have hope for each of the individuals, right? Like I just think they're not in a current state. It's like they have to. I hate honestly, I hate the metaphor, but they have to take the red pill. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't force the pill down their throat or something.
You said it. It's programming.
Yeah, it's like literal robots.
It's
Like
programming.
I'm not even joking. Yeah. It's like so. It's just interesting, right? Because another one is like the geocentrism conversation. It's like best case scenario, like the more advanced robots will say stuff like retrograde. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's very easy to prove that doesn't show the Earth is heliocentric and it works fine, they'll just say it. Hey, by the way, Jeremy, you brought up time dilation. Within the next week or so, I'm going to release the most definitive refutation of relativity. I just don't even know what they're going to do. It's so bad. I can mathematically refute it beginning to end using Jeff and Minko, which Dicelo, I know you know that is. Did you know he released an entire mathematical refutation of relativity?
Oh yeah. He's got a few books out. Dr. Oleg Jeffimenko.
Dude, he just destroys relativity, dude. He like literally mathematically eviscerates it.
Yeah.
The math doesn't work. And then I showed Jeremy the other day how like the whole thing they tout relativity for is the perihelion of Mercury. But they actually had to assume Mercury has a massless path just to get the math to work. And they had to use imaginary numbers as the root. And there's a couple other problems with the perihelion of Mercury. Next, they have the Arthur Eddington experiment where they claim they saw the stars around the eclipse, which is this big thing touted for relativity. Arthur Eddington himself admitted that he fudged and faked the data. Eddington himself. And then, of course, I have direct refutations of the base postulates of relativity within its own theory. It refutes its own postulates within itself. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's going to be bad. It's really bad.
Yes. It's pretty bad.
They're going to get really upset. So, like, Jeremy, you can talk to them about the time dilation, but wait till you pull out the... that there's, like, an Olympic version of, like, academic testing and competitions. I forgot what it's called, but anyway, this one guy who won he's a gold medalist for physics, chemistry, and biology, scored one of the highest scores ever on the MCAT, the medical entry exam, in the top 99.999 percentile in scores ever taken on that test. Just very prestigious, qualified guy.
Let me guess.
Refuted. I don't know, but he refuted. Well, he does speak multiple languages, actually, yes. He refuted relativity. He point blank refuted it, sent the papers to many of his academic colleagues, and they just refused to touch it because they're scared to even potentially embrace going against the paradigm.
Relativity isn't hard to dispute.
No, I agree. Yeah, Tesla did it in a casual couple sentences. So
yeah, it's not hard.
Yeah, but this is where you take the bot and then you like tape their eyelids up and you make them watch the movie. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
it's almost
easy,
sadistic.
easy.
I think. I don't know if it's good. Yeah.
Anyway, why you always gotta get so cerebral, bro?
What?
Cerebral.
Why? What about it?
It doesn't matter. Never mind.
Okay.
It's good. You're very cerebral. Very thought provoking. That's a bad thing. That's a bad thing on NPCs, man.
Oh yeah. Well, it'll be all right. We can't talk to the NPCs about the horizon anymore. I think we just gotta talk to them about. Did you know you have a soul?
Maybe I
Real
don't.
talk,
Man. Maybe me. Yeah, philosophical debate.
Yeah, because like it shuts their programming down. If you're talking about anything without a naturalistic, materialistic explanation like that, it just falls outside the purview of their programming.
The purview of their programming. My God, that's so cerebral. Right? No, but you're right. I enjoy the philosophical debate. I haven't got what I'm saying.
Well, okay, so let's give it. So I asked the question to dice on everyone, but what do you think if you ask some of these people that we maybe would classify as bots? If you ask them the question I asked about, do you think that NPCs exist, not in the sense that they don't have a soul, but that they're not in tune with their soul? What do you think they're gonna say? They're gonna say, "Hell no! That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard."
Well, I agree with that.
They're gonna say, "What's a soul?" They're gonna say, "Yeah, it's just funny." I don't know.
I mean, what is the soul? Is an interesting question in the first place, right? But yeah, how about you don't make claims about what other people would say and what they wouldn't say?
Well, good thing I just
So how
asked the
about
room
you
what
stick
they
to
thought
yourself?
you guys would say. Huh?
He
Okay,
didn't
what?
say anything.
Yeah, wait. What do you say? What do you think that NPCs exist in real life, and that meaning that people have programmed scripts that the Matrix has told them to say and believe, and they're not in tune with their soul? Do you think that people like that exist?
Yes or no question.
Yeah, but it's quite loaded with a lot of statements that are already not clear cut, right? As I said, the question of what a soul is in the first place, or what being in tune with your soul means, is an interesting question. Then the expression of saying that people have programs that are given to them is another quite crude way of expressing a thought, right? But I think that I can see where they're coming from. In general, there's definitely people that don't really think about what they're doing or who they are, why they think the way they do or think the things they do.
There you go.
And
That's a good way to say it.
That's definitely the case. I mean, everyone has that because our world has an area of life or of things.
Oh, you lost the plot there, man. You lost the plot there, man. You turned it into everyone has that. I disagree with you.
To some extent. Okay, let me make my point, please. My point is that it's really our world is very complex, right? There's a lot of things to experience, to think about, and
how complex is it? DNA, RNA is a man or woman. I mean, how complex is that?
Huh? That's a good example of a NPC test.
Huh? Isn't it? Huh? It's like a Turing test.
I didn't understand him. Like you were lulling. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah. Is a man a woman, or can a man be a woman, or what?
Can men get pregnant?
Yeah, it's a turn test.
No. So back
Thank you.
Look
There
up
you go.
turn test.
back to the topic at hand. Like there's a lot of things that you can think about, or that you can have thoughts about, and that you can build opinions about. Right? It's like
doesn't matter, bro. It's
basically as
other.
many opinions on the world as there's people, right? So there's a lot of complexity in the world, and it's not feasible for you to go through life being deeply rooted and having every single thought that ever comes to your mind.
Why would you hang on?
Fleshed out.
Hang on. Why would you go through life? Why would you go through life confusing yourself about things, about complex things?
I'm not saying that I'm confusing myself. I'm just saying that everyone has an ending amount of focus they can have, right, on things, right? And the width of the focus, like how many things they can focus on, is also can be conscious about at a time. It's also ending, I would say, right? And given
this is the point, man. Okay, go ahead.
Given that there's basically an infinite amount of things that you could focus on, or that you basically an infinite amount of thoughts that you could be conscious about, you're not gonna be conscious about every single aspect of every thought that you're ever gonna have. Like there's things that you're more aware about and things that you're less aware about.
All right, that's not the point. Here's the point, though. Here's how you summarize this. If you can't have a belief or think something to be true without knowing what it is you believe, or that's a programming, okay? So no, people can't know all things, right? But for them to truly believe it, like if someone like jumps in, they get really emotional about someone questioning or challenging evolution. And they're like, you're stupid. Evolution's so true, blah, blah, blah. But they don't even know why. They haven't studied both sides. They don't understand it. They say, oh, well, I'm not an expert. The expert scientists are the ones that know that. But I know evolution's a real thing, right? That's an NPC. They don't know why they believe it.
It's a complete theory.
NPC. They don't know why they believe in evolution, but they'll say they know it's true.
Yeah, it's a complete truth. Evolution, Big Bang, it's all true. It's all true. At this stage, you think that's a good place to be? AGK. To live in theory land. Theory. Sprinkle magic dust. It's theory, bro. Nothing has been proven true. Not the curve, not the evolution, not fucking dinosaurs, nothing. It's all theory. Right,
well, this is my thing, right? Like, if someone believes in that stuff, that's one thing. But like, to not know why you believe it or what it is that you believe, but to be super passionate or like the term like definite in your position, that's an NPC. That means you've been programmed to just say things.
There we go, programming. AGK, what do you think about me? Witsit and me just said. What do you think? Witsit and I.
What do you think Witsit now?
Well, hang on, Bob. Do you think there's infinite possibilities that there could be 70 different genders and like anything is possible? Do you think that's the actual reality?
What the fuck?
No, what the fuck, bro? It's
it's this pretty simple idea. I think one of the main tells that someone's an NPC is they always say the experts. I don't know. I'll leave that up to the experts. The scientists. Science. When they personify science, well, that's what science says. That's what the science says. That's what all science agrees. I don't deny science. These are NPC mantras because they cannot intellectually articulate their position. Every single person in this room that's a staunch heliocentrist, dude, they're NPCs. Like almost there's only a few exceptions.
Naughty, very naughty.
I'm just being honest. There's only a few exceptions. Most of them don't know why they.
No, you're not being honest. You're being disingenuous.
No, I'm not.
You're not being honest. You're being toxic.
The vast majority of them don't know why they think
you're
that's
poisoning
true.
the well. That's it. You're poisoning the well. Because
okay, why do you think that? Why do you think heliocentrism is true? What exclusively proves heliocentrism over geocentrism? Go.
Who said that I think heliocentrism is true?
Okay, well there you go. So then this doesn't even apply to you. Every time I ask a heliocentrist
but
they don't know the answer.
Exactly.
They don't have an answer every
programming
time.
kicking in there? Is that your programming?
You're not being honest. You're poisoning the well.
No, I'm not. I said pretty much
Yes, you
everyone.
are.
I said pretty much everyone.
With your wording, you're inadvertently poisoning the well by calling people that don't focus on a certain thing and don't know some things and therefore don't bother discussing it or forming a well-founded opinion on it.
What?
No,
what are you talking about? Don't focus on a bro.
You're inadvertently poisoning the well.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Don't focus on a certain thing. They're in this room talking about it every day. What are you talking about? They don't focus on a certain. They're in this room every day defending it every day.
Okay, people that come in here being uninformed about why they make the conclusions they made, and that's
specifically with heliocentrism. Like, dude, when people are on the street, listen. Let me meet you halfway here to save us some time. When I went around and did activism, and I talked to the average person, and they just assumed the Earth was a ball that went around the sun. I'm not even. They were programmed just to say that. But when you really ask them, like, why do you think that? They're like, they don't really know. There are a lot of NPCs though that will like ridicule you when you know 100 times more than they do, right? But like they don't really know. That's different than people that come in here and they'll say they know it's a definitive fact and it has to be that way, and they'll ridicule you, but they've been around the conversation for years. And when you say, okay, can you tell me one thing that exclusively proves the heliocentric model compared to the geocentric model? They can't name anything, or they'll just Google it really fast because that's the equivalent of an NPC algorithm. Okay, man, whatever.
Non-player character when the game is debating physics or the philosophy of reality or
I mean, it's not even debating. It's not debating if you don't know.
And again, the non-player character when the game is that the matters of epistemology and regarding our
okay.
Programming when you regard the systematic spread of information, or the systematic spread and obligated secured spread of information as programming. Yeah, that's of information as programming.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, the difference. There's basically no line between education and brainwashing. That's true. Education is just a special form of brainwashing.
What is to program somebody, dude? Like, what is to program an NPC? You give it a certain amount of commands, right? Information or what to do it.
Commands is taking it too far, I would say, because those people that are NPCs, they are still individuals, right? They still have the potential of their individual thoughts. So it's not that they are limited to a certain amount of actions and commands, right?
Right. So they have a set of instructions, right?
No.
They don't?
Exactly not. That's exactly
an NPC does not have a set of instructions?
They're still individuals. Put it more simply, put it into the toxic worldview of Wizard. An NPC, every NPC, basically, in principle, has the potential of becoming a PC, a player character, or becoming aware of themselves and having their souls become in tune with themselves, and making the realization that all you guys have made, right? Therefore, they're not limited to the.
Oh my gosh! You're taking this a little too far, thinking too deep into it. And we're saying NPCs because they have a set of instructions that they were brought up to learn. In other words, they learned these instructions, and they have a
Not
response that they
necessarily instructions.
have at all times.
Okay, the
Somebody
way
here was
the way
just
people
said,
respond is not dictated by what they were educated with, and what you're referring
somebody
to is
here
the
was
education system.
just said, you can become programmed, whether you have a soul or not. They can program you out of your soul. He said that. It's true. You can't. You're a person with a soul, and you have become programmed. Therefore, you are no longer a person with a soul. You are programmed. He just said that. Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you think that's true? Philosophically, do you think that's a possibility? Do you think I can program you to drink a Kool-Aid?
Look, it's really simple, right? Like, we live in a world where people say men can get pregnant, that there's an infinite amount of genders, blah, 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 right? And this is only because this is the most updated talking point of the Matrix. That is objectively what it is, because people don't think that. People don't actually believe that. Okay, like it's just they're just supposed to say that. Okay, so what does supposed to say that mean? Where does that come from? Societal pressure from the Matrix, the consensus, like the system as a whole has pressured people to say certain things. Okay, where do you get those instructions? How do the people in the Matrix know to say certain things? Well, they get it from the media. That's how the Matrix informs the NPC. So in the analogy, you have a programmer that gives you information, a set of data, right, to instruct the NPC, the non-playable character. Well, in this analogy, as it applies to people in 2023, it's the media. The media is the programmer. And it'll update their algorithms, and they'll wake up, watch the news, and change their worldview live. Like, for example,
and the media consists of
well, the mainstream media conglomerates and social media, and most of the younger generation is social media.
Okay,
so
and what does that consist of? What does mainstream media consist of?
What? Yeah, all the mainstream conglomerates. But real fast, let me just give you an example.
What are the components? What are the constituents of those conglomerates?
Well, the same 6 corporations own pretty much all of mainstream media, and they are all connected to the Rockefeller Foundation, and they all put out the same exact talking points. And the CIA in America runs our media, declassified and omitted, since the 70s. So, but here's the actual point, right? It's like, I'll give you an example.
Okay, so you're
So I
saying
came in the room. Wait, listen to my example.
Listen to my example.
I came in and I told the room, did you guys know that you have to believe that the Earth is speeding up and that the core just stopped spinning and now it's about to start going the opposite direction? They're like, what? You made that up, or you don't know what you're talking about, or whatever. Then I show them a bunch of mainstream articles that say that. New discoveries, new studies shows that the core stops spinning and spins the other way, and that the Earth is spinning faster. Immediately upon receiving the mainstream article headlines, they immediately agreed that that was true.
Straight up.
That's an NPC, dude. So, whereas I went to the original study and read all of it and compared all the data. Okay, whatever.
Okay, so you found that the mainstream article, the popular news article, was not actually accurate compared to the findings that they actually had.
Well, I found out that what it's actually about is just seismic. Yeah, they just saw that seismic activity in the Earth has changed. And they say, since they had previously assumed that's because the core spins, then they said, okay, well, then the core must be changing spin. Never did they reconsider that their assumption that the core is a thing that spins and causes seismic activity. So they are forced to just say it's new, just like the sun and the stars moved faster in the sky. So they immediately had to say the Earth is spinning faster. My point is this, though, whether that's true or not is not the point I'm making. It's that all the NPCs, they saw that popular mechanics in scientific journals said that happened, so they immediately believed it. Okay, that's what an NPC does. They've now got their new algorithm update, right? And they got their new download, and their software has been updated, and they've now gotten their new programming, and they all believe it immediately in stride. And if you ask them why, they'll say the experts did it, the scientists did it. You know what I'm saying is true too, and this is the main thing plaguing our society. So you know what I'm saying is true, bro.
Yeah, what I would like to understand a little bit better is how you think that that system works, basically. So from what you've mentioned, I gather that either the group of leaders of the six companies that own all of the media, or the Rockefeller family, right? They are not NPCs, and they have an agenda, and they are creating this this information or this programming.
Correct. Yeah. It's usually based on they want people to mindlessly consume, right? So they come up with a plan to be the source of what we're dependent on. So they have to brainwash the people to mindlessly consume whatever they're going to roll out.
And you are you having made that realization, how did that change your consumption behavior?
Oh, massive, bro. Massive. I'm no longer an NPC. Massive.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm no longer an NPC.
You better not ask. You're very drunk. I recommend you just go offline.
I'm sorry.
And
Yeah,
sleep
sorry. I'm really drunk. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Philosophically,
I mean, being stupid is a lot like being dead. It's the other people around you that suffer. The same thing with being drunk. You not caring does not mean that it's.
I'm sorry.
To jump in.
I'm sorry. What?
No, man.
Sorry. What did you say?
It's all right.
No, you go ahead, Bob. Say it.
It's all right.
What did you say? Are you dumb?
But I said you not caring does not mean that it's okay.
No. Sorry. You said I was drunk. Right. But I just
you sound like you are.
Okay, listen.
Sorry.
You just said that there's no programming, right?
No, I did not say that.
You did not? Okay.
I did ask that.
Remember. We're talking about. We're talking about.
T-Mac is not drunk, then I don't know what drunk is.
Shut up, bro.
I'm not using hateful language, whatever that name is.
I didn't use hateful language. I just told you shut up, man.
Tim. Tim just posted in the chat.
Sorry, was that hateful?
I shouldn't use hateful language, and I didn't.
Shut up. Bah. You're an NPC.
Bro, I'm just having a laugh. Also. Relax.
Yeah. Anyway, I have a question that's more physical, more related to physics.
Right, go ahead. Sorry, I'm too drunk. I might not understand it. Big funny. Yeah, I might not be funny.
So,
right, go ahead.
One plane flies with 200 miles per hour.
Oh, Jesus
and it
Christ.
Has tailwind. And it has a tailwind of 10 miles per hour. So the airspeed it flies at is 190 miles per hour, right? And it
Right,
approaches,
sorry, so
approaches
you're
the
taking
runway
us
that's
back
just
to the NPC. You're taking us back to mathematics. You're trying to prove your fucking whatever you believe
Come
by
on, T-Mac, stop it.
no. I'm just interested in the answer to that because I don't actually know what the answer to that should be. I mean, I'm not really sure, and I'm not really interested in this whole NPC conversation actually. So yeah, the plane flies 200 miles per hour. It approaches the runway that's just sitting there on land, right? And it has a tailwind of 10 miles per hour. So the airspeed of the plane is 190 miles per hour, and it approaches the runway by 200 miles per hour.
the runway
There's
is
another
not
plane,
moving, bro.
and there's another plane that flies 190 miles per hour, and there's no wind. So the airspeed is also 190 miles per hour.
The runway
But it approaches the
is not
runway,
moving.
a hypothetical running runway that's moving towards the plane with 10 miles per hour.
I got you. You don't have to say anymore. You're going to ask me what's the difference if it's going the wrong way. Right.
I'm asking you what's the difference between the two for the plane, yes.
Yeah, okay. So wait, I'm not dodging your question. I'm actually going to ask you a question though, okay? Say that you're landing that plane and say that the runway is spinning to the left. Okay?
No, the
say
runway is not spinning.
No, I'm just saying, I'm asking you a hypothetical. Like, say that I land on a runway north and the runway is moving to the east. What's going to happen when the plane touches down?
Mm-hmm.
The wheels are going to break, right? So it's not just as simple as adding and subtracting the speed.
If the plane is if the ground speed of the plane is like the ground or the runway is moving east, and the plane is not moving east with the runway, then yes, that's gonna happen.
Right. So we can for starters we can both agree that like if it's moving to the left or to the right, then it'll break the plane, the wheels. So and really it would destroy the whole plane depending on how
the plane
fast
is not moving with that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now here's my question for you. Now if we apply the same logic to the plane landing on a runway that's moving against it, okay, what's going to happen then?
Okay. That's well.
Think about
that. Would be the same thing I'm asking. I think. What's the difference between the two things that I just between the two planes? What's the difference between them?
You asked. That's right. So I'm asking you to compare the two. Like, what's different? So I understand that if you land and you're going in the direction that the ground's moving, it makes sense that the plane's not going to break.
No ground is moving. We have a runway that moves, and we have a plane that moves, and we have one plane.
Okay, that's what we're saying. We're landing on the
not
runway.
a moving runway, but it has the wind, and we have one plane that's moving in still air relative to the ground. The air, there's no wind, but the runway is moving.
Yeah, but I'm talking. It's not about the runway moving. It's about the It's not just about how fast the runway does or doesn't move. It's about the direction, because that's going to create an opposing force.
What's the difference between the first plane that moves that approaches a runway that rests relative to the ground, but has a 10 mile per hour tailwind, and the second plane that moves 10 miles per hour slower, and no wind, but has the runway approaching the plane?
There would be no difference if it's the same direction. There would be no difference if it's the same direction.
Okay, so you're saying the first plane the two planes that approach the runway in the two different scenarios, there would not be no difference to them.
Yeah, if it's the same direction, why would there be a difference?
Okay.
My argument isn't about the speed, brother. It's about the direction. It's like that's why I use the treadmill analogy. If I turn my treadmill on in my room over here, I have a treadmill, right? Do I have to videotape it? If I jump on the treadmill when it's running, I can run in the same direction as the treadmill, and as long as I start running fast enough, I'll be fine, right? So if I was like sprinting up to the treadmill and then sprinted onto it, I'd be fine, right? Because I'm going in the same direction. Now, if I flip it around and
No,
I
you'd not
sprint
be
to the,
fine.
yes, I do. I've done it before. I've done it as a bet that I
No,
could
you.
jump on, that I could jump on a treadmill that was going full speed, and I did it, and it was very difficult, and it was probably very dangerous. But
Yeah,
what I'm
jump on
saying,
it, but you could not sprint up to it and jump. You would have to stop. Like you would have to take out. Like if you're running.
yeah,
Right?
fair enough,
On
fair
a,
enough.
on
Yeah,
a
it would be,
track,
yeah.
and you don't jump on it, but you just keep on running as if the treadmill was not there. Then you would definitely stumble and crash.
That's right, because it's elevated.
Because your
though.
body
So,
would
like,
still move.
well, it's because it's elevated. So say the treadmill. Oh yeah, that's actually true. Your forward momentum would carry you through the treadmill.
That's why
But
you got to
like,
land at a specific angle.
That would make it fuck up. That would make it fuck
okay,
up.
but now
And
here's
the treadmill
okay.
analogy is not equivalent to the plane example because when you're running, what the actual motion the actual mechanism physically that happens is that when you set your foot does not move relative to the ground. Your entire movement comes out of like shifting or exerting force to shift your body weight and the center of
and we have to pick our feet up. And, okay, you're right. Yeah, like we have to pick our feet up. We have to pick our feet up when we run, and then on a plane, the wheels are just going to spin.
The whole example.
Can you hear me?
No, the plane is entirely in the air. It's not.
Hey, can you hear me?
It can move relative to the ground.
Maybe you can't hear me because my headphones mess up sometimes. I don't know if you can hear me.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. So, like, I'm just saying, just run with the analogy so we can get the principle down. Say that, let's just say I'm driving a car. Okay, I'm going to drive a car to this gigantic treadmill, right? If I drive the car onto the moving treadmill in the same direction, then I'll be fine. I can drive the car onto the treadmill going the same direction. If I drive the car up to the treadmill going the opposite direction, what's going to be different between the two scenarios?
The fact that the treadmill goes the opposite direction.
So what's going to happen?
Actually, the treadmill, the band of the treadmill has to go the opposite direction in order for you to drive on it without changing your position, right?
Do you not get what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's just simple. Do I have to I might have to actually. I was looking this up last night. It's not like this has been tested. You can find a MythBusters.
This is not analogous because the driving
bad.
and the running both have the same thing in common, that the point of contact is not moving relative to the ground. Now you have no point of contact with the plane. You have no. The plane is actually moving relative to the ground. The plane has
so is the car.
Momentum
So is the
relative to
car,
ground.
dude.
Now,
So is the car.
I would like to have an answer to my question because I think I did.
I did answer your question.
I think I did give an answer.
Hey, look, okay, I'm going to mod real fast. And I'm not supposed to mod the conversation. I mean, I don't know who else is in here, but you've interrupted me a few times, and then I started interrupting you, okay? So can we please not interrupt each other? Because I think you might not be an NPC, right? So it's cool. I think we can have a productive conversation, but we can't interrupt each other. So I answered your question. I said that they would be the same if you're going in the same direction. So is that not a satisfactory answer for you?
No, because I described the runway to go against towards the plane in the opposite direction of the plane or the plane is flying in.
Oh,
the runway is approaching the plane with 10 miles per hour, and the plane is flying 190 miles per hour relative to the ground, right? But there's no wind, so the airspeed is also 190 miles per hour. The first plane is flying 200 miles per hour relative to the ground. The runway is fixed to the ground, but that plane has a 10 mile per hour tailwind. So the airspeed is also 190 miles per hour. What's the difference between the two cases?
Like when they land?
Yeah, for the case of landing on the runway, between the plane and the runway.
Yeah, so the difference is going to be that the ground is going against your plane, so you're going to have a clashing of forces. It's the same thing as if I chase the wall, like we were talking about, and the wall is moving. That's not the same as if the wall is moving towards
that clashed. Can you quantify the clash?
Maybe so. I'm sure you could. Yeah.
I gave you numbers. The plane is 200.
Dude, I'm outside feeding my chickens, man. Like, what do you? I don't work for you, man. Like, have you lost your mind?
Has a 10 mile per hour tailwind. So
I'm
it
feeding
has an airspeed of
chickens. I'm not going to do the math for you.
190 miles per hour. It has an airspeed of 190 miles per hour, right? But it approaches the runway with 200 miles per hour, right? The first plane. It approaches the runway with 200 miles per hour and has an airspeed of 190 miles per hour, right?
Oh my God.
The second plane has an airspeed of 190 miles per hour. It has an airspeed of 190 miles per hour, but the runway approaches the plane with 10 miles per hour. So the plane ends up approaching the runway with 200 miles per hour because it moves 190 miles per hour relative to the ground, and the runway also approaches the plane with 10 miles relative to the ground. So the relative motion between the plane and the runway is 200 miles per hour. Even though its airspeed is plus 190 miles per hour because it only has 190 miles per hour ground speed and no wind. So what's the difference between the two?
You've never skateboarded on a treadmill? That's something we do regularly as kids.
Do you see the you see the video at 29 minutes after the hour? You see how the cars are the Hot Wheels are moving on the treadmill.
Okay. I don't know where
I'm not doing any math for you.
I didn't receive it, the video. Where did you post it?
Okay, it's in the text, but an original dropped it. All I'm trying to explain to you is it's obviously not the same, and it's not as simple as just subtracting the speed.
Oh.
That's not how it works, because you're going in opposing directions.
Treadmill. That's not analogous. The point of contact between the treadmill and the cars, the wheels of the cars, does not move relative to each other. The plane actually moves relative to the ground or the runway.
Well, okay, let's go back for a second. Let's go back for a second. You've already conceded my primary point, which is that if you land the plane and the earth or the ground was moving to the left or to the right of the plane, it would break the wheels and destroy the plane.
The plane wasn't moving in the same way, yes.
So that means we could never land a plane north or south on the earth.
Incorrect. But let's
No, that's not incorrect.
It is, but let's put that aside until we let's do things chronologically. Let's do things in order. And I open up the topic with asking what the difference between the two planes are supposed to be. Like one is we don't have to put numbers on it either, right? We can make it with variables as well.
Well, I explained. I answered. So tell me what's wrong with my answer. Stop just repeating it like I didn't answer.
Did not give an answer.
I did. I said the difference is that you're going to have opposing forces as opposed to just additional forces. If I just run in the same direction as the wind, it's different than if I'm running into the wind.
No, when you run into the other direction of when you run into the same direction as the wind at the same speed, then you will not feel any wind.
Okay, but what happens if the wind
if the wind blows against the direction you're running, then if the wind blows 5 miles per hour against you and you're running 5 miles per hour, then you will feel a 10 miles per hour wind. It's just the same as when you would stand still and there would be a 10 miles per hour wind.
Okay, how does this help you? Well, my point is that if you're going in the opposite direction,
difference between the two planes, you're saying opposing forces, but what opposing force? Where is
the ground would be moving against the plane? That's why they don't land. That's why they don't land. Listen, dude. Okay, I'm about to go to my computer, dude, and I'm going to start muting you.
I got a question.
Plane approaches the runway with 200 miles per hour in both cases.
Dude, AK, I muted you last time, but I don't want to mute you again. Can you let Wizard finish his thought before you respond?
It's just pretty simple, right? So, like, The reason they can't land planes on aircraft carriers in the opposite direction is because the plane would come down and then it would be going forward and then the aircraft carrier would be moving against it. So it's going to create a significant force that collides. It's going to bend the plane. It's going to crumble the wheels. The landing gear would get destroyed.
Stick to the example. I asked you what the difference between the two planes is. What is the difference? The nominal difference. What is the measurable different effect? One is a runway that moves 10 miles per hour against the direction of the plane, towards the plane, and the plane moves 10 miles per hour slower. And one is the plane moving 10 miles per hour faster towards the runway. The runway is resting, but it has a 10 miles per hour tailwind. What's the difference?
I already answered that there wouldn't be a difference.
There wouldn't be a difference.
I said that unless I'm misunderstanding you. I don't know. What I don't like about what you're doing is you're like playing a game. You're not seeming to want to actually get to the
game.
core.
I'm just trying to make sure.
What's your point?
My point is that I can't identify a difference between the two cases that I laid out. That one has the runway moving against the plane, like in the towards the plane, but the plane moves slower, and the other has a plane that has a tailwind. I can't distinguish the two without saying, well, it moves relative without saying like, well, it moves relative to the ground. Both of them in the cases. Right? The only difference is how fast the ground moves relative to the plane in both cases.
Didn't I just say there wouldn't be a difference? And then you said that
it doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
So,
is anybody even enjoying this conversation? I mean, this just seems.
I'm not. I feel like I'm being conversational.
I have a question.
Sure.
Are all the airport runways like oriented? What's it called? Parallel to the tilt and direction of the Earth spin?
No, why?
Of course not.
So then you got a big fucking problem. It's not about a.
Why?
It's like trying to.
Okay, let's make another example. Let's have a plane approach a runway, right? With 200 miles per hour. But it has a.
You're a robot.
It has a crosswind to the right, from the right, basically.
Yeah, you're a robot.
To the right, with like 10 miles per hour.
Hey,
right?
hey, AK, when you hear someone interrupt you, dude, that means we're not hearing you, bro. I don't know, man.
And we have another plane that's like.
Oh
my
God.
You're fucking NPC'd out, bro.
Whoa.
Your shit's so calcified, bro. It's like ready to fucking
actual
fall out of your head.
Well, no, he's not even the worst NPC though. I think because he acknowledged that the idea of NPCs is a real thing. So he's kind of in between. He's like the AI. He's like the robot and iRobot that started to get emotions and started to like wake up.
Well, like, okay, so this whole treadmill idea, right? So the treadmill, it's not just about like the differences in speeds going one direction or the other. We're talking about like going a completely different direction that's not 180. Like it's like it could be going sideways. You know what I mean? Like if the Earth is spinning sideways, you're not going to be able to adjust with the wind. It's not going to make a difference. It's not going to help you because you can't adjust left to right. You can only like you align with the runway, but if the runway is escaping you in a left to right direction, you're fucked. Like even 1 mile an hour. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Relative to the ground.
Who is this guy?
You line up your motion relative to the ground. Like if you
AK, bro, come on, dude. I'm gonna mute temporarily, bro, because somebody's speaking and you just stepped all over him, dude. Calm down.
Make sure you do that.
Bro, I can't. You guys take over. I'm just gonna yell at him.
People don't understand that. I'm trying to help here.
Well, dude, why are you gonna sit here and act like we don't all hear him constantly interrupting and like what like? Are you serious?
Well, I hear you constantly interrupting. What's the problem?
No, only once he interrupts me, and then I yield the floor to him, and then he goes forever after he interrupted me to talk.
Oh, so the forever problem, the subjective forever.
No, it's
Well,
once
what
he
happens?
interrupted
Dude, Moya,
me.
they don't even have to explain it. Moya, stop, seriously, because you know he has an issue with interrupting. So stop.
Yeah.
Whole time somebody's
I'll just say this last point before you go on mute. Is that if you were whipping your butt left to right instead of up and down, that'd be a problem, right?
I did have the
Yes,
mic.
indeed. When, if
Dude, you did not have the mic. Briggs had the mic way before AK interrupted in the middle of his sentence, and you want to start speaking now.
I waited until there was a break. I took over the microphone, and then he just talked right through me. No problem.
Briggs was in the middle of the conversation, Moya.
There was not a
All right, no problem.
break.
You guys talk amongst
Let's not
yourselves.
talk about who was talking when someone else was talking. That's not useful. So
We're gonna let
Briggs,
Riggs
yes,
finish,
obviously,
AK. That's
if
what we're
the
gonna
move
do,
is-
actually.
If it's moved.
And by the way, I wouldn't mind if he interrupted so bad if his mic wasn't so terrible that I can't even hear him anyway.
Yeah.
So look, if you're on the toilet, right, and you're wiping your butt, and you decide one day that you're gonna wipe left to right instead of up to down, I'd say you'd have a problem, because it's not about like the speeds of up and down. You're going left to right at that point. At that point, you're not in sync with the motion, and you got an issue.
If the ground is moving left to right, if the runway is moving left or right relative to you when you're approaching a runway, that's a problem. Yeah, that's because as Witzit and I already agreed that would be a shear force on the landing gear, and that would most certainly lead to it crash, breaking.
So then planes can't land on the Earth north to south.
Incorrect, because
How so?
they are moving with the Earth. They're not moving. They're like when a plane is approaching a runway that's aligned north-south, right?
Yeah, the Earth is spinning east.
Then so the plane is spinning with the Earth east. While it's
No, they
approaching
claim that the Earth the atmosphere doesn't move perfectly in lockstep with the Earth.
It's called wind.
So what?
They claim.
Tell them about the baby. Tell them about the baby tension that would be there the whole day, just like if you're on the highway.
Why close to the ground, the air should eventually, even if the Earth is rotating, that the air directly over it, should eventually move with the Earth. So there should not be 1,000 miles per hour wind, eastwards wind at the equator if the Earth is rotating. That's not true. We agree on that.
Wind always dominates.
The plane would have no problem with aligning.
Don, if you think that's an intelligible response, bro, you should definitely not interrupt to say it. So it doesn't matter what the speed is. That's a complete non sequitur. Okay. According to the globe model, the Earth moves independent of the atmosphere. So when you come from the atmosphere down to the Earth, it's moving separately. If you bring up wind, then you shouldn't be allowed in this conversation. You're not equipped for it. The wind is completely irrelevant. We're talking about the ground. So when you go and land on the ground, it's spinning away from.
Oh my gosh.
Wind is the relative motion of the air to the ground.
You just don't seem to understand. So I'm sorry that you don't understand, sir.
Telling me it doesn't understand in the middle of his conversation.
That according to the Earth rotating, there should be not a direct that the air above the Earth is not rigidly attached to the Earth. Nobody's contesting that. That's why wind exists, right?
No, that's not why. No, what? Wait, the wind goes in all directions. Yeah. Wind goes in all directions. So
it has tendencies.
So what the globe actually claims is like when you fly the plane, you don't have to account for the spin because you're accounting for wind, which is stronger than the differential of the spin or the Coriolis, which would only be about 2 miles per hour at commercial flying height. I know exactly what your position is more precisely, in fact.
Yeah, the fluctuations. I don't see how you can deny that the fluctuations introduced, the turbulences introduced through wind on the aircraft are much bigger than the than a pure curiosity effect, and would drown out any correction that we might.
Because it's not about that. It's about that once you touch the ground, at that very moment that you touch the ground, it will be spinning away from you.
Yeah, but you would be moving with the Earth.
No, you're
like
not,
you take off
because
from the Earth. You take off from the Earth, like with a speed relative to the Earth, but conserving the movement that you already had, starting from a resting position or before taking.
I think both of y'all know there's a middle ground here. I think both of you guys know. I think the Glober knows that it happens a little bit, and I think the Flat Earther knows that it happens a little bit. Why are you guys arguing with each other?
So you're not saying anything valuable. So it doesn't matter how much it is. I just said that it doesn't matter how much it is. If it happens,
yeah, I agree.
all,
this guy isn't up to speed, but you know that even if he was to agree that their counter is going to be, it's very tiny, and you make up for it every second in the air.
That's
and
not
blah,
what
blah,
we're
blah.
talking
Moyak
about,
has
Don.
admitted that this force is there plenty of times.
Don, we're not talking about making up for it in the air. We're talking about when.
He's claiming that it should be impossible for some reason be impossible to align yourself so that you don't have any east or west movement.
Okay, he says no. Let's clarify. What's it?
It has nothing to do with nothing to do with being able to line up with the runway. It has to do with the physical impact of the wheels touching the ground, and it doesn't matter how much it spins away.
The impact is going to be dictated by the motion of the wheels relative to the ground. That's going to dictate the impact.
What? When you touch the ground, the Earth's going to spin to the left.
Of the plane, just like in the example of the plane that approaches the resting runway with 200 miles per hour, but a 10-mile tailwind, and the plane that approaches a runway that moves towards the plane with 10 miles, but the plane only flies 190 miles per hour. The relative motion of the runway and the plane in both cases is going to be 200 miles per hour. And that's going to be what dictates the impact.
Let's just do this. So we have an aircraft carrier, right? In the real world, they can move up to like 35 miles per hour in a certain direction. The plane's going to come and it's going to land on a moving surface. That's fine. It's going to land in the same direction that the aircraft carrier is moving. And then it has a tail hook and a rope catches it, tries to slow it down within a 300 to 500 foot runway. Okay. Now, if I was to land that plane, say that the aircraft carrier is going 30 miles per hour north. If I was to land the plane coming in from the east, what would happen to the plane physically?
You don't come in from the east, you come in.
I know that.
The aircraft carrier is going off. Yeah.
What would happen to the
plane?
plane?
In that direction because it doesn't have. You can't land it because it doesn't have any approach to it that is open. You can only crash on it, but you cannot land on it because the equipment and everything is going to be aligned in the direction that it's going.
I know that, but I'm saying of course they don't do it because of the answer. That's why they don't do it. So hypothetically, the runway is oriented east and west, but it's moving north.
I see. Okay, so you have an aircraft carrier. Okay, that has a 90-degree rotated landing gear.
Yeah.
Okay. What will happen is you will have to skip with how fast this is going north, with however fast it is going north.
30 miles an hour.
It will be the same as a landing with a crosswind from the other direction that the boat is going in on a resting runway.
So you think that we would be able to land on it because it's the same as accounting for crosswind?
Yes.
Okay, that's why you guys don't understand the argument. It isn't about that. It's about the physical impact of the wheels on the ground as you land that plane. The runway is going to move to the left.
Is going to be the
it's going to rip the wheels off of it because of friction and opposing force.
In both cases, you have to move the same. Like in both cases, the plane has to move the same amount through the air.
Nothing to do with that.
And left or right, or like north or south.
Your mic is super low, man. Is there not any way you can turn it up?
In the in the second, no, not really, actually.
I'm going to turn you up.
Hey, AK.
So
wouldn't it be the same if that aircraft carrier was moving and you can land on an aircraft carrier going any direction?
No.
So it doesn't matter.
That's a lie.
It should no. Hold on. I'm talking about the direction of the aircraft carrier's travel. They should be going into the wind, but assuming that wind can come from any direction, essentially.
Yeah.
So you can land on an aircraft carrier any direction, right? East, west, north, south.
Sure.
Therefore, the direction of travel of the runway is irrelevant.
No, that's what you're not. No, okay. We're saying, say you have the vertical length of the runway. The carrier ships, the aircraft carriers, they go in that direction. They travel with the vertical in the direction of the vertical runway. So, say we draw a straight line horizontally on a piece of paper, then that aircraft carrier is going to go to the left or to the right only. It's not going to go up and down. It's not going to travel perpendicular to its runway. It's only going to go left or right from that horizontal line. What I'm saying is, hypothetically, let's say that we draw that horizontal line, but it's going to start traveling north or up. If you were to come in and land the plane from a perpendicular angle to what the direction it was moving, because if you land on that vertical runway, now it's going to be moving to the left of you as you land. When that plane touches
so that you will have to align the plane so that it doesn't that the runway doesn't move further north relative to the direction of travel of the plane, right?
No,
that means like that ultimately you also have to be moving when you approach from the east or something. You also have to be moving northward with the same speed as the runway at the same time, which is effectively the same as having a crosswind to the south on a resting runway.
I can't believe you guys keep saying something about crosswind. It has nothing to do with crosswinds, nor is a crosswind analogous. We're talking about the physical impact of the wheels touching the physical ground. This is insane.
Well, I posted a video.
The physical impact of the plane, of the ground or of the carrier on the plane is going to be dictated by the motion between the carrier and the plane. If the carrier and the plane both move northwards with 50 miles per hour, and the plane approaches at the same time approaches from the east, then it's going to be the same as landing on a resting carrier that doesn't move north or south or anything like that. A plane approaching from the east, but having a wind from the north by 50 miles per hour. It's going to be physically the same because the impact of the carrier on the plane has to be dictated by the motion between the carrier and the plane. It cannot be anything else. There's no magic connection there's no magical sentient that would tell the plane that, oh, it's actually the carrier that's moving and not.
This is why I was, dude. And you take dude. I can't sit here and listen to you. I have a life, okay? So I'm not gonna sit here while you just monologue, dude. This is why we were just talking about how we should only talk to you guys about philosophy, because you're just talking past me, okay? It has nothing to do with crosswinds. Moyak, the video that you posted isn't the same thing because that entire plane is moving left or right with the crosswinds. The whole plane is moving. The whole plane's moving. In this other analogy, that plane would keep going straight, but the ground would move underneath it. As soon as they came into contact, it would rip the wheels off of the plane.
I have a lateral.
If the ground is moving relative to the plane, then the left or right, then the plane is not resting relative to the ground left or right. When approaching a runway, the runway should not be moving left or right relative to the plane anymore.
But it was in the case of my video.
In such a way that it doesn't move relative to you.
Yeah, in the case of my video, it's a bad landing. But the landing gear, even with that, I'm guessing was like way more than a mile per hour left to right motion, and that landing gear did not rip off and shear. Now, what we're talking about with Coriolis effects or whatever you want, ground speed, you're talking about way less over the entire length of the runway. way less than a mile per hour.
No, the difference is that the whole plane is moving together left and right, but in this other scenario, the plane would have all of its momentum going directly straight. So it's going to have that directly straight momentum.
It would approach the runway.
Holy shit.
There's no reason that the plane can't do that. It can perform flight. Flight can be steered.
It's like, I don't know if you guys don't understand it or if you're not
shouldn't
capable
be
of
able
understanding
to fly
it.
into the direction of north if an aircraft carrier is going towards north, having a 90-degree rotated landing pad, right? There's no reason that the plane approaching it from the east cannot also head a little bit north to gain that to zero out the north-south velocity difference between the runway and the plane, and that's gonna be the same physically, like flight aerodynamically. This is the same as having a crosswind from the other direction, but the runway being west.
Oh boy, this I don't know, man, if anyone else is enjoying this, but this is kind of like it's kind of grueling. AK, why don't you take this conversation up with New Perspective? He's pretty well versed on this. He likes entertaining this conversation. I think you guys would have a good time on this, but I think we should move on to something better.
Yeah, we were talking about NPCs. So we were talking about how like there are real life NPCs, and not that they don't have a soul, but it seems like maybe they're not in tune with their soul, and maybe a prerequisite of being in tune with your soul is actually knowing that you have one. So then what they do is they just have they don't understand why they think what they think. It's just like an algorithm. Like when you're playing a video game, you know, and like they have a predetermined list of responses or mantras and they just say them. That's why these conversations go back and forth like that right there, where it's just a lot of talking past each other, because it's like there's just a predetermined response. And right then the predetermined response boiled all the way down was crosswinds. So it didn't really matter what was said back to crosswinds. Obviously, if the only alternative is, oh yeah, okay, that couldn't work, then you're screwed. So crosswinds or die, basically. So anyway, what do you guys think about my NPC hypothesis?
All right, I'm back. What happened?
I was just asking what they thought about my NPC hypothesis.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, there's definitely a major disconnect somewhere. That's why I say, like, we should really dive into the philosophical understanding of how to deduce things properly using like a Socratic method of retroductive analysis to discern things.
Yeah, or like really talking about the cult of scientism, like the danger in the idea that you concede over your own ability to come to your own conclusions to this idea of science or the experts. It isn't that experts are bad or scientists are bad or that people that go to school and study in a field and they devote their whole life to a specific thing is bad, or that you shouldn't see what they say and look at the evidence that they have. But if you just blindly internalize their conclusion without informing yourself how that conclusion was drawn, then that's where you have the problem, yeah.
Well, we used to have to figure these kind of things out for ourselves, right, with an encyclopedia, and nowadays everyone just has their phone so they can get the expert's opinion right away.
Well, this is what this. Oh, you went out. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we definitely had a major difference in the last couple of years. We see these NPCs are like they're like a growing group at this point. It's like getting worse and worse. It seems.
Yeah, it's insane. I think that this is why one fundamental reason why that's a stupid way to go through life is what happens when the experts don't agree.
Yeah, exactly. And they don't all the time. The
They
science
almost
keeps
never do.
changing. They just
Yeah.
admit, they just go, oh, that's what science is. It's always evolving.
Well, they almost never agree though. So then what they say is they just look for the consensus because the mainstream media is going to push the consensus. That's maybe what's going to be in a textbook, whatever the majority think. So it's not just I leave it up to the experts. It's I leave it up to what majority of the experts currently agree on. Right. And then so if you show an quote unquote expert with an alternative opinion, they all of a sudden, after first saying, oh, what's it, you think you're smarter than the physicists, go get your Nobel Prize. I trust the science. I trust the experts. Right. But then you show an expert claiming something against what they believe because of the consensus, they will then immediately say, oh, that's a quack. He doesn't count. Or they'll poison the well saying he's a creationist or whatever. And so all of a sudden they do know more about it than the expert, even though they just admitted they don't know anything about it and they just trust the experts. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head with creationism. I think we got two schools of thought coming from mainstream, the ones that are confounded on God and the other side that's anti-God. And it all depends on your perception to depend on what category you're going to fall in.
Yeah, like for example, when we were talking about radiometric dating, I started, they were like, all the experts know, blah, blah, blah. All scientists agree. So I started giving PhDs from Harvard, geologists, and all this stuff, saying that radiometric dating is extremely flawed. And what they did was they said, oh, he's a creationist. So they just dismissed, they didn't read the scientific articles and journals and peer-reviewed papers. They just dismissed them because the guy was a creationist, right? So it's just crazy.
Isn't that what they did the past 2 years and then now going back to the very claims that people have done prior to the injection and so forth? Like now the very people who first fought the experts on their field for misleading the people and saying things that are not true are now the same people publishing, we do have a few problems with this injection and we did make a lot of mistakes regarding the lockdowns and so forth. I mean, come on, you can't make this up,
Well, this is what's so impressive about what they've pulled off, though, is they're stay on top of their game. So there's a bunch of resources that go. I think a lot of the articles, maybe even AI at this point, but they have the CIA and a bunch of people working on it. And so they're immediately, there's no delay. They're immediately putting out updates to the script so that they can keep kicking the can down the road. So it's oh, well, yeah, we were wrong about this, but this is why. And immediately that becomes their new belief, right? Whatever the article says, now they've actually become much more bold, right? They just use fact check now. So the NPCs go straight to fact check to download the new answer. And that's crazy. We've got to such a point where now they just literally claim to be the arbiter of truth. And whatever the fact check article says is now the truth automatically. It's kind of crazy, man.
It is indeed. It just and the very reason why people use this pre-digested information brought on a silver tablet is it just shows that they themselves cannot think for themselves or even get research information and make for themselves a picture about the current situation. They're only relying on pre-digested information. You know, like their king telling them what ought to be and what not to be. You know, ought not to be. It's crazy. It's insane. And in the past 2 years, we've seen this that it works in a worst kind of scenario. You know, when it's about the very about the very important um, I just don't know the English term. Like, if you do something with your body where you put something right into your blood, in Germany we say that it's an Eingriff in die körperliche Unversehrtheit. And it means like, wait, maybe there's a word for this in English.
It's what?
Encroachment on physical integrity. Is that something in English? I don't know.
Encroachment upon physical integrity. Yeah, detriment
Body
to health.
autonomy. We use the word body autonomy to describe that concept.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So it would be like an infringement on body autonomy, invasion of body
Yes.
autonomy.
Yes, and that people just, instead of like that, there were literally people around me that hadn't had a second thought, like literally they wouldn't think about, doing their own research. They just accepted what they have been brought forward as information about this and just injected something inside of. Like, I just can't get over the absurdity of this. It's insane. This is blowing my mind how people can go through this world and blindly trust in just one thing. It's insane.
I heard him share, and they don't really want to fight too hard. You were at
robot.
I can't hear you. You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty bad, bro.
All right, how about now?
No, it's good.
It's better.
That's better.
All right, we had to switch Wi-Fi. So anyway, look, man, what am I missing? Where you don't want to accept the analogy of the crosswind? Like you said, the plane's moving forward all by itself. Like, I don't really get that, man.
You don't get it? Okay. So if the crosswind is going to change the momentum of the entire plane together, the whole plane is going to move to the right or to the left.
As opposed to part of the plane?
The wind's going to move the whole plane. Okay? But in
or
this other
just
scenario,
the plane.
What?
Don, you gotta wait till you finish.
I need him to clarify before he continues. I mean, when you say the whole plane, what's an alternative to that? Half of the plane, a portion of the plane?
Well, I was about to say that. So, like, the difference is that when you land, the whole plane is moving in a forward momentum all together. And then when the wheels touch the ground, they're also moving forward with the whole plane. But the ground is going to be moving to the right. So it's just the wheels touching the ground are going to be pulled independent of the rest of the plane.
Right. I've heard Moyak make concessions. We've talked about like measuring how much force is happening per every second on different examples. But if motion is relative, right? What does it matter if you're saying, well, it's the ground move? If one thing if they're just moving in contrast to each other, if you have any of that sideways force, it's going to produce the effect you're talking about. So I mean, they're just trying to say it's the same quantity of effect that would be from a crosswind. I'm a little surprised that you was going. I'm just surprised, man. I don't know what
I don't
I'm missing
understand how you don't get the difference. The crosswind is not the same because the crosswind moves the entire plane. It changes the momentum of the whole plane.
So does the Earth.
No.
When you land on the Earth, it changes the momentum of the entire plane.
No, because the plane still maintained its forward momentum as a whole. and then it's going to touch the ground that's moving away from it. So it's going to have a collision of forces and momentum, as opposed to the crosswind, which is moving the whole plane.
No, if you draw the forces, it's going to be the same. Let in me either case. explain this a little bit. It's kind of like a rifling in a barrel of a gun. I don't know if you know anything about guns, but as the bullet travels down the pathway of the barrel, you have these curved lines that are rotating within that barrel, which puts a spin on that bullet. And it's kind of a similar concept with the plane traveling in a singular vector, and then it has this other impeding force upon it, which puts a spin on it on the bullet, analogous to the Earth and the
But
plane.
there's always a vector, Dyslow. There's always one vector. It's always one vector. I don't care. It's always relative. When you talk about an angled vector, that's because it's relative to something else. You're always in one vector.
Dude, it being relative is a complete and total irrelevant statement. Like, it's relative to the ground. So it being relative has nothing to do with the conversation.
Hey, man, I just would challenge you to draw to figure A and figure B and show me where the difference is. I mean, you're gonna have a differential in the tangential speed, regardless of if it's the wind giving it an angled movement relative to the ground moving relative to the plane. If you have that mismatch, it's gonna be the same thing. And I was just a little surprised to hear you down here, man. You know,
You're just gonna keep saying it because you don't understand it. Somehow it makes me incompetent or something.
I don't understand what you're saying. The part you're saying. I mean, I can see the picture you're drawing with it. I don't see a distinction between figure A and figure B. What you're saying. So I am asking you to keep explaining it. And you know, like they said, man. You know, I'm not an idiot, and you know you should be able to teach it if it's logical. So. Yeah, but I'm not accepting it, so you should take the feedback.
The competence of my point isn't dependent upon your acceptance.
It's not just me, Witsit. It's many people said this to you. Many. I'm not the only one. And why I'm speaking up is because they kind of went quiet. It was like normally you get a lot of stuff, and it was kind of like I feel, buddy, like the Globers are disappointed in you for going like that, and they don't even like. That's what they're like. You're not on.
Oh,
on the
wow, you serious? That's your argument?
You're going to appeal to that? That's weird, dog.
Fucking serious?
Hey man, hey, don't get in y'all's feelings because I'm sharing mine.
No,
What's
it's
so
what
funny
you're
is that the
you're
guy-
getting
one of-
under their feelings. What are you?
I was
talking
only talking to
about?
two Globers,
You're
right?
appealing to consensus.
Wait, one of the two Globers I was
No.
talking to had originally conceded that if you landed on the surface moving left to right, it would rip the wheels off the plane.
Only
He
at a
already
certain.
conceded that.
Only at a certain. Go ahead, Trump.
The Globers are interconnected like Mr. Smith from the Matrix. That's why he's talking for
Well, you
all his
were
other
also doing
Globers.
I mean, you allowed him to say independent atmosphere and all this. It just got a little weird, man. And fuck appeal to consensus. If this point is strong with it, it's a simple logical point. You're going to have many people agreeing. So yet again, I challenge you to draw a figure A and a figure B and show me where there's going to be any difference in the mismatch of when the wheels touch the ground. It's going to be the exact same. If you have a X factor of crosswind and then you have an expected X factor of differential and tangential velocity, it would be the same. That's what they're claiming is it's that magnitude. You know what I mean? And fuck, like give it to them.
This is wild.
Yeah, does an airplane cut through the wind? So can an airplane cut through the earth?
Thank you. There you go.
I mean, they all agree. Like Moyak and many people have had the same discussion.
Gives a crap
They
what they
all
agree
agree,
on.
they
God,
all
Moyak,
agree
the guy
that
who
it's going to
denies
be there.
everything in
Okay, they give
reality.
it to
So
you.
it can
It's-
cut through the earth. So an airplane can cut through the earth. You agree?
No, you're
That's
going
what
to
you
have that sideways friction when you land. It's going to be there. They just claim that it's going to be very little.
Doesn't the airplane's wheels account for that, right? Well, don't they rotate a little?
Not to
So
the
now
left.
I'm just surprised. I just want to
fix the
voice my
landing
opinion.
gear.
I'm
Let's
surprised
fix
you're
the
on this
landing gear
topic. With
straight.
You're usually on much deeper stuff, much more advanced stuff, and it just was surprising to.
Okay,
What,
well,
so we
this is
can't
the
take it down to
reality. You
basics?
can't have north to south, great circle, meridian flights on a globe because in order to catch up, in order to fly without adjusting and actually hit your target, you would have to accelerate forward and bank because you couldn't maintain a constant speed. which planes maintain a constant speed. You can't have a constant speed if the Earth's accelerating away from you, or you would be creating a differential. You would have to increase speed. You'd have to accelerate and bank east to catch up to the Earth moving away from you. But planes don't do that. They have a constant speed. Then when you land on the Earth would be moving independent of that, which then spills over into the moon landing, where they claim that they dropped a lunar lander down on a moon that's rotating 10.8 miles per hour at the equator, while they also were leaving an orbit going 2,200 miles per hour, and they were able to just land straight down on the moon with no atmosphere. So I've actually coupled the two. They can't make both of the claims, so they're either going to have to disavow the globe or they're going to have to disavow the moon landing. So that's the actual argument.
Now
There's
that's
no
the
way out.
wits that I'm talking about, man.
Oh, I guess you missed all that part where he was explaining it first. So he's trying to get to the basic part first, where he could be tested, right, on Earth, and what doesn't happen.
Well, that's
right?
again. That's why I was a little surprised. He was battling that one guy that didn't even accept the basics of it, and I'm like, look, you know what I mean? Like, how's he gonna be like, oh, it's a baby little amount or whatever on Earth? I didn't know you were trying to compare it to something else, give them their cake and eat it too type of scenario. But as far as I know,
Well, that
they
guy
all
came in
have
here and
accepted-
just brought it up because I crushed their dreams with it yesterday, and we were talking about something different. He just brought it up. So, I mean,
okay,
there's still no way out of it though. Like the crosswinds isn't analogous, and it just gets worse for them in the moon landing because they think here on Discord they can make up all kinds of stories about what they did on the moon, but they've already made a specific claim about what they did on the moon. They made their bed, so it doesn't matter what Moyak Man on Discord says about it. The U.S. government told us they went to the moon and they released a video, and so did Israel, and so did Japan, and so did China. Okay, and so they're screwed. There's 2023. They're going to have to disavow moon landings. And they're not going to do that. And so, we're just going to let everyone else see that they're claiming to defy physics. And it's actually pertaining to both. You cannot have a north to south flight on a globe that spins unless you are accelerating and banking east to catch up to the Earth moving away from you, but planes maintain a constant speed.
Absolutely, as we see with the ISS, as it definitely doesn't keep going around the same land path of the Great Circle. It has the Coriolis effect going on. It's not always going around the same pieces of land. That's kind of what you're saying, right? Sorry if I'm making it stupid.
No, I'm actually making you a graphic at this point.
Well, thanks, buddy, but pretty sure I agree with you, man. Pretty sure everyone agreed. That's why it was weird that the dude's fighting. But other than the crosswind thing, because I'm seeing the crosswind can produce the mismatch and the angle, which is going to produce the sideways friction force. Other than me missing that, I agree with everything you're saying.
Okay, well, I'm still going to make you a graphic.
Is it figure A, figure B graphic?
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
I don't capitulate to Moyak Man. The dude denies everything about reality. They'll change.
I don't know. Look, I stand up for you a lot, and I'm going to stand up for him, man. No, I'm going to stand up for him.
In his name, right? Moyak. It might be in his name.
I don't care. He's one of the better guys. Y'all got to give him a little credit. He's a fair person, man.
Oh, actually, he's not.
That's why he chose the name Moyak, is it?
Ain't nobody perfect, bro, but he's up there, bro. Okay, no one's perfect.
Defenders, what are you fucking talking about?
I don't care. I suck. Fine, I suck, buddy. Fine.
Let me give you an example, too, of how insane Moyak is. So yesterday, when I was in Target, we were talking about this whole thing. They were just imploding. They were making contradictory claims about the moon. They were just losing it, okay? And then at one point, they kept trying to talk to me. I'm like, just a sec. I'm trying to look at a bottle for my baby. I'm not listening to you. I'm checking. You guys are being disingenuous, whatever. And then it came up to, I think that they didn't really release all the telemetry, and they didn't give specific schematics and videos, detailed videos and telemetry because of stuff like this, all the intricacies of how you would have to land on the moon in our model, right? And the updates they've made to the model since then, because they know they have to constantly change the model. They couldn't make too specific of claims about landing on the moon, like how they said now the Earth's atmosphere is beyond the moon, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I was just saying, that's why I think that they quote unquote lost the telemetry data, because it just puts too much pressure on them. And then he jumped in to let us know that made no sense and blah blah blah. And I said, like, the most important, accomplishment in mankind history, like the most important moon mission. He said there were many other moon missions that were just as important. I said, what? He said, yeah, it can be argued that they're more important. And I'm like, what? I'm like, okay, which one was the most important if you had to pick one? He said, probably the ones that they kept the telemetry data. And I said, everyone knows the answer is it's the one where they claim to walk on the moon for the first time in the history of mankind and showed the whole world. And he continued to be a sophist and try to say, no, that it must be the other moon missions because they kept the telemetry. And then what's it matter anyway? The people that question the moon landing are so stupid, they couldn't look at telemetry data anyway. So imagine like being so disingenuous that you would say that the Apollo 11 moon landing wasn't the most important one. Like I don't see, that's not like a genuine person to me. That's like throw the pieces off the board because Witsit has cornered me. So I don't.
Yeah, he might.
More
Well, but
importantly, have
maybe
you ever
he's
seen?
honestly being cornered on the way he honestly is. He's giving you his honest feelings, is what I'm saying.
No, he knows damn well that the Apollo 11, where they claim they walked on the moon, was the most important one. I even said which one was the most important geopolitically. He couldn't answer it. Everyone knows the answer. Everyone knows.
And I think you were right, Don. He's giving us his honest feelings, but we're not asking for his feelings. That's the problem. I don't know if I agree with that, man. Like feelings, opinion, like.
Why don't you go look at all of the simulations that were done prior to the moon landing? In fact, they attribute the exercise of practicing in these pseudo moonlanders with
this is the problem
with simulations.
Though,
Hold on.
No, don't put me on no sides, neither of y'all. Y'all know that I call bullshit on the moon landing, on this deep space shit all the time. So don't try to position me opposite of you guys on this.
See, the thing is that they tell you that these exercises that they did before they went to the moon, done in these simulation programs, they'd have to make in all these assumptions of what to experience in this medium, if you will. I'd like to see all of that data from these simulations of how they pre-assumed what it was going to be like, and then all of a sudden they're there, and then it executes just like the way the simulation programs.
Dude, the one time showed the whole world the first time they tried to land on a spinning, orbiting moon with no atmosphere.
Go look at the footage before, like early mid 50s, before the moon. They're all done on these simulators with a fake moon. Like they literally made a fucking massive moon, and then they did this simulation where they had cameras above it. And they literally had dials and handles that would have this camera go up and down above the body of the moon for simulation.
Wait, where do I go to find that?
Dude, this is years ago, man. I found all this shit on YouTube. All these 1950s simulation of moon landing simulation footage.
Before it was freaking.
Yeah, like, dude, when Flat Earth hit 2016, really, the internet was flooded. Like I'm saying, like from what it is now, like definitely they've removed lots of videos for sure between now and then. But when it first came out, man, it was all the moon landings because really the introduction into Flat Earth was moon landing, right? Was attacking the moon pictures and moon landing. And so just before this came out, Flat Earth got bigger. It was just fucking hard on the moon landing. And it was all of these simulation footages from 1950, literally having a camera fly above a fucking fake moon, and they're getting all this telemetry data, they claim. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, I'd like to have a lot more evidence and of stuff like this. Another red flag sometimes is it's fair to say the more extraordinary the claim, the more extraordinary the evidence should be, and then they'll downplay this feat as if it's not extraordinary. They'll try to baby step you. Well, can a rocket fly? Well, can it fly up high? Well, can it fly a little higher? Well, see, going to the moon isn't an extraordinary feat.
Well, they claim that it's insane, and NASA to this day claims that the moon's gravity is quote-unquote bumpy, so it's almost impossible to get into the orbit successfully because you never can predict the gravity because it's quote-unquote bumpy and not evenly distributed, and so you can get shot out of the orbit or fall out of the orbit unpredictably. Right, and that the ability to maintain that orbit and then to escape the orbit and come down and land on the spinning moon that's orbiting around the Earth was an incredible feat, and that to even actually hit the moon with the proper trajectory was incredibly difficult. This is the official story, and that the Soviet Union and the U.S. were fighting, and they kept both missing the moon. They couldn't get it to even get to the moon because it was so hard to actually aim for the proper trajectory. So anyone trying to spill this narrative that it's like a real easy thing doesn't know their own script.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I actually watched a documentary a couple days ago, like a mainstream official documentary about the moon landing, and it's hilarious. Like they brag about how like difficult and almost impossible it is. So.
And the black lady saved the day. Thank goodness. The chalk and the
Just doing the
blackboard.
math by hand. What a legend.
Well,
But they're claiming that they're about to do it again. That's what's so funny. I like don't think they are, because we're gonna rip that thing apart, bro. Like, we'll see.
Well, they know now that's the argument of exposure because they have HDR technology. They can take multi-layer images with digital cameras. In other words, you can get highlights and lowlights, or you can get really low light imaging with highlight imaging combined into one image. So they have no excuse now for the
stars.
exposure. Yeah, no excuse.
Yeah, but check this, bro. Check this. So, like, B-ball, like textbook sophist, bro. Like, he was near the night, and I'm like, why can't we get videos of stars? They're like, he's like, exposure. I'm like, for one, you could obviously put multiple cameras on there and have some specifically dedicated to stars. Two, you can actually remotely change exposure settings according to their official narrative, and they claim that they put 12 different cameras on Orion, for example. So you would obviously be able to get stars. You could just change exposure settings, even with that narrative. And like you said, they can even go further with that, which is that they can actually combine different exposure settings into the same image. And so
with one camera,
exactly. So then he ends up I'm like, why don't we ever have stars? And I'm like, the reason is, of course, because we can fact check it, because you can't fake that, right? Because you can try, and maybe a computer could fake it nowadays, but it would be very difficult because you could see exactly where they are, where they're moving, how fast they're moving, and where all the stars are relative to them. And one little mistake, the star being off just a little bit in one place, blows all space exploration out the window or out the water, right? So then he dropped videos of them on the ISS, allegedly on the ISS, with stars. I'm like, oh, so now you're sitting here right after you said exposure. You're now sitting here admitting that within your paradigm, they can get incredibly crisp, detailed, high definition pictures and videos of stars from the ISS. But when you get further away from the atmosphere where there's less obstruction, they can't get them. It's so
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's backward. Yeah, because ideally you'd want to remove all the atmosphere to get a better shot. When that happens, you don't get a shot.
Dude, it's just weird how he went. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why I call them NPCs. It's not even to be mean or whatever, but like, I know it sounds antagonistic, but that's an NPC move. You say exposure. You can't do it because of exposure, and then you turn around and start dropping videos that you claim are stars from the ISS. It's like, which one is it? You can't do it because of exposure, or you can do it. It's just weird. How do you not?
Can't have both. That's correct. Yeah. Not anymore, anyway.
I'll have to show you the video he sent. It is like crazy looking, right? It's like you definitely see stars.
Oh, did you say Biodual? Is that who you said?
B-ball.
Or B-ball, yeah. Both of them, they don't really talk to me anymore, man.
Well, B-ball like tries to conversation with me. All right, here you go.
You did a good show there yesterday, dude. It was entertaining. I watched most of it.
Thank you, man.
When you become better than television, that's a good thing.
Well, that's not even saying much now, though, huh?
Well, everybody's vying for attention, right, and data. So if you can compete with that, then that's pretty good because there's a lot to compete with.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro.
Man, that looks so real. That's amazing. I really like the layer of air that is right next to the vacuum.
I know, bro. Like, look. People think that's real. Look at how fake the Earth looks, dude.
No, man. It's just, it because it looks so fake. It must be real, right? Don't you know?
Yeah, I'm tripping. Duh.
I mean, all the lights you see, like it looks like. I mean, just forget about the fact when you look out of an airplane and you see a big city at night. It literally looks completely different than all the lights that they use in their CG for the animation of the Earth and these NASA videos. Just forget that, man, because what NASA shows you is indeed reality and not what you see out of an airplane.
You know, we're about to send up a balloon like super high, like almost 60 kilometers with infrared camera.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That sounds
dude.
awesome, man.
Let's
And
go.
also,
And the rocket straight up campaign. And I don't mean to be a little funny, but there should be more rockets going straight up, in my opinion, just for fun and just for
you know, that's very difficult to do, dude. Like the government has to permit you to do it so that you can purchase the right type of fuel. And then
Sure, I mean they should do it though. They should be doing. They did it back with high jump. They fucking do it occasionally here and there for doing stuff. Well, they should just do it more.
They're not going to do that though because they lied about where we live, Don. You know, like I don't.
I know it's it. I know.
You got to get on that. You got to fully just accept it, bro. They lied about where we live. It's obvious. So, but yeah. So anyway, we're gonna have 2 cameras on there, and one of them is gonna be specifically to get like really good shots of the stars from like 60 kilometers up. So it's gonna be pretty cool. Iru is running it with a few engineers. Very cool. You better look at this freaking thing once I make it.
You know, one of the first videos that I debunked, that I saw anomalies that were, would conclude that as a debunk, was one of the ISS flying over the surface of the Earth. And you could see around the horizon line two particular stars. One of them froze in spot for a frame and then continued on its path. I was like, interesting. So as you're, going frame by frame to check out the anomalies, if a star is moving, it will move every frame by frame. Well, if you're moving frame by frame, all of a sudden the star is stationary and all the bodies around moving. One of 2 things is that one of those stars that move independently to the sidereal motion, or is it a fake star where it's glitched, right? I came across a couple of anomalies like that watching these videos frame by frame. The stars being past the physical boundary of Earth. In other words, it's actually below the horizon line. You can see the horizon line, but the star is below it, showing you that it's completely fake, right? You wouldn't get that in real life. So
Can't wait for that, man. Is there already a date for when they launch it? Going to launch it? What's it?
What's up? Oh, I don't know. I think they got like 2,200 of the 3,000 raised yet, so I don't think they have set a date.
Oh, is there like a GoFundMe or something?
Yeah.
Can you send the link?
Yeah, let me find it. They may already have it. I don't know. That was last week.
Man, that's awesome, man. I really like the infrared camera pictures from
the ESA. Sorry, man, that ESA video that you just put up. Isn't it a little weird to have the stars next to the horizon line? Again, it's doing what I saw before in these videos, is that these fake stars are passing that point of the horizon below it. I'm going to watch this video a little bit more carefully. And if you go frame by frame, you might catch a couple of stars doing that. How does a star appear to shine below the horizon line? Isn't the horizon line the cutoff?
It literally looks like as if they recorded the night sky from Earth. And the weird thing about the night sky is it always looks like a 2D backdrop, you know? Like the night sky on a time-lapse video that you make from Earth, it looks exactly like they use it for this ISS video. And the weird thing again, you know, about the sky with where the stars are in it, it all looks like as if the stars are at the same position, as someone really literally has a plate of glass and he draws like little polka dots of different type of colors on it, or a black glass, and he puts white little sprinkles on it, and it just all looks to be at the same distance and to be like a perfect 2D image. You know what I mean? Like you would imagine.
Oh yeah, that's a texture.
Just take a look at the stars on the right hand side. Like I said, the left hand side of the image. Look at the horizon line there. Look at play the footage. Look at the stars. Tell me if you see a star past the horizon line below it. In other words, if there's a physical boundary there, how's a fucking star light shining? How's a star appearing through the surface of the Earth? So just go take a look at the footage. I swear, there's already a star there. You can just clearly see it. I swear they do this shit intentionally, man.
I mean, the Earth just looks completely fake. I mean, it's so obvious. As every city is using LED lights, man. Every city is literally emitting LED lights. Dude, I've never seen a
No,
city.
bro. What I'm saying is, go look at the stars. The stars falling towards the horizon. There's one star that goes past the horizon and it's still lit up, which would be a total proof that it's fake, man. I just saw one there. That's what it looks like.
I mean, if you have real eyes, you realize that it's just completely animated. I mean, this doesn't look authentic at all. But yeah, I see what you mean. The Earth being transparent, you know, it's a cool story. I mean, the same way as you have colored shadows on the moon, right? How do you have colored shadows on the moon? You know, last time I've seen colored shadows, I only used being able by a physical object that is able to let light through. You know, if you have like a yellow cup, you can make a yellow shadow, but it needs to be translucent. So how is Earth doing it? Making the colorful moon shadows. I mean, it's just all crazy. Okay, wow, this is amazing. So
It says it does have a date, 44 days. So link. I don't think it doesn't say like how far they are along, so I don't know.
$3,500 USD. Well, let's.
It has the
okay.
itinerary down the right, like the it breaks down what each thing costs. So they're providing one of the cameras themselves.
It's amazing.
It's gonna be cool to see the infrared from that high up.
Indeed. And you know, but even if you would give anything to the anti-flat earthers, they will still not.
Well, it's not for them. It's for us to figure out what it looks like from that high. Dude, if it's not Popular Mechanics or Vice, then they can't trust it.
Well, it seems to be like, is it the Mexicans?
You realize that Vice is ran by George Soros, right? And that's where Nathan Oakley got his first break. And you know what George Soros is trying to do to the United States, right?
Yep.
So there's no coincidence that Vice championed Nathan Oakley. I don't think so. I think with George Soros' agenda, Nathan Oakley fits in perfectly with it.
That's interesting, Tech.
Hey man, I just started researching all all the platforms of all the mean flat earthers that were given to, who's owning it and who's giving insight to it, right? Who's giving the who's opening the door? It was the mainstream medias, influence, essentially, particularly Facebook and YouTube to begin with. But then you look what magazines brought it up and tried to give some legitimacy to it. Vice was one of the first.
But that is their third launch of a. Their third
Yeah,
launch.
they lost the balloon once, and then when they finally got it, the cameras had gotten broken. And I can't remember about the other one. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So I just took a photograph of that. You put a video in the chat, the ESA video. I just took a photograph of that image to show you the star below the horizon line. I'll circle it for you and put it in the chat. Just to show you how easy it is. Now, correct me, I could be wrong, but at the end of the day, a star shouldn't be able to be seen past a physical horizon line if it's a physical feature, right? So here we go.
Man, it feels good to be on a stationary plane. No
You guys see the picture I posted in live chat?
Yes.
This one picture right here kills the moon fantasy. It's a double whammy. It's the camera and the spacesuit. Right here, two things that kill the moon fantasy. This, what you see there, is physically impossible to happen.
Okay. Why is that?
Because we have a pressurized suit with material needle sewn with zippers, absolutely unable to hold a vacuum. And the camera, which they claim they took perfectly good pictures, is not weathered. It cannot work where they said it is.
Hey, guess what? How many video materials do we have of a person in this spacesuit being in a vacuum chamber?
We have only one video of
What
this.
happened to the guy?
His
He
tongue
fell
became void.
over.
There's a
keeled over.
$10,000 offer for any of the Globers to do it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I bet you, man, if they are aware of the one video that exists, no one will do it.
I just put a picture in the chat of the ESA capturing that star that's below the horizon line. Take a look for yourself. You can go look at the footage. Tell me if I've incorrectly assessed what I observe here. In other words, what I'm observing is the idea that a star cannot pass the horizon of a ball and still be visible. And in this picture, it shows you that the star is past the horizon of the ball and yet is still visible.
Dude, this space probe guy is
Wow, that's crazy.
posting very.
He's a
very
troll, he's a really disgusting human being. Pay him
Oh
no
wait, that's
attention.
pretty crazy though. The data, like that's crazy. How could you see a star below the horizon of the globe?
Well, this is the thing. Almost every footage ever shot in this vein, I've always seen a star appear below the horizon line, as if it is either intentionally put there or just a bad CGI effect. Because at the end of the day, if you know a little bit about special effects, I know how to do these kind of things. I work in films. I know how to make special effects to a certain degree. I'm not paid lots of money to do it. I know the basics anyway. the point is when you see something like that, and if I was to model that, well, I would know that I would have, an issue if I'm having a star enter in and go past my horizon line, which in this video it's stated, but they don't care. Hence why I can get this from another video too, another entirely separate video. I can come across the same mistake, if you will, or what I perceive to be obviously fake footage.
Well, hey, here's a crazy. I think this may be one of the least probable, but what if they really do go high up in the air? Nah, it's not. I'm saying because you
it's a physical boundary, right? So how does a
well,
star?
yeah, but I think it's semi-permeable. I think that I think the stars might be within it. I don't know.
But you can see the horizon edge, right? So is that not the horizon edge then?
Oh no! From their story, it makes no sense. Okay, just say hypothetically, I could shoot a rocket up, and that you hit a semi-permeable plasma field or something, and that you can go up a little bit in it, but the density increases, so you can only go so high, kind of like going down in the ocean, but in reverse. Because as above, so below, or whatever, just hypothetically separating the heavenly waters from the earthly waters. Who knows? And then you get up there, and there are stars in there, so you would actually be surrounded by stars in theory. You see what I'm saying? I'm not claiming that this is real, so.
I don't know, dude. All I know is I see this anomaly in all of their not all of them, but several footage of the ISS traversing over the globe, where the stars are rotating in the field of view. I've come across this. I just did your video in 30 seconds. It's the first time I've seen that particular one. And what did I do? I show you the error that I consider to be an error that I found in all the other ESA and NASA videos as well. The same similar situation. So there has to be two explanations. One, you're claiming it's some sort of maybe dense plasma that the star can be seen through.
I was saying maybe they really go up high in the air and there are stars all around you once you get through the first layer of the firmament or something. But I don't think that's likely. I was just throwing it out there. But we do know they're going to come up with something for this, right? So what do you think they would let's put our zealot pants on and what would you say?
I don't know what would create a horizon line that would be a physical barrier that have something drop behind that physical barrier to be visible. I wouldn't be able to offer you an alternate explanation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why wouldn't they just say refraction?
Especially no, because here in that picture, hold on, in that picture that I just posted, look left to the star, you will see a thunder strike, a lightning strike. Okay. Or whatever. If you play the footage, that's what it looks like. I just froze it in around that time frame where the lightning strike happens, and there's a star in around that. It should be there. I mean, I think I cropped it properly. But anyway, you have a lightning strike, and then the horizon of the star is right just slightly above where the lightning strike is, which is below the horizon. But it doesn't make sense how you could have a lightning strike right below the horizon, but then there's a star there as well. So, within the same, almost on the same horizontal plane anyway.
Yeah, I don't see how refraction could work. I mean, what is that even like? What?
That's not the only one. There's more stars. Go look at the footage. Go look closely. There's more than just that one. There's several. And there's actually, I think, even a brighter one. So it's on the left side of the footage. But if on that left side, you go to the right side of where it gets cut off by the ISS, that just look in that corner there, you'll see even a brighter one, I think. Of course,
I agree with Dyslow that's what they'll probably say.
They can't use refraction. How does?
But they can't use refraction ever, bro. But I mean, they say it anyway.
Yeah, but in this particular case, you can't because you have a lightning storm right next to the star, which the lightning storm is just slightly below the horizon itself. So how is the star along with that horizon, or just below that horizon where the thunderstorm is?
What are you saying? That the refraction would affect the thunderstorm as well?
No, what I'm saying is you can't use refraction because you see the thunderstorm, right? In other words, you can't have something just above the horizon, just below the horizon in our foreground, and then have an object. We obviously know that the thunderstorm is in front of us before the star is. We know the star is farther away. The idea is that star is along the same, it's along the same. If you look at that thunderstorm, I think the star is slightly above it, but it's still both below the horizon, right? Anyway, I just don't think you can explain that. If you can see a star through a thundercloud, a thunderstorm, you can see a star through weather. No, you cannot. So you can't see through weather. You can't see it through a physical curve, so how are we seeing it here?
Yeah, this is a trip, right? Because it makes sense for you to see the stars through that little like layer up above the Earth. But so it's like they have them coming down through that layer visible, and then they just kind of messed up and let them go too far.
Exactly, and you can back this up with other ESA footage. I'm telling you, they have the same guy doing the same shit or something, the same format, plug and play. Because once you have it, you don't want to fuck with it, right? Because they want to maintain some sort of consistency, right? Because space is supposed to be consistent because it's not edited in a computer, right?
That's crazy, bro. Like, this is a trip.
But that's not the only one. I'm telling you, go look at all the ESA that have the star pattern. They show the same
I
thing.
will. I'll make a video about it or something.
You should make a video about the 34 Christians that helped create the globe model. There's 34, buddy. Isn't that weird? Because it's the Mason's master number is 33, but then the next evolution is 34. Why is it only 34 scientists that are labeled to create the ball model? And I'm talking like the foundation of it all. When it comes to quantum mechanics, Newton, Einstein he believed in God, but he was a Kabbalist, right?
Yeah. Which, yeah.
34 Christians, bro. I can give you a list.
Says that you have like Gentile souls, and they're incapable of good, and then you have Jewish souls that are capable of good. So that speaks for itself.
Well, everybody's capable of good and bad, right?
Well, not according to Kabbalah. So. Jewish Kabbalah says differently.
Well, there's definitely a hierarchy when it comes to subspecies to humans. Yep.
No, they straight up claim that like Gentiles don't have Gentile souls are incapable of good.
I haven't come across that in the Kabbalah. I haven't read that, mind you. I'm just starting to learn a little bit more about it, but I do know that there is in the community of, let's say, the Zionist Jew, if you will, that would probably tend to lean towards more the Kabbalah teaching. Although people who study the Torah also use people who use the Torah use the Zohar with it, and that tends to be a little conflicting too because of the Torah doesn't match exactly what the Zohar says about the shape of the earth. In the Torah, it says that the earth is a living ball with 7 continents, and that was written around the 1300s. The Torah, on the other hand, mentions nothing of a ball with continents.
I think you said that backwards.
Zohar?
No, you said the Torah with the 7 continents.
The Torah does not talk about a ball or the 7 continents.
Exactly, but I heard you say
the Zohar does. The Zohar thinks that the earth, the Ein Sof, if you will, or the earth is a living being God, and we are called the Ein Sof, which is like the state of a physical sphere. But apparently, it's a living ball earth with people living upside down, as written scripturally in the Zohar. The Talmud used to be flat. That would change around the 1300s. The rabbis changed, and then the Torah was always, closer to the Bible. But then you look at the Quran, and around the 1300s too, they changed. All the Sunnis and they all went to the Hellenistic spherical model. The Pythagorean Greek mind took over in the 1300s.
What about the Quran?
The Quran is listed as the earth is an egg shape. Right?
The Quran doesn't say anything
like an eyeball. Listen, bro, I've talked to lots of Muslims. It's all good, dude. If you don't want to read your Bible, then go read your Bible. Go read your Quran, buddy, because it describes Earth as an egg shape.
I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Yeah, buddy. Good luck to you. It's all good, dude.
Yeah, so you're gonna tell me about my religion.
I will tell you about your religion. If you didn't know it, the 1300s The imams and all that went from flat to spherical. It's written in the history books. It's written in the courses. If you go learn about it, you go look at the
Check
phrases.
your live stream voice text. That's a version of what is happening.
Yeah. So again, I'm not making it up. I'm just repeating what other Muslim people have stated regarding their own. If you want to believe that doesn't, if you want to believe it doesn't, that's fine. You can do that because I've had both. They have the translation like it's a carpet, and another translation like it's another translation like it's
Quran
okay.
doesn't say that.
You can tell me all you want. I've already been in this arena long enough to know that there's two different Muslims, just like there's two different Christians, bro.
Okay.
You've got Muslims believing in evolution, just like you got Christians believing in evolution. You got Christians believing in a Big Bang, spherical, heliocentric model, just like you got Muslims believing the same thing. Then you also have Christians that don't believe that. And then you also have Muslims that don't believe that. So you have both, okay, from both sides.
Wouldn't that be a counterfeit? Wouldn't that be a counterfeit Christian or a counterfeit Muslim if they're not going by the
I'm not saying who they are. I'm reporting what their
let-
behaviors are or their choices are. That's it. And I'm just making a clear-cut distinction and a claim that there are two types of Christian and two types of Muslims.
Well, that's what I'm trying to.
The ones that
that's what I'm
adhere to
trying-
the ones that adhere to man's teachings and the ones that adhere to God's teachings.
Okay, so if someone adheres to a book and to certain teachings, right? And someone is holding the same book and they do not hold to those things, yet they call themselves the same. Are they a counterfeit, or can you call them Christian?
Well, the phrase would be
doing-
lukewarm. The phrase would be lukewarm, which essentially you might be spit out of Jesus' mouth.
So are they Christian? Are they Christ-like?
They're lukewarm.
If they're not
lukewarm
living
Christians. Lukewarm.
What does lukewarm mean?
They may know the divinity and power of God, but they ignore it.
So do the angels. Are the angels Christians that have fallen?
No, Christians is a Christ follower. So we're talking about angels. We're not talking about the apples.
What does it mean to follow? What does it mean to follow? If someone's not following the things prescribed by the man, right? Then they're not a follower.
You're not keeping the law,
they're
right?
not a follower, right? No.
Sure,
If they're not following Messiah, right? This Christian, Christ-like, Christ-men. If they're not following the one prescribed and the things prescribed to follow, are they followers or have they strayed? Should you call them Christians?
Well, the definition, what they would call is backsliding in Catholics. In the Bible, I see lukewarm. So while you can still be a Christ follower and not be perfect, you could be lukewarm to the system that you're supposed to adhere to. That's why he calls them lukewarm Christians.
What category does lukewarm put you in? A non-follower or a follower?
I would say that you're still classified as a Christian, but you're lukewarm. In other words, you could do a better job at following.
Where in Scripture is it defined as a Christian?
Well, what did God say about the lukewarm Christian? That he'll spit me out of his mouth like he never knew you.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. But he's still labeled it as a Christian, right? In other words, in the title, it's lukewarm Christian. So the idea is that you can still be Christian, but you don't follow the teachings to a T.
They're not labeled Christian in that verse. Sorry.
Well, it says lukewarm. It says lukewarm Christian, right?
No, it doesn't.
Correct me.
It doesn't say lukewarm Christian. So if you could pull up the verse and get to the context, that would be nice. But to call someone Christ-like is to mean Christ-like. To be a follower is to follow. It's not to go astray, right? Not to go off the path. So can I call monopoly money money? No, I can't call it money because it's not money. Can I call every $100 bill in my pocket a $100 bill unless it's inspected? No. I have to look and see if it's a counterfeit or if it's not a counterfeit. Now, if it's a counterfeit, it's not a true note and it's not a true follower. It's a counterfeit. It's those who present themselves as these so-called good people or Christ-like men. And a lot of these men are just liars from the beginning. and that's clear. Even Satan does this, right? He presents himself as an angel of light. So yeah, there's wrong and there's right. There's truth and there's a lie, right?
The Bible says he was an angel of light, so it's not him. He was already cast as that.
So there's no in between, right? You're either following or you're not following.
Yeah,
I don't want to dive into the Bible conversation again today. I don't know about you guys, but
we can't check everyone.
seems like
Some
we get
people
stuck
like to
on
call themselves Christians, even if they're not exactly the same as you. That's still what they call themselves. So,
Are you a
Well,
Christian,
you
Don?
You got to test.
Are you a
every
Christian,
spirit.
Don?
No,
Why are you speaking on this topic then?
because not many intelligent Christians have spoken on it yet, so I'm speaking for them.
Okay. Thanks,
Yeah,
Don.
but
We
I mean,
needed that.
I mean, Don's allowed to talk about it. If Data can talk about Muslims and whatnot, why can't Don talk about Christians?
I'll
The
answer
better
Don.
question is, who decides? Doesn't mean any of it fucking matters. Where's that Earth curvature, guys? Thanks.
Who decides who is a Christian, though?
That's a
You
good
go
question.
to the text that the text that they uphold, right? This is how you do it. This is how you do it with anything, right? You know, okay, so if you have a Muslim, if he subscribes to the Quran, then he's a Muslim. If he doesn't subscribe to it and follow it, he's not a Muslim, right? And the same goes with the people who profess to. The same goes with the people who profess to be Christian and hold the book in their hand. Excuse me, God, can you hear me speaking? Can you hear me speaking?
I'm trying to
correct. Yeah, but you got something wrong right there, bro. Because
well, can you wait till I'm finished speaking and then you can address it, right? Because I'm trying to address the question. Right? This is how you do it as prescribed by the text itself that they uphold and they profess. They have to test all spirits. And to test them is to test them against the standard that they hold in their hand, because that's what they profess. I'm not preaching to you. I'm telling you what the book says. So that's how you test them, right? And if they're not a true follower, they're not doing the things prescribed in the book. I'm finished. So tell me where I'm wrong.
No, I was going to say that I agree absolutely with you, but the problem is that people insert their own, how you say, interpretation to what the text says. And that's where I have a problem, right? Because that's where you get this problem where you got so many denominations reading. They all read the same text, but they all come with different conclusions because they're inserting their interpretation into the text. And that's where I disagree.
I see the problem. This is the problem. You're spending too much time looking and studying the counterfeit instead of studying the original. The thing that they hold as a standard, you study that yourself, and then you can recognize. See, if I'm going to go out and I'm going to tell you what counterfeit money is counterfeit, right? I'm going to say this is counterfeit, this is not. I'm not going to go study counterfeit. I'm going to go study the true note, and then when I see a counterfeit, I'm going to immediately know it's a counterfeit, right?
All right, I agree.
So
but who decides which one is the counterfeit? Who has the authority to do that?
The spirit and the text, and that's it. That's it. So it's not by any
who came
man's
up with the first?
Who came up with the first Bible? I'm trying to answer your question according to the text itself. According to the text itself, it is not for any man to understand these things. The spirit of man understands nothing, only the spirit of Yah. So that spirit and the text itself. Now, if you're going to try to redefine words that are written by author, then of course you have an interpretation, and your interpretation is wrong, right? You have to understand the words that
your
are written.
interpretation be wrong also, though? Oh, you're right.
Say that again.
Could you be wrong in your own interpretation then?
Well, that's when this comes into play. What are you going to? This is what I haven't even answered the question. You say there you go. So this is where this comes into play. The things that you teach and you teach other men to do, you better be sure of. You better be convicted of. And you better understand, you better know that's what it's saying. These things are written so that you may know, not so you may think or speculate, right? So you may know. Okay? So there's a conviction there, and everyone's not going to understand it, right? So those who are true followers doing the things prescribed in the text, not according to their interpretation, but the things defined in the text, those are the only ones who can really recognize who is a counterfeit when they see them. Not everyone is going to recognize it. Not non-believers. You're not going to see it.
What about Catholics? What about Catholics?
Non-believers are not going to get it. Catholics, non-believers. Right?
Okay, got you.
I think a Catholic is a non-believer.
There you go.
A believer is action. A believer is to believe. To believe is to have action. You understand the words that they're defined, right?
My man.
To believe on him is to do action. It's to follow him. To follow him, the example, you have to do something, right? Now you don't get your salvation by doing something, but this is the evidence of your salvation is that you have an unction to do something. So all the laughter and all the things, when you don't know the words defined as they are written, it's hilarious.
And you do, right?
And y'all laughs at you, man. Every time
you have the right interpretation, right?
Y'all laughs at you every time you redefine the word.
You have the right interpretation.
So
That's
hard
what
at
I
you,
said.
man, when you just laugh at his
That's
word.
okay. Don't get triggered, bro. Don't get triggered.
I'm not triggered, bro. I'm not triggered. Are you triggered?
You sound triggered, bro.
Are you triggered, bro? You know what believe means?
You just made me laugh because it seems like you are claiming to have the right
You know what
interpretation of
believe
what you're
means,
reading,
bro.
right?
Hey,
No,
bro,
you don't want to answer to that, right?
You know what
Let me
believe
step in
means
between you
according
guys
to
really
the
quick,
text?
North, if you don't
Hey,
mind.
do you know
Do
what
Catholics
believe
read
means
the Bible?
according to the text? Let's not
Hold on.
just pass right by
Hold on,
this,
North.
right? What does believe mean according to the text? What does it mean?
Believe what the text
According
believe
to
what
the
the text is
text.
saying, not what your interpretation is telling you in your head, little head.
What does it mean according to the text, not interpretation? Define the
Hey,
word
North.
when it was written, by who it was written to, who it was
I
written to.
already
What does the
answered,
word
bro. I
mean?
already answered. You're talking too much.
What does the word mean in the Greek,
You're
man? Come on.
talking too much, bro. You're not listening.
North,
It would be
North,
better
if you
if you
don't
listen a
mind.
little more instead of talking.
North, if you don't mind, I'd like to step in between you guys really quickly. Silent. Do Catholics read the Bible?
Some, yes. I don't.
I mean, is it? That's fine. I'm just saying, like, is it permitted within Catholicism to
Yeah, it's actually encouraged. Yes.
It's encouraged to read the Bible. Now,
Yes.
let me ask you: are you supposed to pray to Jesus in the Catholic religion?
Yes.
I mean, you didn't hear the memo that the Pope put out saying that Christians have a mental illness because the fact that they think they have a relationship with Christ and it's not.
The Pope is not how do I say it? He's not who decides what the religion Catholic is. It's the Bible.
Yeah, but
So
what I'm saying is
the Pope may be corrupt. They see the problem that a lot of people have is that they see this man, right, and his actions, and they judge the teaching of the Catholic religion by the behavior of this man, and that's where a lot of people fall into this. I don't know. They start talking bad things about the religion.
So what's the difference between Catholicism and Christianity, like from your perception?
It's really simple. What I just said is people misinterpreting the Bible, and they start thinking that their interpretation is the correct one.
So is there a significant difference between Catholicism and Christianity, or
no? We both Christians, right? But the what we call Protestants, they disagree with some of the teachings from the Catholics. That's all it is. But we both believe
that's what I'm trying to
Christ.
understand. Because you say that there's different teachings from Catholicism, but if you guys are practicing from the same scripture, the same book, the same text, how is there a difference? That's what I don't get.
It's interpretation of the man. Okay. That's the problem.
So things are being interpreted slightly differently, and that's how we have a difference.
Yeah, that's nowadays. That's how you have people saying that the Bible tells you that to be a vegan, and you have people saying that the Bible says that you can be gay, that Jesus was gay, right? This is all interpretation of the people, and I'm sorry, but they're just plain wrong.
Now,
And,
what
and
about
I don't I don't like this discussion though, because I don't read the Bible for the same reason. I don't want to put my own bias and interpretation into the book. I just
Silent
follow the
Zero?
Ten Commandments, and I have faith that that's gonna, that's
Silent
gonna
Zero,
be enough.
are you a Catholic?
I am Catholic, yes, sir.
Was Peter the first pope according to Scripture? Let's look at that, right? So when Peter was asked, "Who do you say I am?" right? Because this is what this all stands upon. This is the foundation of Catholicism, right? Peter was the first pope, right? He's the first vicar of Christ. So if this is the case, when Peter was asked the question, "Who do you say I am?" Well, you are Christ, the Son of the living God. I'll read it just like you recognize it, right? Okay. Now, this was not revealed to you by no one else, but it was revealed from above. So the Spirit revealed this to him, right? So what I was saying earlier was,
I don't
the Spirit
know.
of
Does
man-
that say in the
Just
Bible,
let
or
me
is
kind
this
of-
your interpretation though?
This is in the Bible, bro. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, if you're a Catholic and you don't understand that the whole foundation stands upon Peter being the first vicar of the Messiah,
Yeah, I understand that. Yes.
Okay, so if you understand that, then this is where the Catholicism gets this teaching. Who do you say I am, Peter? Peter says, "You are Christ, the Son of the living God." Right? And so Messiah tells him, "This was not revealed to you by no one else, but from above. And upon this, right? Upon this is what I'm going to build my church, and the gates of hell cannot prevail against it." Now, in Catholicism, they teach that upon Peter was the church going to be built, not upon what Peter had said, but Peter himself. So this is the problem. This is the interpretation part. The Catholics interpret this to mean that the church was to be built upon Peter. The church is not to be built upon Peter, but what Peter said. What Peter said was, "You are the Christ, the Messiah, the Son of the living one. That's who you are." And that's when Christ responded, and he said, "I'm going to build my church upon this." Now, is he saying he's building it upon Peter, or is he building it upon the statement Peter made?
Can you quote the Bible on that verse so that we get it correct, exact word by word?
Yeah, I can do that. Give me a minute.
If you
1
don't mind.
Peter 2:7.
Yo,
I'll
Christ-like.
read it
If
in a
you're
second.
defining a Christian as Christ-like, that seems very open to interpretation.
Not really, not if you read the scripture.
Well, what can Peter mean? A lot of things. I have a Peter. I have a cousin named Peter. There's
That's
Peter Cottontail.
interpretation. We're trying to get rid of that.
Exactly. I know. So which
I
one's
mean,
right?
we're
Which
trying
one
to
is
get,
correct?
buddy.
Is it your Peter or Peter?
You don't seem to understand what we're talking about. We're trying to get rid of interpretation.
No, you're trying to interpret the
thing you
Bible
say
right
here
now.
is
You're
the first
trying
thing
to
you say.
interpret
Yo,
the Bible, and you
don't
should shut up for
overtalk
3
people,
seconds. I'm
I'll
asking
be
you a
quiet
simple
then.
question. Why does it take 10 people for a simple question? Is he talking about his penis or
Don't care
Peter down the
about
road? Now, we don't care about your fucking opinion either, idiot.
All right, then I'll be quiet.
You also, as lively stones, are built upon a spiritual house, a holy priesthood to offer up spiritual sacrifices acceptable to Yah by Jesus Christ. Wherefore also it is contained in the scripture, "Behold, I lay in Sion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded." So I guess
Matthew 16:16 says this. He said unto them, "Who say ye I am?" Peter said, "Thou art Christ, the Son of the living God." And Jesus, Yeshua, answered and said unto him, "Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. And I say unto thee, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it." So is he saying, "Peter, upon you I'm going to build my church, and the gates of hell cannot prevent it"? Or is he responding to this statement or the answer that Peter had given? So who do you say I am, Peter? So who do you say I am, Peter? Thou art Christ, the Son of the living God. And Peter answered, and Jesus answered and said unto him, "Blessed art thou, Bar-Jonah, For flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. And I say unto thee, thou art Peter. Thou art
There's a
Peter.
change on the statement right there, bro. You can understand that, right? You see how he changed from acknowledging what he said, and then he changed. Even in the words, you can tell.
Yeah, but is the claim being made that Catholics
You and
aren't
this.
Christian? Is
You
that
and
what's
this
being
are
said
the
now?
same word to you?
Come on, man.
Is you and this defined the same way to you? Upon this
Upon
rock
this,
I will
yes.
build my church. Okay, so this and you're using that with Peter as synonymous, right? It's Peter. So Peter is the rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you need to do some more reading, man. It's a comprehension
All right.
problem, right?
Gotcha.
But North, is the claim you making Catholics are not Christians?
If
Are
you're
they
making
Christian?
the claim, if you're making the claim that someone can call themselves Christ-like and yet be not like Christ, and do not
Wait.
do the things prescribed Christ says to do, then no, they're not Christians. Is that not clear?
Yeah, I would.
Wait. No
So Catholics aren't
shot.
Christian. Okay.
Well, who do Christians pray to? Christians
Catholics
pray
aren't
specifically
Christians. Jehovah's
to God
Witnesses
and
aren't
Jesus, where
Christians.
Catholics, they
You're
pray
just
to
talking to
saints, they pray to Mother Mary, they pray to all these like idols essentially. And then on top of that, they have like idols that they pray to. Like
I think
statues
you
and
need
shit.
to do a little more reading of what we pray to.
Well,
Yeah,
you guys,
are you saying you don't pray to Mary?
We have, I don't know how to call it in English though.
Through
Yeah, you guys
repetition and the
pray to
rosary.
Mary. So
Through the
Yeah, we
rosary.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, it specifically says not to do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
No,
to tell
that's
you.
not
Stanley.
true.
And it also says don't pray in vain repetitions like that of the heathens, because Yah does not hear those prayers. So you're not supposed to just constantly repeat yourself over and over in vain. It also says call no man on this earth father. So when
Well,
they
it's
call
not
the
in
priest
vain
father,
when
it
you
also
mean
says
it,
only
right?
that the Father can forgive you of your sins. So why are we telling a priest what our sins are? Asking for forgiveness.
Confessing your sins to
You
a
know
man.
that the prayer that we said on Mary, it's in the Bible, right? It's
In the
made.
Bible, there's a
Yeah.
prayer to Mary.
No, the prayer is built upon things that the Bible says.
Okay, but who was the prayer to go to?
Jesus.
Oh, so why are we praying to Mary? And actually, it's always to the Father. He's our priest. But anyway, why are we praying to Mary though?
Mary's the goddess of the universe.
Says who? Not the Bible. And then what's up with purgatory?
Anyone that realizes you need a feminine aspect to your
Okay,
divinity.
so the Catholic Church is nothing to do with what the scriptures say. Then.
The reason why we pray is more like the way I see it. Which it is is the mother of Jesus, so we think that is someone special, right? That of course God will like. How do I say this?
I don't know. He said, "Woman, do you not know I'm about my Father's business?" That's what he said.
I mean, you guys put Christ on the cross in the church in his worst moments that he was here, and it's sad to see. And then you guys have like all these idols that you guys like pray to.
They're
like,
not idols.
Pray
They're not
spirit.
idols.
Yeah, it is. You have a
idols.
statue of Mary and you pray to it, bro. And then it's like a
you think
statue.
that's an idol?
Listen, it's like a trophy.
But
right?
you think
because,
that's an
wait,
idol?
Wait, can I just say this? It's like a trophy because they're the ones that killed Yeshua. So to walk around holding him up in the position that you killed him is super weird, bro.
Who killed him? The Virgin Mary?
The Romans.
The Pope is an idol. You confess your sin to him, right?
Furthermore, you guys take certain things like the blood of saints, and you guys determine on what the future is going to hold based on how the blood within that certain vessel is either congealed or not. I mean, you guys have a lot of weird stuff going on. I'm just saying.
You know,
Oh
it's
wait, aren't
also
there
because everything is in
aren't there
threes, right? The
Protestant
gray pope,
churches?
the white pope, and the black pope. Everything is
Yeah,
in
but
threes. Just out of curiosity, if everything is in threes, at least we can look at it that way. If there's Earth is flat and a globe, what is the third alternative if everything comes in threes?
The animals have 4 legs.
Obviously,
I
I have
know you
2
said that
eyes.
before to refute that. I
I have 2
understand. I'm
arms,
just
2 hands,
yes,
2
yes, yes.
legs, two lungs.
There is a 3 though. There is a obviously an observed 3, a trifecta, if you will. If there's a trifecta through everything, not just human beings or dogs having 4, but there is a trifecta. There is a 3 that is recognized in science and in numbers 3, 6, 9. I'm just making a joke in a sense that if the Earth is flat or a globe, what is the third choice? Considering
That the
everything
land,
is
the Earth is actually just land that came out of water.
yeah,
Aren't
exactly.
there
As the Bible says, it
aren't there
stands up in water,
Protestant
right?
churches that have Jesus on the cross in them?
Yes,
Or
they're not
is it
Christian
only a
either.
Catholic thing?
You have
Mostly
501.
Catholic, but I think there's probably some.
Wait,
So
North, what?
who are the Christians then? If you're a churchgoer, are you a Christian? Or
Wait,
not?
Nate, listen to what North was about to say.
So if you're incorporated with the state and you've usurped the headship of Messiah prescribed in Scripture, and you hand it over to the state, and you don't pay your taxes, you get that little exemption. When Messiah paid the tax, right? And he said you should pay the tax. When you do all these things that Messiah did not do, and he did not prescribe for you to do, and he prescribed the opposite, then no, you're not Christians, right? And so all of these buildings and churches you see on the side of the road with the big old steeple on the top, and just being incorporated with the state alone lets you know they're not a Christian. But then you need to look at what they teach, right? And it's just like I'm saying with the Catholics. If they teach that Peter is the first vicar of Christ, if he's the first pope, perhaps they need to go back to Matthew 16:16 and look at that again through 17 and 18. And see what the church is really built upon. Was it built upon Peter, or is it built upon the rock, right? So, yeah, there's so many things you can go into detail there, but for a non-believer to understand who a true Christian is foolishness to him, man, according to the text. So you're not going to get it.
501c3 means you're giving the authority to the government, hence why half of them shut down, or probably 90% of them shut down for the pandemic, because the government is the authority of that place.
North, what about
Zero?
I just have a quick question, Blake. So sorry, just a quick question for North. North, what about Orthodox Christians? Are they Christians? Or?
Define Orthodox according to the text.
It's the first time in my life I hear that I'm not a Christian, though. That's a new one to me.
That's nonsense. Of course you are.
Are you Christ-like? Are you Christ-like? Do you follow the example?
Yeah, I follow the 10 Commandments. Yes.
Well, that's not Christ-like. That's the laws of Moses. A slightly different thing.
Well, actually,
nobody
Yeshua all
can
the
follow
Torah,
exactly
so.
what Christ like is,
them.
right? He was perfect. You guys aren't.
Yeshua
I'm
followed the
sorry.
whole Torah.
He's
So.
also a rebel and an anarchist and an inner cult.
Yeah, but that does have to do with following the Torah.
According to who?
Did he rebel against the Torah?
According to who that he was a rebel?
I'm just saying there's a slight difference between
According to the
Jewish
Pharisees or according
laws
to Rome?
and being like Jesus. I'm just saying there's a slight difference.
There's a slight difference in the Talmudic, Sanhedrin, Sadducee, and Pharisee implementation of the Torah with additional man-made laws via religious control, and what Yeshua did, which was come and show us how to properly fulfill and live out the law, right? Which means to
Remove
complete.
the old traditions and replace them. Yeah.
He fulfilled it. He acted it out properly.
I take your point that you believe he was based in the laws.
Well, he was, right? He specifically said that, do not think I've come to do away with the law, rather to fulfill it. Do not even think that, for not one jot or tittle shall pass till both heaven and earth pass away. I mean, he point blank said that, right? I mean, then of course he's the Word become flesh, the Word being the instructions. He's the instructions physically acted out perfectly. I mean, that's the whole thing. They didn't say, oh, well, never mind. Actually, there's 3 pieces. There's God, Jesus, Holy Spirit. But at the same time, Jesus is God. They're all one. Jesus did away with the law. Do what you want to. It's on your heart. Jesus is this and that. Let's pray to his mom. Let's pray to the Father, which we call the Pope, not the actual Father, because Jesus is the Father, even though he's the Son. And it's just this crazy confusion doctrine that basically removes personal relationship and responsibility.
Nobody prays to the Pope.
No, you go ask the Father, the priest, for forgiveness. He can't give you forgiveness, though.
What do you mean?
He's some weirdo
They
in a
bow
robe.
down to the Pope. They kiss the
Holy
Pope's
Father.
hand. They bow down to the Pope. Pope is like
The
you're
holy.
walking
The head
Christ.
of the yes.
Is he holy? Is he holy? Is the Pope holy? What does holy mean? Define it.
What he represents, not his actions, though. He
No,
may be a
the
corrupt
holy
piece
Pope
of shit,
is
right?
the vicar of
Which
Christ,
right now, I don't agree with this Pope at all. Like,
It says you will
I'm
know them
so
by their fruit. So I don't know what you mean by not what he does. That's how we're supposed to know who's who. That's what it says. Dude, all I'm saying is have you ever No, I'm not claiming to be perfect. But have you ever stepped back and just thought about like what that? Okay, he said, "Call no man on this earth father." Okay, so they call specifically the priest father, and it says that only the Father can forgive, as in the true creator, the actual Father, can forgive you for your sins, and to call no other man Father. So they call the priest Father and then go ask him for forgiveness for your sins. It's direct blasphemy. There's like no way around it.
Handing off
The
God.
Holy Father.
to
You're
the
saying
government.
he's
That's
perfect.
what Catholicism is.
You're saying the Holy Pope is perfect, but no one else
you
is.
guys need
So
to
the guy
talk
who's
to an
arguing,
Catholic apologist, and he'll set you guys straight.
I have actually.
The guy
Can I
who's
say something
arguing.
in a second to Silent when you guys sit in?
Yeah.
Really quickly. So I would like to invite you, Silent, to. It looks like you're a truth seeker, because you know the true shape of the earth. So, religion. There's so many conspiracies within religion. It's crazy. Actually, religion was created, by man. It means religare. It means control and bind. And so I would invite you to look into it because, we've all been where you are and we're coming out of it. And then I would also like to bring up the meaning of Christian. When they used Christian, I think it was one time, it wasn't a compliment in the Bible, and when you look up the etymology of the word Christian, it's not very complimentary. It's really not. It means like, I'm not even going to say it over the air. So I'm just saying would you consider that we've been lied to? Because, when the adversary knew, and I'm almost done, the adversary knew that, he thought he beat, God essentially when they crucified Messiah. But when he saw Messiah's blood, just expanding and gathering more believers, that's when they said, if you can't beat him, join him. So that's when we have all these different religions and everything. Messiah didn't come to start a religion. He just said, follow me. And it's great that you follow the 10 commandments. Do you celebrate the Sabbath? Don't answer that right now. I'm just saying that. And then when is the Sabbath, right? So the Catholic Church clearly states they changed the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday. That's their mark. It says that. So I would just invite you, as my friends here, and your friends as well, to consider you've been lied to, because that's what we've done. And religion, there's more conspiracies within religion than you can imagine. So
Let's say, yeah, I agree with you, but at this point, who do I listen to?
I know.
Right.
You go read the Bible yourself and
But
pray.
that's the problem I have. See, the problem I have is that then I'm gonna
don't read the Doomy.
Then,
go ahead.
Then I'm gonna have my own interpretation, and I have a problem with that.
But don't you trust
Romans
the Spirit?
1:2.
No, I don't trust my bias.
No, but the Holy Spirit is our teacher, right? Do you pray and ask for wisdom and revelation and a humble heart of understanding? And then the type of Bible, what is the Doomy Rhyme or whatever? That's the Jesuit Bible. Don't read that one. And then maybe just pray and ask which Bible, but you have to read it yourself. You really have to do it yourself.
Why not read the Bible though?
Pardon me?
Well, Silent here.
Why not read that Bible? See, you already right there. You have a bias against it.
Yeah, because I've researched it. It's Jesuit propagated, and I don't know if you know much about the Reformation, but that's a fascinating study. Maybe you start there, and you don't have to read the Bible yet, and you'll see that you mentioned the Protestants. Well, Martin Luther, right? He interpreted the Bible and he's like, wait a second, holy cow, we're doing this wrong and this wrong and this wrong. And he nailed the 94 thesis on the wall of the church.
95.
And yeah, and then he thought, he was going to help out, but no. And so then we have the Dark Ages, the Catholic Church. I mean, are we going to ignore how many people they murdered? I mean, and we're moving, and I'm really almost done. And we're moving back to Rome running everything. Trump, he just
You
kind of
say they
passed
murder people?
Yeah, the Dark Ages, the Roman Catholic Church murdered millions of people.
Just because?
You got to look
Just
into the
because
history
they were-
of your church, Silent.
Dude, they
Yeah.
literally wrapped the Bible
I don't care
around
what you have to
people.
say, bro.
They wrapped the Bible around people that were found with it and burned them at the stake with it hanging from their neck.
Don't go too
and
far.
it's a study. And like people are coming out of it. Well, that's part of the deception, right? Why lie? Well, attack the creator. I think you can agree with that, right? So if you attack the creator, then boom, you've got everything done. And then if you pervert, religion or why Messiah came, then you're golden. So we have to study history and multiple avenues of what happened, and are we doomed to repeat it again? I was just 2030 you're going to own nothing and be happy. Well, guess what? Feudalism. I was like, I didn't know about feudalism. I mean, I've heard it and everything, but to study feudalism, well, when you look at that history, what's the common denominator? Rome.
No, all right. Well, at this point, okay. But don't you think that in what you're saying right now, because we know the winners write the story, right?
Yes, sir.
Then at that point, if you're going to be a skeptic of everything, shouldn't we say that maybe then the story is written this way so that we think that they are the bad ones?
Yes, so we're getting too far ahead of ourselves, right? With the history and everything. If we're all going to subscribe to one standard, which is the written word, then we need to go to the written word. And I think, Blaze mentioned Martin Luther and Protestants and the Reformation. So Martin Luther addressed the Matthew 16 through 17 and 18, right? When Peter was asked, who do you say I am? And so if Peter is the first vicar or the first holy pope, and all Catholics call the Pope the Holy Father, define holy, and if you're telling everyone else on the stream that they cannot be perfect, but Messiah was perfect, you're also saying the Pope is holy. He's perfect. Yeah, do you understand that? I mean, it's kind of
holy to me doesn't mean perfect, though.
Well, that's a good answer. What does holy mean to you? And how can he forgive the sins if he's the only Holy Father? He's the only vicar of Christ, right?
See, the problem is that these things I never heard from my own religion, right?
Of course.
Of course. Like, and I'm listening from a person which is not Catholic tell me what a Catholic believe when I grew up in the religion, and I never heard of these things.
Same thing with Jehovah's Witnesses.
I never been teach these things though.
Same thing with Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't know everything that's taught, yet they subscribe to only what the Watchtower and Bible Tract Society puts out, right? So the same thing with a lot of organizations do this.
Who came up with the first Bible though?
That you're not aware of. So let me just answer. A lot of organizations do this. They'll have all these teachings you're not aware of.
Who gave you the first Bible?
Who gave me my first Bible, or who gave me?
No, who gave the first Bible? Right, the new Bible was Catholics, right?
That's a good question.
Is that
right? Who start modifying the Protestants start modifying the Bible? Didn't it?
The Sumerians.
You said who gave the first Bible? You said the Catholics. Is that correct? And I'm asking you, is that correct? Yes. You said history can't be trusted, right? So I'm not going.
Now history can be trusted. But the one that you're claiming to be real, that's the one we're going to trust?
Listen, I conceded with you that history can be fouled up in the beginning of my statement. I don't know if it was clear. I said go to the standard or the text that everyone says they adhere to. I don't care if you believe it was historically accurate. If you're holding it in your hand, and it's the same as I'm holding in my hand, and you claim to adhere to it, right? And you would claim to walk by the things prescribed in it, following the example set forth, and you're not, that's clear because there's only one standard. I don't have to go and look at all the other things. I can just look at the standard in your hand that you subscribe to. So, sorry, but you just need to look at the standard instead of all the history and all the things that we're going to spend thousands of days on, you know. Let's just look at the standard, right?
Gotcha. All right. I think I'm done.
You need to read what the Catholic Church themselves said. They actually have like official founding documentation that they still adhere to. They take credit for changing the Sabbath. Like, just go read what they said, right? Like, Jaron was raised Catholic. He knows about everything that we're saying. He would agree with all of it. It's not as if you have some monopoly on the Catholicism or something. I mean, there are many people that have come out of
if I go
Catholicism.
by what Jerem says, he's like, what kind of a sacrifice is you being Christ and dying on the, like,
No,
when
no,
he says
dude,
stuff like
dude,
that,
dude,
I'm
dude,
like,
dude,
bro,
I'm
the
not talking
mere
about
fact that you ask that question is like, you have no understanding of what
That
kind of
isn't the
sacrifice
point,
God had
man.
to do.
My point is
But
that there are many people
I
that were
listen to
raised
the
Catholic.
person, right?
You're doing whatever you can not to avoid the point, right? So, like I'm saying, there are people that were raised Catholic that know everything that we're saying is true. Okay, so you're saying it as if we're misrepresenting it, but you can go listen to the popes give their own decrees and then reference the founding documentation and talk about what they're updating to it. They take credit for changing the Sabbath and many other things. Okay, they came up with purgatory. They documented it. They came up with it and charged money for people to have the priest pray and get their loved ones out of purgatory. These are well documented things
Charge
from
money,
the Catholic Church themselves.
Catholics don't charge money to
They
nobody.
used to, though. When they first came up with purgatory, they objectively did.
Oh, okay. Do
Right,
they
so
do
I'm
it
just
now?
saying, like, no, they don't do it now because people would be outraged. It's so ridiculous. But back then, they didn't let other people read the scriptures, so they could tell them they said whatever they wanted to.
Don't Christians charge the 10% or some shit like that?
That's obviously voluntary, and they don't tell you that your loved one's spiritual well-being, it depends on you paying the priest to pray for them and get them
No,
out of purgatory.
we never told that. We never
Yes.
been
Yeah,
told
Bob,
that.
people out
I
of
never,
purgatory.
bro. I grew up in the religion. I never been told that. So I don't know what you're talking about.
St. Peter's
See, all these
Basilica.
things are new to me. I grew up on the Catholics. I guess the
That's
Catholics
okay.
and
That's
the church
fine,
I
bro. That's
go
fine.
to, every single
Bro.
church I go to, they're just too fucking stupid because they don't know these things,
Well,
right?
no, but
They
why?
never
If
mention it.
they had silence. Say they had that history. Why would they tell everyone about? If they wanted people to stay in their religion, why would they tell them that they used to not allow people to have their own copies of the Bibles, and then they went and tracked them down and burned them at the stake with the Bibles hanging around? Why would they tell people in 2023 that they used to do that?
Because we don't supposed to deceive people, lie to people, right? If we're gonna behave like Christ-like. So
there you go. That's our point.
With what money was St.
that's my
Peter's-
point, right?
Hey guys,
That's
I know
like
you hear me speaking, right? What money
I didn't
built
hear you speaking, bro.
St. Peter's
Relax.
Basilica?
Relax.
St.
You don't
Peter's
own the chat.
Basilica. Okay, St. Peter's Basilica was built, right, upon the premise that you could buy your loved ones out of purgatory. You could pay a price, right? And so they went around into the different towns and they said, hey, this is what's going on. They're being tortured and they're being burned. And some of the priests were saying, this is what's happening to them. But if you pay to build one stone in St. Peter's Basilica, then you'll spring them from purgatory. Now, why don't you just do this out of love, Pope, instead of doing it for money, Pope? Why don't you do that, right? So you're aware of that history, right?
No, I'm not. It's the first time I'm hearing it. But you're right. That was wrong, right? I agree with you. That was wrong. They don't do it anymore, right? So if you understand Christianity, what a Christian is we know we're not perfect, right? We make mistakes. But if you're a Christian, you always try to mend and be better constantly, right? That's what a Christian is supposed to do.
Yeah, you own up if you got something wrong.
Yeah, and you don't teach things that you're not sure of.
Well, we
If you're
don't
not
get
convicted,
teach anymore those things though. You're living in the past, right? And you're judging the present based on what the behavior of the
Can I
past, and
can
that,
I
I think
interject something
that's wrong.
for the gentleman, not for you speaking, but the other gentleman there? Acts 10:34. I would best get your. Well, I would like to know your opinion on to Acts 10:34, because the way I view it is, God does not look at every religion, but looks at the man's heart. What I'm stating by that is, regarding to Acts 10:34, is the idea that there are all these religions here on earth, but man's going to judge them. God's going to be judging man's heart, not their religion.
they have to work righteousness, verse 35, right? So if you're in Acts 10:34 and you're talking about a respecter of persons, you just need to keep reading. You just need to keep reading, and that's all to get the context, because that's
why I'm
where
asking.
your answer lies.
That's
So
why I'm
I'm going
asking.
to answer you. I know that's why you're asking, and that's why I'm answering, and you're telling me that's why you're asking in the middle of my answer. So just let me answer. But in every nation, he that feareth him and worketh righteousness, what does that mean? Is accepted with him. So what is worketh righteousness? Now you spoke about the word believe earlier, and I think people define the word believe in many different ways and not according to the text. So that's what I want to know. What is this working righteousness? What is that?
To me, as I understand it, the fundamental principles of good, which has been laid out for us in the laws that highlight what evil is. I think every man has the law, God's law, put in his heart. Well, not every man. Most men have the law of God put in their heart. That's why we don't need laws. But the laws that do come out are designed for the evil in men. So the righteousness would be that man to follow the law without having man's law be placed upon him. That's where I think form of righteousness comes from. Evil has been dealt with by law, either man's or God's. I just think with the collectiveness of society, like the whole collective of society, all of the men that exist in all of these doctrines, dogmas, belief systems are not for me to judge, because when I look at Acts 10:34, I know that there's righteousness within all of these other cultures. And if you look at it, without these other cultures, we wouldn't have this robust debate. We wouldn't have these philosophical ideas. We wouldn't have the diversity that we have without.
We're talking about individuals. We're talking about individuals.
But looking at a system, for your creator, looking at a system as a creator, you may create a righteous way to be and a law to handle disorder or evil. But at the end of the day, just because a guy grows up as a Buddha or as a Muslim, let me finish. A Buddha as a Muslim, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have righteousness in his heart. That's why I refer. That's why I refer to Acts. Let me finish. That's why I refer to Acts. Yeah, I'm almost done. That's why I refer to Acts 10:34, is because this is the creation we've been given. We've been given diversity of culture. We've been given the diversity of language. How we operate in that is where the righteousness comes from.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're saying how you operate in the culture, following man's traditions, is where righteousness comes from.
No, excuse me. You're stating something wrong. What I said is that the law of God is written in most men's heart. We have law written by man to deal with evil as long as God's law as well to deal with evil.
Where is it written in his heart?
Men who do not need the law, men who have the written God's law in their heart do not need man's written law. That's a form of righteousness. So that's what I'm saying. It's written in their hearts. The law of God is written in their hearts. That's why they
Where
don't
do you get
need.
that from? Where do you get that from?
Okay.
Right now, currently, you say, excuse me.
I'll tell you where we get that from.
Let me clarify a question. Can somebody mute him, man, so I can clarify a question to him?
You asked me a question.
Or is this circus going to
Inuit
go on?
Eskimos as an example. I'm going to use
I
the
don't want to hear
Inuit
about
Eskimos as an example of righteousness and God's law
man.
in the heart. I will use the Eskimo Inuits as an example of where God. Yes, I will.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Because they have a higher. Yes, I will.
No, you're not.
My
Because I'm
man,
trying
you
to
guys
clarify
stop
my question.
interrupting
No
him.
one is moderating.
Man,
No one is
man.
moderating.
You keep
No,
interrupting me,
you're
dude.
You need
monologue
to
for
stop
long enough.
I'm a mod. I'm telling you, please stop interrupting
I
him.
need
He's
to address some of the things being said.
I'm going to use the Eskimos, Inuit Eskimos, as an example of where God's law has been written into the heart of man.
No
Are you
judgment,
done?
bro.
Are you done? If
He's
you're
done,
done,
right?
I would like to
You asked
respond.
me a question.
Oh,
You asked me a
God.
question.
All right, he's not
I'm gonna-
done.
You asked me
Let
a
me know when he's
question.
done,
Oh, it's
guys.
not done yet. All right.
You asked me a
Instead
question.
of asking him if he was done, why don't you just make your statement, Nord?
Oh, nobody's judging, bro. That's all
Because
I'm
I
saying.
don't want to be muted and cut off, right? So that's the whole reason. I'm trying to be respectful. But when the guy makes all these claims and I'm trying to address one of them at a time. So he's saying that the law is written on the man's heart currently. And I'm asking him what support of what scripture does he have that? It's not right now. There is a time when it will be written on their hearts, right? But that's not currently. So right there out of the gate, he's wrong. So anything he's going to add on to that after that statement is going to be in fact wrong itself too, right? So let's just start from the very beginning, as I've been trying to start, where the whole Reformation took place, into the question asked to Peter. But if you're going to say it's written on man's hearts, give me evidence of that as the standard says, not by what you think, not something you're going to relate to me by explaining the Inuit people or Eskimos. No.
May I interrupt you a little bit? Because we already established that your interpretation of what the Peter thing is we established that is just your interpretation, though.
That's fine. We don't have to talk about it anymore. If you don't
All
want to
right,
talk
so
about
but
what
hold on.
Peter said, look, I'm
But
not
if we
addressing that
established
anymore.
that, then
What I am
everything that you build
addressing-
upon that idea is wrong, though.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah,
then we need to go back to it, right? I mean, you want to take a vote in the room, or do you think you think you can just tell me I'm wrong?
So
and
now
wrong?
you think that what is right and wrong is based on
based on
how we
reading and
vote?
comprehension? Yes, it's based on reading and comprehension, which is early on in elementary, right? That's
Yes,
what it is.
reading.
And a lot of people
Reading
in
and
here
without
can read and
interpretation,
comprehend. A lot of people can read and comprehend in here, and they can write very well also. So some of those people may have some things that they may want to point out to you or to me and to tell me where I'm wrong or tell you where you're wrong. I'm just asking if you're willing to listen to those people. But this gentleman I'm addressing, I'm asking him a specific question.
Go ahead.
Where is the law of God written on man's hearts currently?
Wonderful. I will tell you in basic anthropological studies. In other words, let's say
You have
let
to
me finish.
use the scripture.
No. You're
I
not
don't
going to
accept any other
You ask him
answer.
a question. Hold
I
on.
don't
You
accept
ask
any
him a
other answer.
question. You're gonna wait for the
tell
answer,
me
though.
shit. I'm going to
I
tell
don't accept
you
it.
where I see God in the heart of men through anthropological studies. What do I mean by that? I mean, if you went to a tribe in the middle of fucking the Northwest Territories, there's practices and recognized practices within their community of a hierarchy: father, mother, children, which is founded in Christianity and the way God's structured. So they have the family structure, right? And the hierarchy: man leads the household, woman stays home, takes care of the family, and the man goes out and hunts. That's one. Number two, there's a legal system within that Eskimos where they deal with murder, violence, and so forth, right? So there's actually a cognitive awareness of what evil is. Who defines that evil? God. How did God define that evil in the heart of men? You know it's wrong to murder. You automatically know it's wrong to murder without even looking at a billboard chart. That there is proven in cultures such as the Eskimo tribes. So I can use those two examples. One, them not having any introduction to any doctrine of any religious, but inherently knowing how to run a society within their own teachings, which came from their heart. As if you read how they come up with judging somebody who is violent, somebody who committed murder, they all look at it through the human scope, which if we come from our creator, we're going to have his scope on how we see things. In other words, we see murder, we know it's wrong inherently. That is written in our hearts.
Okay, I'd like to address. So I think the confusion is coming in when you're talking about
following the spirit of the law, as many men do, without even knowing what the law is written, right?
Talking
Many
about
men
written
do.
in the
Many
men's of
men.
hearts.
So let
That
me. Am I allowed to
law,
respond? Hey,
that
guy,
law.
listen. Can you mute him while I'm speaking? Because I went on mute and I stopped talking.
Yo,
Right.
come on, guys. Let's
Jeremy, the problem
let's give each other.
we're
Well,
having
the
here.
problem
Why are you
is
guys
you don't
talking
want
Hold
to.
over
You
on,
me
don't want to
now?
mute him. You want to
Why
mute me,
is
right?
everyone talking
Jeremy.
over me?
Jeremy,
Talking
it's
over me,
me.
bro.
Yeah, but I
Just
was
let him
gonna say
finish.
because he's making a statement that
Just let him finish, bro. Let him finish. You
but
go
he's
next.
making a
I'll make a
statement
list.
already and that the
He
other
wants
guy
to write night.
disagrees.
He can't even let me
I'm gonna
finish,
make a
man.
list, bro. I'm gonna make a
All
list.
right.
You
Okay, so
and then you're next.
so just to
North and
finish,
South.
I think you're kind of confusing two things: a prophecy in Jeremiah 31, where the law will be written on men's hearts. This is the covenant he makes with Israel, right? After those days, I will write my law upon their hearts. You're using that, and you're interchanging it with people following the spirit of the law, not having the written law in front of them. Now, these things are closely related, but they are distinguished between in a time period. There's a time period difference. So the writing of the law on the heart, right, is not done yet. However, people are following the spirit of the law at this current time as the text, not what we think about another culture. I only accept answers according to the standard or the text, so I can measure it against the text, right?
Here's your
That's the
problem,
only.
though.
That's the
You
only
have a
answer I'm
tribe.
going to accept.
Yeah, you
That's the
have a
only
tribe.
thing.
You have a
Yeah,
tribe
that's
that's
the only
isolated.
answer I'm going to accept.
Let me
right?
finish. You're talking about a tribe who is isolated from any dogma, any Christian dogma, Muslim dogma, born again, whatever, any overtly organized religion. It's not applicable in their practice,
I
their
conceded.
knowledge.
I
Let me
conceded
finish.
on that.
Yeah. So again,
Bro,
they
you cut
still
him off.
know.
Hold on, Data. Jesus Christ. Yo, there's a list. Let North finish, and then Silent Zero's going, and then you're going, Data, okay?
He's
No,
talking to me,
I
dude.
don't yeah, he's
North
talking to
and
him
I
though. Not
finish.
Okay, so it's
no.
North and Data. North and Data. Let him finish, though.
No, the
Data's
point.
turn. Like, no, Jared. What the fuck?
The
you
point
sleeping?
is. The point is that it's in their hearts. In other words, I inherently know, maybe not as a child, but as an adult, you inherently pick these things up. At least that's my anecdotal experience from it. But looking at this tribe in Northwest Territories, they already have in their hearts a system of how to deal with it. Where did that come from? You talk about the spirit of the law. Well, I don't distinguish the difference between the spirit of the law versus it already written in the heart. The anthropological studies already confirm that this is a consistent attribute among tribes that are isolated from any organized religion or any religion, period. There is an awareness, an intelligence, a law, if you will, within their own tribes that murder is wrong. So there must be something inherently written in the man's heart to automatically know that murder is wrong. That, to me, is where God comes in, puts it in the man's heart, not the spirit, but it's already in the heart of the man, not the spirit, the heart itself.
Yeah, and when was that done? And if that was done in the very beginning, there is a distinction made. If it's done in the beginning that you know the difference between right and wrong. Everyone's born knowing the difference between right and wrong. I agree with you. And some follow the spirit and some do not. Some do the right thing and they work righteousness and some do not. Now, the prophecy in Jeremiah 31 through 33 or 34, I believe, is after those days. What days is he speaking of? He's going to write his law, his ways. And even his own people didn't understand his ways and his laws. So they're going to get those ways and laws written on their hearts, and no one's going to teach their neighbor anymore. That is the caveat that goes along with it. So for you to try to teach me or for me to try to teach you, we should not even be doing these things because it's written on our hearts, right? So there is a distinction made in the scripture. Thank you for your time.
You're talking about, yeah, but I'm talking about something that's already observed. You're talking about something that's later to come based on prophecy. I'm not talking about prophecy.
I agree with you.
I'm talking about our genetic code, and our makeup already has an inherent understanding of what evil is. And how do I confirm that?
well, they did studies regarding these tribes from Brazil to Northwest Territories that were not exposed to any dogma, any religious organization of the white man or the fucking brown man or the Chinese, whatever, nothing.
I agree with you, man.
So guess what? So guess what? Some tribes, like for instance, here's a tribe, Haida tribe in British Columbia. When you study these tribes, they themselves, in their writing, let me finish. I'm almost done.
tribes
I'm almost done. Because again, God supersedes your understanding of my understanding, and He places the information in the heart of the man. Also, God has also given us an opportunity to earn discernment through prayer and asking. You know, you shall ask, you shall receive, so to speak. So we are not applying any of these things to understand the law better. We seek man's interpretation of the law so that we, as a society, think that we're civilized. We, as a society, think that we have the right answer. These tribes already have the fucking answer without civilization being a part of the equation. So it's just a fucking bullshit story. We already have it in our hearts. It's all in all cultures, not just fucking Christianity. It's in all cultures. Now, the point of the exercise, I believe, is that a God will approach all of the cultures and all of the beings on this earth with the teachings of Christ. It's up to that individual then to agree or find truth in it or adhere to it and believe or not. But at the end of the day, everybody's going to be given the opportunity to understand or be at least approached by the philosophy.
Hey guys, you
You know how the heart is described in Scripture?
It's treacherous, it's misleading, you should never believe it. That's correct.
Just a minute. So the heart is defined in Scripture as to what it is. And there are periods of time that have to pass before the law is written on the hearts, right? So that no man has to teach their neighbor. So if you're not understanding those scriptures and the distinction made between that and this inherent knowing of good and evil coming into the world, even from the beginning, of course we had that, and I concede with that. You don't have to tell me about 1,000 different cultures and all of their traditions to
there was no Christ. You understand? There was no Christ teaching.
You understand I'm still speaking, right? You understand I'm still speaking? So when I'm already conceding to the fact that men know the difference between right and wrong, no man has any excuse, right? No man has any excuse. We know the difference between right and wrong. It's very apparent. It's very evident. So we know that. So I'm not disagreeing with that. I concede with that. You don't have to keep talking about 100 different cultures that none of us in the room at this point are studying all their traditions to find out if they work with righteousness truly. We can't go over 1,000 different cultures and study all their traditions to see if they're working righteousness truthfully. We can't do that at this moment. But what we can do at this moment, we can take the standard that everyone says they go by, right?
Oh my
and
God.
they profess to go by, and we can look at that. That's what we can do, right? But when I'm speaking,
Whoa, hello.
different guys speaking at one
Everybody
time
needs
and
to
laughing.
stop. Dawn wanted to say something.
That's funny,
Whoa,
man.
mic check.
Yeah,
Anybody?
I'm muting everyone. I'm gonna mute everyone.
Can you hear me? Mic check.
We hear you. We hear you. Go ahead.
Are you serious?
No.
Okay.
I'm serious. Yeah, it was all out chaos. Yes, we're serious.
Yeah, every time I speak, it's all out chaos when I'm addressing.
I got this. I'm here now. I didn't wake up earlier. I didn't know what was going on, but I'm here now. Now, who wants on the list?
You have to shut up.
Nod your head, Jeremy.
I think Dawn wanted to say something. That was the one.
North. All right, North was in the middle of something, all right, and then Don, and then who else?
Who's this lovely lady picking up for me?
I think PMAC was talking too.
Thank you. Yes, I'm third.
North.
I think Jesus wants to speak first. Can we bow our heads in a moment of prayer?
Don PMAC. Go ahead.
I do.
Oh wait, it's me now.
No, not you. You're, stop being North, Don, and then PMAC.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'll just use my time just to point out, and I'm basically finished. I'll just use my time to point out that, I'm trying to let the other gentleman speak, and he's speaking for a long time. And when I come in to answer the questions and to address the things said, I speak for half the time, and I get like 5 or 6 different people speaking and laughing and making fun. When I just want to address the text, you shouldn't have any problem with me wanting to address the text that people claim they go by, right? Nobody should have a problem with that in the room, whether you believe it or not, right?
But I have a problem with you
Whether you
taking
believe
10
it or
minutes
not,
to
right?
answer a simple question, though. That's where people
That's a
start,
lie.
like,
That's a
because you
lie.
say,
Yeah, that's a lie.
all right, that was hyperbole, or however it's said.
Yeah, it's very exaggerated. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
All right.
false
okay.
witness. Yeah,
I
false
remember what I
witness.
wanted to
North,
say.
are you done?
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done, man. False witness isn't any good. Don't do that against me again.
Wow.
Sounds good. Don.
I agree that
Don, you're
some
up.
tribes somewhere, it's written into our heart or soul or programmed from nature that we don't hurt each other. And when we do, we have a weird shock. And there is some psychopaths that don't care about that, but most people know it's true not to hurt each other without Christianity. The Christianity must be an extra set of things to know on top of that.
No, Christianity is a reminder.
I got you after PMAC.
A reminder of the fantastical.
PMAC then data. Data does not play well with others. PMAC then data.
You have to look. You have to look at why you're being told that.
Go ahead,
I don't
PMAC.
mind giving my time over them. Yeah, I think that we're living in a world that is completely different to what we envisioned it to be. This is not a fucking nice place. So anyway, maybe, just maybe, if you look at history, there's always fighting wars. There's always fucking angst. There's always fucking this. There's always fucking that. Right? From the 60s to the 70s or 90s, them were the good times. Right? Nobody gave a shit. Everywhere for fucking Nintendo 64. Now, I'd like to ask, Silence Zero, or is that the Pope? Are you the Pope, bro?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, Pope? So, are you religious? Are you religious, dog?
Am I religious?
Data's going after this
Right.
question. Yes or
answer-
no, and then Data's going.
Yes, that's it. That's the answer.
Is that me, Don?
What's the question now?
No,
Are
it's
you
not
religious, Data?
It's not a question.
I don't adhere to any
People don't understand.
denomination or institution. Religious to me is the word has been tainted. I'm a follower of Christ.
That's called being a Christian and being.
No, see, it's a life. See, to me, religion's not a lifestyle, right? See, Christianity is a lifestyle to me. It's not a religion.
You
So
chose.
I'm not religious.
You chose
I
one
just-
of the ultimate stories. That's
I did,
called a
as-
religion.
Yeah, no, Christianity and the traditions maybe behind it, like the secular paganism, maybe all the, because religion requires a tradition, right? I don't have any traditions. I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't do any of that shit. I don't celebrate the Easter, right? But yet in my own, well, according to biblical scripture, I pray and pay tribute without the pagan traditions. I believe that God.
That's the tradition, praying to Jesus.
Yeah, I don't pray to Jesus. I pray to the Heavenly Father in Jesus' name. So
Well,
again,
that's the
Jesus
same
not
thing,
Jesus
I'm
is not
afraid.
God. No,
That's
it's not.
the same
Jesus is
thing.
not. No, it's not. Jesus is not God to me. He's the Son of God to me. It's
You
Scripture.
need him to pray through, right?
So what it is it's the belief system that I've adopted based on the
Yeah,
philosophy
that's
of
what
Christ.
religion. That's called a religion.
No, religion is about traditions. Like the words,
System of
doing
belief,
like
including
all
faith.
of you
Guys,
secular
this is very
atheists,
fast paced.
all of you atheists.
Oh, he's
secular-
right. Religion is about traditions. He's totally right.
I don't do traditional things that are based in Christianity's religion, because to me, the secular pagan Christianity is not Christ-like, so I don't participate in it. I follow Christ.
You are
I follow
religious.
Christ. In other words, what do I follow Christ as? Teachings, his parables.
No,
That to me,
he's right.
that to me is the way of life, and it's not a religion. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, don't fuck around with other men's wives. Don't bear false witness. Love your God with all your heart and treat your neighbor as you want to be treated. That is a lifestyle. That is not a religion. That is a lifestyle. Thank you kindly.
That's exactly right. I like bend, right? It's like bend the water, but it's
We
life.
invented the word religion to describe that type of lifestyle.
No, religion was a word hijacked by a man who wanted to take control and get everybody to practice traditions he thought they should.
I mean, how stupid do you think we are? I mean, how much
Extremely.
Yeah, but who's stupider, the ones fighting against flat Earth or the ones fighting against the globe? Who's stupider, Jeremy?
Who said extremely, Jeremy? Was that Jeremy?
What's up?
Who's stupider, the people that fight against flat Earth or the people that believe in a globe?
The globe believers, I think.
Those who think that stupider is a word. That's it.
Guys
I'm
like
just using his language.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Fuck off, Koshu. Fucking Danik.
What? We're all friends here. Come on.
Right. So we're not talking about religion. We're not talking about the shape of the globe. We're talking about philosophical ideals, right?
What shape is the globe, P-Mac?
What day is it? It's triangular. With
Is it religious day again? Is that what we're doing, or
no?
I'm
Sorry,
cool with it,
yeah, it's whatever you think it is, bro.
try to keep it easy though. Like, we're gonna be screaming at each other over this religious stuff, right?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? So we don't, right? So you say what you think. You give me a philosophy about your ideas, about what you think. See what Ben DeLay just did there now. He did exactly what we're looking for. He doesn't follow religion. It's a way of life. What's wrong with that?
I mean, I just thought religious was believing in a creator.
What?
Why does religion associated with a creator? Why? Religion itself.
That's what I thought. I don't know.
Well, how can you believe in a creator without being religious? I mean, believing in something is one thing, but requiring sacrifices or practices towards it. For instance, Muslims every year, they do a big animal sacrifice where they kill hundreds and hundreds of animals towards their God. And this happens every year, right? So what kind of practice is that?
Do they eat the animals? Or?
I don't know.
No, they just kill it. They don't eat it.
Standard practice, mate.
Fucking waste.
Kill stuff for God.
I don't know when religion had a bad name.
But we should ask a Muslim why they do that, right?
Who's next, Jeremy?
Because like if you ask a Catholic why they take the wine and that is because the Last Supper. That's what.
Because sacrifice.
Yeah, so the Last Supper is a metaphor too, right? I mean, an analogy for actually pagan practices, right? Eat the flesh of the flesh, drink the blood of the blood. That's a pagan. That would be a druid practice, actually. Now Jesus did a metaphorical version of it, or a metaphor version of it, right?
That's
you're not
your
actually eating
interpretation, right? And that's where you.
Well, that's how that
agree,
Catholic
right?
communion. When you did, because I was raised in Catholic, so to do communion, anyway, went to Jesuit school, all that shit. Anyway, when you're raised through communion, you're taking on as a metaphorical representation of flesh, where there's the other literal term of it. So why is it that Christians have taken on a metaphorical practice where other religions take on the literal practice? In other words, eating flesh is a part of a tradition, and sacrificing an animal is part of a tradition. The difference is that Christianity isn't actually practicing in any of these real rituals. They're all metaphors, where other religions are actually practicing these rituals.
Which one moves counterclockwise around the square with a satellite embedded in the square hole?
Did anyone understand that?
No. How can so here's another thing with the Muslim religion too, is a lot of Muslims are believing this climate change thing, right? And the fact they're really excited about this climate change thing due to the fact that in the Quran it really talks, just like the Bible talks about floods and earthquakes and all that stuff near the end of the days, right? But are they I haven't met a Muslim yet that knows how to distinguish between a climate hoax and what the Bible predicts for the end of days.
Why would a Muslim care about what the Bible predicts?
No, the Quran talks about the weather, environmental changes as well. In the end of days, when the Quran talks about Jesus coming back as well, right? So you've got this book talking about. I mean, the Bible talks about floods and hurricanes and
This is actually
earthquakes and shit.
I mean, have you seen the Earth?
No, I'm just saying that both of these books predict the climate events. But what I see is none of these climate events just yet that the books predicted. So what's going on?
You haven't? Okay, no, hang on.
I haven't seen Great Earthquake yet. I haven't seen, I mean, again, it's rumors of wars and earthquakes and pestilence and floods and all these,
Pestilence, rumors of wars, right? We got that. Pestilence, we got that, right? Earthquake, you just need an earthquake. So we got 2 of the 3.
Massive earthquake would be well, that's what
Los Angeles.
Well, no,
guys, let's all try.
This is a great earthquake. It's worldwide, right?
I know you heard me talking.
I don't know how does that look like. How does that look in your imagination? How you picture that?
Well, I keep hearing the words level playing field. Okay, so just like 2-3 years ago when they said, yeah, so just like 2 or 3 years ago when they said flattening the curve, right? Only 2 weeks to flatten the curve, and then the Black Swan event came out, and then all of a sudden we have an owl. Like literally, as the Black Swan event came out for the stock market, QE releases, or I think the Black Swan with Flat Earth comes out. So there's none of these are coincidences, right? Anyway,
you think a timeline can tell a lot of things.
Oh, wait,
like
QE calls.
Of course it can.
I know you heard me talking, Zanuck. Do guys just not give a fuck when I talk?
I was too excited about QE.
No, Jeremy, you're too lenient. You're too lenient.
Is my voice too soft? Should I scream at him?
You're too lenient. You always back down.
Yeah, I know. Let's all just try to just let each other finish our thoughts.
You can let me be a mod. Wait.
Get
You haven't seen modding until I've done it.
You need to be modded. You are the one that need to be modded. Listen, let's just all try.
I'm the best modder ever.
Let's all just try to let each other finish our sentences today. All right. We all have a lot of thoughts that we want to get out there and put out there in the world. Let's.
You know what? I had a wrong thought. Check this out. So I had a wrong thought. Now if you had a boat on the water, you have a boat on the water, and you had let's say a leaf blower, and you would take the leaf blower and blow wind into the sail. Would you be able to make the ship move forward?
If you had a light enough ship or a more powerful enough leaf blower, yeah.
Now, perfect. Now, could you? It would go in the opposite direction. Of course, the wind is coming out, but you wouldn't be able to make it go forward by blowing it into the sail. It would go in the opposite direction. So if you were blowing it into the sail,
on the other side of the sail, whatever side of this, wherever you want the boat to go.
Are you really having this conversation right now? This has been done.
I don't know.
Physics.
I just want to say, I feel like if Dada was a mod, he'd mute everybody and not shut up for the rest of the day.
No, I'm telling you, I'd be the best mod ever, dude.
Like I said,
because I would go after the Globers as well as
tell
the
me how
Flat Earth.
the leaf blower in the sail works. Let's hear about that. It's already been done.
There's a bigger agenda behind that statement. Of course, we're talking.
Just break it down.
We're talking about how two bodies interact, causing a physical force between them.
Okay, so how does a leaf blower make a boat go forward?
Zanuck,
it's not the leaf blower that makes the boat go forward. It's the reaction that the leaf blower is blowing wind against the medium, causing the opposite reaction for the boat to go in the direction opposite of the wind. But again, it had
right.
Again, it had a bigger implication of that question.
You're next, P-Mac.
You
Hold on.
can't blow a leaf blower on your sail and make it go forward, just so you know.
It's actually been done.
That doesn't work.
So again, there's a guy online.
Hold on.
He sits in a little fucking it was what made me thinking about it today. It's because it was the opposite direction. It couldn't go anywhere. But he was sitting in a little janitor
a mop
yellow
bucket.
bucket.
That's why I figured it worked, because I've actually seen this done on land. I'll give you that. But I mean, what would be different on the water?
Well, I think Mythbusters.
It wouldn't be different on the water. I had a conclusion to the point. The point was that you need two bodies to interact with to create a force. And in this example, the leaf blower is the one body. The umbrella is the second body. The leaf blower is attached to the bucket. Same with the umbrella, but there is a.
This works, Zanuck. You're bugging.
Well, to get it to work, though, you need a specific size sail and a certain amount of power.
Okay, so I can't.
Exactly. So the blower's got to be the power of the blower's got to outweigh the inertia of the the bucket.
Hey,
Yes,
And the guy
otherwise,
PMAC was
don't work
waiting to
that
get
way.
in.
That's not how it
PMAC
works.
was waiting to get. PMAC.
Yeah,
then
so the
Xanax.
guy does it. So go take a look.
Data.
He can't control himself.
I'm fine, bro.
Xanax, hold on. Go ahead,
But it's
PMAC.
not actually working. It's not working because the air is hitting the scale and pushing it. There's
Wait,
another
now we're
effect.
talking about fucking leaf blowers. Okay, it's my turn.
A lot of the
Shut
air is
the
flipping up
fuck
the
up,
side of the
bro.
Guys, PMAC, then Xanax. Everyone relax. If you want on the list, let me know. I'll put your name on the list. Who wants on the list?
I'm after Xanax.
Who?
PMAC, Xanax, Kosho,
I'll
anyone
take
else? Who are you?
Demon Stride.
Now,
Okay.
now I'm going to sit
PMAC.
here.
Go ahead, PMAC.
Hello. Yes. Thank you, Jeremy. I'm going to sit here now for 24 hours or maybe 48 talking about leaf blowers.
It's not about leaf blowers, bro.
No, it is. It is basically it's about leaf blowers, right? And circumferences and fucking mathematics and fucking shapes of things.
Leaf blowers and mathematics.
PMAC. All right, we got it. No, we got it, PMAC.
You got it? Okay.
We got it.
Thank you.
Xanax. No, nice work, PMAC. Xanax, you're up. All right, skipping Xanax, we're on to Kosho.
That's right. Hey, I think that Xanax's point would have been valid, actually. I think he was going to offer that, this should be a violation of, conservation of energy, right? But I think in this case, the leaf blower is sort of drawing it's not exactly drawing from the craft, right? So I think in this case, it is actually perfectly possible. I think you would find this.
We've seen it. What do you mean you think
I just watched the guy do it this morning.
Yeah, we've literally seen this. Hold on. There's demons. Something's on this list. Hold on. We've seen it done, Kosho. Go ahead, demon.
All right, so yeah, it's not like you can just point a fan at the scale and like change how fast you go by the amount of speed. There's like a barrier you reach, and then it starts to move. Because sails don't actually work like a catcher's mitt. If that was the case, all the sailboats on a lake would be stuck to one beat, right? Sails actually work like a wing on a plane, where going almost directly into the wind is the way you get the fastest movement out of a sailboat.
It's very possible that he did the experiment during a windy day and he caught the umbrellas catching the wind and he's just blowing the leaf blower into the umbrella.
They did it in an enclosed scenario as well. So it's not like I'm saying you can't just put a fan in a boat and push the boat with the fan. There's a specific ratio that needs to be met where it's not even the sail catching it. It's still creating a vacuum or lower pressure in front of the sail, which causes it to be pulled forward. Also, I wanted to say, Damak, it's nice to see you. I've been trying to find you, bro. Accept my friend request.
Should I unmute Damak?
You know what's weird? How many years have been talking to you? How many years have Kosho, Jeremy, I can't remember everybody's name here, but how long have we been all talking here online roughly? What would you gauge?
I know Jeremy's single, so
years, bro.
Yeah. I'm not looking for single. I'm just looking for just 5 years now. Have you guys heard all of our voices for 5 years now? 3 years, 4 years? How many
years, bro? Years longer than we've been waiting for.
How many years? Gauge it for me, brother. You've been here.
How long you been writing this book?
Well, 3 years at least.
Shut the fuck up.
Hold on.
I've known some of these fools for almost 5 years.
So anyway, no, I think we have 7 years.
I said it's 7 years. I'm going to ask Kosho and Jeremy now, just like I asked Ranty, how many more years? Because Ranty told me 5 when I asked him. We were in already, I think 3 or 4 years into it when I already asked him. He said 5. 5 years came up. It was like he had a duty. He'd filled his duty. 5 years came up. He went and started his new conspiratorial show after Flat Earth. Now, have you guys spent more time than Ranty or about the same time?
Gone back to the original question there.
Somebody, whoever that was, their mic is horrible.
I'd say that.
So, Jeremy, are you approaching 5 years now, and same with Kosho, or are you guys over your 5 year mark?
Bro, I'm probably.
Have you been in this arena longer than 5 years now?
That's probably close. It's probably close. Hold on a second. Zanuck, your mic does
Zanuck
not
has
work.
access to cameras through Discord. He's hooked up.
Are you gonna finish
Zanuck,
your book
how long?
within
How
the
long?
next 5 years? How about
I
that?
know, right?
Yeah, I've been teasing the
Where's
cover
this
there.
fucking book at?
I've been teasing the cover for you guys anyway. Just
Oh fuck! You've been teasing that you know how to use a pen for the last 5 years. Never mind a cover book.
That's all this book is. It's just a cover. It's one page.
That's all it is, man. When I
for the book
put it there, it's gonna
fight
flatter
for the
China. When you
cover.
open it up, it's gonna be all blank pages, right? There
His
you go.
book is just the book in. That's it. Just the book in.
Hey.
Jeremy, can you comment about that sale?
Zanuck.
Your
Zanuck,
mic is so bad, Mike.
Or I'll reconnect. Hold on.
He's
Yeah,
Zanuck has access to Discord's special features.
It's the book of Eli.
Don't forget to put me in your book, Dada.
T-Mac
You
wasted-
promised me years ago I'd be in there.
What's your name and what was your story? Because he might be in there.
God's scalpel.
God's
I think I do. I think I have one
Can I
question.
be in the
asked
book
you.
as well? Can I be in the book as well?
Well, if you guys give me,
Dude, I ain't even in the book.
if you guys give me 20 minutes, you're in there, Jeremy. I'll ask you questions. I actually was going to finalize because I can still add to it. Like everything is uploaded. I'm just slightly tweaking it as we go.
Chapter to it.
So what
I
I'm
got a
going to do, I'm
chapter
not
I
going to
wanna
add
put
a
in there for
chapter,
you.
but I do have questions.
No, my chapter.
Well, how about this? I'll have.
Can I have the first
Very
chapter?
good.
At the end of it all,
In
If
like
you guys
chapter
want
one?
to, you guys want
Yes,
all
we can
in
hear
it.
you, Sonic.
Hold on,
you guys-
hold on. We hear
Jeremy,
Zanuck.
can I go next?
Yeah, it's Data then Zanuck. Fine.
So I'll be home. I'll be home in about 20 minutes. What I'll do is I have questions for Zanuck to finalize if he's interested, and question for any flat earther that want to be put in there last minute.
Can you
I'm
read
just-
us a paragraph, maybe, when you get home?
I can read you a paragraph, sure.
Yeah, I'd like to hear a paragraph.
Me too.
You told me the book would be available on eBay in like December last year. What happened?
he said,
Yeah,
Nate-
I was
Nate
looking at
cut Zanuck in line.
mediums to deliver it. I was looking
Now
at
you want
mediums
a
to
whole
deliver it. Amazon is allowing me. So what I'm doing right now is using Amazon Kindle services, so I can actually print off the hard copies through asking for a proof. My copies are like fucking $6 a book, which is awesome because to get it printed elsewhere, they're asking me $13-14 a book. So temporarily, I'm just getting them printed off of Amazon right now, just to actually look at them, go through them, and then I'm handing them away to have them proofread. I don't know if they're going to come back in time, but because again, I'm not an editor.
Is there
I can
any
write-
pop up? Hold on. Is there any pop up aspects?
There
to the book? Like when
is
you
one
open it,
pop-
like
there is-
some
there
stuff
is one
pops up.
There is one pop up page, and there's one crayon coloring page.
I was gonna ask you if there's a coloring page. I'm
Is
excited
this like
about
a
that.
choose your own adventure
It's-
book? Or?
It's there's a section in there
Oh,
too.
that'd be
It's
dope.
choose your own adventure. It's either flat or globe because there's no third option yet.
Did you?
So I'm waiting for a third option to write about.
Hollow Earth. Hollow Earth is the third option. My God, where have you been all this
They already
time?
did that. Alma Bird already did that. He had a book about it, right? So I couldn't do any better than Alma Bird. I mean, he literally saw it with his eyeballs, guys.
Zanuck has something brilliant to say about the sailboat with the sail.
If Demont wants to get on the talking list, if you guys want to start a new one.
No, that's all right.
Sonic, go ahead, bud.
The Bendy, you were Flat Earth Data, right? Or
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
man.
him.
well, it is him, right?
Yeah, that's
okay.
him.
That's what's Jeremy.
So you're not Travis, right? Are you?
No.
Why does
Okay, because you and
Travis
Travis
met
sound
MIA.
very similar.
Travis met
No,
MIA for
they
a minute.
don't.
They do, Gospel.
Him and Right
Oh,
the
white
Hand
people
are like
sound alike,
twins
huh,
on
Silent?
here, not Travis.
Silent, all us white people sound alike, huh?
Yeah.
I can't tell you and
Travis
Dempsey apart,
isn't as
okay?
nasally. Data's a little more nasally. He's got a little more nose into it.
Dada and Right the Hand are the same. They're the same.
Yeah, they're with nasal.
No.
They like when you mix them up. Oh, they like it.
Can I go now?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. Just back to the sail thing. You're putting a leaf blower or anything blowing wind into a fan.
Oh my God.
Sail, I think was alluded to. There was a concept. I think Kosho mentioned it. When the air spills off the back of the sail, the sides of the sail, it creates a low pressure zone in front of it. So it actually gives a little bit of thrust, but it's so inefficient that it barely moves. So you have this 10 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower jet engine against your sail. You get such a little bit of you will get some forward thrust. It is a little counterintuitive, but it is so little that it's not even worth even mentioning.
Can somebody please post, hold on. Can somebody please post a video of the janitor and the mop bucket with the umbrella and the leaf blower, please? Just so we can.
That'll work. Same thing. See the umbrella is catching the air that you're throwing at it, but some spills around the outside of it, and that creates a little lower pressure zone, and that's enough to make it move slightly forward. But it's a fraction, maybe 100th or less than 1/10 of the efficiency of what you would have if you turned the thing around and use it for propulsion.
So you're saying the guy in the janitor bucket would have gotten farther if he had just turned the leaf blower out behind him and just blown it in the air?
Oh God,
Nope.
yes. Oh God, yes.
Dude,
Yes.
I got a mop bucket. Okay, I'm bringing my leaf blower to work. All right,
Uh-huh.
and we're gonna test this out.
Okay. Yeah. 10. I would say 100 times, but at least 10 times more.
And is
thrust.
Xanax right? Earth
Oh, now you
is-
went down, Sanic.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
It's
Sounds
I'm
like
saying
you're
it's a
doubting
very-
your own thing.
Here's the answer. Way more. It'll be way more thrust pointing back the other direction. You lose
I
all
don't
the
believe that.
efficiency going into the umbrella, and all you're getting is thrust based on Bernoulli's principle of the air going off the outsides of the umbrella, creating a low pressure zone in front of it. It will have a little bit of a pressure differential between the umbrella and in front of the umbrella, which makes it move a little bit. You turn that leaf blower around, and you'll be like orders of magnitude more power.
Jeremy, can somebody post what you guys talking about? Because I cannot picture in my head.
I don't have it. It's a janitor. I don't have it. Someone can find it so that we could post it. There's a janitor. He sits in a mop bucket. He's got an umbrella. and a
Janitor
leaf
sitting in
blower.
a mop bucket.
All right. He's got an umbrella and a leaf blower. He takes the leaf blower, blows it into the umbrella, and then he's zooming around crazy.
Oh, that shouldn't be the case.
No.
That's not
I just got
possible.
done telling you how it works. It's just a little bit of spillage of the outsides of the umbrella, which creates a low pressure zone, which gives you a little bit of thrust. Very tiny, insignificant compared to what comes out of the leaf blower itself.
Unless it was a trick video. Unless it was like a trick video and he had motors on the wheels or some shit. I don't know.
He has motors.
No, it makes it move a little bit.
No, Sanic, that doesn't make any sense. Because
well,
the leaf blower is
Silent,
together
you may
with
miss-
the umbrella, though.
Guys, he's going downhill.
Silent, you may miss the point. Silent,
He's going
listen real
downhill,
carefully.
you think?
Silent, can you hear me? Silent?
I'm watching the video, though.
I just
Okay,
posted the
listen
one
real
actually
quick.
in the chat with the bucket.
Yeah, I'm watching
Silent,
the
let me-
video. It makes no sense.
Silent, let me explain real quick to you. It'll make sense to you. I know you because you intuitively know what's going on. And most people would say, no, it's not going to work. What happens is the air that spills around the sides of the umbrella creates a very a lower pressure zone. And that does have a little bit of I hate to use this term suction, but you get a little suction in front of it. So low pressure zone. And that makes it move a little bit. But if you turn that
Be
leaf
quiet
blower
for a
around,
second.
you're talking
Guys.
over me, so you'll never learn anything.
Yeah,
You'll never learn
mute
anything.
him. Jeremy, mute him a little bit because I want to point something out. At 18 seconds, 15 seconds, you can see there's a board below the bucket. He's sitting on something motorized.
It's an electric skateboard.
It's an electric skateboard. You can see the difference. Man, Sanic, you guys are so fucking gullible.
Or he's going downhill.
No, that actually does work though. I've watched the Mythbusters. What Danica is saying is correct. It creates a low pressure zone. Just look into how actual sailboats work. They don't catch air to move. They create a low pressure zone with a wing. The sail is technically a wing.
You guys are making me want to just cam up and do this real time with
I just posted it for
umbrella.
So I brought up this fucking
I don't think it'll
conversation.
work.
I brought up this conversation.
Do I really got to bring an umbrella and a leaf blower to work?
Not the
Come on,
speed
I do not
he's
wanna
going.
bring my leaf blower to
Dude,
work.
he's on a skateboard. He's on a skateboard. He's on an electric skateboard.
He's in a
He's
mop
on
pail.
Listen,
He's in
dude,
a
he's on it.
mop pail.
Yeah, on an electric skateboard. I posted the video. I brought up the fucking debate just to see how you guys would react to it. He's on a fucking skateboard. Xanax full of
You got
shit.
down to the truth.
Low pressure
Yes.
doesn't create enough suction force to fucking draw the vehicle forward. It's just another bullshit.
Okay, so that doesn't
It
work
would
then.
not
I don't need to
fly,
bring my
guys.
leaf blower to work.
You're right.
You should bring your leaf blower to work and prove Xanax correct. That's what you should do.
You
The guy
can see
weighs
the
too much,
fucking.
he can do it.
Hey, 20 seconds. You can see the board with the batteries below you guys. 20 seconds.
I brought
You can
this
see the
debate
batteries
just to
on
see.
the bottom.
You know, I
Hey, guys,
started this
honestly,
debate for
is there a
that
reason-
reason.
Trick
Is there a
data
reason-
is a trick.
Is there a reason
Yes,
Demont
buddy.
can't speak enough?
My book is
He
full of
actually has
tricks,
something
dude.
to say.
The mock's not muted. I unmuted him.
Okay, well, he wanted to get on the list to talk or whatever.
He's not even in a room anymore.
I think
I
because he
unmuted
wasn't
him.
allowed to talk.
No, I unmuted him before he left. He was name calling, dude.
Oh yeah, You can see it on just second, like on about 12 seconds. You can see it sticking out after he dumps the pail and then sits on it. You can definitely see it.
What do you
This
see?
phenomena is
Oh,
real.
just a second. I'll get the exact time.
So
Hold on.
literally, Zanuck was trying
Right
to tell
here.
us that the suction force from the blow off of the edges of the umbrella would cause the device to go
Hold
forward.
on.
This
At
is
11
Zanuck.
seconds.
Just not that big heavy
Hold
man
on,
in a
hold on.
janitor's bucket.
Look at exactly 11 seconds on that video with the janitor. You can clearly see he dumps it. You'll see that there's nothing underneath the pail. But then at 11 seconds, when he's sitting on it and he starts up the leaf blower, at 11 seconds, you can see it sitting on a skateboard. The pail no longer has its own wheels, and it's sitting on a skateboard.
I'm actually glad you brought this up, Data, because that I was walking around thinking that actually worked, and you could just do that.
Really, Jeremy? Come on, bro.
Yeah. Why
just too heavy to do
no
it.
shot.
Dude, why
Pull up
wouldn't that work,
the
though?
Mythbusters video.
Because the force and the umbrella are on the same
they're equal.
reference.
It worked. Hey,
So
it I literally just did it in my garage. It works.
Just
by the way.
pull up the
What
Mythbusters
did you
video.
do? Put your
Video
mop
it.
bucket on top of a skateboard and it worked? Is that what you did in
The
your
reason
garage?
it worked is you had to spill this. Hey, by the way, this is producing a lot more thrust than I thought it would. Yeah, the spill over the air over the outside of the umbrella creates a low pressure zone, and that's allowing
Zanuck,
it
you're
to go
not
forward.
talking about this video with the guy in the pail, are you? The mop bucket.
That looks like is that fake?
Yeah, it's
It's
fake.
not an electric
Look at
skateboard.
11. Look at 11. Pause it exactly 11 seconds. You can see the skateboard right underneath the pail.
11 seconds. Like a
11
motorized
seconds.
skateboard?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a motorized skateboard. But the fact is this is a real effect. It's just you wouldn't be able to move a heavy person with that, but you can do it on a much smaller scale.
It's a very, like I said, it's a very, very low force. It's a spillage of the air
There's
around the
no
outside
way
of that.
that dude's going that speed doing that technique though without that
I don't
skateboard.
think
won't.
I don't think he can go that fast even with a pointing the other direction, like direct thrust. It's just that you only have a couple pounds. You only have about a pound, maybe a pound of 5 pounds of thrust out of that leaf blower.
Here,
Maybe 5 pounds at the most.
I'll make it easy for everybody. I'll take a screenshot. I'm gonna post the screenshot right now in chat.
So
Then you can see it.
if you had a small child with 2 leaf blowers, then could he be zooming around?
Well, yeah, leaf blowers put out about between 2 and 5 pounds of thrust, and that's
Look at that
think about
screenshot.
it. That's directly.
Zoom in.
Hold on, listen. I was just trying to explain that there's about 2 to 5 pounds of thrust depending on the leaf blower, and you can point that backward, and you will have like someone's pushing on you with 5 pounds of thrust. Now, whether that can move the friction of the wheels or up an incline or whatever, that's to be seen. But that's the reality. Now, whether you have 3 or 5 pounds of thrust pointing into an umbrella, no, you have less. It's definitely less than you would be pointing it directly out the back of you.
But wait a second. After I took that screenshot, hold on. After I took that screenshot, I zoomed in. That just looks like a normal skateboard. There's no motor or anything on the trucks.
Oh, on 27 seconds, you can see the batteries on that thing.
Are you sure it's not just a skateboard?
Yeah. Yeah, underneath you can see the edge of the battery.
Did you post it?
20. What? Yeah, post it like I posted mine, so we can see it.
27 seconds, right?
Take a screenshot and post it.
Yeah,
I don't
man.
know how to do that.
Step up. Don't know how
Yeah,
to
I'll
do that.
try.
Want me to just demonstrate it for you?
Smart as you are, Silent, you can
pull
do
up
it.
the Mythbusters video. Mythbusters did this in a 2-scale scenario.
So you guys, you realize all you have to do is just look at the wheels. They change, right? Like if you look where he comes in, just look at the wheels. The wheels change color and shape. Just look at the fucking wheels.
Is anyone still not thinking that it's a skateboard?
Yeah, look at the black wheels. You got black wheels. It's all high tech. High grip. It's a mop bucket.
It's real.
Sure. You guys hear me?
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
Those wheels. I mean, those are high tech, wide for grip. Then you get the mop bucket. It looks like the typical mop bucket. It has little shitty little wheels from Home Depot.
There you go. It's easy tell, right?
Yeah.
They don't look. I'll be honest. They don't look motorized. Those wheels. They just look like normal skateboard wheels.
There, and that picture you can see there.
Hold on.
The fact it's even there, though.
I'm just gonna take the bucket wheels and put on normal skateboard wheels. Okay.
Yeah, the fact that.
Yeah, but you ever try running a bucket straight down the road with the style of wheel? Like,
we'll
listen,
do it.
if you're gonna do
We'll
this,
do it.
but if
We'll
you're
do it.
gonna
That's the
do
whole
this,
point.
it does make sense to have it on a skateboard. I'm not saying it's not motorized. I mean, I'm the one that brought up the picture to start with. But it does kind of make sense that you would want a more sturdy platform underneath you, especially considering the speed he's going. One of those little.
I have a bigger motive.
Caught a crack in the road. That guy would be on his lid.
I have a bigger motive of why I'm talking about this this observation, right? My motive is that do you need two acting forces to cause any kind of differential change in motion, right?
I'll tell you right now, the mop buckets at my job are the wheels on them are fucking horrible. I can barely push it down a terrazzo floor. So yeah, on concrete or
get some skateboard wheels, man. They're pretty good at here.
On blacktop. Dude, it's a motorized skateboard. It's not because he put a regular skateboard under there.
They got rid of the wheels of the bucket, right, and replaced them by putting it on top of the skateboard. It matches, it matches the previous wheels of the bucket in a way. But if you see, they actually extend slightly. They're protruded differently.
Where's the MythBusters video? I want to see that.
I need to bring a fucking leaf blower. Do I need to bring a leaf blower?
Mythbusters did a boat with a sail on a little lake, and he put the air under the sail. The air went into the sail. It spilled off the outside of it with Bernoulli's principle, creating a lower pressure zone in front of the sail. That provided differential pressure, which actually moved it. Very like a real super inefficient propeller. Very inefficient. Now, if you turn that prop, hold on, I'm almost done. Now, if he turns that leaf blower around, you get the direct pounds of thrust of that leaf blower directly acting on that boat with almost no friction because it's on water and will move. So
that was the point. Now, Zanuck is highlighting my point and my contention here is that if we have the wind blowing towards the sail, like I suggested, maybe you would get a little bit of movement because it's coming off the edge of the sail. But if you turn that propulsion system that was blowing into the sail around, and it was attached to the boat, that particular system would be one body, okay? Because that's the idea is, can you have one body produce thrust? Proving that you need an interaction between two bodies to have a differential pressure exchange, which causes motion.
Wait.
So,
are you saying what I'm saying, but just in many more words?
No, I'm not even concluded. You keep interrupting to my crescendo. So,
no. Okay.
Let me finish, please. Don't interrupt. You have a boat. You have a fan on a boat. That is one body. The fan is a propulsion system. It needs another medium to interact because it's propulsion. So what the idea is, we put that wind into the fan. We might get a slight movement from, like we described, the wind coming off the edges, and you might get a slight pressure differential like you described.
Or into the sail or off the fan itself? Remember, the fan is actually imparting momentum.
Let me finish, please.
I know, but you're getting a little bit
Let me finish, please.
All right, go ahead.
Please. The fan is blowing into the sail. They're apparently trying to create a motion, but the point of the exercise is that you need something differential to push off of. In this particular case, because the fan is pointing at itself, if you will, which is the one body, which is the fan attached to the boat. That's a one-body system. At the sail, too. There's nothing differential to cause a change in motion, really, except for maybe, like you said, the Bernoulli principle with the air coming off the edges. Now, if we turn that fan around and we put it into the propulsion system into a medium, we're now interacting with two bodies. One body is separate of the ship, which is the medium that the propulsion system is working with. That causes the opposite. Okay. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. That's the third law. Okay. Newton's third law. So so the idea is that if we have a rocket and a rocket has fuel in it, and that rocket leaves the surface of the Earth, that's a one-body system. How it works in differential. Let me finish, please. Okay, Let me finish, please. Why do you keep interrupting? So because because I have to tell you what the premise is, and I have to tell you the situation.
I was kidding. Go ahead.
You have a boat, a fan, a sail. It's all a one-body system. The fan is blowing propulsion from the medium that it's in, but it's pushing against its own self, but it's not moving anywhere. So just like the rocket having fuel in it, it's a one-body system, just like the fuel is the fan or the sail attached to the rocket. It's going to, well, not the sail, but the fan blowing. It's going to leave the system. It's going to leave the system.
Repeat himself for sure.
It's going to leave the system, but it's not going to have anything to propel against.
I completely understand.
Let me finish. So it's going to lose.
So if anyone interrupts data, I'm timing.
It's going to lose momentum, right? And the idea is that to have momentum, you have to have thrust and so forth. You need two bodies. Space is apparently missing that second medium that is the second body to cause momentum. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Can I respond back and be uninterrupted for a second because you have a bunch of things wrong there, Data. You're basically in the right. You have the right intentions, but you're just making some critical mistakes. Let me, and I can do this really quickly, by the way. Yes, you're right about the fan. Rand takes the medium and imparts a momentum to it, and that momentum is the third law. We have a force acting on the medium. The medium acts back on the fan, and we have thrust. That'll give you your 5 pounds of thrust. Let's say you point it to the sail as a little side adjunct here. Sail. Now we're just your one body system, and nothing's going to happen. But the spilling over the edge of the sail creates a low pressure zone and ends up going forward a little bit. But your third example of the rocket. Hold on. Let me finish. So the third example, the rocket, however. There's no medium that it's imparting a momentum to. It has the medium inside the rocket. It's expelling the medium out of the back of the rocket. So there's a force on the rocket and a force outward from the medium being expelled. There's no medium to be acted upon. So that's where you made your critical error, just so you know.
No, the error is the cage of the fan is the rocket, the spin of the blade is the rocket fuel, and the medium that it's interacting with is causing the different, or is partaking in the resistance, causing the momentum and differential change.
There is no difference.
So let me finish. The fan, the cage is the rocket, the shell.
I got it.
Inside of the fan is the blade, which is the fuel. The
Data, are
blade
you
needs
saying rockets
the
don't
blade.
work in a vacuum?
No, you're wrong.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So that's essentially, Jeremy, a point why I brought this whole bucket fan thing up is because I'm showing that there has to be two bodies in physical resistance to each other to cause motion. Thank you.
There doesn't.
Here, so you're saying
rocket is Jeremy.
Jeremy,
real quick.
Flow did is now a separate body.
Jeremy, can I say real quick response?
Like the fan, the cage of the fan is the body of the rocket. Like the fuel is the blade spinning inside the fan. To have any propulsion, it needs to interact with another medium. It needs a second body because the fan's cage and blade is one body, just like the ship, the rocket ship, and fuel is one body.
Okay, real quick, Jeremy. Real quick analogy.
Holy
if I put
shit!
My hand in,
can you make sense of any of that, man? Mod, Jeremy.
Yes, I can. Real quick. This will be real quick, Jeremy. I promise. Real quick.
Go. Make it quick.
Xanax has already explained it.
No.
The other guy
You didn't get it the first time.
Let the other guy. Let the other guy.
Jeremy already made the call.
Jeremy made the perfect analogy.
Jeremy made the call.
Perfect analogy.
Nate right.
Jeremy made the call. Oh, come on, Jeremy. I got a quick moment. Quick.
20 seconds. Stop.
Thank you. Okay, if I stick my hands in the water and I pull them like a swimmer, I am pushing off the water. I'm using that water and the force of my body to impart momentum in the water and in the boat. I can also take the same amount of water that I threw and put it in the boat and throw it out of the boat, and the same effect will happen. You don't need to have.
So, are you interacting with two bodies separate of your own, or another body separate of your own?
No, that's only one body in your ideal.
No,
I have the water in the boat.
Your body
water
is
in the
now
boat.
interacting with
water in the boat. Hold on. Water in the boat.
Now you got two bodies.
Water in the boat. I'm throwing it out of the boat.
Two bodies.
Guys,
it's like a rocket.
Two bodies.
Turning this into
Unbelievable.
A shit show, Xanax.
Okay, well, he's not
Data.
Boat and water.
It's a problem.
You always
Data. Are you
that's
saying?
My point.
Yeah, you're not understanding, Xanac.
Oh, I understand, dude. I'm the one who went to physics class. You guys did,
Xanac.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me give a shot at the analogy.
Example, go ahead.
Okay, so I was gonna say you're trying to equate the fan and the sail to a rocket, whereas in a rocket the fuel.
Wrong.
Hold on, Data. Let him finish.
You didn't state it right.
Demon, hold on. Data, let him finish, please, man. You can go next.
If he's going to state it correctly.
Hold on. He's stating his statement. I don't care what he says. He's going to finish it. And
yeah,
then you can go next.
Correct me. Yeah, correct me when I'm done, because I would like to know if I'm not getting your position right. But it seems like you're saying that the rocket is one body, just like the fan and the sailboat are. But the truth is the fuel inside the rocket, as soon as it combusts, it's now a second body that's pushing on the rocket. It's separate from the solid part of it. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. No, that's a good job. That's exactly right.
So it doesn't change. All it changes is velocity. So the fuel is at one motion stagnant, second motion velocity. That velocity has to exchange energy, and they do so through momentum. That's what we see. That's a physical property. Let me stop interrupting, Glue. Stop interrupting. So that interaction has a physical consequence. We can detect it, measure it. The idea is that here's the example that you're failing to understand, and you can do it at small scale, at big scale. So just like the ship, the sail, the sailboat, the fan, and blowing into the sail, no movement. So if we have a object that has a fuel inside of it, which doesn't matter, the fuel inside of it is arbitrary, doesn't matter how it comes out, it's going to come out from a position of no motion to a velocity change. Okay, you want to ignite that. That doesn't change the fact that it's still the essence of the fuel that's in there. It's still part of that one body system, just like the fan. Let me finish. Just like the fan, it's got a blade in it, right? Would be the fuel essentially. But the fuel to ignite with something to cause motion needs to interact with a medium. That is what's displayed. So here's an example you can do. Take a balloon and a straw. Tape the straw to the balloon. Put a string through it. Draw it across your room. If you fill up this balloon and let it go, then it will shoot across the room along this straw. How does that work? The fuel inside the balloon is interacting with the medium, causing an opposite direction. That's just a fact. And how can we prove that? Let me finish. How we can reprove that is all we need to do is let the balloon expel its exhaust, just like it's blowing into the sail, as we can demonstrate with the boat and the fan. We take a cap around it, but we still let the fuel out of the end of the balloon, so that when it blows out, it blows against, let's say, the sail that's attached to the balloon. So what I'm doing is taking a piece of paper and putting it over the exhaust, but allowing a space. Let me finish. Allowing a space to come out, so it still has momentum against the air, but like the sail, it's pushing air into it, but it's not moving it anywhere, indicating that directional motion is required to have directional motion. Directional motion. Directional motion needs interaction between two bodies. That's what physics shows me. If you can show me momentum without, let me finish. If you can show me momentum without any physical interaction between two bodies, I'd like to be demonstrated, because I can demonstrate my claim.
Demonstrate, yes, exactly.
Oh my God.
If you're gonna claim the opposite, please demonstrate it.
Very easily.
Do I need to bring my leaf blower to work with the mop and get in the mop?
Yeah, just so you can show.
Just do it, Jeremy.
Show that he's so wrong. No, he just failed. He's got it. You get an F in physics. You just got it all wrong. It's okay.
Listen to your arguments.
Here's my argument. No, I'm going to back it up with my answer.
arguments. These are your
I'm going to back it up. Let me finish.
Let me
finish. I'll tell you.
At what point would I have said was wrong, Zanuck? You need a medium to interact to cause it.
No, you do not. The medium
is
when you have an airplane, the propeller imparts. Can I finish? Jeremy, am I able to respond or not?
Law agrees with the third, right?
He will not know.
You hear me trying to gain control of this, and you won't stop talking, Zanuck. So that doesn't help me gain control of it, does it?
Gotcha.
Let him finish, and then you can go next.
I want to have data.
The propeller on an airplane.
Yep.
The propeller on the airplane.
Data, and then Demon.
Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, do you hear me, Zanuck? I'm trying to orchestrate.
Yeah, I do.
Now go ahead.
I thought you said go, and then you guys kept on talking. So, yeah, a propeller. My God, a propeller imparts a moment. Okay, really?
They're just fucking with you now.
A propeller imparts a momentum into the medium. So the medium's outside of the body, as you're calling it, and it takes the medium from the body itself with a propeller that's going to be rotated by a motor, and it's going to impart a momentum. Anytime you have a change of momentum, you have a force. That's how a propeller works in the medium. Now, if you have no medium and you have material mass inside of this body, and you expel it out by either explosion or I just throw it out with my arms, you will have a equal and opposite force, Newton's third law. And F equals ma, the second law, will dictate how fast this object will accelerate, how fast the object that you throw out of the back of the rocket will go, and how fast the resultant, how much the acceleration of the rocket will go in the opposite direction. Both are true. Both have nothing to do with the medium, except for the first example where it's using the medium to push off. Yes, but then when the medium's inside the rocket and it's thrown out the back, that is the exact same situation. Just the medium is inside the rocket and is accelerated outward. So you're wrong.
Let me say something. I want to say something.
Hold on.
I want to say something if you don't mind.
I got a whole list. Demon, then Data, then Silent.
No.
I was just going to say, to compare the rocket with the fan analogy again, the fan, to be compared to a rocket, would have to be throwing its blades, not just the air. It would have to be exploding its blades off and throwing them at the boat to be analogous. That was my
Exactly.
part.
Good point.
May I say something now?
Data then silent.
All right.
Yeah. So again, the fan analogy gives you the idea of what fuel is considered. And we're considering propulsion here. And the idea of propulsion in any effect that I've ever measured when it comes to thrust per square inch comes to the idea that it's interacting with two bodies. And you're claiming that the two bodies that they're interacting with is the rocket and the fuel. And I'm saying that's incorrect. That's illogical. And here's the demonstration. I've given you two scenarios. I've painted you a picture of the rocket ship as the
Both
cage
wrong,
of the
by the way.
fan. I give you an analogy that represents the rocket ship as the cage, the blade inside is the fuel. Now, here's the interesting part, and here's what the correlation is. You should draw the analogy even closer to understanding. If I increase the velocity of the fuel inside, which is the analogy of the blade spinning, like if I spin the blade faster, I have two similar effects, which is higher exchange of force, okay? Now, that is only measured by having a two-body interaction. Now, this is because it's called propulsion. You cannot have propulsion without two bodies. That is the whole point of propulsion. So if you're telling me that propulsion can happen in a space where propulsion requires a medium to interact with, like a helicopter, like a fan, like a rocket, like a turbine jet engine, like an airplane, it all requires an interaction to create momentum and thrust.
Yeah, and
So
that mass
please,
is
hold on, let
external.
me finish. Please show me. I can show
It
you at
was my
small
turn,
scale. Let me finish.
Jeremy.
I can show you at small scale how this is demonstrated
Yeah,
in my
silent
philosophy.
and then Xanic after. Go ahead,
I can
Data.
show you at small scale. I can give you these analogies. You cannot and only use sophistry ad homitax to prove your point. Please demonstrate a propulsion system in an environment where there's nothing to propel against.
Okay, easy.
I was gonna.
Go ahead. Who's over next?
I was gonna say, Sanic. You say something about water, right? And do you agree or disagree that when it comes to air, the faster you hit it, the more solid it feels, right?
There's more force. Yeah, it goes up the square of the velocity.
No. The air, right? Like the air is not moving at all. Like when you're in your car, right, and you pull your hand out, the air is not moving at all. You're just hitting it at high speed, and the air feels solid, right? Like water.
It feels like it has a force. It has a force. Hold on, it has a force, and the force goes up at the square of the velocity.
No,
drag is a force. Drag is a force.
No,
you drag.
Your hand is one body. The air is the second body. You have resistance and force.
Mass. You need two masses. You need
the reason, Sanic. The reason why I'm saying this is because with the rockets, they work here because there's air and the propulsion is hitting the air at high speed, and that air it becomes almost like a wall.
No.
So it's like Sanic.
Can I ask?
Stop lying, Sanic. Stop.
I'm sorry, Sanic, but you guys.
Are you lying or just being dumb right now?
Let me make. So it's my turn. I think it's my
high
turn
velocity hot gas
So-
compared to the
so
air.
Jeremy,
is like
am I next?
ice
Hold
Am I
on,
next,
guys.
Jeremy?
fire.
Silent finish.
My turn.
Hold on, everyone. I know you guys can hear me. Silent, did you finish?
Let me just say this. He's just denying because this will destroy their whole paradigm, right? That's why they cannot admit it. And but what Data said is correct, and it would be nice for them to demonstrate their own principles working to see if it's true or not. Because what Data is doing, or I'm saying, we can demonstrate it and we can show how this is true. But they can't.
Data.
It's my turn now, right? Jeremy?
No, hold on. I'm jumping in line.
You said I was next, Jeremy.
Shut up. So listen, Data did quote Newton's third law earlier, and according to Newton's third law, rocket in a vacuum shit should work.
Yes, correct. It should work, and it does work.
Line too.
So it's my turn now, real quick. Here we
You're
go.
lying to Jeremy.
So here's the best part. What just
Hold
Jeremy
on,
just
Data's
stated.
turn.
Jeremy
Hold on a
just
second.
not
I'm
Data's
not lying.
turn.
Hold on.
It's not
guys.
Data's turn.
I'm not lying. I'm just according to Newton's law, third law. Vacuum should work. What do you mean I'm lying?
You're not lying. What you're doing is you're taking the hijacking of the third law and what's stated there. But guess what I could do, Jeremy?
Okay,
I can show you
Jeremy,
a
you gotta
video
let
with
me go, man. You
I can
got it.
show you a video with
It's not Data's
Elon.
turn.
I can show you a video with Elon Musk talking about Newton's third law and how it's difficult to make rockets work in outer space due to Newton's third law. So you tell me, is he taking on my position of the third law, which would be two bodies to interact?
Can I respond?
Let me finish, Zanuck. The two bodies to
Jeremy,
interact,
Zanuck, you're
for
next.
half an hour.
or is it
Zanuck, you're
evoking
next.
or is it evoking a magical force, just like the downward acceleration, the hijacking of a downward acceleration, to be applied in an environment that requires two bodies to propel? You can't have force equals mass times acceleration if you have no resistance to that force. There's nothing to measure because nothing is accelerating, unless you're hijacking.
Come on, man. Anytime
unless
now.
you're hijacking the acceleration of
no, we're not hiding. We're educating you
rate of
on
fall.
your confusion.
Xanax.
Here's you're very.
Sorry,
thank
dude. I
you.
can
You're
demonstrate.
very-
I can demonstrate my claim.
You're very. Stop, Data.
You guys proved
You're
it here
very-
today.
You are very confused.
All right, let
Listen
Zanuck go.
very carefully.
Zanuck, you got first of all, Zanuck, you got to relax. There's a lot of people here. A lot of people want
I
to
know.
talk on this shit.
Well, why would
can't
you
be
let
the
Data
one to
go on
talk.
forever?
Okay, it's
Why
your
would Data go
turn.
forever?
Hold on, it's your turn,
Just
Zanuck.
go,
Just
Zanuck.
relax.
I'm gonna
Everyone
go too.
relax.
Just go. Okay. So no, Data, it's incorrect. You have your whoever mentioned one body, two body. Yeah, the second body is the mass. The mass can either be outside, which you accelerate, which is what propellers do, or a paddle, or your hands in the water pulling the water forward, or you could take that water inside the boat. You're not touching the medium at all, and you could throw it out. Now,
Better
by
yet.
throwing it out, that is stop. By
You
throwing
gave
it
me
out of the
another
boat.
analogy, Zanuck.
Stop it. I'm giving you an analogy. The boat. So let's say I move my hands in the water with a paddle, and I can measure how much I actually moved backward, and at the rate at which I moved it backward. And I took that exact same amount of water and put it inside the boat in big buckets and tossed the water out the back of the boat with the same amount of force. I'm not acting on the medium. I'm only following Newton's third law and second law, which specifically say for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. The force that it would take me to push that water out would be the exact same force that's pushing on the boat. Now, the water is much less weight than the boat with me in it, so it would accelerate less, and I would accelerate, it would accelerate more, and I would accelerate less. Same thing happens in a rocket. You have very,
check it
very
out.
small particles that are, hold on, no, I'm not checking anything out. Just listen.
Yeah, you will.
In a rocket, in a rocket, you're
You will.
accelerating, stop it. You're accelerating very small particles, molecules of fuel out the back at well over supersonic speeds. That force is exact same as what's and that's why they're going so fast, by the way, because the force is exactly the same as acting on the rocket, which goes very slowly upward. Same force, very fast for the fuel going out the back, but very slow for the rocket going up. There's no medium needed. It's F equals ma.
Are you going to cut him off now?
Fuel,
No.
the fuel is inside the rocket being expelled, and you're not using.
Okay, here's
you're not
another
using the medium as
analogy.
a propeller.
Hold on,
He's
guys,
done. He's done.
The crescendo is this: the propeller accelerates the medium outside of the rocket, and the rocket uses the medium inside the rocket and expels it outward. There's no difference. It's still F equals ma, and it still follows Newton's third law perfectly. Thank you, Jeremy, for the time. And thank you for clarifying as well.
Here's another analogy. So you talked about a canoe, right?
Hold on, Data, real quick.
Let me get this.
Data.
Let me go. This is
Hold
good.
on,
This is in
real
response
quick.
to his canoe analogy. I have to do it. Dude. Come on, the canoe analogy.
I'm
Let me do
going
it.
next. I'm next. I'm on the list.
So
next.
Zanuck, you used the canoe, right? Well, let's say the canoe is
can
the
I sign
rocket
up
ship,
too?
right? Me inside the canoe is the fuel, right? The paddle is my exhaust, if you will, or the propellant that's coming out of the nozzle, which is my hands. And it's a mass. I'm
No.
controlling that. I'm sorry, it's not a mass.
You're
It's
not even
my
close to
paddle.
being next.
So the paddle
right.
is not anyway. So don't interrupt. So the point is the analogy is Zanuck again. I'm going to give it to you at grade 3 level. You are in the canoe. You were the fuel, just like inside the rocket is the fuel. The paddle is the exhaust, which is the fuel coming out of the nozzle of the rocket. You're holding a paddle. The paddle is that fuel that you're interacting with the water, causing momentum. But here's the thing: you need two bodies. you, the canoe, the paddle is one body, just like the rocket ship, the fuel is one body. And then that paddle, which is the fuel from the rocket, has to interact with the medium causing force, which in your canoe example is the paddle pushing against the water. See, the thing is you always need two bodies to exchange a differential pressure. You do not have that in a low pressure environment. Thank you.
All right, I'm going next. Hold on. Who said they wanted to go after me?
Demon Strad.
All right, me. And is it anyone that want to go after Demon?
I would like to ask a question.
All right, you're next. What's your screen name, bud? I put you on the list.
Okay.
What is your screen name, sir?
AK.
An AK?
Oh yeah, he's at the top.
Demon, then AK. All right, here we go. Now, I agree these guys should show rockets working in a vacuum akin to space with the pressure akin to space, right? Demonstrate your claim. We know all Newton's laws don't work in space. Newton's laws fail in space, okay? So there's that. But according to his third law,
why do you say that? Why do you say they fail in space?
Don't divert. Keep going.
Newton's laws.
Why do you say they fail in space? No, I said an honest question.
Now, Jeremy, I told you if I can show you Elon Musk talking about the third law in the manner that I'm describing, in other words, to get propulsion systems to work in a low pressure environment, acknowledging you need a two-body system.
No,
like
you're not up. Hold on, data, please, bro, please. I'll put you on the list. You're after AK. Let Demon's up, and then AK. Go ahead, Demon.
Okay, yeah. So imagine I'm on a skateboard, just like the guy in the bucket. And I am one body, correct? We can all agree with that. I rip my right arm off and I throw it, okay? I'm going to move on the skateboard. I was the one body, turned into two. That's the same thing that's happening in a rocket. The one system is expelling part of itself. Like, at no point is my arm being pushed against the air to push my body. Like, it's the...
Wrong. You are the
no,
fuel.
Not wrong. Hold on,
you were
not wrong. You're data. You're on the list, buddy. Hold on.
Hold on, but he says something that is not true, Jeremy.
I think I get to ask my question.
At all. He's the one body is his whole complete body. Now he has two bodies. He has an arm he ripped off that's separate of his one body. He's using that as a propellant. Duh.
And not to mention he's hitting it, and he's hitting the air with that thing.
Are you claiming it's the air hitting my arm that's causing
No, he has the arm itself. The arm itself.
In water, if you're sitting in water and you push the ball or whatever, you're gonna move a little bit. It's the same with the air.
AK, you're up, bro.
Okay,
it's exactly the same.
It's not necessarily the air because the arm itself has weight.
Hey, data.
So, so your statement is basically that a rocket needs air to push off, right? That's the statement being made. A second body or whatever, right? And when the gas that comes out of the rocket is fast enough, then the air resistance is basically like a wall. What I understand is like it's still gas that's being pushed out of the rocket. How does that gas, when it hits the wall, push the rocket further, not just like disperse into all directions? How does that interaction work? How is gas able to push something off of something?
According to Newton's third law.
It's directed propellant, right?
Newton's third law. Hold on, data. Hold on a second. According to Newton's third law, that should work. Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but the question is why that works.
Propellant gets pushed out of the rocket, accelerated basically, hits what is a wall of air resistance outside. So the action of the wall resistance is that it pushes against the gas that comes out of the rocket, right? But
look, you can demonstrate this yourself.
The reaction is going to be that the that's pushed out is going to be pushed back in by going to be pushed back by the wall of air resistance.
No, you guys are getting it wrong. You all get an F in physics.
How does that gas interact with the rocket to push it forward? Because it could just.
We told you already. You didn't listen. We already told you how this works. You're just not listening. The fuel or the
I'm
medium
not
is inside the
asking you.
rocket.
I'm asking
In
guys
the fuel in the airplane, it's outside.
and
The boat is outside.
Spending light. I'm asking those people that claim
No,
that you
this
need
is not. This is. I'm
push
teaching you
off.
physics. You don't get it. The
Some
medium's inside
moderation,
the rocket, or the medium's outside the rocket. Two choices.
I'm not asking you. How many times do I need to tell you that the people that claim that rockets need air to push off, how that would work, that pushing off action. How would
it doesn't work?
That's I ask, not you. I know that you're not claiming that. Okay.
So you've seen like rocket cars and such, right? That are reliant on the rocket engine pushing off the air to go across the plane, right? You've seen these turbine engines designing to be propulsion systems using air to push off of, right? Like, I mean, the fundamental purpose of it is to create propulsion,
Turbines
which is
accelerate air from in front, taking
Data. Why are we? Why
I don't
are we
understand
arguing
how.
about this?
rocket engines.
I don't understand. It's just bizarre, right?
Have a tank
It's
and
kind of
they
bizarre.
push that and then push that.
Let me say this, Jeremy.
How does that push back onto the rocket?
All right, we have videos.
Propulsion,
Yeah,
right?
Hold on,
Propulsion always
Data.
has
Hold
the one
on.
body that interacts with a second body. That's
Hold
what
on,
creates a
man.
pressure differential.
Okay. Go ahead, Silent.
Let me just say, we have videos of the rockets in vacuums. They don't work until the volume of the chamber is filled with the gases of the rocket, and then they start pushing off of those gases. But at that point, it's not a vacuum anymore. We have videos of this. Why are we arguing about this? If you create a big enough, let me just finish. Let me finish before you get triggered. If we build a big enough chamber, a vacuum chamber, and you put one of those rockets where the gases are gonna be insignificant to the whole of the entire of the vacuum, it's not gonna move. It's not gonna move.
Says you.
I've got the link here.
Well, we have.
It shows it moving the second it ignites.
A major law.
Post it. Whoever said that,
Well, I got a
they
video.
have it the second. Post it.
Yep. Okay, I just watched it. Do you want to watch it too, or do you want to?
Yeah. I want to watch it. Post it.
Put it in. Yeah, put it in general. It's at 5 minutes.
You said the second they ignited, okay?
Yes. I sure fucking did.
All right.
1 second.
Everyone relax, guys. Come on.
The Newton's first law works in a vacuum as well. Yeah.
There you go. It's posted at 12:05. Go to minute mark 5 minutes to watch it happening.
5 minutes. Second.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was having.
It's actually like 4:52. Start it there, and then you'll be able to see it go into it.
Dude, why is it that all you globals don't understand that? No.
Oh my God, this fucking guy.
Dude,
he
if
puts
you
the
idiot.
wall right next to the fucking. The wall right next to the fucking can. Are
Can
you,
I say something?
bro?
Can I say something? Why is someone interrupting me in
There is
mid-sentence?
no answer to my question.
Why
Because you got nothing to say.
why was I interrupted mid-sentence? Can I finish my
That's a
sentence?
good- because you're wrong.
Thank you.
Because you're
Can
wrong.
I finish my sentence? Thank you. So what globals
Yes,
don't
please
understand
finish.
is with every stupid observation you give us regarding something being put in a closed vacuum, and an experiment of even if it's an experiment of a little rocket engine in a little vacuum that you have created on Earth, or if it's the solar can in a vacuum, it is a closed containment in a very small diameter, where by releasing something in it, it already creates a substance to go against. You see that
Exactly.
every video they show you with this, it's absolutely retarded to use this as any proof.
Not to mention, hold on, not to mention that can is right next to the freaking wall. How can you show this as
No,
proof
it's in
of
the
what
middle
you're
of the
saying,
camera.
bro? You gotta be absolutely
middle of the
fucking
camera.
brain dead. I'm
Not
sorry.
right next to it. It's in the middle of
Do you understand the premise?
You think the liquid is not gonna hit the liquid coming from above is not gonna hit that wall?
Do you guys understand?
Your incredulity doesn't hold sway on me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my incredulity.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That's why we don't argue with you guys. You guys are so fucking brain dead, man.
Well, you're not arguing. You're just
Fucking
doing
retarded.
ad homs, okay? And then and then
You ever?
digging your
No,
putting your
I,
head in the
I,
sand.
I, I told you why that's doing that, and then I called you idiot. Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay, so you did that, and then you threw the ad, huh? That's real cool, bro.
Yeah, because I'm
Good
demonstrating
conversation.
how your presentation of that thing
Good
is just fucking
conversation,
stupid,
man.
bro.
This is
I'm
super
going.
cool.
So
It's not
Guys,
an harming
I
because I'm
just
not
want
using it as an argument. So
Oh, okay.
learn
Well,
that too.
real quick.
So if I just call you stupid, then it's not an ad hom.
That's an
Is that what
harming because you're using
you
that as an
want?
argument. I'm not.
Oh man, I'm mute. Anyone who's talking down, guys, please.
You're breaking up. You're roboting.
Oh.
You know.
Holy fuck! I triggered that guy hard.
Right.
Triggered him right into a robot.
Yep.
Can I just real quick clarify that there is no answer to my question that I asked, because Silent Zero kind of took over the room after I asked the question, and he kind of didn't address it at all. Was that noticed, acknowledged, or?
Can you restate your question? Maybe I'll give it a stab.
Sorry, what?
If you restate your question, I'll try and give it a stab.
Okay, so my question is, like, if rocket needs air to rockets need air to push off of, how does that pushing off mechanism work?
Okay, so the claim,
they don't agree with that.
Hold on, let me respond. The claim that rockets need air to push off needs to be substantiated before I go any further answering. So I need proof that that's actually what happens when a rocket moves. So show me the physics for it, please, and walk me through it.
Okay. Well, now it's just the claim being made by Silent Zero and Bending Light and people like that, like Data and so on. They're claiming that, you know, rockets can't work in a vacuum. They need air to push off of it. And I don't really understand how that would work, because gas out the back, I don't understand how that gas can interact with the rocket at all once it's pushed out the back.
I explain it.
I don't
because
understand that.
I explain it because the air, as you hit it, the faster you hit it with anything, air with air, your hand or whatever, it becomes more solid. That's how airplanes. Imagine an airplane, right? An airplane only is able to float on the air because it's hitting at a high speed. So that air becomes almost like a solid gelatin, right? Like water. That's what is happening with the rocket. The same thing.
No, it's not pressure that's lifting the weight. It's not floating on anything.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Problem that I'm having, like, we agree that air consists of many little parts, right?
Hey man, somebody's hot micing.
So we agree on that, and then you throw some of that gas like that is like unconnected little parts of matter. You throw out the back of the rocket, and okay, then it hits a quasi solid wall of air.
Well,
fair enough.
Yeah, does it come back and push the plane
what,
after it
what,
leaves?
what you actually thrown out on the back? How does that
the air
affect the rocket?
The air is more the air is everywhere, right? So it's like if I ask you, when you are inside the water and you go down in the water and then you swim, right? Is the water, the first water that you push back is coming with you? No, right? There's water all over the place, so you can keep hitting the next water. Next water is the same thing.
I push back water, and that pushes me forward, right? But once, like,
water doesn't push you forward.
Once, if I had, for example, like, once that water has pushed on me, and I've thrown water back.
Water doesn't have push on you, bro.
What? Can I tell him? Water.
Once I have pushed water, pushed away
can I tell you?
some water from me or some air, there is no way that air can interact with me anymore, or that water. Right?
Yeah, let's get T-Knock on the list. He's got something to say.
Go ahead.
You have to have resistance of a tube or something to push off of walls.
So Jeremy, that's why I brought up
this moment.
has this guy talking?
How that interaction is supposed to work?
Have you seen the video that I posted earlier with the guy in the mop bucket with the umbrella and he's going forward? Did you see that video? I presented that video as an example of my it's not even my claim, it's just what physics would claim in natural law. And Jeremy, you know, Newton's third law is highlighted by actually F equals ma and rockets, right? If you go look up the definition, right? Or the application, pardon me, not the definition.
Yeah, the thing is, though, can you guys hear me? Am I roboting?
You're good, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're good.
The thing is, if you have if you're on a skateboard and you throw a bowling ball behind you, you're gonna go forward. The bowling ball is it because the bowling ball is pushing off the air?
No, you were pushing off the bowling ball. The bowling ball already has an
Yeah, let him
to
finish, and then you can rebuttal.
The bowling ball already has a resistance to acceleration. That's why you can push off of it. It's giving weight, right?
Look, let him finish. Let Jeremy finish.
Jesus, wait, bro.
So the rocket, when you have the rocket, it'd be the same thing as the bowling ball, except instead of bowling balls, they're throwing gas at high speed.
Here's the problem, though, is that you have a resistance force to push against. You stop, dude. You have a resistance force to the bowling ball. So again, you're dealing with a two-body system that has resistance. You're not dealing with a two-body system with a rocket because the fuel is the part of the rocket, just like the fan cage of the fan is the body.
Yo, did even Jeremy finish, man? Like, I'm having a hard time trying to follow the two conversations when this guy is just literally talking over him.
No. I mean, I pretty much summed it up. You got the bowling ball on a skateboard. You throw the bowling ball out the back. You go forward. You're in a rocket. You throw the gas out the back. You go forward. Like
the difference is blowing
in the vacuum, Jeremy. It won't happen though.
Yeah. So the thing is that
it won't move.
The fuel itself is the bowling ball, which is the propellant, right? But the idea is that you have resistance to inertia on Earth. There's no resistance to inertia. There's no mass and matter in space. It's empty. So there's no resistance there. So if you're going to be, and not only that, it's also a gas, which means that you here on Earth are claiming that let me finish. You are claiming here on Earth that the nozzle has a it's projecting it in a direction and therefore giving it a vector direction. But that's in a medium. When you take that gas and expel it into a place where it's low pressure, does it have that directional vector force now, or is it going in all directions even more so due to the fact that it's low pressure all around it? And how do we know that? Is actually they account for that in the bottom of the rockets, is that low pressure system too, right? And they use that actually to keep the engines cool. But after a potential height or a certain height or potential height of the thing, it starts to lose thrust due to the fact that there is no medium. This is in their own language. So I don't know why it's so deceptively hidden when they actually tell you, and they actually build the actual equipment based on the pressure differential and the medium that they're working in.
17,000 miles per hour. 7,000 miles per hour escape velocity. Now, throw that bowling ball behind you.
Yeah, the fuel is coming out, I think, at, was it 14,000 or 17,000 miles an hour? I think the fuel is coming out at.
Right, but that's trying to equate a jet engine with a rocket, right? So the jet engine is feeding from the front, throwing out the back faster. The rocket it's exploding. That's the force. The force comes from the explosion, not from the expel of exhaust.
Yeah, but the explosion is still part of the one body. Say, for instance, like the fan. Listen, the fan on the boat is blowing against the sail. Okay. In other words, there's no acting medium to cause a directional force. That's why it doesn't move anywhere. You turn the fan around, and now you've got a directional force that interacts with two-body system. Because remember, the sail, the fan, and the boat are all one body. So if you have fuel and the fuel's inside of it, that means it's attached to it, just like me. Me in a canoe. The canoe is the rocket. Me inside the canoe is the fuel. And the paddle is the exhaust coming out. If I don't have anything for that exhaust to interact with, the paddle, this is just physics, dude. So it doesn't matter how you do it.
Yeah.
If you're going to have any kind of resistance, you're always going to have an interaction between two bodies. That's Newton's third law.
Again, to make the boat and the fan be like a rocket, instead of blowing air at the sail, it has to throw its propeller blades So tell me this now.
No, it doesn't.
Instead of having
It's a propulsion system, dude.
You have
It's
a
a
hard
propulsion system. It doesn't have to throw its blade. It's a propulsion system.
A rocket system does. Now let me finish my analogy, please.
Again, it's a gas. A gas is going to
Let
fill
me
the
finish
available.
my analogy, please. Let
I
me
know, but
finish my
What is the rocket
let me
pushing
finish
against?
my analogy. So
Okay, we'll go.
filling the
it's
available space becomes your issue
you're
when the
scared.
low
That's why you don't let me finish. You're afraid of
low
what I'm going to
pressure
say. You would let me finish. You
when
would
low
let me
pressure.
finish if you weren't afraid. If you
Well,
weren't afraid,
you're not.
you
I'm
finish.
not afraid. You're
That's
just
fine.
not. You're just
No,
not
let me
right
Yeah,
here.
you are afraid. You are afraid because you would let him finish in order to have an
Chicken
argument.
Little. Chicken Little
Yeah.
talk.
So if you want to have an
Hey, Data,
argument,
just let him finish, bro.
two
Let
people
him
have a
finish.
conversation.
Data, let him finish.
Guys,
Okay, so
Silent, are you a mod here?
Yeah, that's why I told him let him finish.
Just
Is
start
that
muting
okay?
people, bro, because it's too
All
crazy.
right.
Yeah, start muting people because it's crazy.
To make the analogy perfect, the fan would have to throw its blades at a hard sail. So imagine you have a hard piece of plastic that all the blades smash into. Is the boat gonna move at all?
You realize it's gas, right? It's high velocity gas coming out at 17,000 miles
No,
an hour.
no, no,
That's
no,
what's
no, no, no. The analogy
yeah.
again. Okay, so
It's
that would so a
gas
rocket analogy
that's
to
coming
that would
out.
be moving space air. Okay, man. All right. Cool
Yeah.
beans.
Yeah,
Well,
cool
is he
beans
wrong?
is the idea is that high
Is he
velocity
wrong?
gas will fill the available space. The
Oh, this
increase
is
in low pressure.
cool. You talking?
The increase in low pressure reduces
Real cool.
the increase
Okay,
in
cool. You're
low
wrong. You're wrong. You're
pressure.
wrong.
All right. Now you're
Increase
not letting him speak.
One at a time, please, guys.
Increase in low pressure would dictate that the gas would no longer maintain its directional force, therefore compensating for the size of the nozzle of the gas coming out to compensate for the low pressure. This is an obvious tool used in turbine engines, rocket engines, to compensate for the fact that if you didn't do that based on your F equals MA, then they wouldn't need a reason to do that based on your philosophy of F equals MA. I'm saying that's bullshit in practical use because you need a two-body system to have force or differential pressure.
What's it feel like to get your full thought out without being interrupted?
I don't. It doesn't bother me, dude.
Just say it's fucking great, man.
Can someone help me? I spent my whole flat Earth career thinking rockets pushed off of air until I really looked at it, and it was super far from the truth.
Yeah, that's
So-
pretty much untrue. Yeah.
You know what Glover want you to believe? Glover wants you to believe that once the rocket goes into a place of there's nothingness, that for some reason something that is nothing can interact with something that is something to create another force that brings you forward. You know, that's the logic. So you have zero. So you have 0 plus 1, which equals still 1, but they say it equals 2. That's
You know,
the
if you
logic behind
strawman the scenario, you can make it sound as ridiculous as you want. You're correct.
it. It is ridiculous, man. You try to push against
Yeah, what do you
something that it doesn't exist.
There's nothing. There's no force.
You
There's no
cannot interact
force.
with nothingness. How will you move forward in nothingness? Explain it to me, man.
Something cannot push off of yourself. You need a second body. That's a fact. That's a
pressure
fact.
differential happens in the
Welcome
nozzle.
to Cyrus, bro.
The nozzle creates the pressure differential. I want you to consider a fireman
Wrong.
and a fireman's hose. A
What?
fireman and a fireman's hose. He doesn't need to be pushing off of a particular medium to be
It's not.
thrust backwards.
We're not talking about fireman's hose, Paul. We're talking about
No,
fucking.
we
space
are. We're
now.
talking about a pressure differential caused by a nozzle. That
Oh,
is
fuck
That
off,
thing is
man.
hitting the
We're
air
talking
at
about
a high
space, man.
speed, though.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
here's what Dan the Waterman fails to realize. I suppose maybe he doesn't understand. The nozzle and the width of it is actually designed to compensate for the low pressure environment the higher it goes. Why would they do that? Is because you need to increase velocity to maintain momentum.
Oh, so
because
you just said
the less.
that
Let me
firemen won't
finish.
work in a vacuum. You just said that.
Again, I'm saying
Designed
that
to compensate for
a
the
low
pressure environment.
Yeah, we're not going into outer space, right? Obviously, rockets have a ceiling. That's why they come back down.
No,
You mean
they
the
don't.
dome?
No,
so-
they don't. Look at
Yeah, so-
look at the
Shut up. Let
Apollo
him finish,
missions.
please.
Yeah, so
Look
so
at
I've
the
looked.
command module. It's completely different fuel. It's the only one.
Oh, let him finish.
Yeah. So the idea is that if you're going to work in that in low pressure environment, you need to compensate for the idea is that when gas is exposed to a low pressure, you lose the directional force. It starts to spread wider and wider, losing momentum, or losing that differential exchange. To compensate for that, the nozzle gets smaller and smaller to increase the velocity of the gas, and therefore gaining the one direction, negating the low pressure environment. But eventually, it gets to the point where there is no more compensation because there is no medium past a certain point to interact with the propulsion system. So they need to create a new propulsion type system, which apparently ionic plasma engines.
You're making all that shit up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is what your model says there, Dan.
It's not my model. I'm not a flat earther, bro. I'm just aware of certain rockets that fire in space, in particular the Apollo 11 command module. I've sat next to one of the engines. I've looked at all the specs, reasons, and talked about how it was different fuels because it was the only rocket that had ever intended to be fired over 70 miles high. So,
Again, Dan, tell me, because he
So
used
how did they get to the moon?
1 second, he used the fireman and his hose. Again, tell me, man, how is nothingness interacting with something? Explain it to me. No. Answer the question. How is the definition of nothingness interacting with something to create something different? Explain it to me.
Nobody touched space. It's nothingness.
I played with a kid.
Oh, they hate that.
As a
They hate
kid,
that.
I played with what I call the power nozzle, and played with it. And I want you to know, I propelled myself
Because you are in the system of something.
With this nozzle about the swimming pool.
Two body system, yeah.
The difference in resistance between the
Holy
air and
cow,
the water
man.
wasn't noticeable.
Is
it's
the
considerably
water
more dense, but it didn't create considerably more thrust.
Right.
Is
Shut up.
the nozzle and the water in the realm of something?
I'm telling you that the
Is the
propulsion
nozzle and the propulsion
in the nozzle
in the realm of
against
something?
the hose.
Can you
In the
answer the
nozzle
question?
against the hose.
Yeah, it's a pretty weak analogy because when you break it down, it makes no sense.
With the medium.
Are you in a medium of something?
Bro.
Again, are you in a
Hold
medium
on.
of something?
Just answer the question though. Is air and water nothing?
No.
Well,
all right.
no,
then
of course
you
not.
cannot compare anything that is in air or in water as if it was in the vacuum, right?
Exactly.
No.
What do you think water would do coming out of a
No.
hose in a vacuum? Would it
What the fuck?
be sucked in all directions and not have a directional force? What would happen?
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, the vacuum would suck it out.
Yeah, but would it suck it in a unified direction? One unified direction would suck it in all directions.
It would suck it the direction it's going.
A vacuum, wouldn't it? There you go.
A vacuum. Are you for real, bro?
If it's a vacuum on Earth, the water's gonna be attracted to the center of gravity regardless.
We're not talking about Earth, bro. We're talking about outdoor fucking space.
Oh, vacuum. Which
How
vacuum?
many times
You
do we
can
have
have
to
one
say
on
that?
Earth.
How many times do we have to say this? Jesus, holy fucking
I don't know, but I want you to specify which vacuum, the one in space or one on Earth. If it's one on Earth, the water
vacuum, any fucking vacuum, you silly motherfucker.
You're gonna get two fucking different answers then.
No. Chill, bro.
This is like aggravating. Like you can't even get
I get a little bit upset
without
right?
getting interrupted.
I get a little bit upset when people are talking bullshit. And
Well, that's fine, but like at least
they're talking bullshit.
Yeah,
You're
well, I
talking
mean,
bullshit. Hello,
sure,
bullshit.
you guys are too. Yeah,
You
you
guys
guys,
bullshit.
Black.
you know, this is fun. I've had fun. I'll see you guys later.
No. We're gonna let you get your whole shit off, bro. No. Don't go. We're gonna let you get your whole shit off, man. Come on, guys. Please, dude. What? Can we all just take turns?
Again, Mr. Dan the Waterman, whatever you used as an example is nothing more than misassumption of my question I already asked. I'm asking how you have 0 plus 1 equaling 2. If you have a realm, yeah, I know you don't understand because you can just not grasp it. If you have a realm of nothingness that is not matter, that is a substance of nothing, interacting with something, creating something else, then show me an example of it and how it is possible regarding the very law of physics that we have been given in physics.
What I learned has nothing to do with math or physics. It has to do with flat earthers making assumptions and running with the assumption that rockets pushed off air. That's not true.
You guys claim a lot of shit without demonstrating none of it.
So I actually offer you a demonstration.
Bro.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the video
said
that somebody
rockets
posted
pushed
is
off air.
absolutely garbage.
Fucking bullshit.
Okay, I agree. They do need to verify their claim of rockets working in a vacuum with a pressure akin to space. So that being said, though, they should work like with Newton's third law, right?
Jeremy, they have
need
that
two
shit.
bodies.
Remember, Jeremy, hold on, Data. Remember they showed that big ass cupola where they dropped the feathers? Remember that?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Now
Jeremy,
remember, you are the fuel in the canoe, just like the fuel of the rocket ship. My hands go into the water. I push against the water. I cause me and the canoe to move, but I'm still part of that one body system. You want to conflate the fuel inside the rocket as a two body system. It is not. The fuel in the rocket is part of one body. One body, why? Is because it's exiting itself. It needs a second body to cause momentum. This is what's demonstrated locally and in small scales. If you can demonstrate it, not just in a vacuum, just the idea of momentum propulsion is possible without two bodies. You won't find a demonstration like it unless it's an ad hoc or fail to understand.
Christ, Data.
Fail to understand that when you're interacting with two bodies, they have their own resistance to acceleration. And if that's the case, they cause two differential pressure exchanges.
Hey, can you guys hear me? I'm not going to need it.
Yes, we hear you.
Similar to that.
Yeah, we
Okay.
hear your
Very
blessing.
briefly. I want you to consider two scenarios. Okay. One scenario is simply a grenade. Okay, you have a grenade in some empty fucking place, a vacuum. It's called a vacuum, and you have a stack of bricks on one side and a metal wall on the other side, and you set off the grenade. Now, I'm not going to ask you what's going to happen. I'll just tell you what's going to happen. The grenade is going to have the equal force in both directions. That means that the brick's going to fly one direction, and the wall's going to be impacted with that same amount of force. Now, hold on. That was only one scenario. Hold on, PMAC. PMAC is important. Because now I'm going to give you something that you should be familiar with, which is a shotgun. A very similar reaction, where you have shells in one direction, and you have the wall of the shotgun in the other direction, and you let off an explosion, and that sets the shells out the barrel of the gun, and the other part of the gun into your shoulder. And this is the exact same thing that's happening with the rocket. The rocket has an explosion going on in the chamber. It's coming out the back, and the other side is going against the rocket.
No, dude. The difference is with a shotgun, it's not a propellant in the sense that it's gas working with a medium. See, a propellant, a rocket, a gun is not ideal for working in a medium, but a medium with air, but a rocket is. A rocket is actually perfect for working with a medium. Why is that? It's propelling hot gas. What's interesting about hot gas at high velocity hitting the atmosphere almost condenses immediately, causing a wall or barrier. You get what? Resistance, which causes the momentum. So if you're going to deny that and give me these bullshit shotgun examples, look, dude, it's come on. I just clearly stated what it is. Come up with a better example than a shotgun.
Yeah, come on.
How about this? Refute what I said.
How about
it just did. A shotgun is not a rocket.
It just did.
A shotgun doesn't work off of gas.
Hold on.
A shotgun is not a propellant.
Let me respond, dude. Let me respond.
You just asked me to debunk you.
No, I did.
I'm going to reiterate it. I'm going to reiterate it. No, dude.
Don't reiterate.
You asked.
No, I didn't.
Hold on, man.
Yes, you did.
Hold up.
Yo, let Kosho finish, and you go next.
Shotgun's an example. This is what it comes to. This is what's your idea, Kosho?
Data, stop.
Please, bro. Please.
I'm asking you to refute exactly what I suggested, not just with the shotgun. How the same principle with the grenade and the bricks on one side and the wall on the other side. The principle that you're supposed to be refuting is that there's a force explosion and there's an equal. Hold on, dude. And there's an equal and opposite reaction on both sides. The same reaction that's sending the gas out one side is the same reaction pushing the rocket the other way. You have to refute that.
Yeah. So again, it's a propulsion system. So a grenade is not designed to work in a manner of flying in the air. A system that propels gases would be, it's a hot air balloon, or a plane that, or an aircraft that uses gases. The idea is that this is a propellant being used to propel using gas, high velocity gas. What does it interact with the best? Because a shotgun sure as hell doesn't interact in a propelling manner when it comes to the atmosphere. A grenade maybe will propel the air, but it's not designed to propel through the air like a rocket is. So I have nothing to refute because I'm actually using physics and the intention behind the rocket. And if you looked up Jack Parsons, JPL Laboratories, fundamentally, you're working with the medium of air and all of the operations of building anything with thrust, momentum, and resistance.
Yeah, you're failing to respond to anything that I said. You use some of the words that I used, but you're failing to respond to the main. Hold on, dude. Hold on. Because I'm describing to you.
I said to you as a shotgun.
Hold on, Data.
Are you using a shotgun to propel yourself? No, you're not.
Sake, dude. Data, you gotta stop fucking doing that, dude.
You're measuring the kinetic energy.
I waited for you to finish your whole fucking thing, dude. Just hold up. Okay?
Listen, I'm driving. Guys, I can't make lists and mod like that. You guys need to go one at a time because I'm going to have to just mute people if you're causing all-out chaos.
Okay, the principle very plainly said is that there's a force happening. It doesn't matter if you make it a grenade, a nuke, a shotgun, any sort of explosion that's happening in this chamber. All I'm describing is that there's an equal and opposite reaction in both directions. One that shoots the propellant out the back, and one that powers the body to go the other direction. This is the principle that I'm asking you to refute because this is the principle that rockets work on.
The shotgun shell shooting out the back. It's pushing off the back of the barrel.
Yeah. So again, so you're looking at two observations that are not the contention of the argument. You're claiming that a magic force, a one-directional magic force, happens because of a shotgun shell and a grenade. But in reality, what you do is you highlight the point of force, which comes from a center point interaction, which is a one body. Your shoulder that the gun kicks against, because the shotgun itself and the bullet inside is one body, your shoulder that it responds to kick is the second body. That's what registers the force. That's how you know the gun kicks. If a rocket doesn't have anything to kick against, there's no force to measure, no thrust, or no momentum.
I agree.
It does.
100%.
In the exact same way that the shotgun. In the exact same way that the shotgun has one barrel that's open. That's the barrel that's open.
It's a one-body system.
Hold up.
The gun and the bullet is a one-body system. Your shoulder is the second body.
Data.
That's why you register force there.
You stop doing that, bro. You said your whole point, dude. Okay? The shotgun has one end of the barrel that's open. It's got a hole that allows the shell to go out of. On the other side, there's no hole. There's just a wall. So what happens is the shell goes out and it hits somebody or a deer, and on the other end of the reaction, it pushes the gun into your shoulder. Okay? A rocket also has one end that's open. Okay? So that tells you that this principle, when the fuel is coming out one side, it's going to propel the rocket the other way. This is exactly why they work.
The shell's pushing off the air as it's leaving the barrel, which is making it shoot back into your shoulder. That doesn't happen.
Do you really believe that?
Yeah.
Do you really believe that?
What are you talking about? Of course. What do you think the kickback comes from?
This is not explaining the very question that is in the room. How is something, which is the rocket,
okay, hold on. Can I interject?
Interacting with nothing to create something new?
Yeah, so exactly. But this guy who just agreed that the
doesn't
bullet
get
is
it.
pushing off the air to cause resistance, it's just, come on, buddy. If you're a flat earther, you did that as a wink, wink, nudge to Kosho. The point is that the one body system, just like the coup example, just like the fan example, let's do it again. The gun and the bullet is a one body system. To register force or thrust, you need to interact with a second body. That is Newton's third law. The second body, in this case, is the shoulder, not the reaction of force of the gun, because without the shoulder, you would not be able to have a force exchange or energy exchange to measure any kind of anything. So if you're saying that the rocket is coming, a rocket has fuel and it's coming out, it needs a shoulder, which would be the air, because it's a high velocity gas. You remove that air and it's low pressure. Now the gas disperses in all directions, does not come out one direction, but yet spreads in all directions, losing any kind of directional force. This is what's demonstrated clearly in physics. So if you're going to invoke imaginary force of momentum by acknowledging all you need is a gun and a bullet, you're wrong. You need a shoulder, which is a second body to measure the force. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys with this one question, and really think about it. Okay, but if you had a setup, just like I described earlier, but it's like in a giant barrel. It's like a I don't know, 2 meter diameter barrel, and on one end you have a thick stack of bricks. Okay, and you have an explosive, whatever explosive you have. And on the other end, instead of having bricks, you have a wall with a one of those meter punching bag things, like where you can punch the thing and see what the force is. Some sort of force reader, okay, attached to some very stable wall. Okay, so what is that meter? What is that force meter going to read when you set off that explosion? Is it going to read nothing?
So again, you have two bodies interacting. The grenade and the fuel inside is one body. The impact is the second body. This is how you can measure thrust and force, or whatever, the energy. If you can do that without a second body, can you offer me a demonstration that does not have a second body, like the gentleman put before me? 1 plus 0 is 1. Can you show me that 1 plus 0 experiment instead of a 1 plus 1 experiment? Thank you.
Yeah, the same amount of ingredients I just
paradox, and he doesn't
the
want
same
to acknowledge this. Like
the
every
same
other
amount of
paradox.
ingredients that I just brought up with the bricks. The bricks is
Two body
the
system,
fuel.
buddy.
The bricks is the fuel that's leaving the barrel. The explosion is
What?
the explosion.
The
Can you
explosion
at
is
least acknowledge
The
that,
explosion. Hold on.
Kosho?
Hold on.
Can you at least acknowledge that it's a two bodies
Hold
example
up.
to what you're doing?
No, I'm the same amount of bodies are present. I don't know what this bodies thing is about, because
To
in the
have
example I gave,
resistance, force, or anything, you need two bodies.
there's a propellant leaving the on one end. There's the explosion occurring, and then there's the force acting against the other wall. So it's the same number of
I'm
players
sorry.
in both scenarios.
Where's
So the fuel is one body, the wall is the second body. This is how you measure the force, energy.
That's right.
Now, how does that work when you don't have another body to measure it against? What happens to the
The
force?
rocket is the other body.
No, it's not, dude. Again, I'm
The
going to give you
rocket
a
is the
perfect.
body.
I'm
The
going to give you
fuel
a
is the
perfect
bricks.
analogy. Again, I'm going to give you a perfect example. Like I said, dude, you can do this over and over again. The fan, the cage of the fan, is the shell of the rocket. Inside of the blades is the fuel of the fan or the fuel of the rocket. If I spin the blade, it can propel the cage, right? But I need a medium to create force. So just like the rocket, I need to propel it forward. I need to interact with something. So again,
That's
like
because
me
that's
in a
caused by turbulence.
oh my,
That's
there you go. Wink,
when
wink,
it's
nudge, nudge.
physically used in the
Wink,
air.
wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, there you go. Look at that smile, you Kosho. Take a picture of that smile, post it up.
I don't know. Of course, a fan is not going to work in a vacuum. But I'll tell you what will.
You enjoy
A
it. How many years you been doing this? 5 years now?
If you have an oxidizer.
Oh my god, big smiles, bro. You're just smiling.
And your fuel. Hold on, dude. If you
Look at
have
you.
this in your bullets,
contrary.
you fire a
He's a
shotgun.
contrarian. He's a
Fire a
contrarian.
shotgun.
Smile,
yo,
smile.
guys, come on,
I'm sorry.
guys.
I'm sorry.
Data.
I'm sorry.
Why are you?
I'm sorry.
Who's
I'm
still
sorry. I'm
talking
sorry.
right
I'm
now
sorry.
while I'm talking? Why are you talking right now? Why are you talking when I start talking? You start talking. That's why I had to jump in. Just let everyone go one at a time. Pretty please with a fucking. Why are you still talking while I'm talking, PMAC? Pretty please with a cherry on top. Let everyone go finish their thought. Okay? Go ahead, Kosho.
Honestly, I'm just gonna get repetitive because to me,
Mile
the
away,
principles I've
buddy.
laid out to you, are pretty apparent. They're not.
Can you
They're not
measure
like
any
they're
force
not
or thrust?
mysterious. They're not
Yeah, so
mysterious at all. It's
the
perfectly
shotgun,
understandable. Yeah,
Kosho.
and most of us have data. Most of us have fired weapons before. We fired rifles, guns, handguns, all that type of stuff. That kick that you're feeling is exactly the force. Is exactly the principle that allows for a rocket to move forward.
Now, already the debunked assumption being
So
reasserted to make himself look like as if he has made
Yeah,
any
it's not
point.
true. Kosho, if you didn't have a shoulder, Kosho, if you didn't have a shoulder and you fired that gun, what force would exchange?
The same force, the gun would just move
How
further.
would you know?
The gun would have more distance. The gun would have more distance to move, the same way a rocket does.
Look at your smiley face. How would you measure it though? How would you know? How would you know the gun would move if there's no way to measure the force?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Data, you need to relax, bro. All right, you got to relax, Data. Go ahead, Globe.
Well, Kosho doesn't know how the gun would move. There's no force to measure. His shoulder's not against it. So how would he know?
Data.
Jeremy, shut the fuck up, Data. Shut up.
Data, quiet down.
Bro.
Just relax.
Okay,
Everyone relax, please.
Get some Geo those super chat.
We don't. This isn't monetized.
Hey, so I just wanted to address one thing. With all these examples, one is on Earth, which has a medium of air, and the other one is without a medium. But I heard somebody saying that I don't know who it was, but when a shotgun explodes, it's going to explode wherever there's resistance, right? The explosion is going to find the path of least resistance, and that's why it travels down the barrel. But at the same time as that air, that expansion, the explosion is expanding, right? And it's finding the barrel, which has only air to push off of, and then the steel,
No, it's going against the air, actually.
Hold on, can I finish, please? So the reason why the steel has is getting some of the impact too, but the path of least resistance where all the air will go out of is the barrel. Now, when the air pushes out the forward or straight through the barrel, it's gonna push against air. Now, when you push against that air, that's the force that's gonna push you back.
Do you think it's the chamber explosion, the kick from the explosion of the bullet? But that's the chamber most likely. I don't see the air being a big impact.
No, that's not doing it at all. Okay, can I go next?
A projectile.
Oh no,
Can I go next, Jeremy, or no?
No, man, I fired enough guns. It doesn't seem like it's there. It seems like it's the differential pressure between the back and the
Hold
stock.
on, somebody interrupted me. May I finish?
I thought you were
Jeremy?
done. Go ahead, finish it up.
No,
Make
I
it
only
concise,
have 10
please.
seconds. Thanks.
Okay.
So then in the other problem we got in space, there's no air to push off of, but they say that they have oxidizers in their fuel to push off of. Hold on, I'm not finished. But there are also little little rocket. I don't know what they're called, but they're like on the sides of the rockets to kind of steer them. Now, what are those little rockets pushing off of if they don't have oxidizers in their fuel either, or even a nozzle for that matter?
They have both.
Okay, I just want to
Can
make
I go
a
now,
public...
Jeremy, or no?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. Hold on. Listen, there's no super chats here, Data. All right, this is not monetized. It ain't about the money. It's about the truth. This is the truth server. Okay, go ahead, Zanuck.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, yeah. This
no wink,
rocket
wink.
analogy.
No wink, wink. Go ahead, Zanuck.
He's got to always have the last disruptor. Just a disruptor. So the shotgun analogy is excellent for the rocket because we have the oxidizer and the fuel inside the shell. And yes, if it was not open, this gas would expand. It would still ignite. It would make a tremendous amount of pressure. And if this structure could contain it, it would just be this tremendous amount of pressure that would be remaining inside this chamber. But there is an opening, a path of least resistance, as Pope said, and it starts traveling out. And the reason it's traveling that way is that everything is bouncing off every other wall, and there's only one wall toward the opening that doesn't have a wall. So that's the direction everything will now travel, and it makes a lot of sense. But the reason that mass is traveling outward is because it's all bouncing. All this mass is bouncing off the walls and the tops, everything but the opening, and the opening is now the direction where there's nothing resistant. And now whatever has been generated by this bouncing off the walls and its pressure that's generating will go out the front. There's nothing else needed, no air to push off of. It's just an exchange of momentum. We have momentum of the fuel source that has been accelerated, which required a force, and an exact same force in cumulative totality is acting on the shotgun in the other direction. Now, if there's a shoulder in the way, so be it. It's a shoulder.
Can I
Hold on. I'm not. Now, you wanted space, and we all gave you space to the very end. But just let me finish. So, if the shotgun didn't have a shoulder to press on, it doesn't matter. It still has this force acting on it. Say it's 100 newtons or 1,000 newtons of force acting on the shotgun. Well, that force, 1,000 newtons, whatever that mass is, would accelerate the shotgun rearward. And if there's no shoulder there, it would fly backward at a low acceleration rate. But the shell, the contents of the shell that was expanding, will accelerate much faster. Same force, lighter mass, so a higher acceleration rate out the shotgun. That's why. Hold on. That's why the shotgun blast was boom.
Let me ask you a
Hold
question,
on, almost done.
Let me ask you a question,
Almost done. Almost done. Almost means almost done. All right.
Yeah,
so
but I kind of want him to finish
Wrap it up,
analogy
Zanuck. Wrap it up. You're going on.
This is all this.
Globe.
There's a crescendo.
Hold on.
Stop himself.
I'm trying to get control of the room. If you keep talking, Zanuck, that doesn't help. Globe D, stop talking till Zanuck is done. Then you can go. I don't know why you're trying to talk through me right now. He's
wasting our time.
You're wasting my time. You're wasting my time. Stop talking when Zanuck's done. You can go next. Stop talking, dude. Don't talk through me.
Thank you. So the shell at the net, the crescendo here is that we have this incredibly high accelerating mass flying out the shotgun with the same exact force acting on the shotgun in the other direction. A lot of mass, same force, less acceleration. So the accelerate. If you threw the shotgun out and suddenly it fired by itself, the shotgun would go one way, the expelled gases and fuels would go out the other, and everything. That's all that would happen. No air needed, no medium. This would happen in space as well. No difference. Thank you.
No. Okay, hold on.
No, you don't know physics, and you're telling me about physics?
Shut the fuck up. You finished. Now let me ask you a question. Because the thing that's in contention is space and rockets. Fuck your shotgun. I want to ask you a direct question about space. Now, how much fuel or oxygen would be needed to push against and for in space? Because you'd have to have a fucking 1 million gallon tank to create the conditions you have to push against something. Now, the Lamb only had a tiny little.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up. I let you talk.
You asked me a question. I was trying to answer you. You actually asked me a question.
I'm not done. Shut up.
You said how much fuel would you need? I was going to answer you.
Shut the fuck up.
Why would you ask the
please?
question if you weren't answering a question?
Because I'm not finished.
But you asked me a question.
Zanuck, please, man. He's clearly not done. Just let him finish.
All right.
And then if
I
you
got
can't
it.
remember the question, it doesn't get answered. Whatever. I don't care. Just let everyone go one at a time, please.
Hey, now, the fucking Zanuck, man. Now, you have to create the kind of medium that's air in space. So that would take a lot of matter to actually do the same thing. Now, I'm contending that there needs to be a lot of this gas to push against. But not only that, you guys only use the LEM to do the jettison and descend to the moon and then back. Now, you guys said you also had other propulsion systems that use batteries, but you're still going to have to use something to fly back to Earth to push off of. So you're going to still need that fuel. So you're going to need to create a medium the same that's on Earth all the way back from the moon to the Earth. How are you going to have that much fuel to push off again?
Okay, the fuel required was exactly what we needed. We had thousands of pounds of fuel on the LEM. We have millions of pounds of fuel on the rocket as it took off, and all.
Dude,
millions
please,
of pounds
Zanuck.
of fuel, Zanuck.
Zanuck,
Yes.
hold on.
Millions of
From
pounds.
the moon,
Yes.
from the moon to
There's
the Earth, please, Zanuck.
Yes. Would you let me answer you? Yes, the amount of fuel needed to ignite and create this acceleration of that fuel within the rocket was carried along with the rocket. Was also carried on the LEM on the way down, and also carried along the top part of the LEM, which is just the lander capsule as well. They both had fuel. They both had enough fuel.
So they use rockets to push against.
Can I please finish? Come on, drunk guy. Come on.
Fuck you.
So we have a situation where that is the ignition happens. We have oxidizer and the fuel providing a rapid expansion. That rapid expansion causes a force acting equally on the fuel that's been expelled and the mass of the object, the LEM or whatever, the capsule, going up. That's not and along the control surfaces, compressed air, whatever it is, that's mass. Mass being ejected has a force on the object and on the mass being expelled. That is equal. The mass goes out really fast. The LEM moves very slow. You're just not getting
one more
it.
question.
This is basic physics.
Wait.
Okay,
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Now, to create the same medium, parts per million, how much parts per million of gas, like air, there's a bunch of different types of gas in our air, but most of it's nitrogen, and 21%.
What are you talking about? Where are you going with this?
Hold on.
Word
Can I
salad.
finish, please? I'm
Sure, go
asking
ahead.
you a question. The gas that's made up in our atmosphere, our medium, where the rocket can push again, how are you going to replicate that in space?
It doesn't push against
and
any
how-
atmosphere. I just got done telling you it doesn't push against anything. We have a change of momentum, which is equal to a force defined. This is basic physics. I teach physics all the time, for engineers as well as little kids, and you're not getting it. I'm sorry, you're just not getting it.
Okay. We
You're
already
wrong. You
concluded
should just
that
Here's the problem. Can I say something? Here's the problem with
the
Zanuck
shotgun
is
is
that
pushing against the air.
it's a two-body system, right? The shell itself has a casing and it has fuel inside. When it separates, it interacts with the barrel. So there's a two-body system there. The shell, just like the rocket, has a fuel, which is the propellant that's inside the rocket. But to get a force, it needs to go against the barrel of the gun to then be projected in the opposite direction. So again, the rocket ship, the shell of it, is the shell of the cartridge of the bullet. Inside is the fuel, just like the rocket. But the resistance force comes from the barrel of the gun. That's how you get the force registered. How do you register that force? Well, being the gun and the bullet is one body, the force of it interacting with that explosion of the bullet kicks against the shoulder, registering the kick force. But essentially, it comes down to
You don't need a shoulder. You don't have any shoulder. You don't need a shoulder at all.
Again, to register any kind of force. So again, the shell of the bullet is the rocket ship. Inside is the fuel. When it explodes, the oppositional or the opposite force comes from the differential pressure when it hits against a resistance, which the rocket doesn't have. Thank you again.
Yes. Think about the gun in the air. I told you, fire a gun in the air, not
I
touching
just
any
told
shoulder.
you the rocket ship
let me
is the
finish.
shell of the bullet. Inside the bullet is the fuel.
I know you're right.
You're right
until you get it. You're right until you get it all wrong. You throw
then
the gun
it
up in the air.
explodes, and then it reacts with the barrel of the gun.
Please finish.
Danik,
please
just
finish?
say it works different, dude. Just say it works different. He's making a clear point. I don't know how you're denying that.
It
Say
makes
that
this.
the
No,
gas
it's
builds
not.
up, and it expels faster than the vacuum can suck it. You know what I mean?
No,
Come on.
No, that's not what it is. That's not right. It's
Look,
incorrect.
He is right.
when you fire
And the
when you
nuclear law
fire
needs
when you
two bodies.
fire a shotgun,
For a minute now.
explosion
I've
will
asked
explode
nicely.
against
I've
the
asked nicely.
metal,
Let me finish.
but that metal.
Thank you. The gun has a shell with fuel in it. It explodes. He was right up until the end. He had everything right until the end, where you need some kind of medium. You don't. The explosion pushes on the gun. Then he said you need the shoulder, the second body. No, the second body is the gun. The other body, the first body, is the mass inside the shell that explodes. It travels accelerated very fast one way with a force, and that exact same force is acting on the gun. You don't need a shoulder. If you threw the gun up in the air and watched it ignite, the gun would go one way, the shell would go the other.
So how
All
is
right?
that
There's
like
no-
a rocket ship in space then?
Exactly. So the rocket ship is the rocket ship's a gun, and the shell is the fuel. Shoots out the back.
Yeah. So
Same
again, I'm
force
gonna
exchange.
paint it clear for
No,
you.
no
The
air
rocket
needed.
ship.
Thank you for
The
talking over
rocket
me.
ship.
God,
The
you
rocket.
are that's a headache.
Rocket
The
ship is
air
the
is
bullet
needed.
shell. The rocket ship is the bullet shell. Inside is the fuel, which is in the rocket. So it's one body. But in your example, if I light that bullet, the bullet will go in a direction, right, without any medium to push against. It will just fly because of the explosion. The thing is, that is true. It doesn't actually, because it's separating two bodies. Within the explosion, there's two bodies, right? But essentially, it's attached as one body. That one body is interacting with the second body, which is the back of the gun. The explosion is pushing against the back of the gun. The bullet is being propelled forward. That is
it's not, Data.
that's a physical reaction within Newton's third law. You need that reaction to cause the bullet to move forward.
Data, wouldn't it be more analogous if you just took the bullet, right? The casing and the lead bullet, you have the fuel inside of it. You have no gun, you strike the igniter with a nail. What happens to the bullet in the casing?
Well, it separates, but it's a two-body system. The fuel inside is pushing against both sections, propelling it outward. But it's not giving. If it was to propel in a uniform direction, it would need to have a uniform constant, which mean it need a medium to be pushing against to get any kind of directional
barrel.
force. So you can get
Please,
directional
can I
force from.
talk once for 5 seconds?
You can get a directional
Okay,
force
give
from an
me
explosion.
10 seconds, please.
Data, you heard him trying to get in. You had paused for a very long time, and you didn't start until he started talking. Come on, be considerate. Go ahead, Daddy.
Thank you, Napalm.
Yeah, get this shit under control,
I-
Napalm. Nice work.
Sorry, I'm working,
Thank you,
man.
sir. Hey, if there's any, okay, look, I'm just trying to explain the way a shotgun works. Shotgun shell is in the chamber. The chamber is made of metal, and when the explosion goes off, that metal is able to withstand that force pushing up against it. But the barrel, which has less resistance, all that air, all that force, or all the whole explosion will be pushed out that way. Now, as the explosion goes out the barrel, it's pushing against air, and that pushing against the air is gonna have the opposite reaction, and that's what's gonna push the gun back. Now, in space, you have to have something to push against that you don't have. They claim they have oxidizers.
You don't.
But you're going to need a lot of, hold on, Zanuck, I'm not fucking finished. You're going to need a lot of fuel to replicate the conditions on Earth as it is in space with oxidizers. They didn't have that much. I'm sorry. There's no way, dude. It's virtually impossible. I'm finished. Thank you, Napalm.
Were the oxidizers even for that reason? Is that what they were there for?
Yeah, the
idea
of the
bullet
that's
for the
the whole
explosion.
reason they use. That's the whole reason they put oxidizers in their fuel is to push against. That
because
is
they
not-
recognize the ideas that they need a medium to cause thrust and momentum, so they're compensating for it. Hence proving my point of why they had to change the nozzle, and now why you're confirming exactly what I stated is to compensate for the low pressure environment, and to do so, you need to cause something to be pushed off of, and hence why you just stated that clearly for me. Thanks.
So Zanuck, you said it didn't need to push against anything, right? Explain yourself, please.
He's going to claim that there is a nozzle that it is pushing against, but think about it, man. From here, okay, if you're trying to replicate
Can't
the
push
same
against
medium
himself.
on Earth, I'm literally talking, bro. You literally clipped me, man. You want to go ahead and
Chill
talk?
out.
I'll
dude.
let you talk.
I didn't talk the entire time. Chill out.
No, go ahead, man. If you want to say something, what were you gonna say?
I was literally agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, man. To replicate the same conditions on Earth in space, you're gonna need a whole hell of a lot of gas to do that. Now, they didn't take that much fuel with them. That debunks that they're flying rockets in space right there, man.
See, at launch, it was burning 20 tons of fuel per second, accelerating that to 5,000 miles per hour. 20 tons a second. That seems like a lot of thrust to me.
Okay, we're not talking about the launch, because the launch has a medium to push against. Now, when they actually left, what do they call that? Gosh, why can't I think of it? Escape velocity. When they reached escape velocity and broke the Kármán line, got out of Earth's atmosphere, or near Earth's atmosphere. At what point did they start switching over to the oxidizers to push against, or did they do that automatically?
They use the oxidizer the
You
whole
are
time.
you are so close. You have no idea how these things work. And I may explain to you how this works. They have oxidizers in the fuel, and it's used from the beginning to the moment that those attached rockets or the first stages are released, and then they roll in. They can use different fuels on different, like for example, the LEM had different fuel mixtures, different types of propulsion, same type of principles though. They don't. There's no difference. You don't need anything to push off of. Hold on. You don't need anything to push off of. All you have is something that's rapidly expanding, pushing on the LEM or pushing on the rocket, and accelerating whatever that reactive force is, whatever that gas is that has been expanding. That has mass, and that mass is shot out the back at a high velocity. Because it's a high velocity, required a high force. That same high force that pushes it out is acting on the rocket, and it accelerates at a much lower rate. So the rocket goes at a low rate, the gases go to a high rate, perfectly balanced two bodies, as Data has mentioned. He's just confused on where the two bodies are. You don't need a medium for it to push off of, period.
Okay, so we use the shotgun example, and we know shotguns are here on Earth. So you can't even really compare the two until you fire a shotgun in space and tell me what is the explosion going to push off of, and there's going to be no air in the barrel. So what, are you telling me you're going to need an oxidizer in that too to push off of?
No, shotgun shells carry their own oxidizer.
I just explained it to you. The oxidizer
There's going to be a reaction to the least resistance of the explosion. So if there's a point of exit of the least, what you call least resistance, there will be a kick or a reaction to that because it is an explosion. So if you had an explosion potentially going up, a release valve going up, maybe the explosion would go down and vice versa. The idea is regarding a bullet in a vacuum or a gun fired in a vacuum. This is bullshit. The whole exercise is to explain the principle of a two-body interaction causing a physical differential. The rocket has fuel that is one body entirely. If you're going to tell me that they're going to add oxidizers, which help push off, then you emphasize my claim.
God, you guys are getting more confused with the second.
It emphasizes, I'm almost done. It emphasizes the idea that you do need a medium to have an interaction with to cause momentum. Thank you.
The body is a rocket, and the body is the fuel.
You need a body to interact with to cause momentum.
And you literally cut me when I was about to. I was first to interrupt Data, so can I please go? Thank you. Thank you. So we all know the four things that are necessary for fire. You need a fuel, you need a catalyst, and you need four things, right? Gosh, what is it? Can somebody help me? You need
fuel, air, and heat.
No, there's four.
Fuel, air, and heat. That's the triangle.
Fuel, air, and heat.
Okay, fuel, air, and heat. Now, how are you gonna have an explosion in space, Zanuck, when there's no air?
You bring the air with you. That's what the oxygen tank carries. The oxygen.
You're
And all you
bringing
need is
air with
the
you.
oxygen.
Okay. Yes, great. Now
Liquid
I'm not finished with
oxygen.
my question. I'm not finished with my question because we can kind of do some math to
ridiculous.
find out the square square what is it? The volume
See how
of
many
a
terms you can
square.
make up.
Hold on. We can do some math to
You
figure
can do
out
math.
the area. Hold on, the volume of say a 1 foot
Cubic meter of air.
math. Okay, let's do a meter then.
Okay, cubic meter of
Of
air.
air.
Yes.
Cubic meter of air. We
Yes.
can figure
You
out
know what
how
that weighs?
much. How much?
You know a cubic meter of air weighs?
How much, please?
About 4 pounds.
Okay, so you're going to need to
4
replicate that. Okay,
Go ahead.
that's only one. That's only 1 square meter, right? Or a cube
Yeah.
meter. Now, how are you going to replicate that? You're going to need about. You're going to need probably about 1,000 of those to replicate the conditions in space. How did you take that much fuel in space?
Well, it's not. You don't put cubic meters of air in the. It's liquefied, so it's 1,000
It's
to 1
like
reduction
40
of
ounces,
volume. By
man.
the
What
way,
are you talking about? A cubic meter of air
a
weighs
cubic
like
meter
40.
is 1.2 kilograms per. Dude, you should know this. 1.2
Yeah.
kilos per cubic meter.
Yes. How is that
Great.
4
How
pounds?
Now
many
let's
pounds?
replicate.
How many pounds is a
Great.
cubic meter?
We
I
get
just
it.
said it was 3. Am I off by much?
You
No,
said it was
not by
4.
Is I off by much?
It's
1.2 to go
it's
1.22.
40 ounces, dude.
What is 1.22 times 2.2? It's
like
about
40
4.
ounces.
Whatever it is,
Not
let's
40
replicate
ounces.
that in space.
Hey, Xanax,
Now,
do you
how
know
much
what Romans
fuel would you
1.22
actually
is?
need?
Shut up, data. So listen. So we have liquefied the oxygen to reduce its volume by 1,000 to 1, and that oxygen is brought with us, pure oxygen. And then there's a fuel air ratio of the what it ignites with the fuel. The fuel and the oxygen ignite. They create heat, and it expands at a rapid rate. The force. Now that right there, data. That's the one body, the fuel. Not the fuel is the rocket. The fuel is a body, and the rocket is a body. The mass of the fuel, the mass of the rocket. Mass gets shot out one way, rocket goes the other way. I've said this 100 times already today,
Yeah.
and you still don't get it.
No. It's inconceivable that you could take that much air with you to generate or to replicate the same conditions on Earth as it is in space. What it's claimed of a perfect vacuum, well, near perfect vacuum. So
You are
you're
being
going to have to
incredulous.
replicate this. No, I'm not incredulous. You know I'm
Yes.
right, and
You're
you're going to
not right.
obfuscate and do whatever
My
you
God,
can.
you're not right.
You know I'm right, dude.
You don't need
You
to
know
raise
I'm right.
ambient pressure in space. And the less ambient pressure you have, the more efficient the rocket engine works. It actually, the exit velocities, the exhaust velocities increase the lower the pressure is.
It's harder to focus the thrust. That's why the nozzles are shaped the way they are. But he's absolutely right. There's less resistance for the object to be pushed off in the opposite direction, so it works more efficiently when there's no air or no medium. So you're absolutely wrong. You couldn't be wrong on more of this topic than you are, just so you know. Now you can go around thinking you do and parade around it, you think you do know something you don't, but it's very ugly. It's an ugly look
Well,
for you.
you know I'm right, and you know that the air is being pushed
You're not
against
right. You're a Pope. That's why your
the
name's Pope.
explosion. No, can I finish? The shotgun is exploding and exiting out the barrel, pushing against that air that's in the barrel. But when you do the same thing in space, you're not pushing any air against any air. So, and you don't even have any oxygen, so there wouldn't be a fire. So you can't even set off a shotgun in space. What are you talking about, dude?
The oxygen is in the fuel. In the propellant, there is oxygen. How do you think that propellant burns inside
Great.
the
Now-
hold on. How do you think the propellant burns inside of the cartridge and inside of the barrel?
Okay,
when
hold on. Yes, I get it.
The air is obstructed by a bullet.
So we did a little math
tell
on
it
how
5 more
much.
times. Maybe
Hey, hold on. We did a little math on how much cubic meter of airways. Now, 21% of that is going to be oxygen. So we
No,
could
they
actually
don't put
do the
liquid
math to figure.
air.
You literally
It's
clipped me,
oxygen.
dude.
Not air. It's not air. Stop. It's not air. It's oxygen.
Okay,
Pure
that's what I'm
oxygen.
saying. 21% of that cubic meter is going to be of oxygen. Now, we can even
It's
do.
not.
What are you talking about, Zanuck? You're telling me that
Dude, you don't need
air
air.
is not
You need
21?
oxygen.
You're not
You don't
listening
need.
to me, are you?
I am listening. You do not need air in
In that
space.
square meter, there's all different types of gases. The majority is nitrogen,
Where are you
but
going
a
with
portion of that is oxygen. 21%, give or take. It's usually between 16 and 21%, sometimes 18, 19. If
Where
it
are you
gets
going with
below,
this? We don't care.
18,
It doesn't matter what air is. We don't need air in space. We need oxygen.
you need oxygen. Now, we can get the weight of a cubic meter of oxygen because we can subtract 21% of that weight, and we can get the amount of oxygen in a cubic meter.
No, that's not how it works
we can-
either. It's very close to that same 2.8 pounds or something.
No,
very
it's
close to 3
not.
pounds.
Most of that's nitrogen. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
nitrogen's heavier than oxygen, correct?
Oh my God, dude!
Nitrogen
Are
is
you
heavier than
telling me?
oxygen, correct?
Are you telling me 1,000 pounds of bowling balls is the same amount of 1,000 pounds of feathers?
Dude, we have 1.4 kilos for oxygen, 1.2 kilos for air.
Guy's a troll.
Way more because nitrogen is is heavier. Because nitrogen can be more like 2 kilos.
Oh my God, dude!
Do you not understand how this works? You're really sounding silly, really silly.
No,
So
I'm
nitrogen
not.
is.
I'm just.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
What is the cubic?
Tell me in a cube meter how much oxygen is there?
Air weighs 1.4 kilos, 1.2 kilos, and air and oxygen weighs 1.4 kilos. And nitrogen weighs a little more than that.
So the rest of that 1.4 is what?
1.4 is what oxygen weighs. Air is 1.2. The reason air doesn't weigh 1.4 is because it's not made up of all oxygen. It's made up of oxygen and nitrogen.
Well, this actually works. Hold on, this works against you because
you're just being really stupid.
If that cube meter is mostly oxygen, and you're saying oxygen is heavy, this actually works against you because now you're saying since oxygen is heavy, we need to take more of it and to create more of that oxygen in space to create an explosion.
Dude,
you guys didn't do that.
Why aren't you getting this?
You didn't
Why aren't you
take
getting this?
a billion pounds of air with you to replicate the conditions on Earth. I'm sorry, dude.
Actually, they brought 273,000 liters of.
I have a question for Sani.
That ain't gonna be enough,
Nitrogen is lighter. Nitrogen is lighter than oxygen. It weighs about a kilo per cubic meter. Oxygen weighs 1.4.
That's not enough.
Okay,
hold on. Oxygen weighs. Hold on. Let me finish. 1.4 kilos per cubic meter. Let me finish, and you might understand. This is the problem with you. 1.4 kilos per cubic meter for oxygen. 1.2 kilos per air. That's the reason, because most of it's nitrogen, and that's 0.8 kilos per cubic meter. You mix them together, 80-20, and you get 1.2 kilos per cubic meter. Now we're liquefying only oxygen. It doesn't matter what air is. It doesn't matter what the percentage is. We can care less.
I have a question for you, Sani, if you don't mind. Does the rocket, the nozzle, the fire that's coming out of the rocket, does it behave as a stove, how it's called, stove burner, or is it like an explosion?
Just like a stove burner. I mean, come on, guys, really?
So it's not an explosion, right?
So it's an explosion.
It's not an explosion.
It's not.
It's a rapidly expanding flame front. You don't want it to explode.
So you agree that every time? Do you agree that every time that somebody brings out the shotgun, it's like two total different concepts, right?
No, it's just the rate at which something is oxidized. The oxidizer in the
It's
gunpowder
completely too fucking
is a very rapid, very rapid. Hey, drunk guy, stop. Rapid expansion is the shotgun. The gas and oxygen in the fuel and oxygen in the rocket is still rapid, but not as rapid as gunpowder, which is more of an explosion. This is not that hard, guys. You're not even trying.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
I'm trying. I do understand, but I just don't agree.
You're not even trying. You're not even gonna make an attempt.
So
Can I read from NASA's website, Zanuck?
Yeah, I wanna hear from NASA.
So space is a cylindrical fucking object with explosions.
So it says here, normally the magnitude of pressure areas is small relative to the m dot v in terms. The nozzle of the jet engine is usually designed to make the exit pressure equal to the free stream. In this case, the pressure term in general equation is equal to the 0, and we can use the previous thrust equation. The forced thrust is equal to the exit mass flow rate times the exit velocity minus the free stream mass flow rate times the free stream velocity. Since the exit mass flow rate is nearly equal to the free stream mass flow rate, the free stream is all air. We can call the mass flow rate through the engine. We can call the mass flow rate through the engine. The engine airflow rate. Why are they having an engine airflow rate if it's not working off of air?
It's talking about the velocity of the mass flow rate. So there's a mass flow rate which needs to be accelerated from dead stop.
Air is involved.
Hold on. No. The mass. That's talking about the mass flow rate as compared
air
to
is
the
outside
outside
a body.
as you're passing through it.
Air is outside
the body, but it's not being used. No, but when you're in space, you don't have that. That would actually give you multiple bits of information. The drag coefficient of the rocket, the velocity that is going through. The drag coefficient would tell you what the drag would be based on the frontal area, and all the supersonic and compressible air values that also change as you go through it at a rapid rate. So this happens until you get into space. Then that mass flow rate is only relative to the actual rocket itself. How much you
can I continue reading on now?
What force you used and what force is acting on the rocket. They're
Good.
paired,
I'm glad you stated
and that's called
what you
Newton's
said.
third law.
Looking at the thrust equation very carefully, we see there are two possible ways to produce high thrust. One way to produce high thrust is to make the engine airflow rate as high as possible, as long as the exit velocity is greater than the free stream entrance velocity. A high engine airflow will produce a high thrust. This is design theory behind propeller aircraft and high bypass turbofan engines. Large amount of air.
Yeah, this is taking the air and using it. You're using the air for propulsion, but you're not talking about a rocket. You're not talking about a rocket. You're talking about a high bypass.
Is processed each second, but the air velocity is not changed very much. The other way to produce high thrust is to make exit velocity very much greater than the incoming velocity. This is design theory behind. This is the design theory behind. This is the design theory behind pure turbojets and turbojets with afterburners. A moderate amount of airflow is accelerated to high velocities in these engines. There you go, buddy.
Great.
We are not talking about turbojets at all.
Would you like me to read from NASA? Would you like me to read from NASA again? This is what NASA says. This is what NASA says. This is what NASA says.
You gotta remember that when it doesn't fit what they're saying, they don't care about NASA or Neil deGrasse or any of the people.
He's talking about a jet engine.
Looking at the thrust equation very carefully, we see there are two possible ways to produce high thrust. One way is to produce high thrust is to make the engine airflow rate as high as possible, as long as the exit velocity is greater than the free stream entrance velocity. A high engine airflow.
You're just derailing the conversation by going on a different topic. You're derailing the conversation. I don't think.
No, it's not. He's actually.
Yes, he is, because he's talking about a completely different thing.
About the conversation.
He's not talking about rockets. He's talking about jet engines, which are different things.
This is the design theory behind.
Yeah, design theory of a jet engine, not a rocket.
Why are you talking all over him? Let him finish.
Because he's just repeating the same thing. There's nobody needs to hear that again.
You keep repeating the same thing over and over again, so I might as well do it until I'm clear, right? So again, thanks for
because it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Hey,
you're the one derailing the conversation, bro. You're about to get muted if you don't quit, please.
Anyway, it's from NASA's site, buddy. Bring it up.
All right. Well, we all agreed that that's how a jet engine works, and it's completely different than how a rocket engine works. There's no
I'm literally on the thrust, how thrust is calculated when it comes to propulsion engines.
The rocket is a propulsion system. Thanks again.
It is.
Yes.
Are you guys
Well,
gonna
if you want
disagree with
to-
that?
It is not a rocket.
Yeah, it's not a rocket. Using the air, as I mentioned, canoe analogy.
Is it a
talks about-
propulsion system? Yes
Hey.
or no, Sanic?
There's
Yes,
no
it's thrust.
inlet stream, so it doesn't apply.
Right, there's
The
no inlet
rocket,
stream.
is it a
The inlet
propulsion
air,
system? Yes or
there's no
no?
inlet air in this. So
How
why
about
are you
just a
trying
yes
to?
or no?
It is
Somebody.
a totally different
Unbelievable. Silent,
mechanism.
you're being an idiot.
Sanic, is it a propulsion system? Yes or no?
Of course it is. So is a canoe
So
paddle.
is it gonna use some of those same principles? Yes or no?
They all use the principles of changing momentum. We're changing momentum. That's what we're doing. It has mass flow rate, but it has nothing to do with the jet engine because the jet engine has its own air internal. It doesn't use the outside air and accelerate that like a high bypass jet engine or a turboprop engine.
I thought there was no air involved in it, Sanic. Remember? That's the whole thing.
There's no
I'm telling you, it's a
external air.
jet engine, propeller, canoe. They are using the medium and accelerating the medium to push off of. The rocket does not use the outside air at all. It takes.
It uses what? But it uses air, right?
I'm an idiot. I'm falling for this. No, it doesn't use the outside air, Silent. It uses no outside air. It brings oxygen with it. Pure
I
oxygen.
never say
The
it.
oxidizer.
You say okay.
Don't
There you
be
go.
an idiot.
So it uses
It's like-
oxygen.
It's like saying, let's talk about how a tricycle works and compare it to your diesel truck. Well, they both have pedals. Well, one's a gas
Rockets are
pedal.
propelling systems. They're designed
Yes, it's called
propellants.
thrust.
They
Thrust.
propel off the medium
Propel
that they're
means
in.
thrust.
The medium that they're in has a
do
resistance
not
force
use
where
that.
you can determine thrust based on
I
the
can't
high
believe you're a
velocity of the
grown
gas.
man and you
That is
actually
the
do
law.
not have.
That's the law of physics that can be demonstrated
You
over and
have
over.
You're
no-
deliberately conflating
you have
stuff
the
now.
nerve to talk
Because
about physics
you can
in
have
your
so
mouth.
many different propellant systems. You can just have a propeller in water. That's a propellant.
Can I say something?
Keep the word
quickly?
physics out of your goddamn
Oh
mouth.
goodness me! Hey, I'm out. You guys
Danik,
take
relax,
it easy, man.
bro.
Can I
Relax.
say something very quickly? Very quickly. The rocket equation is very simple. NASA also provides this: the rocket equation, the thrust equation for the rocket. In the equation, there's a very simple variables, one of which is the pressure inside of the chamber, and one is outside of the chamber, meaning like the air outside the chamber. So these are two variables in the equation, and it's a simple subtraction problem. You subtract the outside pressure from the inside pressure, and you multiply this.
Well, you're on
and you
Earth,
multiply,
right?
and this gets multiplied to give you the total value of what the thrust is.
That's
So that
why
tells you
we're in
that
it,
tells
right,
you
Cocho?
that tells you if the outside pressure is 0, then that
wait.
number is greater. The thrust is greater if the outside pressure is 0. Okay, so I don't know
While we are
why you're
on
using
Earth,
NASA.
right?
Say again.
That's while we are on the Earth, right? While the
No.
rocket is in the Earth, right?
That's for any given point in time, any
Close-
location.
The closer you get to 0, the more thrust is what that formula says. More thrust. So when you get to absolute 0, if you were actually able to find a place in space that had no particles whatsoever, that rocket would work a little bit better.
I would like some demonstrations of that someday, maybe. 10 years and nothing. It's amazing.
Except for all the demonstrations you've been given and denied.
Yeah.
I've seen rockets in vacuum chambers. You say
Like
that
what?
they're not
Like the soda can on that little thing, and call that like, you see it is moving.
Same principle.
Oh shit! All right, bro.
It's a crappy
That's why
rocket.
you guys are like that, man.
A
Why
soda
you guys
can
cannot see
popping
the
is
truth.
a soda can popping is a shitty rocket engine, but nonetheless, it is ejecting mass out the back and moving the other direction.
Yeah, that thing is hitting the wall. That's why it's moving.
It starts
Give
to
him,
move
give
before
him,
it hits
give
the
him,
wall.
give
How did
him
it
enough.
translate the
Give the
energy
can
before it
enough
hits the wall?
space in a vacuum. It won't move at all.
That's a claim.
Well, yeah. You guys made the claim first that it does. So I'm asking for the proof that it does, right?
Well,
You have the positive.
If you look at Action Lab's video where that can pops, well
the
before
demonstrations that you guys saw show
I'm
is
sorry, was I talking? Are you incapable?
I'm sorry,
of
but I'm
controlling yourself?
asking you for something
Well, ask me a
specific, and you
question.
keep referring to something that is not pointing
Guys,
up to
calm
what
the
I'm
fuck
asking
down.
you. hold
one at
on,
a time,
Jeremy.
please.
I'm asking for something specific.
Please.
He keeps referring to something that I'm not asking. So I don't know why he
Please,
keeps
Jeremy.
talking, bro.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Just
All right.
let him finish, please.
All right, so you have a soda can, and somehow the wall is magically translating motion to that soda can when that soda pops out of there before it touches the wall. Where is it getting the acceleration from? I mean, after it hits the wall, the soda can doesn't accelerate faster. It has nothing to do with the wall.
Are you telling me that you're able to see the how fast is that soda touching the wall?
Yes. Look at the slow mo.
Oh my god.
Hey,
Where's the slow
Moyak,
mo?
let
I
me
want to see
ask
it.
you a question regarding the soda
Right
can.
there, the same.
Inside the soda can, there's gas, right?
Yes.
That's being expelled. Is that gas, all of it, visible? Meaning you would be able to see when it contacts the side. Okay, so it's possible that the gas is being expelled very quickly, and you would not, quote unquote, see when it hits the backside of that chamber.
Well, if you attempted, yes, I agree. But if you attempted to do that with that volume of gas, like the amount of gas in that soda can is only the free space that's in the soda can at the moment that it ruptures. So basically, what you have is you have like a 1/4 inch of air charge on there. Let's see you get that can that reactive with a 1/4 inch charge of air.
I watched the replay, and from where the soda goes out from the can to the next frame, there's actually nothing you can see. Like, I don't know why you say that you are able to see the water that is not. How do I say this?
Yeah, I think
The
I
water
corrected
not
him on
coming
that.
out of the can and touching the wall at the same time as
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Let me go look and see what you got.
This
I
is
think he's
exactly
kind of
on the second
confusing.
one, 544 to 546, and one frame is one frame. There's nothing you can actually see there.
Yeah, I think he's kind of conceding to that point, being able to visually see the gases being expelled. Now he's shifting his claim to the amount of gas contained within the soda can isn't enough to fill the available space to move it, kind of thing. But my question would be regarding that, Moyak, if you took that same amount of gas that is being contained within the soda can and you put it in a balloon, right? And you place that balloon in a vacuum chamber at regular pressure and then started to pull a vacuum, the same amount of vacuum as we're seeing when that soda can opens up, would that balloon expand to fill the available space?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Unless it was made out of Milo or something that didn't allow it to expand.
Somebody asked for experiment in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, we're talking about the amount of mass.
I've just posted a video.
Yeah, we're talking about the amount of mass of air that can escape from that can is not that much mass. So you're not going to move that whole can full of liquid with just letting the gas hit the walls. But I'm looking for the video that I saw.
Well, it moves before the liquid hits the wall. It moves immediately as soon as the liquid starts coming out.
Right, but the liquid is not going to hit the wall. At the same
Where you
time
see?
as the
Can you?
gas hits the
What
wall.
minute did you see that? What minute did you see that?
He does a frame pause, and I'll tell you when. Hold on.
That's not what we should be arguing. We're
Well,
not.
it was the
argument should not be the liquid.
I am agreeing that.
At 6 minutes, just before 6 minutes, he's got it on. He shows the actual frame, or the two frames, just before the explosion, and the next frame it's already starting to come out.
You guys watching it at 5:40 on the video?
I don't think
Hello?
the counter argument to this should be the the actual liquid portion that you can visibly see. I think it should be the gas coming
Why?
in contact.
Why is it any different?
Because if the gas is filling the available space, right, it's coming out of that can. And the
Not
gas
not
is
only
being
that, there's
expelled, and
another problem. Let's
Stop.
never mind.
Let him finish. Silent, control yourself.
I will. Sorry.
So
Go ahead,
before
bro.
the gas comes out, the liquid comes out.
Yeah,
And
shouldn't the can be moving in a different direction, Sanic?
No, the can goes left, the liquid goes right, and the exact same force is imparted on the liquid as on the can, and that's why it moves slightly.
So
of course, it's followed by
shouldn't
gas.
shouldn't we seeing a different angle of that
No.
water? Maybe it's hitting the wall in like on this side.
It moves before anything
Oh, I
comes
see.
out.
I see liquid. The second frame, I see
Before,
liquid coming out already.
before anything hits the wall, comes out of the can, before it hits the wall, that can is moving. It's
No,
not pushing up anything.
you don't see that on the video. I'm sorry, Sanic.
Well, you can't. It's not fast enough because it happens very quickly, and it's very close to the
That's
wall.
what I'm saying.
Well,
And
okay.
we don't
So
have the right angle.
This is 20, 30 years of physics on this very simple concept that's taught in 6th grade. This
Yeah.
works. You're fighting it like it's like I don't know why you're fighting it. Actually, you're a
doesn't
guy
work.
that you drive a truck. You know how transmissions work in clutches and brakes and heating and climbing hills and downshifting. You have all
That's
the
not a
physics
space.
into it.
Whoa,
No, this is still very similar. This is still very similar. So all the forces that we're talking about here, every force has an equal and opposite reaction. And it's
So are you using a chamber
drunk guy needs
as
to
big
talk.
as
Go ahead.
Brian Cox for with a little bottle rocket?
I would like to see that. That's what I
My
would.
chamber is much bigger than Brian's Cox.
Has anybody experimented with
vacuum
water?
chamber.
Has anybody ever experimented with water
normal
rocket?
sense, bro.
Silent.
Spinning balls and
Oh, what's up?
Water.
Have you ever experimented with a water rocket, like as a kid?
With
In
the
a
water
big
rocket.
vacuum chamber,
Yeah, that's like a soda
stuff.
bottle that's half full of water, and then you fill it up with a bicycle pump, and the thing
In a
flies
big-
up like
in a
100
big
feet in the air.
vacuum?
All right. Now, what happens if you don't have a lot of mass in there, like you don't have a liquid in that water rocket, how high does it go? It goes almost no distance at all. It goes almost no distance at all when you just let air out. But when you add the mass of the water and you accelerate that mass, then you have a tremendous acceleration of the rocket.
In a
The same
vacuum,
thing
right?
is happening with essentially with that soda can.
Yeah.
If you
What
had
happened?
if you
What
had just
happened?
air, it wouldn't move much.
What happened if you put, let's say, a bag on the nozzle, right, and it is not hitting the air around it? Would it lift?
A bag on the nozzle.
Yeah.
Bag on the nozzle.
Would it pop up
I
like
don't
a
know
hot air
how
balloon?
that looks in reality. Like
I'm
you're
sorry,
saying
what
a
did you say?
giant, like a giant rubber hose you tie into your pocket of your rocket in order to
Like something where you
contain
don't
the rocket
allow,
fuel?
the water or whatever is pushing the rocket to be in touch with the air outside. What do you think is gonna happen?
Nothing's pushing rockets in space. bro.
Nothing is gonna. That shit ain't gonna
Nothing.
going nowhere. And the same principle is what is the same principle is at work. There's something coming out of the rocket, and yet it won't lift.
You cannot push against a vacuum. There's
Don't
no-
have to.
Yeah.
You push against the rocket nozzle and the combustion chamber.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I get you. I get you. I get you.
And in this case, the soda can, you can see obviously. Now the gas moves at you probably 500 feet per second or 500 meters per second. So some of that gas would be touching the walls relatively quickly. I don't know how long that frame takes for it to go the 6 inches to the wall. But I could concede that the gas might actually make contact with the wall. But the amount of motion that you're getting, the reaction of a half inch of motion or in that first frame, I don't think you would get that much motion from a teeny tiny bit of gas venting.
Yeah, but you're also in a vacuum, so you have much less resistance, right? So you wouldn't need as much. You know what I'm saying?
You're starting to get it.
But my point.
That's a good point.
No, we get it.
But my point being is,
You should knock back a few more drinks, tough guy.
Well, we need a Brian Cox vacuum chamber tough guy with a little bitty bottle rocket.
We got it.
I'd not
So
drive off
my
this
point
wall.
being in that statement is that the gas is coming in contact with the container, right? That this isn't necessarily a good example because that can is really close to the edge of
Right.
the container, right? I don't think, to me, if just being critical, I don't care one way or the other in this conversation, inconclusive, just because of the scenario.
We're
100%.
We're here.
Half
Bend the water.
science.
Yeah, I
Bend the
think
water. We're
I think the problem is that, like,
Sonic. Bend the water.
Okay, would you stop just making word salad for no reason?
No, I'm asking Sonic for bend the water.
Okay, great. That's not what we're talking about.
Sounds like you had some bendy water.
Does Sonic have bend the water?
Nah, it's not worth being here if this guy's going to be playing. Have a good one.
What?
Yeah, I can mute him.
Exactly. Just drink some more water.
All I said was bend the water, bro.
Drink some bendy water. It might help you out a little bit. I need to put a few cocktails back. You need to dry out a little bit.
Do the rest of the
Xanax.
science problem.
Xanax, can you tell me what's going on here?
Hello, bend the water.
You got it.
Try out. You're an alcoholic. Stop drinking. Bend the water, bro.
The guy is coming into a talk about rocket engines and rocket
No,
propulsion.
it's,
He
here,
just
hold on.
say
He's been
bendy
muted.
water repeatedly.
Hey, guys, I muted him. Thank you for letting me know there was an issue. Let's just keep it
Yes.
civil. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Who
so
said
I was
that?
just going to say that this isn't, if my claim was on the side of rocket propulsion being, easily obtainable within a vacuum, this would not be an example that I would even provide, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean,
Just because of the scenario.
I would go with for him, and maybe I'll even try and email him to see if he'll do it. But I would do it with like something like a water rocket where the propulsion is pushing a long distance, put it on the far side of the chamber, and that only water comes out, no gas comes out. So the gas will be what powers the water,
No.
but the water will not. The water will be the only reacting material.
No, you need air.
I mean, I would more so be pushing for like, hey, we've got this huge vacuum chamber that we can use to test these experiments to where the walls of the container would be, nominal, to use a NASA term, right? It would be impossible, or at least very difficult, to argue that the gas or the solid that's being expelled from the rocket or the container is coming in contact with the walls of the container and then having that kick back and cause any type of movement. I would use that.
Correct. You have to have that much distance.
Do you think that a rocket being close to the ground has better performance than a rocket that's 10 feet off the ground? Like a personal model rocket?
Yes.
Better performance?
Would it accelerate at greater in the first 10 feet if it starts at 10 feet or if it starts at ground level?
It accelerates the same off resistance.
You're still utilizing something to push off of at both of those conditions. And
right,
I
I'm
understand
pushing off the
point.
ground. The
But I
ground's only
understand.
3 inches away when I launch my rocket. When I launch it from the ground station or from the launch pad. Now I take it up 10 feet and I take out the little plate underneath it so the nozzle is pointing off just to air. Would you expect that rocket to accelerate greater, the same, at ground level as it does at 10 feet off the ground with no interaction with the ground or little interaction with the ground?
Yeah, I don't know about ignition and all that, but I would say roughly the same, if not a little bit more efficient and higher altitude.
I'm really not talking so much about altitude, but there is a problem there. I'd have to do this like
one of the things that it can do. You have it as on takeoff. There's something like analogous to ground effect with airplanes. You're starting to compress the air beneath the rocket, and it does provide a little bit of force as you leave, tiny bit, but still significant enough to mention. And after it leaves the ground, where there is no ground effect or compression of the air beneath it, then the rocket is free to just accelerate based on its change of momentum of the fuel expelled out the nozzle.
I would suspect that
No
the
way.
ground effect would actually increase the or decrease the exhaust velocity, so it would actually give you less
It would.
acceleration as it was close to the ground.
It would increase. Listen, like water. When you're trying to go through water, depending on whatever resistance you got, the amount of resistance it's going to react to. So if you're trying to take your rocket through water, it's going to decrease. If you try to go through air, it's going to increase. If you go get off something, it's going to increase for that amount of time. And then you're going to have what's terminal velocity, and you're going to free fall back. So you don't gain forever. You stop and turn to zero, and then you fall.
Think about this for a second. If you compressed it, that might increase the force. It might actually make it lift off a little faster. The force
I guess
would be.
then you would also. I'm not sure. Like I said, that's a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not positive either.
I know it's a subtle effect at best.
Very subtle, yeah. But
I would err on the side of thinking that it would probably reduce exhaust velocity, but I don't know what also building up all that gas underneath the rocket. That's going to offer a pushing force on all the surfaces.
So why do you need to go around the Earth three?
Could be both.
You got to go around the Earth 3 times, right? Like a slingshot. Why do you got to do that if there's no resistance going straight up? Once you went straight up, you would keep straight, right? Correct.
You don't have to do
you need to orbit, D-Mock. Sorry, you're kind of on the wrong page here, but go. I understand.
So you don't slingshot to get to the moon.
You don't slingshot to get to the moon. No.
No, you don't slingshot to get to the moon. No.
So I think
the rocket doesn't go up in the air and then turn horizontally and then go down around the Earth. What are you talking about?
No, it goes.
It does that. It's not slingshotting. It's
yes,
using,
it is.
It's using
orbit is called slingshot. They call it slingshot. It goes around 3 times, each time getting wider and wider and wider, and then it leaves and then it hits the moon. What do you mean?
No, the slingshot is something different. The slingshot is something different. It's when you're.
That's what I call it. So
slingshot is what they call it in the movies, which is what Demok uses to research.
Yeah, but because like when they were going to the Voyager, like they slingshot off of some of the planets.
Right. So what else would you call that?
You get a gravity assist. That's different. That's different though than orbiting the Earth already and just extending your orbit. That's what
a slingshot is, Coach.
Regardless, Mr. Moyak.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Talk, so we can go down to live stream 2 for a second.
Well, just real quickly, Mr. Moyak, I was just going to say that I think you're right about what because if you just go off the rocket equation alone, you would imagine the pressure underneath the craft. Given that there was a closed area with the floor and stuff like that, you could imagine there'd be slightly more pressure there than in the open air, and that would change that part of the equation. So you should expect to get more efficiency without the ground, right?
That's what I would think, but there's overpressure and stuff pushing on your rocket, which I don't know if that would cancel out. It may actually turn out to be an absolute zero effect.
No, it's like being far away from water, shooting water to ride off of. If you shake up a soda and the soda explodes, the soda doesn't go too far. Now, if you take a tube with soda in it and you push it through the tube that's connected to the water and you pump it, now you're going to have a lot more power because it's directly connected to everything 100%. There is a connection there. Without that 100% connection, you have less resistance to work off of. You're not going to be as good. So when the rocket goes up, why does it peter out up higher if it would do better? It makes no sense at all. It goes real fast to a point. It goes fast enough to get to 18,000 to 24,000 miles an hour or whatever joke of speed they supposedly get to. But then it peters out after that. Come on now.
D-Mark, what planet are you from?
The one with physics where you demonstrate stuff. Which one are you from, Krypton? Are you from Superman's planet where you draw it on a comic book and believe it? Now, can you demonstrate how your rocket goes faster and better in a vacuum than it does with air? How does that work out?
Well, you have one factor that's not present with a rocket in air than you do when it's in space. That factor is called drag. If you're not moving through a medium such as air, that drag force is removed from the equation. Therefore, you'd be going faster without it, period.
You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't done it. Nobody's seen you do it. It hasn't happened anywhere. When have you done this? Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. When have you done this in a big vacuum like Brian Cox and seen your little bitty thing do anything like what you're claiming? You're lying.
Xanax. At what point does your rocket spin wildly because it has no atmosphere to push off of or to guide through?
He couldn't tell you. They only do half science. They do make-up excuse
and why do you keep on bringing up Brian Cox? Why do you keep on bringing up Brian's Cox?
Because he has a big chamber that he can go tell him to open up and use anytime he wants.
I think you and Brian Cox should get a room.
So you should take your little bitty baby bottle rocket. I'll supply you with one if it costs too much for you, and then you can set it off in Brian Cox's super big fucking chamber in the center of it. Have a string tied to it.
What if I had a super big tube steak and it exploded in your face? How would you feel?
Like NASA got hungry. I would feel like a rocket builds its momentum up off the ground. And then as it gets further and further away from the air or the ground, it loses its momentum. Why does it?
What if I had a red rocket in my pocket? How would you feel?
You've never seen a rocket. No one's ever had a rocket. All you've seen is missiles. There's never been a real rocket equation ever once met. Ever, not once. None of you have ever seen a fucking rocket. Not Zanuck, not NASA, not anybody. They've seen toys, missiles, and fucking airplanes. They've never seen a rocket, ever.
I used to shoot rockets off with my dad when I was a little kid. We used to go to the park. It was these Estes rockets things we used to shoot up in the air. It was awesome.
It's not a rocket, Jeremy. It's a baby missile or a bottle rocket. It's not a real rocket. It's not. None of it fits the rocket equation. To be a rocket, right? To go to the stars or the extraterrestrial place, to be an extraterrestrial rocket, you have to have the percentage of 94% fuel and 6% material. Now you go YouTube, Google, whatever you guys got to do, Wikipedia, go get me that equation of a fucking vehicle we can drive right now. And I'll kiss all your asses. Ain't happening. None of you have ever seen a rocket that matches a rocket equation, which a rocket would have to be a rocket, correct? I know what you had, Jeremy. It was a toy, and I bet you it was fucking awesome. It's probably an S-Tar T little, yeah. But it's not a rocket because it doesn't match the rocket equation.
What is the rocket equation?
Don't you got a baby bottle to warm up?
94% fuel, 94% fuel, Jeremy, and 6% material. That's what the rocket equation is. That means you have to have a 2-liter, right? With only the material can only be 6% of the film of the outside altogether, like the suit. And on the inside, you have to fill it up with fuel all the way. Nothing else can fit in there. That's the rocket equation, Jeremy. Werner von Braun, baby boy, look it up. Werner von Braun, however you want to say it. Time Life Warner. Give it a shout out.
Sounds like a solution to an equation.
The solution to the equation is the equation. What are you, okay? It's the answer to it's called the rocket equation, the answer to it. It's what you need. No one's ever accomplished it. It sounds like you haven't got the solution to the equation. Sounds like it's in a solution on paper, but you haven't put it together in physical form or attributes. No one has.
There's the thrust equation for the rocket. So you can plug in those numbers. And
to where?
To what?
What object do you use to see the numbers? What are you plugging them in from? What object are we sending?
A rocket.
So we're sending the rocket, you and I.
If you'd like to.
And then you're going to plug in numbers from what?
Whatever we decide to use for a rocket.
And what's that going to tell you?
It'll tell us the thrust. So that value there that we get from this equation is equal to thrust. We can compare that with the inertia or the mass of the rocket we decide to use. So I think that's what you're talking about. It's the tyranny of the rocket equation, and that's
why you can't go straight. Is that why you can't go straight up because of that equation?
No, it's not. You can go straight up. It's why you don't go straight up though.
Are you burning
straight up?
That's why you can't do anything, Jeremy. There is no real rocket.
You can go straight up. Some rockets do go straight up. However, it's much smarter to not go straight up.
You cannot go straight anywhere, meaning you cannot go horizontally off this ball, meaning straight to the guy on the side of it. Straight up would be vertical to him. It's never happening. Not 1 foot off of it. Stop lying, please. You're lying to all the little kids and everybody else. You can't leave 1 foot off this bitch horizontally. Not 1 foot with any rocket you get.
So
I'll bet
hold
you
on,
any
Demo.
amount of money.
Is that true, Kosho, that you need 94% material and then 6% fuel or whatever Democ said for it to be considered
Other
a
way
rocket?
around, Jeremy. Other way
Von
around.
Braun said that to get to the moon,
94% material or fuel, 6% material.
Empire State Building.
And it doesn't qualify as a rocket unless it's in that ratio. Is that right, Kosho?
That's Warner von Braun. Warner von Braun said this, not Kosho, the father of rocketry.
I didn't hear anything you guys just said.
Also, Von Braun says to get to the moon, you're going to need a rocket the size of the Empire State Building. That's on record.
We know, thanks. So is that true that it's not classified as a rocket unless it fits the ratio of 94% fuel and 6% material?
No, I've never heard that.
Yeah, where did you get that from, Demo?
From Warner von Braun, the guy that told you you're not going anywhere, and there is no such thing as a rocket that'll go anywhere without being 8 times bigger than a rocket, or 20 times bigger, being tons and tons and tons, so massive that it's impossible to even think about. So it's not happening. It's not happening. It doesn't make any sense. No one's meeting the equation. Why haven't they met the equation then? Ask Kosho that. Why haven't you met the rocket equation for the father of rocketry? You're saying an excuse and a lie. It's the equation. It is the big daddy of all of rockets. And if you don't know about it, then you don't know about rockets.
Talking about the tyranny of the rocket equation and the reason why they had.
Meaning you don't have it. You don't have a rocket equation. You have lies, and you have amount of fuel that doesn't match. You have amount of material that doesn't match. You have a human in there that doesn't match. You cannot put a human or anything in the rocket equation but the material and the fuel, pal. Unless the person is 6% of the material too and goes into the material itself. So it's not happening. You're full of it.
The last thing you want to do is put a human on a rocket, which we know can explode.
It would give it a reason to explode.
Excuse me, bro. That is NASA, man. They can do whatever the fuck they want, bro. NASA, man. NASA.
Right, but you guys have projectiles and stuff. I get it. You can shoot. You can fill that up with some gas or some gunpowder, but it's not the rocket equation. I'm sorry. It's just not.
I'm sorry. It's NASA, bro. What are you talking about? Can do whatever they want. NASA.
I know, and that's why Warner von Braun had a broken arm and a black eye, because he told you the truth. And anybody with common sense knows everybody else is full of shit when the guy himself told you 94% fuel, 6% material. It's so simple. It's been that way ever since I've been a flat earther. I looked at all the rocket equation shit. Why does a rocket peter out and fall back down? Why? If it has no resistance to keep going.
In a couple months, they can change it to whatever they want, and these people like drones, they will listen to them and parrot it, you know?
And I still don't understand why they do half-ass science. Wouldn't it be more fulfilling, Kosho and everybody, even flat earthers, to have like a super giant chamber and like we were saying, do different things in it? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, are you serious?
There shouldn't be no problem with that, right? That's what science is supposed to do. They're supposed to have this stuff to show everybody. But the answer that we have from this guy is like, yeah, they're not gonna pander to you. They're not here to pander to you. No, they're supposed to demonstrate the world what they're claiming. They should pander to every claim that the world is asking from them. They should, as a scientist. And if you truly believe in science, you should never discourage people from asking tough questions. Never.
Right.
That's all you do. Panic and everybody. Oh, they don't pander to you. Why do they pander? What? Bullshit.
That's called secret military science that we can't know. And if you call that real science, no, don't think so. If there's science you can't tell the kids in the classroom, or science you got to keep DOD or classified, who's doing real science? How can you ever be doing real science, Kosho, or any Glober in here, if it's classified stuff that you don't know about? How? And if you do something classified, guess what? Guess what? You know what?
What? Tell us.
You might not come back. So if you try to do real science and prove some stuff, you might be on YouTube for a week and then probably never show up again and be disappeared and silent somehow.
So look, in theory, rockets should work in a vacuum according to Newton's third law. However, Newton's laws don't always work in space, right?
They've never been tested in a spatial feature. They've just been on paper as mathematical tests for imaginary bodies. So, yeah. Newton himself couldn't test these things, Jeremy. He had nothing to go from to actually get the number other than his imaginary idea of what he explained it was doing or how it was happening. You know, like if you have an idea and you're like, Democ, I think the apple does this, and we go along with it until we see something different. You know, I mean.
Hey, Jeremy, you said it before. Why do you think Newton's laws don't work in space? What laws are not obeyed in space?
Well, his law of gravity falls apart in space.
Oh, orbit, large distances, large bodies of mass. Sure.
You don't have
so we know that. So we know Newton's laws don't always work in space. What's up?
Only in very large sizes or very small sizes.
Well, I mean, that's your claim, but however, it stands that we know Newton's laws don't always hold up when we get to space. So,
for very large masses, yes, and large distances.
Or maybe rockets. We don't know. That's why they're asking for a demonstration, and I don't blame them.
They can ask for whatever they want.
You guys got a giant vacuum NASA uses.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, don't things get modeled and tested before you just go start doing stuff?
Check this out, dude. They have a giant vacuum. It's called outer space, and they put the rocket there, and it works. Now you're going to say that you guys don't agree with that space is real, so we can't use that. Well, then I have to ask you, what would make you think, or what would make us think that you would allow us to use any vacuum at that point? We can't, if you don't believe that's real, so we can't use that. Which
so
is
we can show
the real test, which is obviously the real test. We could just have a different vacuum chamber, but then you guys would just suggest that that's not a real vacuum chamber, right? So
we would say a real vacuum chamber isn't a vacuum chamber.
Before, I would say before you start refuting things, before that you should be showing stuff.
Exactly. Let's just do it.
We've shown that. We show rockets go to outer space, the vacuum of space. That's
no, on Earth, Kosho. No. On Earth, Kosho. Here in reality, buddy. So why is it so hard for you to demonstrate your claim? You can make assumptions. You can make stuff up. You can say, "Imagine we're right, Democ. Just believe me. We're going into space. It's a big vacuum out there." No, I'm not. You're not paying me to believe you. I don't have to. You need to demonstrate. Nobody has to believe that.
How much do you want to believe him? If it's about the money, how much do you want to believe him?
$1 million.
All right, fair enough. What's the difference between the vacuum chamber, the pressure in the vacuum chamber that Action Lab was using, and the pressure just below the Kármán line? What's the difference in between these two pressures? I'm going to give you a hint. I'm going to tell you that the Actions Lab one doesn't compare to the one that's up there. Okay,
you're not making no sense.
The point is that do you agree that we have rockets that go up that high? We see them go that high. Napalm says
we agree. Rockets fly in air.
Napalm says he's seen the first stage from the SpaceX rocket from the ground leave the rocket. Right. That means that the other part of the rocket.
What's that mean?
That's right below the Kármán line. Right.
Somebody looking on the ground can see the Kármán line with their eyes. Mark it for us real quick in a picture, in a photo.
They can see that the second stage and the first stage.
So you can see an airplane shoot out more gas. Is that what you're calling a stage? So now you got an airplane that shoots out a little bit of gas, then it shoots out a bigger amount of gas, and then it shoots out more gas, and then it peters out. And you're calling that Kármán line space, right?
Yeah. Why do
The
you
amount of
expect people
gas.
to buy it? Why do you expect people to buy it, Kosho? To, hook, line, sinker, buy it wholesale from you guys.
Nothing you guys are saying makes any sense. You're saying an amount of gas is the Kármán line. So we see this train put out a lot of steam. It must be near the Kármán line, right?
Yeah, I'd love to see that Kármán line. Go ahead and show it to us. Just take a picture of the sky and show me the line.
Mark it too with a green marker or something.
This is your
crayon.
claim.
It don't count unless it's in a red crayon.
Your claim.
Well, see, I'm actually going to spend my time doing something more worthwhile. The guys who are responding are not aware of what the conversation's about, seems like. Because what the conversation was about was if rockets work in a vacuum, not if rockets go to the Kármán line.
But that's
The question is, do
presupposing
rockets work in
vacuum is
a
space.
vacuum?
You're
If we can
presupposing a
see
vacuum.
that they're at the altitude wherever they're at, we happen to know what the pressures are at those altitudes. So we can
That's assuming
compare.
those
We can compare.
assuming
We can
it's
compare what the
up in that
rocket's doing.
altitude.
We
That's
can compare what the
assuming so
rocket's
much
doing
stuff.
at those altitudes, which is
You're
exactly
assuming
what
it.
you guys are denying happens.
You're assuming that it happens in the first place. I've got to go up there with you for you and me to both know. Otherwise, it's just numbers on a screen, bruh.
Exactly. You're
That's
claiming
my
it's a Kármán
point.
line.
That's my
And you
point,
brought the
dude. It
Kármán
doesn't
line up,
matter.
Coach.
It
We
doesn't
didn't.
matter then. It doesn't matter what's presented to you.
A
This is the point.
vacuum is not presented to us with a little baby bottle rocket as small as like a little lady finger, a little bitty one, the smallest little thing you can do that goes, pushes, or propels. The smallest thing we have, like the little micro machine airplane, hell, anything, right? Put it in the center of that vacuum and let's just watch it work. We got little toy jets and airplanes now, Coach. So, did you know that?
Guys, I know it gets heated sometimes, and everyone wants to get their shit off. But we really got to work at going one at a time, please, guys. Okay, we're trying to find the truth about reality, and we can't get there if everyone's talking at the same time, right?
I just figure, you have an item that's in this vacuum that's just floating with no pressure, with no support at all. The slightest thrust in one area, any area, would just send it spinning wildly. I don't see how that wouldn't happen. And no one's talked about that.
They have gyroscopes on them, dude, for that reason.
Did they have the gyroscope back in Apollo 11, the first mission?
One of the best ones ever made. Yeah.
So the best ones ever made. So it hasn't, in 45 years, they haven't improved the technology.
I'm sure they have, but the one that they used for the Apollo mission was I forgot, it had like multi uses in one gyroscope. I forget what it was called, but yeah, I'm sure they have more improved models of the same thing, but it's probably based off of that model.
See, Coach, I think I get the idea. It's a situation where when a thrust happens, it moves, right? Then the gyroscope forces it to bend backwards and move back. It's like when you're steering a wheel down the road, you're going back and forth, right? But I think that would happen like in a water environment or an air atmosphere environment where you have that support to the left and right. But it wouldn't work in a vacuum. Not to my recognition.
The principle holds mostly true in a vacuum, more than anywhere else.
See, the thing is, you could have got somewhere if you do the bowling ball and the skateboard analogy. You put us in a vacuum with a grenade and bricks and a wall. Like you'd be making shit wild complicated than it needs to be.
I posted about 18 times the dude shooting a gun on a skateboard. Same principle. It's all the same principle. and it's not complicated.
But
An
does that
explosion,
principle work in space, though? That's the thing.
yes, it works more
That's
truly
your
in
claim.
space.
That's your claim that yes, it works in space. There's some people that are saying it might not work in space. We're going to need a demonstration. Right? Is that unreasonable, Kosho, to want a demonstration?
Yes, it's unreasonable.
No,
I made this
unreasonable.
picture.
Unreasonable.
I made this picture, and you guys, I want you to try to think about it real hard. The explosion happening here, whether it's a shotgun or whether it's a rocket, you can pretend it's either or.
The little
One
kid's
case,
pop
in
gun?
one case it's closed and there's no opening, and there's an explosion in there. In the other case, there is an opening and there's a narrow opening and there's an explosion in there. And what happens in these cases?
Hold on, real quick. Real quick, if anyone's confused, I'm posting a picture right now. Rumpus drew this diagram out of how rockets work in vacuum. So, I mean, if you're confused at all, this should clear it right up.
It's like a kid's pop gun is
I
what
like
they're
mine
going to
better.
explain. Right? A kid's pop gun that's got the little string added to it, and you push the button and it pops out.
Jeremy, if you're looking at the chat, man, I got one thing you got to see real quick.
I'm not looking at the chat, bro. I'm not looking at the chat.
Well, you might want to see this.
You had your chance. You blew it. I feel theoretically rockets should work in a vacuum, right? I'm with you guys on that. They should work there, theoretically, hypothetically, but I mean, we should get a demonstration. I mean, you guys got huge vacuum labs at NASA and stuff. Like, show a pressure gauge, and then show a rocket taking off, and
I could show you probably close to 200 demonstrations of it. Maybe not 200, maybe at least 100 demonstrations of it. And the thing is that you're going to deny all of them because you're going to deny the medium.
Just do it anyway. Maybe this will be the one.
So that's what I'm saying to you. Is the examples exist, and the reason why we believe they exist is because we've all seen them. You guys have seen them, but you don't believe they're in the real videos or they're really in space or something.
I haven't seen 200. No. Show me another one. Let's go.
All we need is a vacuum akin to space that you say these are working in. So a pressure gauge or something showing us the pressure, and then the rocket. I mean, you can't have the rocket next to the wall. I think that's the big complaint from the flat earthers, is that when you do this in these little aquarium fish tanks, the rocket's right next to the wall.
Wait, why don't you just use?
Hold on. Also, when you let the rocket off, you're now filling the container up with gas.
Yeah, which makes it worse. Makes it worse
for you. Yes, it makes it worse for you. Yeah.
Well, it makes it worse for the thrust, but regardless, like I said before, we know the pressures at given altitudes, and we know, let's say 300,000 feet, 500,000 feet. Like we know the pressures here, and so if we see something go above that, use a rocket and propel. I mean, okay, think about this principle. This very simple principle that planes can only go to a certain height, and the planes that have gone higher than any other plane are rocket planes. They're planes that use lift to fly like a regular plane, but they also utilize rockets when they go above the atmosphere, and so they can go higher. Like the highest plane, I think it goes about 300,000 feet, much higher than a normal plane, because it utilizes rockets and lift. So that tells you that the rocket works where the lift doesn't.
Oh, come on, Coach. That makes way too much sense. Why are you trying to make sense with these guys?
No, it doesn't.
I've got a video of a rocket going into space coming up in an hour.
Hold on. That's a great statement, by the way, Kelly. And it really does put in perspective what we're talking about. The fact that we can't use the atmosphere anymore to use for propulsion because there is none up there to use. So they have to start using rocket engines to propel.
You can't demonstrate the distance
propel the mass.
They
can't. They're propelling the mass that they can't bring up there themselves in a jet. The jet doesn't have any of that mass with them. It has to use the external mass of the air. Rockets, however, like air that is very thin up in the higher atmosphere, cannot be used. So they have to bring that air with them in the tanks called the oxidizer for
air
fuel.
does not equal distance to you and Kosho.
Really old.
Air.
Really old.
Listen, you're getting really dumb. Listen, taking a measurement of how hot it is in my room.
Let's not personally attack people, please.
Listen, right. So when it gets real hot in my room, how high am I, Carmen Line boys? When the temperature changes, it gets more dense in my room.
Well, if you want
So
to see
I'm
it
at the
happen,
Carmen
it
line,
premieres at the top of the hour.
So you heard it here, boys. Temperature
But there's a
equals
lot of
distance.
science in it.
A lot of Globers think temperature equals distance. Remember, you heard it here first. They think heating something up and compressing it with heat means you went how far from the dirt. Don't think so, guys. Try again. Prove it next time with an actual object like a rope or a chain.
I don't think anyone thinks temperature equals distance.
Yeah. They're talking about the air, cause
What air? How much air? How'd they prove it? They're just talking, right? Just like they always do, making claims and imaginary references to nothing that they don't have and they have not demonstrated. Whoopie fucking do. Your airplane reads 52. I don't care. Get a string to match. Then I'll believe you.
You got bars.
That was a lyrical masterpiece right there. That was a lyrical miracle.
Jeremy's adding on. You guys sound like you're doing Doctor. Remember how you used to always fucking make fun of Globers for Dr. Seuss, like being like Dr. Seuss or whatever? You sound like Dr. Seuss now, Demont.
Well, the measurements you're going to need have to be empirical. It's not a miracle.
Oh, bars.
Well, as I said, if you want to see a demonstration of rockets in space and the spherical Earth, it's coming up at the top of the hour.
Awesome. That's just what we need. Perfect, Bob. We've been asking for that for a long time. Let's go.
Well, you've been getting it for a long time, but you're going to get it again at the top of the hour.
Can we verify it though?
No. Yep. Bob's got shit for credibility.
Of course you can verify it.
Shit.
It's going to be a miracle. The globe's spherical.
Attacking me doesn't change the evidence, man.
Yeah, be honest when you deal with fucking people, Bob. Just be honest.
Always am.
Yeah? Then what about that diagram? You know, your little snow cone bullshit animation. Have you ever heard a flat earth or a flat earth person portray that to you? No, but you portray it to the public as if that's our intention. That's what makes you full of shit, Bob. So it makes you totally full of shit, misrepresenting us anytime you can. Thanks, Bob.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. The fraud one, the flat earth fraud comes out in the next video. It's the second part of this one where flat earth commits fraud again to try and promote their silly notions.
Yeah, but Bob, can we verify this demonstration you're posting in the chat? We can verify that?
Yep.
Okay, how do we verify
Links are right on it.
Yeah, but how do we verify it, though, that actually happened?
Go right ahead and have a look.
No, okay. What's it showing? I can't watch it right now. Just give me a quick recap.
It's not available yet. It's available at the top of the hour.
Take a look in a book, Reading Rainbow.
So,
all right, guys.
When you watch the video, you can ask questions.
What video is this? The Falcon Globe Earth?
Yep.
Stay tuned, guys. It's 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific time.
I was really impressed. I didn't see it myself, but a neighbor caught the Falcon 9.
You were impressed?
A neighbor caught a Falcon 9 taking off from Florida in the northern tip of North Carolina.
Sounds amazing.
And it looked just like that. The expanded gas, like it was in a vacuum.
Yeah. Well, there are views from Gainesville and Myrtle Beach of the same launch simultaneously.
Well, how far did you watch it go down below the horizon? 30 degrees,
and
40
of course
degrees.
the local one too.
But after it went down
degrees.
below the horizon, I saw it come up over the horizon.
Yeah. No, how far below the horizon can we
it
see your
goes up.
rocket
It doesn't go down at all.
No, we're trying to prove you have a globe where the rocket goes down and around the curve of it. So, how far down does your rocket go?
It stops burning the gases, after it reaches, space. So you're not going to see it really easily go over the horizon. You have to get the right lighting conditions for that.
You could see it pretty easily from Myrtle Beach without the rocket plume. You can still see the capsule.
So in a helicopter, how far down below the horizon can you see your magic rocket past the basketball, dirt ball you live on?
All right, yeah.
How far do you see the bottle rocket?
From 585 kilometers.
So how many degrees below zero? Zero being your horizontal horizon. How many degrees? 33 degrees worth of time? Because you guys don't know distances. You go by pressure and weird shit like numbers. So 33 degrees, right? Below the horizontal line, we can see everything. Stars, rockets, satellites, right? Glober?
Yeah, I don't think he's talking to you, and neither am I, so I'm with Jay.
Well, I don't think you guys are talking to anybody. You're making a lot of stuff up without any demonstrations of 33 degrees past your ball. If you don't have that, you definitely don't have a ball.
Did NASA not test this rocket in a vacuum thing before they shot this giant thing up in the air?
What rocket chamber could you launch a Saturn V rocket in a vacuum chamber with?
Well, I mean, we would make
They have a
you'd make
chamber
a small
for.
model of one, right? And then you'd get a giant vacuum chamber with a small model of the rocket, and then shoot it off and see if it.
Why would
It's
you
not
use
a good
model of
test.
it?
That's not a
Why
good
would-
test. Like,
Yeah, why
when
would
you
you use a model of it?
when you
They know
scale
how
down
to
things,
see and make sure the rocket works in the pressure in the no pressure zone.
that doesn't tell you that.
I think
mean,
the
when
way
you
that
scale-
they proved that the best was that the way rocketry took off is rockets went higher and higher and higher and never stopped going higher. And since they meet with Newton's laws, there was no expectation that they wouldn't work in a rocket. So now, once they left the model rocketry of the 1920s, and they got to the 1940s and started having missiles with enough range, you started getting to space and being in a damn near perfect vacuum.
I think Bacon's point though is what's the real quick? What's the equation for the? Well, it doesn't matter what it is because it's going to be a cubic equation. So it's like as you scale down the.
What about I say my point?
Yeah, you say it big. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you scale down things, not everything scales down the same. So, like, for example, this is not exactly what's going on with the rocket, but if you like scale down an object, the surface area, if you make it half the size. Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
if
not
you
liking my bad Bacon.
That's fine. If you make it like half the size, the volume is going to be 1/8 of the previous volume, but the surface area is going to be just 1/4 of the previous surface area. So things don't scale down all the same. Just that's why, like you guys probably heard that bees shouldn't be able to fly. That's because if you try to apply the same equations used for airplanes to bees, it doesn't work. That's because when you scale down, like at the scale of a bee, those. Yeah, you should have said it. Go ahead.
If you scale everything down,
Exactly right. What you said was perfect. If you scale it down, then what you're using for like a full size rocket, if you scale it down, like you said, like by half, you're going to scale down the fuel or the volume by 1/8. So 1/2 of your size is going to be 1/8 of your fuel, which is going to be a much bigger difference than what you're actually testing. So you can't do fair tests when you scale down, especially rockets, right? That's the tyranny of the rocket equation. Is the further you want to go, the more fuel you're going to need, the bigger the rocket you're going to need, and the size versus volume ratio doesn't scale the same way. So your mass actually increases by a lot, right?
Is that why the full scale models just go in a pool, right?
Are you saying bees don't need rocket fuel?
Yeah, exactly.
that bee thing is very interesting because I saw a video when the guy had a whole bunch of bees in a chamber, and then he shut the lights off, and all the bees just dropped to the floor when he shut the lights off.
Are you going to fly in the dark?
It might have something to do with activation.
I'm not going to crash land. If I'm flying and the lights go off, I'll tell you what I'm not going to do is crash land into the ground. That's definitely not on the menu.
You're just going to fly with your thumb up your ass just until the lights go back on?
So what do you think that?
Fall to the ground.
So what do you think that
Are you
means?
going to fall to the ground? We're flying. You are flying in the air. Hold on, Demon. Me and you are flying in the air, Kosho, and the lights go off. Do you A, keep flying, or B, just fall to the ground, suicide, kamikaze?
Well, because I was actually paying attention the whole time. I knew how high it was. I knew where the ground was. I had some idea. So the lights turned off. I'm like, I think the ground's right about there. It was not that hard for me. I'm not flying around aimlessly like a fucking,
So you're just going to drop to the ground.
I'm going to know where the ground is, and I'm going to take my best guess.
Is this still about bees?
Yes.
The bees, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, bees don't die if they fall to the ground. That's one of the things that doesn't scale down. Insects don't die by falling because their surface area is much bigger than their volume. Like if you scale down,
no, I know the bees didn't die. I'm just saying, why did they fall to the ground when you shut the lights off?
It's like being in
it's
water
dark and they can't see. They can't see, so they're just like, just drop to the ground.
No, but they're more or less like they're in water compared to us. Like if you were their size, you'd feel like you were in water. So I don't think it's the same thing.
They kind of swim in the air instead of flying.
They're swimming in the air.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about bees, but I know there's much tinier insects that they swim in the air. Like they don't have wings or anything; they just swim in the air.
They swim in the air.
Yeah, I mean they're like microscope insects. Microscopical. I don't know.
Doesn't someone put flies into a vacuum chamber and then they don't fly when they engage the vacuum chamber?
I think I've seen that. That's been done.
Yeah. Action Lab.
How would you expect them to fly in a vacuum chamber?
No, I don't think they would fly in a vacuum chamber.
Off the resistance off of their wings, off of their butt, just like you claim a rocket does off itself.
And you also said a bee is not spatially aware. I don't know. I've never talked to a bee, so I don't know how I can.
They need a shotgun with infinity bullets to start flying on the vacuum chamber.
What does the light have to do with that bumblebee? Like losing control, or you see what I'm saying? So what portion of sensor does that affect, and why does the bee fall? Like Jeremy said, why does it get it's lost its mind and just can't?
Probably in their nature, they are their nature. I would say that during the night they have it where they rest, So maybe that's one thing. Maybe it's something natural.
So you turn off the lights then, and they go oh, time to sleep.
No,
I'm guessing, right?
I wish
they activate like a solar panel.
I would say so. I mean,
they activate. They activate with the sun and deactivate.
Solar power.
Well, not really.
You gotta check it.
No, for example, if you shine a flashlight on something.
What you say that is the cause of that?
I don't think Arm is here.
I mean,
what if you took a dark?
Bacon?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I know you guys
can you think can your brain function without Google?
Yeah, by brain function, he has no idea why bees do that. It can literally be anything.
Intuition,
I have no idea.
intuition, anything.
Intuition would tell me that they don't like to fly in the dark, dude. I mean, I don't know why that's more difficult than that.
That's what I'm saying, right? At night, right? Maybe that's their nature. Not
who's gonna fly around in the fucking dark?
Not to work. We do.
We're gonna hit a wall.
We do, right?
Maybe they
airplanes fly during the night in the ocean. There's no lights at all.
Well, think about it. You're a bee, and there are animals that eat bees that can see in the dark. So in that case, I wouldn't be wanting to fly, right?
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's something that is in their
it.
nature not to fly during the night. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but do you think the ground is a safer? Do you think the ground is a safer place for the bee at night than the air?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're assuming. Hold on.
For animals that hunt bees, probably.
Jeremy, we're assuming that this happened in nature, right? So in nature, the ground for them it will be their bee nest. So yeah, they're more safe there.
Well, no. What if there's an eclipse? Hold on. What if there's an eclipse? silent. You're a little bumblebee. You're going around. You're like, bzzz, and then a solar eclipse happens. You just suicide bomb into the ground.
No, hold on. Let me answer. First, solar eclipses don't happen 1 second to like from one frame to the next is pitch black, right? That's one. Second, if that was the case, then I'm sorry, that bumblebee is fucked, right? It's gonna be eaten by somebody else. So yeah, that's not a problem. It's not like they're doing it with conscience. Maybe that's your problem, Jeremy. You think they're conscious of what they're doing or not? That maybe it's just a reflex of their natural behavior. That's it. No.
Is this reflex? Lights go out, they just drop.
Yeah. You think animals think about what they're gonna do, or?
Yeah.
No, dude.
It might be off of the light.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hold on. I
listen real quick. Get a pure dark room.
Conscience of what they're gonna do.
I think they're conscious. They just can't.
Like,
so you think they're conscious that they're gonna kill an animal like that? And
yeah, the cheetah's like, yo, I'm starving. I gotta go hunt an animal to get food.
That's not consciousness. That's a reflex.
It doesn't know it's gonna go hunt an animal. It knows that's what it's going to do, right?
It's not conscious of what the harm or whatever is gonna do.
Cheetahs get high. They hallucinate off drugs and they get high and lay there and trip their ass off. They get up and do shit. Yeah, they know stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, you're a cheetah. You're going out to hunt. Oh, sorry, I'm on the phone. You're a cheetah. You're going out to hunt for the day, right? You're like, yo, I'm starving. They don't know that they're gonna go kill an animal.
I don't say cheetahs don't say that. Cheetahs is a natural reflex of being hungry. I need to eat. I need to eat. That's all they know. They don't know, oh, tomorrow I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna eat. I feel like eating a fucking giraffe, you know? So yeah, tomorrow I'll plan to eat a giraffe. That's consciousness. They don't have that.
Well, I'm saying that when they wake up hungry, they're like, yo, I'm hungry. I gotta go.
They don't say that. They don't talk
say
to
it,
themselves. Like you and me, Jeremy.
It's just what you consider consciousness between your guys' agreement. Really, that's really what it boils down to, right?
Mm-hmm.
But think about this. If you had a dark room, pitch black, and you had bees in there, then have a really bright light that you have, turn it on, and then see how they react.
There's a solar eclipse. You're a little bumblebee flying around. You're like, bzz, flying around, dodging stuff. And then a solar eclipse happens. Like, do all the bees in the whole area in the Umber or Penumbra, whichever one it is, they just all drop when that happens?
No, they're still alive.
They don't drop there because it doesn't happen from 1 second to the other. So I would think that they start seeking, going back to their nest, or they start seeking, like how you say,
right?
Yeah, they start seeking ground.
You're saying because the eclipse don't happen in 1 second?
Yeah,
right.
Split second.
Like time, the sun.
Like they did on the like in nature, we don't see what they did on the test, right, Jeremy? With the switch, turn off the lights and in a second. So that's why we cannot experience that in real life, right?
Yeah, but how long does solar eclipse take now? Now I'm curious about that. I thought it was like 1 second there's light, and then the moon block gets totally in front of it, and then there's no light.
Oh no, it starts darkening with the moon, in quotations, is covering the sun.
Yeah, but that takes like 1 second there's light, then a solar eclipse happens, and then no light.
Essentially, what you could do, Jeremy, what you could do is you could take the orbital size of the moon, and you can find out how long it takes to traverse 1/2 of a degree.
Okay, when an eclipse happens, does it fade out to black, or does it go from 1 second sunny to boom?
It takes the length of a sunset.
What goes in?
It takes the same length.
So
as
it slowly gets dimmer. It's like the sunset, just slowly gets dimmer and dimmer.
That's not entirely true. No, because technically you're not.
Can you say something true, please? We are here for the truth.
Listen, jerk off. You're not observing the Earth rotate, which is what the sun said. You're witnessing the moon and the sun So it's actually a little bit slower than a little bit slower than a sunset.
Yeah, it's something like you're going 2,200 miles an hour along a 2,000. What do you call it? A 2 million mile orbit. So it's going to take a while to cross that half a degree. I think they take like 10 hours typically.
I'm not interested in your fantasy numbers. I'm just wondering about the effect and how long it takes for it to get dark during an eclipse.
Well, I think it takes about 3 hours, and from the first entry into the sun until it's pitch black, or actually till it's light again.
So it just gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and then it's black, and then it slowly gets lighter and lighter and lighter out.
Yeah, like night and day, Jeremy.
Oh, I thought it was something that happened faster than that. All right.
Well, the thing is that the sun is like really fucking bright. So like that last second when it covers up, like I only got a partial eclipse here. It was like 80%, and it looked like a cloudy day. Like just had that tinge to it, but it was still very bright, even though only 20% of the sun was showing. So it's not like that last little bit that covers up does appreciably go from very bright to very dark.
I mean, do bees fly in the dusk? Now, this is another thing. Do the bees fly? If that guy had a dimmer on his light and he slowly dimmed the lights out, at which point would the bee see we need to replicate this? Is nobody studying bees during a solar eclipse? We need to do more experiments when solar eclipses happen.
Yeah, that's.
I think that
we know it all, Jeremy. Sorry.
We know it all.
There's no exploration. There's nothing else. Science has it.
That's good information for information's sake, but what are you going to get out of that? You're going to have some little fringe group of entomologists, maybe, hey, I'd like to know about this. But it's not exactly something that's going to bring in the big bucks or catch a whole lot of people's interest.
Bro, this ain't about the money. This isn't about the money. We're just trying to find out, everything we can about reality. That's all.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But
there's other things that you have to find out first.
Yeah, like what the shape of the Earth is and stuff. But Jeremy was saying yesterday that he wish he had enough time to do investigations only on rice, and I think his goal was to eventually use it as a lie detector or a racist detector.
Dude, that shit would be fire, bro. If the rice experiment is a thing, and it leaves like this DNA imprint or something about your emotions or feelings or whatever, like. I'm just saying, could you? If I had the money, I would spend a lot of time doing Dr. Moto, Lynn McTaggart.
What money?
The Lynn McTaggart and what's up?
You'd have to be able to clarify.
You need a bag of rice and a couple of jars, and you need to spend about 5 minutes a day on it.
No, you got to have this all scientific. See, that's your guys' problems. You guys be doing shit wild, unscientific. Like, I'm trying to get my control variables in order.
You control the temperature. Your house is a controlled environment. It keeps it about 72 degrees to 78, somewhere in there probably.
Well, I wish my wife let me turn the heat up that high.
Okay, well, whatever it is, you keep the heat within 2 degrees. So you got a pretty damn controlled environment. Now, if you want to test all environments, that's possible.
No, when you do this rice thing, you can't have it like in your living area, bro. You got to have that shit totally separated so that if I got one of the kids is having a bad day or something, or my wife's always mad when she's doing the dishes and I got her next to the rice, like you need room for this shit, bro.
Why aren't you doing the dishes?
I'm making excuses. All you just get a closet, hang up a sheet, put some thumbtacks on the ceiling, and get some rice.
No shit, dude. No shit.
Okay, and what if my wife's mad outside the closet room? Like you need a lot of space to do this correctly.
Not really. Only if you want to make excuses for why you're not going to do it. You can test it. You can test it. Put it out in your shed.
I've had these 3 jars, right, like with lids and a bag of rice, sitting in my pantry for about I don't know, maybe a year now. I should do it too. I'm just talking shit because I haven't done it.
But Jeremy's idea is kind of funny. Yeah.
The reason why people are getting mixed results is this doesn't even work and is not a thing, or they're not doing it in controlled environments because they put it on a shelf in their pantry, but their wife's always mad right outside the pantry door and her intentions are leaking. Like, you got to have this stuff separated far away from people. Ideally, you wouldn't want anyone to even come in contact with it, and you would try the things other people did, where you just you write love or hate on the jar or something.
Don't you think that if it did work, that you would have like governments or maybe courts use it just like you were suggesting?
They
and
are.
I think it takes a long time.
Find out if people
takes a long time.
That's a little more intricate data, or Kosho. That's a little more intricate than just does this work or not. Being able to use it as a lie detector or something. I mean, that was a wild idea that I just threw out there. You know,
if it does work, it should be able to be used as a lie detector.
But you maybe could though, if you could determine between someone's bashfulness or whether they like a person or hate a person by their redness or their, their swing of temperature or heartbeat or something. You know what I mean? Like which one's which. You'd have to figure that out.
Yeah, that's why it's not admissible in court. But I'm sure that they use something just like a lie, just like a guy sitting in a courtroom judging if you're lying or not. They can't use it, but they can use it. Yeah.
Like a polygraph.
Just a guy.
Yeah, but your admission goes with that too.
It was just a crazy idea I threw out there that, of course, Kosho had to bring up.
Yeah, but no one's doing this though.
Put you off. Yeah, don't
no,
let
you do need a lie detector that's better. No, true. No matter how you do it, yeah, that's a good idea.
No one's doing this, Kosho. No one's doing this because the PhD professionals that are out there, the people that believe in this stuff and think it works, they're calling them quacks. They're saying they got Nobel laureates disease. Like,
dude, it doesn't matter.
Like,
it doesn't matter though, dude. If you have some technology and nobody believes you, dude, that's even better because now you're the only dude in the market, dude. Just fucking come out with the shit and corner the market.
But if it's not peer review, remember, if it's not peer review, is not valid though.
Peer review doesn't matter though.
We're gonna corner the Kosho wants to corner the market on the rice experiment, guys.
All you have to do is show the validity. But Jim, what are you proposing? Like, you think that your thoughts can change people's or rice's DNA or whatever?
Oh, it's been tested.
I'm saying that your thoughts and your intentions, This is a very popular belief by people who have won the Nobel Prize and leaders at colleges and stuff. Department heads at colleges believe in that this works, that your mind hold on, man, that your mind has power over physical matter. They've done some stuff. I mean, there's the placebo effect. We know that happens, right?
Yeah, right. But we're talking about DNA, right? I work with DNA every day. I've never seen thoughts or feelings or emotions change the structure of the DNA. What we do
with about DNA
is that
nobody said anything about DNA.
Yeah, please don't strawman me. I know that's your favorite
That's what
game.
you were talking about before.
I know that's your favorite game is to strawman people, but please
DNA.
Doesn't it just the rice itself? It could be a misinterpretation of what's happening. It could just be misunderstanding, like the Carmen line.
Just let Jace finish, but don't.
I'm done,
guys. Let Jace finish, but Jace, please don't strawman me. I never said anything about DNA.
Yes, you did.
You were the first person that mentioned DNA.
I don't know, man. I heard you guys talking about DNA.
It wasn't me. It might have been somebody else.
It doesn't matter. This extends to any kind of molecular structure that makes up an organism, be it a protein, a nucleic acid, a carbohydrate, or a lipid. They don't change through thoughts and feelings. You have to input either kinetic energy through chemical kinetic reactions or through thermodynamic processes.
Well, wouldn't you
That's
be
what
in
we're testing, though.
Wouldn't you be in the room when it caused a thermal reaction or focusing on it in a way maybe?
Well,
Jeremy, you see, Jeremy, this is not for this guy, right? He's already in his head. He's not open to the idea.
I test it every day, dude, and
you did the rice test.
Hold on.
No, I
work. Guys, all right, I'm gonna take a list. I'm gonna take a list of who wants to talk. Who wants on the list?
I do.
No tanks. We're letting Jace go first. Jace, then no tanks, then who else? Say your screen name. I don't know who you guys are.
Democ.
Napalm, dude. Come on.
Jace. Shit, I already forgot the second person. Can anyone take care of this list? I'm at work. I don't have my whiteboard.
Jace, no tanks, Democ, and Napalm.
All right, go.
Yeah, the only point, I don't know what exactly you're trying to claim, but like the physical composition, the molecules that are making up the organism, the rice or any organism you want to insert, don't change through thoughts and feelings. I do reactions with these molecules all the time, every day, over and over again. These biomolecules that make up organisms, they don't change through your thoughts and feelings. You have to input either a kinetic energy source or a thermodynamic energy source.
Yeah, so I'd be curious to know like how then, I mean, not to argue with you, but then how could you measure for thoughts and feelings or whatever or intentions, whatever he's speculating? How could you test? Because you don't test against it, obviously. So you're not saying, oh, we test for this every day and know that those thoughts and feelings aren't there. Also, I want to add in that someone proposed that it's not the rice itself, it's the water within the rice. But yeah, how do you test for these feelings every day in your lab?
Well, we can take, the sequence of nucleic acids or the sequence of amino acids in a protein or the nucleic acids in the DNA. We can take images of those DNA molecules or protein molecules, the things that are making up the organism. We can directly determine what atoms those are and the shape that they're in, the shape of the whole protein or the whole DNA. And we can see that when we just input like beforehand, see what it is, then we can give it some thoughts and feelings and check if it's changed. And every time you'll see that it hasn't changed. It needs chemical reactions to occur to actually change.
So I would just say one last thing is that people have tested for this and they've seen change in the structure of these compounds or molecules, and they've seen a change, a geometric change in the structure. So it has been tested in that way.
Yeah, I would have to see. You'd have to give me a citation for this. Have to see exactly what they did.
Real quick sweep today.
Good, Demarc.
Yeah, if you're going to go, then I'll just go. The rice experiment is about the degradation or the molding of rice over time, meaning that it seems to indicate that the thought patterns or the intentions directed towards the rice affects the rate in which the rice becomes moldy and what do you call that when food is no longer good? Anyways,
spoiled.
Spoils, yeah. So it's
composed.
Correct. So it's based on that being the indicator, meaning visible differences in the rice, one seeming to remain fresher longer, the other seeming to mold and spoil much faster, based on the intentions that are directed towards each jar.
Yeah, I'd like to just point out this isn't really a thought experiment. This is an actual
Hold on,
experiment.
man. Hold on. Who was next on the list?
Well, before we pile 10 different points that I have to respond to, let me respond to that one point. That these processes are widely variable, and they're widely variable on the types of bacteria that are present. And from one location, you can have a rice grain at one location and a rice grain 10 feet away from it, and you have two different kinds of bacteria doing the breakdown of those biomolecules. So you're going to have a different rate at which, and even a different look to how it breaks down. So if you're not controlling for those kinds of things, we're talking about wildly variable processes, and we're drawing conclusions without the proper controls.
Right, but
I want on the list.
Hold on.
I'm putting myself on the list. Who was next on the list after?
I'm responding to Chase. Yeah.
All right, I'm next. Is that cool, guys?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the thing about the experiment, right? It's taken from the same batch of rice, used jars that are sterilized, placed in the same environment, same light temperature, all that kind of stuff, right? So controlling for as many of the variables as possible. And that's kind of the thing about science, is also sample size, right? So if you're consistently seeing that you're controlling for as many variables as possible, and then you're doing this other thing that seems to be affecting it. At what point, right? At what is your sample size, and at what point do you tend to draw the correlation to be more of a causation?
Or, well, like you said, you'd have to have a large enough sample size. And,
5 trillion to 1.
Hold on, Don. You
Tell
ain't
them
you
about
want on
5
the
Sigma,
list?
Jace.
Don, do you want on the list? We're not doing this today.
You're in the back of the line,
Fuck
Don.
the list.
but yeah,
Okay,
again,
you're going on a different
with
list now. Go ahead, Jace.
with the present methods, I'd have to see exactly what they did, but there's no way to totally control for these things. Like even in clean rooms and stuff that we have, there's still different variations, but it depends on the level of equipment that they're using. So I'd have to see these papers and what they say they're using to make determinations about that.
Yeah,
And
it's just
hold on. All right, go ahead. I'm next though.
no. I was just gonna say it's just funny that something like this is thrown out there, and immediately the response is about the control variables, right? But then you can have something like Cavendish, and we try to explain that there's possibilities of other controls that need to be done, and everybody's like, nope, not affecting it, couldn't affect it, not going to happen. It's just kind of like a double standard, right?
That's exactly what went through my head.
It's never anything that I
Hold
said.
on.
I said what people, in this case, these kind of the starting number of molecules of proteins and all that is important in the rice. The kind of bacteria is doing the breakdown is important. But with the Cavendish, I gave you how they do the controls, right? They measure how all these other variables influence the experiment, the temperature, the pressure, the medium, and even endless combinations of the variables combined together. And then you can see that the experimental result you're getting isn't what it would be if it was those control variables that were having an influence. So nobody's just ignoring the controls. They measure, if it was because of the temperature, then you get your experimental measured result would be 10 units of temperature. You do the experiment, you get 10 units of temperature, then yeah, it was the temperature is the variable that's having the influence, but that's not what happens in the experiment.
All right. Okay.
What?
We're not going. Hold on.
What about the
on the
height?
list? You want on the list, Emma?
Yeah, I thought I was. Okay, yeah, I thought I was. I'm sorry.
All right, you're on the list. Oh, were you on it and never got in? All right, go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
next.
Okay, now I don't really believe in the rice thing, but it is very interesting. And if there was more into it, and we could look more about it and control more variables into it, it'd be an interesting thing. Now, on the other hand, what you're talking about right now about the other thing, you don't manipulate every variable. You don't exercise a portion of science because you don't use elevation. Do it at the top of the Eiffel Tower, and then do it at the bottom, then do it at the middle, and then do those variables, because temperature and everything else you're saying is the same as some other stuff, right? So if I'm going real fast, wouldn't that add temperature? So is that a speed or is that an elevation? So you're manipulating and mixing variables and confusing them for other ones, right?
Well, what does what does elevation affect them, Mark? Right, it affects temperature and pressure, and you can do it like BioDual did in a vacuum, where you're controlling those variables, seeing what the rate of change of the experimental results are as those temperature and pressure conditions increase or decrease, right? So you're getting a measurement of the control variables in the experiment. You can also do, as you said, voltage. People have done it with, those kind of things as well.
All right.
You
Look,
can
if you
never
guys want to get into
manipulate.
Cavendish, hold on, Democ. If you're going in Cavendish, fine. Let me say one last thing about the intention rice thing real quick. I actually agree with Jace on that. Rice might be a bad thing to use, because if you think about the journey of a little piece of rice, like who knows what bacteria may be on that piece of rice that's not on the other one. However, there have been a lot of things done with this. For one, we know the placebo effect works. So there's that, which is probably what led other major figureheads and colleges and universities and Nobel Prize winners to believe and start getting into this mind over matter thing, for starters. And second of all, it's been done with Lynn McTaggart with the attention experiment. All right, she had a guy change the pH balance of water. They did a whole bunch of stuff. All right, and I think it would be good to investigate this more.
Well, the thing is, like someone, I forget what his name is, but he said they sterilized it, right? And to me, that doesn't make sense, because the way organisms break down, like if you were to sterilize an organism and just wait for it to break down, you'd be waiting the half-lives of proteins and nucleic acids and carbohydrates and lipids, which are millennia and millennia long.
Hey, don't start nerd raging on us, please.
Are broken down. You need bacteria if you want to witness it in any kind of like lab experimental time frame. It's the bacteria that break down the biomolecules. Otherwise, you're waiting, fossilization kind of time length.
I agree. That's why it'd be much better to use something else that you could have a better control for, like maybe water. Would water be a good thing to check this on?
Well, water isn't a living organism. So, I mean, what are you trying to conclude from that?
We're just seeing if we can. We're talking about mind over matter right now, right? Our thoughts and intentions having influence over the real world, like in the placebo effect.
Well,
so we're talking
Jeremy,
about.
Yeah. So what I'll say, I am familiar with the claims of the ice experiment, and even the guy who originally proposed it, and other chemists and stuff. The guy eventually admitted that, yeah, he was just lying. He did the crystallizations in different temperature and pressure conditions, and the crystals that you see correspond right to the ice phase diagram.
You're talking about Dr. Emoto?
Yes.
Yeah, he admitted he was
lying. He admitted it?
They murdered him.
Well, I'd love to see that.
And I didn't.
Also, go ahead. No, thanks.
No, I was just commenting on. I don't believe that that's true. I think you might have heard that somewhere. I'm not sure if you verified that he admitted it, and under what circumstances. Like, who had questioned him? Why would he just admit it? Was it just guilt? Like, he just one day came forth with that admittance?
Well, because any undergrad chemistry student can show you what he did, so he had to admit that that's
so is that
what
the
he
story
did.
that an undergrad student questioned him and held his feet to the fire? Is that the story?
Well, no, a lot of other chemists were like, no, this is silly. These are silly claims. And I believe they were talking. One of them was talking to him on like a show or something. And he was like, yeah, that's kind of what I did.
Hey, what about the Nobel Prize people that are into this? There's like a head of a department at a major university. There's like a lot of mainstream dudes are like into this stuff. And they have good reason to, because the placebo effect, that's a real thing, right?
Different
but what the placebo effect is like when you have something that isn't really what it is, like a medication that someone's telling you is this certain medication that has this specific effect. It's a psychological effect where you think you're getting something, and that can correspond to positive, influence on the issue that it's trying to work on or cure or treat, whatever.
Real quick.
So how are you relating this to water?
Hold on. Real quick. You just can you repeat your last sentence, please? I tried to cut you off. You want to let me? Can you repeat your last sentence?
I just said, how are you relating this to water?
No, the one before that, right before that, about what happens in the placebo effect. Just repeat that part for the audience.
Yeah, that it can have a positive influence on your treatment or your curing or whatever of the condition at hand.
Yeah, so because we think something in our mind, we think we take this medication, it has an effect on matter.
It's not changing the chemical structure of matter, though. That's not what's happening.
I think it depends on what the placebo's for.
Hold on.
If the placebo pill's for a broken leg, Jeremy, your leg's never going to be unbroken from a pill, right? Or placebo, right?
I don't know. I've had
it depends on the sick. Well, The placebo effect. Telling somebody your leg's not broken and giving you a sugar pill. They're not going to be able to stand up and walk tomorrow from the placebo effect. But on the other hand, if they have a rash and it's a rash that's not really caused by anything, sometimes you can just make yourself have the rash. So in those cases, placebo will make you unhave the rash because you believe you got something to take care of it. The same way you believe it's there from something when it's not. You just caused it yourself. Sometimes you can do that.
All right. So I'm not saying that this mind over matter thing is going to let you be able to lift a car with your mind or do some crazy stuff. I'm just saying in the placebo effect, they think they did something, and then we affected matter by us thinking that we took this thing that we didn't even take.
What do you mean by affecting matter?
What thing though? Hold on. What thing are you affecting? Like I said, like if it's
matter.
Like your hand sore or your back sore, right? You just think it's sore.
What do you mean by
And they
affecting
say,
matter?
hold on a second, and they give you a painkiller that's really a sugar pill, but you believe it's a really good painkiller because you've seen your friend take this kind of painkiller and he said it's really good, but it's a sugar pill. You don't. You might feel better.
I think the mock hit the nail on the head, though, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because placebo is it's like a psychological effect. So if you want to rephrase psychological effect as something affecting matter, then I think you're adding you're opening this
Hold
to
on,
be a lot more
I'm fucking
impactful.
next.
Yeah, you're opening that to.
Go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah, if you rephrase psychological effect into this affects matter, you're opening that to a lot more than it can actually do.
Okay, does the placebo, when we think we took this thing, you're saying it doesn't have a physical effect?
No, I'm just saying that's you're just rephrasing it in a way that doesn't it's not doing a good job of explaining what it actually does.
Yeah, we do well, let's make it real clear and simple. When the placebo effect happens, does matter get affected?
See, that's the kind of rephrasing that I think you're going to use to put more stuff on it than it actually can do.
Yeah,
we're trying to get it clear. I could be wrong. Does it when you do the placebo effect, is matter affected?
Yeah, everything like your brains matter. So whatever thing, every psychological thing affects matter. Right. Every
distinction is it doesn't change chemical structures, and that I feel that's what you're proposing with this water thing. And so there isn't a relation there. Now, the placebo effect, right? It's more of a psychological thing where, you kind of can take care of yourself more. You do the things you need to do, like eating healthier and sticking to your treatments better. And that has a positive effect on the kind of health condition that you're dealing with. But you're not changing structures in the body. You're not changing the structure of your white blood cells and the enzymes that are doing the binding of antibodies and stuff like that. That's going like way too far with what the placebo
man,
effect
you're so
is.
long and drawn out. Jesus Christ. So you're saying that this placebo effect thing, it doesn't affect matter. It's all psychological in your mind.
No, it's an indirect effect. Go ahead.
It does
affect matter.
It could affect
every effect. Every effect on someone's body affects matter. Like we are made of matter. So whatever effect you're talking about matter. That's a very bad way to summarize it.
What experiment was performed to show that it was indirect?
I don't understand. This is clear cut. We do something, it either does or doesn't affect matter. I don't understand why. Can you make it any simpler than this?
I think Jace did an experiment that showed that it was indirectly affecting it directly.
Yeah, you can show that the placebo effect doesn't change the chemical structures. Like I said, we can take samples from a person and see what their enzymes and what their DNA looked like beforehand, then do the placebo effect on them and see that those structures haven't changed. They're still the same atoms in the same locations. The placebo effect is not changing chemical structures. That's the important distinction.
Okay, let's make it clear then. Maybe we skipped a step. They do this test. They give some people the real pills, some people the fake pills. What's the effect from this that's different from when they gave the people the real pills? Is it a psychological thing, or What happened?
Yes.
Can we have one specific example?
Yeah, there's this very famous test in which people are they get like a small shock, and before that they take a sugar pill, and some people they say that pill is gonna make them feel more pain, and some people say that the pill is gonna make they feel less pain. When they're told the pill is gonna make them feel less pain, they report having feeling less pain when they're shocked, and the other way around also works. Like when they say it's going to make you more sensitive, you feel more pain when they shock you, but it's actually all those sugar pills were the same. The only difference was. Go ahead.
All right, good example. Good example. So this sugar pill, it works as a painkiller. You can give someone a sugar pill, tell them it's a painkiller, they'll feel less pain.
Yeah.
Pain is partly psychological.
Is pain. Hold on. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Everyone relax. So pain is a psychological thing. It's not anything. It's not any matter.
Partially.
What do you mean? So it is. So there is matter being affected.
Yeah,
like there's matter being affecting every single thing we're talking about.
But by us,
it's just a meaningless
sugar pill. By us thinking we took, it's not meaningless. By us thinking we took the sugar pill, something should have happened. Like we should have been in just as much pain, but it didn't. What we weren't in as much pain, and something physical happened in our body,
in your brains.
Yeah, it's more about the psychological state, Jeremy, right? You think you have this thing that's helping you cope with the pain, and thus it seems less painful to you because that's your expectations. It's able to kind of nullify the pain level, but it won't be nearly as nullified as if you took an actual painkiller that can change the chemical structure and the signaling pathways of the pain.
So humans can. So what's pain? Is it neurons firing where the injury is in our body? Like what is it? It's all in our head and psychological. What's pain?
Your response to pain is in your head.
What
can send the same electrical signal to your brain, and you could on a bad day it'll really bother you. Like if you're like you just had a fight with your wife and you bang your thumb with a hammer. It may feel more painful to you because you're in a bad mood.
I'm right in the middle of something, please, bro.
So
I'm hot, Mike, and hold on, my bad.
It's an interpretation by your brain of a chemical signal. Now, that signal can be exactly the same strength every time. The matter involved, the number of signals that are being transmitted are exactly the same strength every time. But your mood, your psychological condition can change how much that affects you in your brain. It can change how you interpret those chemical signals.
Yeah, but Jace, can I ask you something? Because based on what the mock said, I thought he gave a good example. Like somebody, there's people who like get rashes. Like people get really stressed out. Get really stressed out. They break out. They get rashes and stuff like this, And obviously, you can see how that would derive from a mental thing because like you're just you're worrying a lot and maybe your temperature raises because of this or something. But would you include that in just a mental thing, or would there be some chemical changes?
Well, your overall health has a role in your immune system and its function. So if you have a rash and you've been, say it's like a heat rash or stress rash, whatever, you've been stressed out, you haven't been sleeping well, you're not eating 3 times a day in proper nutritious food, and someone gives you a pill that you think is going to help you with that rash. So now you think you have something that's really going to help with this rash. So that makes you feel happy. Maybe you sleep better that night. You're less stressed out about having the rash, and you eat a better nutritious meal for a couple days. And that has an effect on how your immune system is functioning to get rid of the rash or to heal the damage that's causing the rash.
Okay. So it sounds like you're saying that that rash and that kind of stuff, it's not even really just caused by the stress directly. It's caused by the way you're dealing with the stress. Whether it's like you're tensing your body up, or you're not sleeping right, or you're not eating or drinking water properly and stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean,
Hold on, guys.
depends on the origin
I'm
of
next.
the rash, right? There's some kind of rashes you have. You can have all the placebo effect in the world. It's not going to get rid of that rash, but there's certain, if it's like a stress rash or a heat rash that's caused by damage from the sun, your immune system has a role in how fast that can heal. And with a placebo effect, you can maybe have your immune system function a little better due to your psychological state and heal the rash faster.
Awesome. So, back to this pain thing. Sorry, I got distracted at work. Back to this pain thing. One guy takes the real painkiller, another guy takes a placebo. There's something physically different happen inside their body because of this fact.
Bacon,
Nothing?
you want to go? You want me to go? Is Bacon
I
here
don't want
still?
you to
He's
go,
not
bro.
even
You're
here.
so long-winded.
I feel like you just answered that
I did
question.
already answer.
I missed the thing. I missed it.
The number of pain signals doesn't change, Jeremy, but the guy with the placebo effect, the way they interpret the pain can change, and the person with the actual real painkiller, the way the signal is transmitted changes, and that's why they feel a lower amount of pain.
Okay, sorry, I asked you just an easy yes or no question. Does something physical inside the body happen because of them thinking they took a sugar pill? Is this yes or no?
It's not that
It's not that
simple.
It's not yes or no, Jeremy. Not every.
Sorry,
It's not
dude.
something either physically. It's like this is like a dichotomy. Something physically does happen
No,
different,
I gave
or
you
something
the
doesn't
answer.
physically.
You
gave
just
me
won't
some
accept
convoluted
it.
nonsense to a closed question.
No, your simple mind can't take the complex answer.
Hey, listen,
It's
Jeremy.
not my simple mind. Let's not insult people, please. Okay.
Hey, man.
You're
It's
lucky
okay to
I'm
be
a good
simple.
sport. So
it's okay to be a
listen.
simple kind of man, dude. No, listen, Jeremy. I want to tell you because the
No, I
question
know
I
you
asked.
guys want to get away from this, man.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm trying to tell you that the thing you missed was the question I asked, which was involved with what Democ was suggesting about somebody getting a rash or something like that. Because I actually did sound like there was some credence to what you're suggesting, that there's a physical effect. But Jace's response to any rash or any actual physical response that would be cleared by placebo is really just a mind state that is going to have other effects like lack of sleep, lack of water or nutrition, and that's what's going to cause those things. So I think the answer is no, but it's like it can be a byproduct of that.
It's the interplay between your psychology and the physical chemicals and signals in the
That's
body.
what I'm
It's how
arguing
that
for. Before you go on
interplays.
a long monologue, that's what I'm arguing for. The thing between the mind and the matter. Exactly.
This is no more mind over matter than you coming up with a thought, or you being happy or sad. I mean, that's
okay.
That has implications in the body. Like I can lower my blood pressure by becoming happy. I can lower my blood pressure by becoming happy, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, fine. Okay, so when we do the placebo effect, something different happens, right?
Yeah, my blood pressure.
We all agree on that. They experience more pain. They experience more pain or less pain with this painkiller thing. We all agree on that. Now, is there something physically happening to make them experience less pain?
No, there's no
yes
physical. There isn't a physical change in the chemical structures in the body. It's how your brain is interpreting those signals is what is kind of changing.
Is that a physical thing?
Yeah, it exists in the real world, in the physical world.
Interprets
But
way
that's
your
not what you
brain
were
interprets.
suggesting before. You were
Hold on,
suggesting
man.
that
No.
thoughts can change chemical structures like water.
Quit squirming around and answer the
Dude,
question, damn it.
hold on, man. I know you're not gonna help. So the way
I've
our
been very
the way your
explicit
brain
about this.
the way your brain I forgot where the way your brain interprets the signal, that is a physical process happening, right?
Yeah, sure. But it's
What do you
not
mean, yeah, sure?
changing
Did you
physical
say
matter,
yes?
Jeremy.
Did you say yes, sir? Or yeah, sure. Did you
Yeah,
say yes,
sure.
sir? Or yeah, sure.
What he really
Yeah,
said was,
sure.
"Yeah, sure, sir."
So there is a physical process happening when your brain interprets pain.
Yeah, sure.
Did you say yeah, sure, or yes, sir?
I said, yeah, sure.
Oh, it's a yes anyway, so just move on, dude.
So
We're
it's a yes.
made
There's a physical
matter,
something
Jeremy.
physically different is happening because you thought you took something that you didn't take. So your thoughts, and then we have this physical process changing.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
That's pretty.
It's
That's
no
pretty
different
intense right
than
there. You guys
being
don't think so?
happy.
You're free to believe that craziness if you want, that you can change chemicals and all that. Go ahead, man. Have at it.
Did you hear what I just said? Did that?
Yes,
I don't know
you're
why you
asking the
left.
same
I
thing.
mean, I
Hold on, real quick.
I think it's
I don't know
pretty.
why everyone laughed. Can I just figure this out, guys, please? So we do the placebo effect. Something physically different happens. So because of our thoughts, that we thought we did this thing, but we really did this other thing. So because of our thoughts, something physically different, something physically changed, something physically different happened. Right? That's what we got, right?
That's how the mind-body interface works, dude. If I think of something scary and I get my blood pressure up, something physically changes in my body. So
There you
what?
go.
That's normal
there's a study
brain-body
where
interface.
there's a
Yeah,
study where
Jeremy's trying really hard to make
hold on,
placebo
Bacon.
sound like it's magic.
I am.
Hold on, Bacon.
Well, I'm trying to make it. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. There was a study. Yeah, there was a study where what do you call the guy that puts people under hypnosis? Anyhow, he put one of his he put one of his subjects under hypnosis, and essentially started telling him that his that his arm was on fire, and his arm reacted. His arm reacted to that as if it was on fire, and it got all swollen and inflamed and red. So there is something that happens due to the mind's perception of reality.
Coach,
There's a
let me just be
physical reaction.
An
real.
extraordinary claim.
Let me be
I'll
just
require
really
extraordinary evidence for
clear,
that.
really clear and concise about what I was claiming in the beginning that we've diverged from. These thoughts and feelings do not change, like in the rice and ice experiments, they do not change the chemical structure of the rice or of the water. You can't change water from being H2O to something like H4O by thinking about it. And that was my claim. Now, all this complicated psychology is far beyond that.
I agree. We're off the rails. Have you ever seen Lynn McTaggart's intention experiments? Are you familiar with those?
Well, I think other people wanted to say something first, so let's hold off.
All right, I'm on the list next. I'm on the list after whoever's.
I think
My thing is very
was next.
short. My thing is very short. I just wanted to say that before you go, Jace, I wanted to ask you a question about a totally different subject. But we were talking about quantum mechanics last night, and I wanted to get your take on something. But
yeah, there's a
conversation.
Yeah, we can do that later.
This thing links to a quantum mechanic thing. Somebody sent me a video that said when people were focusing on which slit the light went through, it was actually affecting the outcome of the double slit. I didn't watch the video
Surely that's
yet,
related
so.
to placebo.
Yeah,
well, it's related to mind over matter. It is related to mind over matter, right? I said we've gotten off the rails with the placebo thing. Let's get back onto something else instead of the psychology thing.
That's crazy talk, bro. You're not bending spoons, bro. Okay.
Jeremy, you're hot,
I'm
Mike.
just saying.
That's
you're hot, Mike.
That's hot, Mike.
I'll post the video right now. I'm gonna post a video. You guys check it out and let me know because I didn't have time to watch it.
Do people exhibit any kind of psychokinetic effect? Is that a thing at all, ever, even in the slightest? I'm not talking about people like starting fires with their thinking, but there've been books like documenting it. I'm just interested. You guys think about it?
Supposedly, there's some Tai Chi fucking dudes out there that can.
Nah. I can't do all that.
You ever see all the Tai Chi guys get their asses kicked?
There's a guy named Chris Angel. I guess he's able to do
He's an
this.
illusionist.
Hey guys.
Hold on, real quick. I just posted that video in the live stream with the double slit and the consciousness, effect, and matter. This is by a PhD guy, it looks like. So that's big time for the Globers right there.
People in here, have you seen the latest exposement of Pfizer?
Yeah, so the basis.
Let's.
Yeah, we're not talking about
covered
that.
up from Google.
Yeah, we're not talking about that though. So the basis of the explanation of the double slit is that your consciousness affects matter. Like that is the big push.
Yeah, but they're saying they can legit affect.
I've done the double
legit-
slit experiment like hundreds of times, and it doesn't matter if you're present, not present. You get a pretty solid statistical ensemble of
you
slit
focusing
1
on-
or slit 2.
So
But were you focusing on which slit you wanted it to go through or whatever though? Because that's what this PhD, I think the PhD in this video claims that he was doing. He had people focusing on which on which slit they wanted it to go through, and it ended up going through that slit more. It was like, they had some kind of statistical thing where it would go through the slit.
Experiment once with my girlfriend and her friend, and
It's called college dice, though.
the
double
wave
split.
function.
Did you say the double split? Heads love to call it that.
Jesus Christ!
The double split. Yeah.
So why would
wave
they even
function-
come up with the
the
delayed
wave-
choice quantum eraser if there was no thought that the conscious observer was affecting the result? What is the point of the delayed choice quantum eraser then, Chase?
Exactly. Well said, Napalm.
Hey, just real quick interruption here. Somebody was trying to talk about the whole Project Veritas Pfizer scandal. If you want to talk about that, just do it in Livestream 2, and we'll keep the bot out of there and go for it.
There we go. Who was that? Who said that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just wanted to put it out there,
Yeah, I
No
mean,
doubt,
dude,
out
you're
there.
only going to hear, you probably know what side of that argument that I'm on. And I'd be happy to go down there and talk to you about it if you want.
You can even stream yourself naked in there too, guys.
No,
Yeah.
don't do that.
All right. Well, real quick.
Don't do that.
Can we stream in there? I was trying to stream myself on a skateboard with a leaf blower and an umbrella.
Did you
earlier,
do
but
it?
I didn't have access.
The only reason why I
Hold
mentioned
on,
this.
man.
Okay.
The skateboard and the leaf blower thing. Did you move?
Yeah, did you not hear me talking about it? I was like, hey guys, I just did it in my garage and it works. The problem is
thought you were
everybody was
joking.
over talking.
Dude, of course
I thought
it
you were
works.
just joking. I heard you earlier. I thought you were kidding though.
Why wouldn't that work?
Well, what would be better would be the bowling ball on the skateboard, where you stand on the skateboard without moving and you throw the bowling ball one direction, which should give you an opposite reaction going the other way and create some acceleration.
It always does.
That definitely works.
What direction did you move?
Yeah, I'm curious about the leaf blower now. I got to say something else, but yeah, which direction did you move? That's very important.
The direction in which I was holding the umbrella, the same as the GIF that I put in the text with the guy on what looked like a motorized skateboard. Same direction, straight ahead.
If you take a leaf blower and you hook it up into the intake of your automobile, it'll give you like 40 horsepower increase.
Yeah, it's
Isn't
basically
that called like a turbo
supercharger
or something? Super. Yeah.
I'd like to see that video because I would expect you to go the other way. Actually,
Nah, dude, I go to the skate park all the time with the leaf blower to like clean shit up. That's not a myth, dude. That works.
Right.
yeah, of course. But I would expect you to go the opposite direction the way you're blowing. But just real quick about the quantum thing. I was just going to say that the observer, they always say an observer, but it's really about the wave function collapsing because of coherent, or it's a decoherence. Like basically, if it's interacting with a lot of information, then the wave function will collapse.
Yeah, so you're saying that
that's
the
the observer.
detectors are causing it. So you're saying the detectors are causing the wave function collapse or whatever for it to become a wave.
Or anything. Yeah, detectors or anything. Yeah, any interactions are going to make it more likely for
it gets even crazier than that. Like if you were to stick a video camera inside the contraption and do the experiment and view it like a week later, you viewing it a week later could change the outcome of what happened in the past. I mean, just think of how crazy.
That's what I mean. Who saw QE's video on this? I think he did it perfectly, where he put the results in an envelope and then the lab burnt down.
Let's see here.
How can you put results in an envelope?
When you really do the quantum eraser experiment, you get the same results. Like the results don't change. What you have to do to get kind of these sensationalized results, you have to what's it called? You're statistically sampling the photons or electrons, whatever you're using, at two different locations, and then you're subtracting out one sample from the other, and that's really when this strangeness kind of arrives, where you get these interference versus non-interference patterns. But if you just do the experiment, you don't get an interference pattern. You just get a blob.
Oh, was that referring to the video I posted with the PhD about how he had people focusing on which slit they wanted it to go through, and that was like statistically more probable it was going to do that?
Oh no, I'm just.
Did nobody watch that video?
No, you just posted it, Jeremy. How is anyone gonna?
Yeah, go watch that. That's your homework.
Jeremy, you never watch the videos we post. Come on.
I'll watch it later.
You never even read DMs.
Watch that. I have a nice list of DMs, guys. I'm going to get to them all at some point. You're on top of the list, Bacon. Bacon, you're on the top of my list, bro. I'm not even joking.
All right. Well, you asked for a set of 4 points. I gave you said, well, you're going to wait on a second set of 4 points. I sent you a second set of 4 points. I have no excuse to wait anymore.
Kosho, so I had a lot of I was going to wait for Kosho, so I had a lot of squares from different people. You know, I figured it'd just be better to have multiple people on this. Clearly, Kosho is not somebody you can rely on, however, so I may have to go forward with just 3 squares.
I have the entire database and the database that describes the distance from any 2 given points for.
But doesn't it have 4 points?
No, I have a lot of points. A lot of 4 points.
Do you have a square?
You got a square. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Word games, Bacon. This is how I live. This is what I have to deal with when I deal with you guys.
A bunch of I have all the above.
Okay, DM me a square right now. I bet you he's bluffing. DM me the square right now. Let's see your square. Bacon, check you.
Wow, dude, you'll check a DM just to check someone's bluff, but you don't check it. Yeah, I'm DMing it. Yes.
Okay, DM me the square and Bacon, and then let's see. I've been asking you for this fucking square for 2 months.
Hold
DM
on,
me
dude.
and Bacon. Listen, now where were we on this? You see, you guys be getting us derailed on crazy shit. Die Slow or New Perspective did it with his double split. Or no, we were after that. Hold on.
No, yeah, because we were talking about decoherence, and I think Napalm had asked Jace a question. I think Jace might have left, or maybe he's still here. I'm not sure, but
You probably went to watch that video.
Yeah, that's where we left off.
That shit was dope. That's a PhD guy. That's a PhD guy. What's up?
Napalm was asking you about the delayed choice and about how that doesn't speak about the observer.
Yo, can anyone spit the way QE posed the double slit thing about?
I don't know. I'd have to see how he posed it, what he's trying to claim. But in the regular in the regular, delayed choice quantum eraser, right? You have usually it's polarizers at the slits, and so you take the wave being this dispersed wave in space to a basically a delta function where it's just a localized spike at one point if it goes through one of the polarizers, which in the delayed choice quantum eraser it always does. Then you're creating this entangled pair, so you have two kind of identical photons or electrons, whatever they are, at different half the energy of the original one, and you're sending one to the screen and one along another path, and along that other path you have a choice to send it through another beam splitter, which if you do that, then it gets rid of the localized of the wave and turns it back into a dispersed wave, right? And so when you subtract the results of not sending it through that second beam splitter versus sending it through, that's when you get these interference patterns. But if you don't do that, if you just take the experiment for what you get, you don't get a interference pattern. It's just a blob on the screen.
All right, you're talking about like the John Bell's test, basically, like doing it like in that way.
Well, I'm just talking about just doing the what you get when you do the quantum eraser experiment without any further kind of interpretations of quantum mechanics.
Just real quick, if anyone has the video that QE does of the double slit or whatever, where he goes about putting the results in an envelope, the office burns down, some shit like that, like, can you send that to me in a DM? Thanks.
Yeah, but dude, that's the thing. If you have the results in an envelope, regardless if somebody looked at them or not, the wave function have been observed by the freaking by the test equipment.
Yeah, the change of the wave occurs because you're sending it first through a polarizer, so only horizontally polarized photons can get through the horizontal polarizer, and only vertically polarized photons can get through the vertical. Then you can either keep that singlet wave where it's just localized in space after it goes through the polarizer, or you can recombine it through a beam splitter and turn it back into this dispersed wave in space. It has nothing to do with like looking at it or anything like
take
that.
A wave
interactions. It's wave mechanics. It's just how waves work.
You said so you got two lights. So you got a photon, and then you got a photon and you split it, and then you recombine the photon.
Yeah, so you have like a laser. You have a laser, Jeremy, and there's a probability for where the photon can come out of the laser, but it's primarily the center of the laser beam. And so the wave is dispersed around that. Then it goes through the polarizers at the slits, where the wave has to take on a polarization. It has to be either horizontally polarized or vertically polarized. That causes
real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Dispersed wave localized. Go on. Go ahead.
I thought they were shooting just one photon at a time through this double slit thing.
You
Isn't
are.
So you shoot one photon.
You can do it with
I think they shoot electrons.
Whatever.
Right?
Okay, whatever. You shoot one electron through the thing. Something happens. Then you don't know the path and something different happens. What are you saying is the cause of that?
Well, like I just said, when it comes out of the laser originally, it's dispersed through space. There's a probability of where the photons come out of the laser. Then it hits the polarizer, and it has to get through the polarizer, it has to take on a specific polarization. The ones that don't take that polarization, it's a probability thing. They just get destroyed at that point. But the ones that do take on the polarization of the polarizer at the slit, and they become localized in space because they have to come to a point in space to polarize like that. Then you it through a thing that will entangle it, so make another copy it basically into 2 photons, where you send one to a screen and one down another path. Now down that other path, you can take this localized wave and send it through another beam splitter, and that redisperses the wave in space. It takes it from being localized to being redispersed in space. Or you can just have the localized wave hit another detector down at the other end of the experiment. And so if you choose to send it through the beam splitter, what you'll notice at the screen is you have a blob, and at the detector, after it went through the beam splitter, you also have a blob, but you can separate the two from each other. You can subtract them from each other and get an interference pattern that way.
Jace, what do you do for work again? What's your like official title or your whatever you do?
I'm a biochemist, molecular biologist.
A biochemist, molecular biologist? All right.
Yes.
Just checking. I didn't. All right. I was just wondering.
But, all this stuff, the quantum mechanics is the tools that we use to do chemistry. It's all involved.
Jace, are you currently in a superposition of being at work and on Discord?
I am. No, I'm at home. So I'm superposed at home, at work, and on Discord.
Hey, I have a question to all the globals, because I think they give the most interesting questions about this. Do you think that the news are like the state? I don't know. Do you have state finance news in the US?
I don't care about the US. Still here.
In general, let's say, do you think that the news are oh man, sorry, I just had it. Independent. Do you think that news are independent? The big news on TV and so forth, everybody watches. Are they independent?
No, but what do you mean by independent?
Like, do they still do what news have been made for?
No.
Like
No.
being objective and even being sometimes exposing against what governments do or companies and so forth, or are they more like paid parties acting for the very people they should be critical of?
The latter.
Okay. Do you think that there's any globe in here who would, or is there anyone in here who would say it differently? Are they still?
I'm sure there's people that would say differently while they watch the news and then sit through pharmaceutical commercials and all that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wonder why there's no news coverage so far from the current thing. Very strange, isn't it? Very, very strange. Let's see. I haven't checked the German.
What does Ken Wheeler say? That the truth isn't popular, and what's popular isn't true, and what's true isn't popular. I think.
Yep. I guess so.
Coach, if you want, we could go to Livestream 2 and talk about whatever you wanted to.
Well, no. I mean, the question actually involved people that were in
There's
here too.
people
That's
there
why.
already.
Well, yeah, but no, there's people because last night, like Napalm, myself, Gio, we were talking about something. Well, they were talking about like ether, and I was making comparisons with the things that they were describing with what people who are proponents of quantum field theory believe, and then I was suggesting that certain things that Gio was saying that quantum field theorists might even agree on if they change the word slightly or whatever. And so I just kind of wanted to get your opinion on the what your interpretation of the what do you call it, like not just the results of like quantum field theory, but what are the implications of a lot of the ideas in quantum field theory, like of the perturbation, like all particles are perturbations kind of thing. Basically, everything's just these fields. But I don't know if you have any, if you think about the implications or deal with them or anything. You know what I'm asking? Like, if there's like any like, I don't know, like I don't want to say supernatural, but like other outside of the scope of scientific observations, because obviously there's implications of like John Bell's test, right? That haven't really been decided on or whatever. Like it's still up in the air about that, right? So it's like the results are one thing, but the implications are something else. And I was just curious if you have any, if you go further than the observations or anything. I guess you'd have to be there. You'd have to be there for the conversation to really be able to speak.
Yeah, I'd have to. I mean, I to see what kind of implications are they trying to make. I guess that.
Well, what do you think? What about the basic idea of like just the fields, the perturbations of the fields, like all material, basically just being just that? I mean, do you agree with that idea, or
that all particles are, excitations in their fields?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. Or you for someone like me, that's all I can show to be the case. So I have to agree with that.
Well, I just thought it was funny because we were talking about sight a little bit, and me and Gio, we had like a difference of how sight happens, and I explained my paradigm, and it's basically, I mean, like light travels to your eye, basically. And he says his was different, but what he described was like there's a rope, like a rope sort of thing. Not that there's an actual rope, but it was an analogy. There's a rope to where the light source is, and that rope exists there. If there's no light shining, that rope is kind of still, and if that light is excited, or if there's basically if that rope is excited, then that's what you see as light. And to me, that sounds a lot like what's quantum field theory suggests too, just obviously in a different,
yeah, it's
more
similar.
exact words.
There is a rope theory out there. What is the guy's name? He has like a dynamic theory, like rope theory. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I feel like conceptually it's not bad. I'll have to look it up and post it for you, Kosha. By the way, did you watch any portion of that geology thing, qualification that I sent you, that I spent 45 minutes in the middle of my workday to find for you? You can say no and apologize. It's okay.
Can I comment about what you were just saying about the rope theory? I was actually, I don't know if you were on here, but probably about a month or two ago, we were talking about the light propagation and depending on the state of the medium, and it would indicate, the way light seems to operate at some level. It'd be like something is connecting the two areas, and some kind of like a snap and a whip. That energy is going from one location to the next. Because if it's a medium, like a water medium, and then if it's a wave, it would seem to be spreading out like a wave in a pond. but it doesn't seem to do that. It seems to have more of a energetic pulse almost that seems to be localized along a line. If that makes any sense. And the rope analogy was a good one. I think I used that one myself, trying to see if that's what I think Whit said, whoever was here, trying to ask that question about the nature of light. And if it's a field, it seems kind of the same kind of idea. The field would be the medium in which the light would be propagating through, you would think.
Yeah, I don't think there's any, it's a decent way of thinking about it, like the propagation of light. I think but you also have to understand that once that light gets to your eye, like you're not seeing, like the light doesn't contain the stuff that you see, right? That's an interpretation that your brain makes from further chemical signals, and so the energy from the photons that are coming into your eye are transferred to, in the quantum field theory picture, they're transformed to the electron field and the quark fields of the atoms and molecules that are making up your eyes and stuff.
Can I give an analogy real quick, and you let me know if this tracks at all? So within your eye, you have what they call rods and cones, right? You have these receptors that are receiving what we call photons. We'll roll with that for now. And if I wanted to imagine those rods and cones as, let's say, joysticks for a video game or something like that, and the more I wiggle that joystick, the more the light on the screen changes from a red to the highest vibratory frequency being like violet or something like that, right? So the more I wiggle that joystick, the more I can either increase or decrease along the visual spectrum. Would you say that would be not necessarily that that's what's taking place, but as these receptors are receiving these energetic pulses of different vibratory nature, that based on the reception of that, they're painting a picture in your mind?
That's not too bad of a way to think about it, or an explanation, right? Like, if you kind of think about like the light that's coming into your eye, different amounts of energy in discrete units, and those units are the activation energy for the chemical reactions that occur in those cells, the receptors in your eyes, and different amounts of energy can activate them in different ways to cause different kind of amount of chemical reaction to happen, and then those signals go to your brain, and your brain interprets that as a kind of an image that's occurring. So like the rods and cones are turned on in different, like volumes, kind of.
Right, like based on the energetic signal or footprint that it's receiving, right?
Yeah.
Because I think, and this is why I think a lot of us have a hard time with the idea or analogy of, sorry, my dog's hungry. The idea or the analogy of like a photon being some sort of particle that's traveling from point A to point B. And it's more just the energy as it's received is being interpreted, not necessarily that it's some sort of particle that somehow transverses through your eye and hits these receptors and then magically disappears, but doesn't disappear when it hits anything else on its path. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Right, when it kind of, a little hard to convey the picture, but right, like what they're calling particles is just the energy kind of traveling through the field, fluctuating through the field, through the electromagnetic field, and then that energy eventually is transferred at the rod and cone cells in your eyes to the fields that make up the atoms and molecules in your eyeball, like the electron field and the quark field, and these propagate chemical reactions that occur there. It's the energy that was in the electromagnetic field eventually is converted into the activation energy for the chemical reactions that are occurring in the eyeball to send these signals.
Right, like as I run my hand through the water, I activate similar kind of concept.
You broke up a little.
I was just gonna say, like, I can run my hand through water and activate bioluminescence to get like an effect, a chemical effect.
Yeah, yes, similar.
All right. So you guys think this intention thing is a? Come on, that's why I don't want you guys on Discord. That's why I can't Discord. Okay, check out Lynn McTaggart and the intention experiments and that video I posted with the PhD with the mind over matter double slit. Okay, just check that out and let me know what you guys think. I've seen the Lynn
I'll tell you
McTaggart
right
one.
now, dude. Light ain't no photon, Jeremy.
I know, I'm just saying, if something's different is whatever the light is, it doesn't matter. If something's different happening because these people are thinking about it, then that's something to look into. I hear you though. I hear you on the light thing, but whatever it is, if we can make it do different things by thinking about it, that's crazy.
But you're not though, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like the photon's not going through one or the other slits. It's not what's happening.
What happens?
I'll post an image. I gotta dig it up, but I'll post an image and then
If you have
maybe.
no polarizer there, then that's right. It's not going through one or the other.
So I'll post an image, dude. Look at the image and you'll see what's happening. Give me a minute because I'm driving and I gotta fucking look through my pictures.
Bro, do not post anything if you're driving. Don't post anything if you're driving. Just, it's fine. Please focus on the road.
So that's kind of a good point, Dyson. And I guess that kind of entices the question, right? If Jace, you're kind of in agreement that you have this EM field or whatever field you want to talk about that is being perturbated that causes what we would interpret that perturbation as being and defining it as a photon, even though it might not be what most people colloquially think a particle is. If that field is present everywhere, then what's taking place within these experiments and the witch path and witch slit thing that's going on, do you believe that light in and of itself is solely traveling through one side or the other, or is the field ever present and the energy is focused on one side or the other? And if that's the case, if it's traveling in a wave-like pattern, we seem to get diffraction patterns, right? So what would cause the blob pattern in your conceptual idea of perturbations of the EM field?
Well, it's like I said before, right? The laser has a diameter, right? The beam is coming out a circular hole, or you can have any shape hole in the laser, but the point is it's not point like. So there's a probability at where the photons come out of the laser, and that to disperse, the probability for that is dispersed over a portion of space, and as that travels it disperses more and more because it's a wave. Now if you don't have a polarizer at the slits, then that dispersed wave goes through, it hits both of the slits, and it becomes two independent sources of probability as it keeps traveling. So now you have two waves that are interfering with each other, where you get where it hits, when it hits the detector at the end, you have where the peaks line up, which give you bright spots, and where they cancel out, which give you dark spots. Now, if you put a polarizer at the slit, when that original wave that's traveling through the electromagnetic field, when it hits that polarizer, it has to take on the polarization of the polarizer. So if the horizontally polarized, if it's a horizontal polarizer, the wave has to take on a horizontal polarization to get through the slit, and so that causes this dispersed wave to localize to space, and then to just a single kind of point kind of thing, and then it just travels to the screen at the back, and it makes the screen makes a dot when photons of light hit it.
So you probably wouldn't agree with the wave function collapse idea as much as you're kind of saying that it's a redirection or the directionality of the wave to begin with that gives you the pattern, as opposed to a diffractionary pattern, right? Like direct to a single slit, which would, I mean, you still have diffraction through a single slit, but you don't have the cancellation diffraction pattern that you would through a double slit. So you're saying the polarization directs it basically into one slit, which just gives you the indication of more like a single slit being present. Is that kind of your idea there? More so than a collapse of a wave function into a particle?
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone thinks that like it collapses from a wave into a particle. It's always a particle.
Jace, hold on, bud. You would be surprised on that one. That is what the vast majority of people think, for sure.
Other physicists and scientists that I've talked to, I've never heard them say that. What they will say is that it's always, like I've talked to Shankar.
I posted it for you, Jeremy. So go ahead and take a look.
have quotes from him saying it's always a particle, make no mistake about that, is one of his quotes. But it goes from being this dispersed wave to a localized wave. And in the regular Copenhagen interpretation, where this whole wave function collapse idea originated, there's a way to do that process, right? To process via Dirac functions and all good stuff.
Jace, are you familiar with the Lynn McTaggart intention experiment thingy?
Damn, Jeremy, did you not hear me, bro?
Oh, I didn't hear you. No, go ahead. My bad. I thought there was dead air. Go ahead.
No, I posted some images for you. Go ahead. I mean, I wasn't trying to interrupt you, but I just wanted to make sure because I spent the time to dig those images up. So,
Jace, are you familiar with the film/documentary thing called "What the Bleep Do We Know"? Are you familiar with that?
I've heard of it. I think I've seen it's on YouTube, right? I think I've seen some parts of it.
Yeah. It's been around for a while. Most people that I know or that I talk to or that interact with tend to come away with the "what the bleep do we know" explanation or interpretation of the explanation that's put forth there within that documentary, which is this relationship between the conscious observer, the mere fact that we are consciously observing this experiment causes the physical collapsing of a wave function down into a particle, meaning that our consciousness has an effect on the world in which we are presenting to ourselves, meaning, going a little bit further and deeper into that, kind of a new age idea that the observer or the conscious being is that in which is the origination and the manifestation of the world around them, kind of thing.
Yeah, I get that, and there are kind of interpretations. So right now we're talking about interpretations of quantum mechanics, and there's a whole bunch of different interpretations. But like what I would say to that, to these people, and this kind of gets into the Copenhagen, what like Niels Bohr and them kind of thought at first, they realized that they were wrong about that kind of thing later on. Because how can you separate? We're talking about like electrons and photons and stuff that you can't just see with your naked eye. So how do you separate and something being observed from something being, because you have to measure it to observe it in this case, right? So there's always, and what you can show without any kind of interpretations of quantum mechanics, with just wave mechanics, you can just show that these things happen through just pure wave mechanics without any kind of need. You need a measuring device, but there's no need for humans or consciousness to be involved at all. It's just the behavior of waves.
Okay, I see your diagram, Dice Flow. Is that why they're getting the different patterns on the film in the back or whatever from the whatever's hitting it?
yeah, you get your diffracted wave pattern, based on the interact playing against each other. So that's the only real testable viable light experiment. I mean, to say that there's an individual photon traveling and choosing a slit to fucking pass through is fucking completely ludicrous, dude. A
It's not
photon
a particle.
is never.
You're saying it's not a particle. It's always a wave.
A
No
photon
one
has
suggests
never been the input or output of any experiment ever.
Are you
Light's not
saying?
a particle.
Are you saying the?
No one
Yeah,
suggests
so you're saying the.
that. At least serious
So you're saying
science.
Go ahead, Jace.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah. So you're saying the thing's always a wave and never a particle because it's just causing this pattern because the wave is hitting the film different?
It's not a particle or a wave or a particle wave duality. It's neither of those things.
What is it?
Well, you have that wave pattern, but that doesn't mean that it's because there's a photon traveling in a wave-like pattern. That just has to do with
whatever's doing.
Yeah, it just has
whatever's
to do with
hitting
the spatial footprint of the field. So, like, if you have like closer to like the blue end spectrum, or sorry, the red end spectrum of light being like infrared and X-ray, that spatial field is way larger and lower in capacitance versus like gamma radiation that has a very small wave pattern and has high capacitance. So, and that would be closer to the. Yeah, so you have two ends of the spectrum. You have the blue end spectrum and the red end spectrum. And the higher the power, the smaller the field, the smaller the wavelength. Towards the red end spectrum, the bigger the field and the lower the power.
But bro, this happens independent of color of light you're using.
I'm not talking about
wouldn't they be using
color,
this? Wouldn't they be using the same amount of power for this double slit thing? Like that would be one of the controls, ain't it?
Yeah. Using when you're observing, when you have the polarizer or not, you're using the same exact kind of frequency.
Light.
Yeah, it's the same light.
Exact photons or whatever you're doing. It's happening in the same. So yeah. So, dude, why do we get the part? It looks like when in one case it looks like it's particles, right? The pattern it leaves, it looks like particles, right? Is that right?
I don't think so.
Well, let's get a picture up of what the thing looks like. Can we get a picture up of what it looks like?
Yeah, you want me to post a picture of a diffracted wave pattern? Is that what you want?
I want to see what the film looks like in the double slit when they say it looks like a particle pattern.
It's a single. I can get you what it's called. It's called a single slit diffraction pattern.
All right, I'll post my image too.
No, the double. Yeah, show. Let's see some images of what when they say it's a particle. Let's see what that looks like.
It's a single slit diffraction pattern. That's every time I've done the experiment. At least that's what you get when you have the polarizer at the slit.
So, Jeremy, a single slit diffraction pattern, basically think of it this way. You've got light hitting a board and it comes through one slit. And then the image of the light wave coming through that slit looks like what the symbol is for like a Wi-Fi signal, right? So it's just concentric little circles, half circles coming outward from the slit, right? Emanating from its smallest point at the slit outward. Now, if you have a double slit, you have two of those that intersect at various points, meaning there's going to be higher intensities at the intersection. I'll get you a visual.
I mean, do they just shoot one They're claiming they're shooting one photon, right? And they can get it looks like a little dot, or if they shoot one photon and do something different, it looks like a wave, right? I mean, don't they claim they can do this with something you can almost see visually, like a buckyball or something?
No, I think that the claim is they just try to really quickly shoot a laser beam, right? So like as fast as they can turn it on and off, I think is the best that they can do. I don't know if there's really a quantification for a single photon.
Yeah, there is. What we do every time I've done experiment, there's these filters that you have, and these filters you can put in front of the laser so that you're filtering out enough of the photons to where it's just the single photon coming at the end, one at a time. So, right, you're lowering the intensity of the laser beam, and then you're also filtering out the beam, which further lowers its intensity.
Sure, it might be lowering its intensity, right? But the problem is when you're saying a single photon, the average person is thinking of a single ball of light, right?
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Yes, I thought you shoot a little single ball of light at the film, and it leaves a little dot from the ball.
Can't they do it with electrons? With an electron gun?
That's what I mean. They did it. I said they did it with buckyballs, and Jace like laughed hysterically. He thought that was funny for some reason. I don't know why.
I laughed about the part of
I just
seeing
posted the
buckyballs.
diffracted wave pattern, and that pattern is the same pattern that you see when you look at a fucking ferrocell. It's just the interlacing between these two fields, one being light and the other one being dark, and it creates this diffracted wave pattern.
Yeah.
Can we not see Bucky? How big
Oh.
is a buckyball, real quick?
Point. The pattern changes
All right, bro, I'm
depending
done,
if you use a filter or a polarizer.
Right, because you're changing the path of the wave pattern, right? You're not like,
Yeah, it's wave mechanics, exactly.
Right. I know, but here's the thing, Jace. When we say photon, and you and I might be on the same wavelength on this one, get it? But the average person, like Jeremy's thinking of like tennis balls, right? So you're shooting one tennis ball, and it's either going through the slit or it's not going through the slit, right? It's either going through one slit or the other slit. But how does one tennis ball go through both slits at one time, right? But what's really happening is there is an energetic pulse, the smallest of which we can quantify, but it's still like an energetic pulse that travels in a wave-like pattern that could go through both slits.
Yeah, right. Like you have to think about it, kind of like you said. It's an energetic thing, a photon that's dispersed in space, right? It's not like a tennis ball where it's just to our macroscopic kind of scale where it's just in one spot. It's all throughout the horizontal. Like if you were to draw a line of where its wavefront is, it's dispersed through that whole line until if it comes upon a slit with a polarizer, it has to polarize in order to get through the slit. If it doesn't polarize at that point, it just gets its energy is just imparted on the wall that's holding the slits, and the photon just doesn't make it through. But
yeah,
if
which a
there's no
polarizer.
slit,
can I just describe a polarizer real quick so other people might understand a little bit better, and correct me if I'm wrong in this interpretation? But like a microwave has a screen on the window, right? Which is why you can look at things being microwaved and you're not getting microwaved yourself. The reason you can do that is because that screen, the areas in between the screen are smaller than the wavelength of the microwave. So the wave of the microwave is not going to get through those screens. Similar with light, when you're talking about polarizers, you have these different slit patterns that are either larger or smaller than the specific wavelengths, whether we're talking about color or anything like that, to where it's going to either let through or not let through certain aspects of that light and can change or deflect the way in which that light is moving. And correct me if I'm way off on that.
No, it's not a terrible way to think about it, but it more has to do with the vector of the electric and the magnetic fields, that the waves traveling through. Like that vector has to be pointing in a specific direction to get through. a specific kind of polarizer. And if it's not, then it'll just get destroyed on the wall. It'll just hit the wall, impart its momentum, and that's the end of that photon.
Yeah. Well, we can indeed, but sure. As long as we're not thinking of photons as tennis balls. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wave, will localize right into a local point on the wall where it will exchange momentum with the. Do you want to talk about the normal regular scale where it's it'll exchange momentum with the electrons and the protons and the atoms in the wall, or you can go to the quantum field theory level where it's exchanging the momentum into those fields. Doesn't matter. But if it doesn't have the right polarization, if you have the polarizers on the slits, then it doesn't get through. But if it does have the right polarization, and the way it comes out of the laser, it's just a probability thing whether or not it has a horizontal or a vertical polarization.
Real quick, what was Dicelo trying? I feel like he was trying to tell us something important, or we might have missed it. What were you saying, Dicelo?
Well, I sent you two images, one of a diffracted wave pattern and the other of a magnetic ferrocell. And in both of those images, you can see a separation between the darkness and the light in repetition. And it's the same exact thing. Anytime you see that diffracted wave pattern or a ferrocell, you're looking at the same exact thing. It's just the interlacing of the magnetic and dielectric field. And anytime you see light, that would be on the magnetic side. And anytime you see the dark, that would be on the dielectric side. So to say that it's like photons doing all this crazy shit is fucking ludicrous to me. And I wanted to ask you, Jace, what's between polarization and polarity?
What? Go ahead.
Polarization.
Polarization is part of the wave vector, the electric and magnetic fields involved in the photon. Polarity, the way I've heard polarity used before, is in terms of like north or south pole of a magnet, or positive, negative charge of an electric charge. So I don't know what you mean by it. You're free to tell me.
Well, just to put it in a simplex way, polarity is essentially Mother Nature's force vector. And a force vector isn't merely spatially divergent, but also necessitatively so mutually curvilinear. So this is where we get the double vortex formation and the genesis of geomagnetic precession, which itself is the incommensurability of the conjugate field in a magnet. Being that a magnet field in a magnet is relative to the binding objects, which we call the magnet, but there's no actual Cartesian value that can be localized in any magnet relative to any aspect of the fields themselves. So this is what Tesla meant when there is no energy in matter other than what it receives from its environment, as meant ether fields, end quote.
So that last one you posted with the red light fading out in that cool little way there, that happens. What exactly are we looking at there when it goes through one slit, or is that the particle pattern or the wave pattern they're saying?
I don't know which image you're referring to, but one of them is a diffracted wave pattern, and then the one below that is the magnetic field. So they're virtually the same thing. You're just looking at it from a different angle. That's all.
You're just seeing the light. So when we get the different patterns in the double slit, we're just because it hit at a different angle.
Yeah, it's an extrapolation of the magnetic field.
All right, what do you think, Jace? Is that what's going on in the double slit? Light's just hitting it at a different angle. It's still the same thing every time.
No. When you
Why can't it be like that?
Because when
So
the way to think about it, right? This is like making it way too complicated. It's just wave mechanics. When you don't have a polarizer at the slits, the wave goes through the you can think of the two slits as just two new lasers, just two much very small, tiny lasers, right? And the wave spreads out and interferes with with the two different points that it's originating from start to interfere. Where the crest overlap, you get constructive interference, and where the troughs overlap, you get destructive interference. And that's what you see on the screen with the bright and small.
I want to say something.
So how is it real quick? How is it that I can recreate the same diffracted wave pattern with a single laser and a pinhead?
Because it's a single slit diffraction pattern, which is what I was about
no
to say.
Split. Yeah, there's no split. It's an obstruction within the pathway of the light. There's nothing that the light's passing through. It's quite to the contrary of that.
Dude, I don't know, man. If you want to think that you're too, other people know that it's just way you can't have a polarizer there. It becomes just one very tiny point source or laser. You can think
I don't need a polarizer. Yeah, I don't need a polarization film.
Screen,
I don't need two slits. I don't need any
single split diffraction.
Oh my gosh, hold on.
I don't want to say that I have a problem when he says that.
Hold on, bro. I'm making a list then if we got multiple people. Jason, dive slow, then silent.
Yeah, I was just saying, when you have a polarizer, instead of it becoming two sources that can interfere with each other, it's now just originating from that one. You can think of it as, I said, like a new small tiny laser that the wave is traveling to the back screen to, and that gives you a very tiny single slit diffraction pattern.
All right, so that made no sense. Absolutely no sense. Like I said, I can create the same diffracted wave pattern with a laser and placing a threading needle in front of the path of that laser. There's no slit that the laser's passing through. Okay,
that's the experiment, man. You're like trying to take out the key part of the experiment.
It's an obstruction in the path of the light. That's it. There's no choice at which side the light wants to pass on the threading needle. That's not what's happening.
Yeah, no one's saying that it's like a human being choosing something. Saying that's happening.
No, I just want to say the reason Dyslo why he cannot understand what you're saying or cannot see it is because he said it. He said it on his past statement. He said the way you think about this, and then he said it's like this, right? So he has no other way to think about it. His mind is fixed on how he sees things. That's why.
Well,
what you're saying, Dyslo, it makes no sense to him, right? I don't know if he's capable or not to understand what you're saying.
What I meant by the way to think about this was, I was saying, if I'm trying to convey, because you guys aren't doing the experiment right now. So, right, if you were to do the experiment, you just see what's happening. It's just wave mechanics. I said it's plain as day. But when I'm trying to convey that to you on Discord, I'm going to use a term like the way to think about this, because you're not currently doing the experiment, right? So you can't just directly see it.
Oh, well, to me, that implies that that's the correct way to think about something. I apologize.
Yeah,
that's what you meant.
The problem is when you set up an experiment in such a way as to perceive the outcome in your own perception, and you set it up in such a way so that the outcome of the experiment falls within your perception of it, you're not really doing an experiment. exactly what you guys did with this experiment. You guys are setting it up in such a way to presume the outcome to fit within your paradigm, and that's not how science works.
Yeah, well, that's not
Is that what you did, Jace?
No, that's not what anybody did.
Yeah, you did. Yes, you did. You went into the experiment already presuming the nature of light to be a particle. That's the issue. When you set up an experiment in such a way to where you think that light is already what it is, and then have the outcome of that experiment fit within the confines of what you perceive it as, that's a biasy. That's not doing science.
Yeah, but that
sounds like some kind of fallacy. Did you go into this
when this was originally done, it changed the entire, both when Yang first did it in the 1800s, or Thomas Young first did it in the 1800s, completely changed the paradigm. So they went in, they had an idea of, how they thought light worked, and then they did this experiment and were like, oh, holy shit, we're just totally wrong. And so they they updated their idea of how it works. Then when quantum mechanics came along, they had the technology in the 1900s to actually filter down to individual energy packets or photons. They discovered that shit, we're still wrong. We still need to update our idea of what's happening. So there's no way to frame it that they just had an idea and they set up the experiment to show that idea, because that's not even close to how all this happened.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just real quick, guys, real quick. So what you're saying is they've been wrong on every idea they've ever had about light, and do you think they're right now? This is the one. You think this is the time they got it right this time, even though they've been wrong every other time?
Yeah, they could be wrong, could be right, until someone shows that they're wrong. Then you should go with what we can show is right for the time being.
Yeah, it's because you're looking at it from a materialist perspective. That's the problem. You're going into this with a biased presupposition, which is skewing the outcome of the results because of the way you're perceiving it.
Should I be looking at it from, dude?
You should be understanding the field, which you already addressed yourself when you invoke the electric and the magnetic field inducing one another.
Yeah, we do understand that. We can show.
You don't. Yeah, but you don't. That's the problem. You had it half right, but you fell off when you invoked a particle.
How so? Can you tell me what?
Yeah, because light's not a particle. It's just the interaction between these two fields that you're associating as a particle.
Oh,
there's two phenomena. There's two phenomena that manifest perpendicular to one another, and what rises out in sync of that propagation is what you guys are conflating in your ignorance as a photon.
To be fair, Dyslow, I don't know if he's necessarily conflating it to be a particle like a tennis ball. I think he is somewhat being honest with claiming that it is still a wave function, regardless of the discreteness. And you can correct me if I'm wrong there, Jace.
No, you're on the. You got it.
Oh, the problem
is no one's saying these are like little tiny spherical tennis balls, is what it likes to say. No one says. Well, I mean, some people may say that. I don't say that. I haven't heard people who work with quantum mechanics describe it in that manner.
Oh, really? What's a particle, Jace? Is it?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. Yeah. What is a particle then?
Is it a material, Jace, or is it just an aberration of your imagination?
That was some lyrical shit right there.
Oh, we can.
No, because
aberration of your imagination.
The way I picture, right, when you say a particle, is a single unit, right? And then when you say a wave, I imagine it like a constant flow of something, right? So when you say whoever says that is like a racquetball, like a tennis ball, is wrong, I would like to ask you what do you mean by a particle then?
Well, what we mean by particle, like in the quantum field theory kind of context, is that there are these localized, so not like very tinily localized in this sense, but localized, sustained energy fluctuations in the underlying quantum field of whatever kind of object you're talking about, being a photon or an electron, right? So there are these localized, sustained energy fluctuations in those fields, and they can, move through the field, and when they interact with another field, so like a detector, that's when they localize to a point-like object where they exchange their momentum and energy from the photon field, exchanging it onto a detector which has atoms and electrons, protons in it. It exchanges between the photon field, the energy momentum, and the quark and the electron fields in the detector, the energy, momentum, velocity, those kind of things, in a point-like manner.
All of the
No
things you
one
just
says
invoked are
they're
material.
no one says they have
All
like
the
a
things you
spherical
just invoked are
shape or
material, bro.
anything.
Yes, they do. And all those things you just invoked are
No.
spheres of material. For it to be localized, you have to have a Cartesian value, which should tell you that there is some sort of a physical presence, i.e. material, and this is where we get back to the particle. And furthermore, you invoked energy. Can you define that or only describe it? Because if you can't define that and only give me a description, what are you really saying, Jace?
Well, it sounds like you can define it better. So go ahead, define it for me.
Hold on? What's the official physics definition? You wanted to play this remember when you wanted to play this definition game with me the other day, Jace?
Sure.
What's your
Yeah,
no,
the
seriously.
official what physicists would usually say energy is the capacity to do work.
Okay, the capacity to do work. That's that's the physics definition of energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't that involve everything? Oh, wait. Everything, wouldn't that involve everything on that definition? Everything that is capable of doing work, it will be energy?
Yeah.
So energy is everything.
If something now you can have objects, right? It's the energy in the object that does the work on another object. What I don't understand. What do you think it is that does?
Are you saying we can have the energy without the object?
No.
Okay, so every object is
Let's
energy.
make it clear. Energy is a property. It's not something you can like grab hold of and show somebody on the macroscopic scale.
But you can get the smallest amount of it. What did you just say?
It's a property that objects can have. It's a quantity.
So light is an object?
Yes.
But not a tennis
object
ball.
With no mass.
It's not a tennis ball, but an object.
Yes, it's a thing that exists in the physical world. We're not talking about tennis balls again, like the colloquial parlance.
Yeah, I only said that because that's a fucking straw man, Jace. Nobody says like a tennis ball, bro.
Favorite game. Well, I was thinking of them like balls. I mean, maybe not tennis balls, but like little metallic balls.
No,
like
you were right. It's
pellet
a sphere. Gun. Right. It's a tiny little bubble, so to speak.
Which shape is the energy? Is the object.
Jace, would it be more analogous to it?
The object. Hold on, real quick. What shape is the object? This is an object, so does it have a shape?
Are they football or soccer ball shapes, Jace?
They're point.
Yeah, what's the shape of the object?
Shape is a three-dimensional macroscopic concept. It's not what we're talking about.
You say it was a physical thing.
Yeah. You can
physical things have shapes, right?
No.
Would you better describe? Would you better describe a proton? Would you better describe
James, you agree that physical things have shapes, right?
On the macroscopic scale, there's microscopic and these quantum things we're talking about, submicroscopic things that they're not three-dimensional. They're point-like. They don't have a defined shape.
Anything that has a point takes part in 3 dimensions. Sorry, James, you can't have a point.
You're free
You
to
can't have a point
posit
without the
with
3rd
what's
dimension
proving it,
other than a
showing
concept. That's
evidence
it.
for it.
Show me something having a point in physical reality not residing within the 3rd dimension.
That's just a straw man, though. No one's
That's not a
saying
straw man.
that's
That's what
what
you
we
said.
have. That's what photons are. No one says that.
Oh boy. Well, you're
so
just
it's
like
an
all over the
object.
place.
So it's an object with no shape.
This is where you lose us, James. When you say something is a physical thing, but it doesn't have a shape. Like, how can I visualize this? Help me visualize it. How in my head, how do I understand this concept that you're talking about?
Well, that's where you run into problems when you try
run into problems when you say physical things that don't have shapes. Yes, of course I run into a problem because it makes no sense.
Visualize it is where you run into problems, because in experiment you can try to visualize it as a spherical little ball thing, but we can show in experiment that that's not what it is. It's not a little tiny spherical ball.
Okay, maybe we're just having a language barrier, and I'm not up on what shape means, or sorry, what object means in the quantum or physics world or whatever this is. Like, is there a different definition of object?
James, are you discussing quantum physics with people that think the Earth is flat?
Okay, so that's not a good start, Bob. Bob, that's not a good start.
Right.
Bob. We're not here to insult
you
people.
Think you know typical Bob. Mechanics,
We're
Bob?
not here to insult. See, Bob, you can't do that, bro.
Let me just get in.
Mechanics, Bob?
Guys, can I just get in for
No,
just
we're
a
not
second?
doing the shit show.
No? All right.
Go ahead. Yeah, you can get in. Go ahead. No, you can get in.
No, I was just
saying no to the shit show.
Yeah,
I was just.
I've been here a while. I got to take off race for a bit.
Well, before you go, Jace, I was going to throw you an olive branch, and I was going to say, would you better describe your particle more as analogous to an airy disk?
Analogous
Did he leave?
I'm sorry, to what? I didn't hear you.
An airy disk?
Sure. I mean, you're free to think of, like, you can imagine it however you want, but like, you should be aware that it's not a macroscopic thing. It's not following the same kind of things that are macroscopic objects. Wow, we're talking about a quantum object that follows the rules of quantum mechanics.
Be careful.
Careful.
Okay, so this quantum object, guys, let's relax, please. Let's not do this thing where you're saying this is a quantum object, and that has some kind of other definition than a real object or just regular object. What does object mean in this world of yours, this quantum world?
Does it have a Cartesian presence?
Or maybe he had to go. All right, Chase, good talk.
And quantum objects are subjective, apparently.
Well, be careful, because if you start imagining it, you could affect it.
It's possible. I do think our mind has our intentions. Whatever. I mean, can I have my little shit once in a while? Come on, guys. You guys all got crazy shit.
So, do you think there's other placebo particles then?
We're all talking shit, so might as well do it, Jeremy. Go ahead.
I mean, it's just obviously I'm what do they call it? Theorizing or whatever. Just thinking about what that could be a thing. There's a lot of PhD and Nobel Prize winners that think this too. This is not a crazy thing.
But even that, Jeremy, I would think that it would involve that your thoughts have some kind of energy, right? That you're how you saying, like you are impregnating the object with that energy, either positive or negative. That's what how I would see it. Right? We're not talking about magic.
When you have thoughts, you guys are gonna love this one. When you have thoughts, you're putting these thoughts out there in the ether. All right, it's in the ether now.
Yes.
And
Or
it's
your thought
affecting.
when you think you are using energy, right?
Bro, I
That's
don't know what
correct, right?
happens.
Even by
I don't know
science.
what happens. I don't know what happens, but when you there have been stuff done that leads me to believe that your intentions and your thoughts can have an influence on matter and physical reality. Like I said, it's not just me that thinks this. It's heads of departments at universities, a Nobel Prize winner. Like, this is not even a crazy thing for the mainstream people.
Yeah,
I mean,
they have to invoke crazy shit like this to back up their bullshit narrative, dude.
Oh, you don't believe we're capable of doing this, Dyslo?
That people are affecting the path that light takes by observing.
No. What Jeremy is talking about, like your thoughts are able to affect things in the material world.
I don't think our thoughts can affect things in the material world directly rather than indirectly.
Bro, that's the shit the Globers just pulled on us with this directly and indirectly thing before.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
So if you look at the spoon and think that you're gonna bend the spoon, you're not gonna fucking bend the spoon.
Not at that magnitude. I'm talking about like hold on, Jeremy.
Right.
And he's gonna answer by saying yes. You will see. I'm talking about like, have you ever turned because you feel like somebody's actually looking at you or thinking about you?
Yeah, I got that, and I've also had times where I thought about a specific person and they called me, or I thought about a specific song before it came on seconds later on the radio, like a premonition or something rather. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
there's actually
you're a material object, right? Oh, go ahead, Jeremy. I think I made my point.
There's actually this thing I saw this decades ago. I could not cite this or anything. This is just what I saw, so you can take it or leave it. But they were showing people images, right? They would show people horrific images and their brain would light up a certain way. And then they would show people pictures of puppies and rainbows and unicorns and shit, and their brain lights up a certain way, and a different way. And they found out that brains were lighting up like, I don't know the time, milliseconds, nanoseconds. Their brains were lighting up before they were even shown the pictures. Kind of like their brain already knew what picture was going to be shown before it got shown. You guys, has anyone ever heard of that?
Saw a movie like that once.
I figured you guys are all fucking geniuses. Somebody would have heard of that, but all right. Kosho's not here.
I think he dropped his earbuds in the toilet.
He said he peed on him one day or something. No, wouldn't that be crazy if that what I just said about the picture thing, if that was true and your brain actually knew what the picture was going to be before it even happened? That's the wildest shit you ever heard of. How would your brain know before it happens?
I heard of experiments where they take people who can't see and then they show them something. They're like, hey, what is that? Sometimes they get it right.
About that, but they just guess what the stuff. Oh, what are you talking about?
I mean,
it's like
no. I mean, it's like university type stuff
where they show them the cards, and they'll try to guess which card it is or a shape or something on the cards.
No, like something on a computer screen.
Yeah, but they're
a photo of something.
They'll have a shape up, but the person can't see the screen, and they'll make them guess with the shape or the color or objects or whatever.
Stevie Wonder when he fucking when he was on stage and he fucking caught the microphone that was falling.
Right. Well,
Either, yeah,
Did
or
he
Stevie
really?
Wonder just looks blind
Yeah,
and he's
bro.
not really blind.
Fool's bullshitting, dude.
Out of here.
His eyes do legit look fucked up, but is he 100%? I can't see nothing. I don't know.
Crazy, fam. He caught the mic. That could be. I feel like you could
world.
do that in the.
Sorry, that was Ray Charles. Same shit though, right?
Do you not think you could drop something and then catch it in the dark? Like, say it was pitch black in a room, you had something in your hand and dropped it. You think you could catch it?
Yeah, of course, but that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about a microphone on a fucking post on a podium type thing, and it fell over. It could have went any one of the 360 degrees, but he knew which way it went.
Oh, he went right for it, no hesitation, knew right where it was.
Bro. Yeah, he grabbed it.
I'd have to see that. This sounds a little. Well, we're gonna have to take a look at this one.
What if he's like 90% blind? Yeah, possible.
What if he heard? What if he can?
Lights.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What if he's like Ben Affleck and Daredevil, and he can now hear sight?
Wow.
Well, they do have a device that you can put on, and it'll give you sounds which relate to your surroundings, the world around you. It'll tell you, there's a building over here or this and that. It's kind of like sonar to a degree.
That's what's up. We need some
they got
sonar.
shit like that. They got shit like that.
Well, Jeremy, you can search. There's people who does this, right? They're blind, and they do these sounds with their mouth, and they are able to walk and everything. They can see, like if it was a sonar. There's people who do this.
Bro, that actually exists.
Yeah, you can. There's probably videos of people like this. They're blind, and they meet the sound, and they describe how they see it in their head.
Yeah, exactly. I farted once, and I knew some asshole was talking shit behind me.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We hear you. What's up? How we doing? What do you got?
Mixlix here. I'm just listening, and I want to jump in and say something about our consciousness.
Absolutely. Yo, if anyone interrupts this guy, I'm muting him for like 3 weeks. Go ahead. Let's hear it, bud.
Okay, thank you. No, as I said, I was listening to you guys talking about mind over matter and stuff like that. And I myself has practiced remote viewing for about 7 or 8 years. And in the beginning, I was, like everybody else, I didn't believe in it really, but somebody told me to try it out, so I did it. There's some protocols on the internet for free. On CRV is the most popular. It's called controlled remote viewing. It's the stuff that the CIA used back in the 60s and 70s. It's well documented. But to make a long story short, yes, as I said.
Which system?
Oh my God, you're getting muted.
Oh, you're done, bro.
Go ahead, sir. What was your name?
Mixlix.
Mixlix. All right, let's go. Go ahead. Hit us with it.
How do you know it's a sir? Hold on a second.
Go ahead,
yes,
sir.
I'm a sir.
Okay.
You can see my avatar. It's a picture of a blindfolded individual.
So this is something you're really into here with this remote viewing thing.
Avatar, but go ahead.
Yeah. I tried out the remote viewing myself in the beginning. Of course, it was more luck than skills. But after several years of training, constantly, I started to actually nail targets. And when you remote view, you're totally blind to the target. You don't know shit. All you got is some random numbers and remote view this. But anyway.
So you're saying? Oh, go ahead.
No. Okay. What?
This is something you got better at. You sucked at this when you first started, and then over time you got better.
Yes, exactly. And I don't know if you saw a Jeranism did a show a couple of months ago. He picked out 12 different pictures from different magazines, and only he knew what picture those were. And I remote viewed Jeranism's session. Sorry about my English. I'm suck at it.
You're good. You're good.
But anyway, I remote viewed his. What should I call it? His procedure of picking out those pictures, and I focused on 4 of them, and the I don't know if you remember. Sorry, I'm gonna try to make this more streamlined. Those 4 pictures I remote viewed, I saw him picking those out. I got them all right, and the main thing was an orca. Jeranism focused on an orca in a pool, and I said that was the main center of attention. So I got that right.
What the fuck? This was on a Jeranism stream, one of Jeranism streams?
Yes, and we were 3 remote viewers that made
all right.
Four.
Wow.
Post the link. You got a link on this?
Like
I'm glad we didn't interrupt this guy. Guys, nice work.
I can find it, but
what are AI generated photos?
Post that link up if you can ever find that. That's neat. I'd love to see that.
Are you from Norway?
Yes, that's exactly right. Did you remote
view
that?
He remote viewed that right now.
Right, I did.
Yo, how many pictures did Jared? You said you got 4 of them. How many did he have? You got 4 out of 12, or
he picked out 12, and I just had stamina to remote 4 of them, and I got everybody
so
right.
He picked out 12 pictures, and you only guessed 4 things, and they were all right.
Yeah, because in the procedure, it's very mentally draining. I didn't have the stamina to look at every picture. I just
fine. That's fine. You got
yeah. Go ahead.
100. You're saying you got 100%. You guessed 4 and you got 4. That's a good ratio right there.
Yeah, I think so, because it's beating the odds.
Did you go through like the process of like writing the errata like all the wrong reads and all that stuff?
Yeah.
How long does it take you to do?
Yeah. It took me about 40 minutes, 40 to 50 minutes to do
per
Let's
image.
see how good you are, dude. I'm staring at a woman right now. What part of her body am I looking at?
That's not. I just can't snap my finger.
First of all, we got a 50-50
Adam's apple.
Is that
listen, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's not get crazy.
I think, Daislo, you're looking at her arm. That's why
this is interesting.
You suck, bro. You suck, dude.
So do you when you remote view this stuff, are you seeing what he's thinking of in the moment, or you said you went back and saw when he was picking these out in the past?
And that's how I did it.
You can see him in the past picking those objects or those whatever images
in my head, on my mental screen. You could say it's like that. Yes.
So he picked images out and then and you didn't know it, and then he told you, and then you went back and saw what images.
Well, he would just give them like numbers, I think.
Yeah, he picked out 12 images. Only he knew what it was. Then he said, "Okay, let's call this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's my target number." So he gave me those numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I sat down with pen and paper and just zoned in and write everything down that comes to my mind. And a couple of days later, he made a show about it, and then we presented our sessions. It was 4 remote viewers, if I remember correctly.
So you and 4 other dudes?
Yes.
Were you the best?
No, I wouldn't say that. One called Niam.
Bro, if you're not first, you're last. If do you ever hear this saying?
Yeah,
If you're not first, I'm just following. That's
you can
what Ricky
get it.
Bobby shit. Oh, that's awesome though. Yeah, we got to check that video out. If we get a link for that, that'd be fucking dope.
But the main thing wasn't remote viewing. I just want to mention that the thing I wanted to say is people now. I'm practicing this. I'm practicing it for almost 2 years.
You've been doing the whole thing the whole time. It's Ingo Swan method.
Yes. That's
Okay.
the
I got a plan for you, dude. I'm gonna go looking for gold this weekend. Tell me where I gotta go.
You're breaking up. I hardly hear you.
It was silly, anyways.
Oh yeah, I was.
Okay.
Where's the gold?
I'm not gonna talk forever. The one thing I really wanted to say is that people now, you can. Let me see. I want to give you a link. You can watch.
Do you think mind can affect your thoughts and intentions can affect the physical world?
Oh yeah, with no doubt in my mind. Yes.
What would lead you to that belief?
First of all, I tried the rice experiment, and I was blown.
The rice experiment worked for you? Got anything else, or
come again?
Is there anything other than the rice experiment?
Yes, I've. That's kind of personal, but.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to get personal if you don't want to.
It was about my own body. I don't want to get personal, but let me finish off with the thing I really wanted to show you guys. This is gonna blow your mind.
Oh, all right. I thought you got more. Let's go.
I just wanted to to mention the remote viewing. The thing I really wanted to show you guys. Am I in the right?
Text chat, live stream text chat. It's right above
there it is. Yes, I'm gonna give you a link just to say something about it. People are now seeing shapes, colors, letters, you name it, with a blindfold on in front of the eyes. They use a mask that is 100% tight. You can't see through it. And they can see shapes, colors, and letters.
What's their accuracy?
In the beginning, maybe 70-80%, but when you get the hang of it, they nail it 99% of the time.
That happens to me, Jeremy. That happens to me a lot, Jeremy. Like in the night when there's pitch black, I can sometimes see shapes, and I'm like, and I turn on the light and the shape is right there. Or when I close my eyes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's something weird. It's so weird, man. I don't know what it is.
Okay, I'm gonna post links, and you can see it for yourself. This is real shit. I promise you. I'm practicing this now for 2 years, but I'm not that good yet.
That's awesome, bro. You're awesome. What's your name again?
Mixlix.
Mixlix, awesome. Yeah, if you ever want to come by again, hit us up, bro. You're more than welcome.
Are you Penguino, man?
Thank you. Come again?
Are you from like Norway or something?
Yes, for second time, yes.
Did you used to be?
Come on, guys.
Are you Penguin?
All right, just ignore these guys. You've been great. That was awesome stuff. That was awesome sauce right there. Remote viewing.
All right, I posted the link. You can look at it. And remote viewing, you can also Google it. There's tons of stuff out there, well documented too. Okay, I rest my case. Thank you.
Like 99%. I bet. So that's awesome. That percentage. Yeah, that's huge, man. To be able to guess like shapes, objects, or colors or something. Wow, it's impressive.
Yeah.
How can they see these shapes and colors? We're about to debate this right now. How can they, or just, get down to the bottom of it? How do you guys, let's hear it from the Globers, though, because I know they're probably don't even believe in this shit. Did you have some final thoughts on that, though, Mixlick? God damn, I forgot your name already.
Yeah, the blindfold thing, we are all trained to use our eyes. So when you are blindfolded, you try to see with your eyes, but that's wrong. It's not the eyes at all. You can see things behind your head and read letters and see stuff, shapes and colors. So that proves it's not your eyes. that is seeing through the blindfold. It's something else, and that comes from the consciousness. But I
That's
recommend
in the ether. Are you an ether guy?
Yes, I am.
Cool. That's cool. All right. Awesome, bro. Good to
Okay.
have you, man.
No problem. I shut up now. Sorry for taking so long.
Oh, you did. That was fucking great, bro. Well, now let's hear this Glober's bitch ass excuse for this fucking remote seeing. There's no way that should be possible in your guys' paradigm.
Mix, you believe in the Akashic record?
I want to hear a Glober explain remote viewing right now. How do you? There's no way you guys can explain that shit. All right, go ahead, Snacks. What were you gonna say?
No,
Snacks,
just theoretically within that method, it's basically that everything that's ever happened is written inside of the Akashic record. Basically, this.
How do we get into that?
Basically, like it's like I think it's fluidic in nature because everything seems to always kind of be going around in this fluid, and you can if you reverse the flow of all these fluids, they all wind back. If you could reverse every weather system for like on Earth, if you could just hit the rewind button, it would all go back to its original points. So I guess that's part of the theory of like how that ether shit and maybe it's in the field somehow. It just like stays in its shape. I'm not really sure, but something's coherent enough apparently for people to like reach into the past and like experience like just a fraction of a sensation of that thing, and then refine their perceptions down. Like he said, it takes about 40 minutes to run through the process of running your line. You basically act. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just real quick. So this Akasha record or Akashic?
Yeah, Akashic.
Akashic.
Yeah.
So this Akashic record is basically like everything that ever happens ever is in this, like in the ether, kind of, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you can access it via your mind.
Yeah, if you run this process. Yeah.
Does it show stuff that's gonna? So only stuff that has happened, not stuff that's gonna happen.
It's more difficult to freewheel it. It's the way he's using it. It's mean? Like, well, like to say like I want to go to the beginning of time and see what happened. It'd be very, very difficult for you to accomplish this. If somebody else like posed that question, then maybe you would like come to real truth. There's too much interference when you want to target something. It's called a target. He's getting numbers. There are two combinations of 4-digit numbers that he got from Jeranism if he's doing it in that like legit way. So you get these two numbers.
Magazine covers. He did magazine covers with pictures.
Okay, right. But all the Mix is getting is those 8 numbers.
How do you get the pic?
So Jeranism selects a magazine cover, and he selects that as that's the target, right? The target, like in psychic espionage and stuff like that, you might have just a photo of this mysterious person. We want to find out more information about him. We don't know. You know, you just say like this is the target. You just hand somebody else the numbers. They know via the numbers and the reference and the Akashic record and the basically there's like a trail of evidence here, you know, and so you're following that etheric line to the person, to Jeranism, witnessing the thing. That's where you're actually reading the info from.
You're going back when this happened and seeing the moment he picked him. Yeah, that's crazy. That's what I'm saying. Can you go forward with this?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, the past is cool.
Limited, maybe like a few days, maybe, but not much.
You mean seeing into the future?
I don't think seeing
past is neat.
How far?
Seeing in the past is neat. Like that's dope as fuck. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to underplay that at all. That's awesome. But seeing into the future would be fire, bro.
Yeah,
it would be way more useful.
Do you got future vision, Mix?
Yeah, talking about remote viewing the future.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Can you remote view the future?
I'm not well versified how do you say that? Sorry about my English. I'm not that good at it. I haven't tried it that much because I'm not that experienced. But there are some. Yeah, go ahead.
In the training in SciTech and stuff like that, they teach you that like it's more difficult for you to like make your own targets rather than to just receive a target.
You can't make your own targets because then you are not blind to it.
Right.
You can't make your own target.
They call it front loading, but you can do it.
Yeah,
People claim that you can do it.
Technically, you can do it. I could pick out 100 pictures and put them in each picture is in what do you call it when you put a letter in some paper box envelope?
Yep, envelope.
Yeah, you put 100
paper
different.
That's a good way to phrase it. All right.
You know what I mean. You have 100 pictures. You all seen them, but when you mix them up and you pick out one, you have 1 in 100 chance to describe the correct target. But that's a lot of work. You have to do it yourself. It's much easier just to get
simple
a
and
random. Yeah, and when you front load it, it's always much more difficult because your imagination and your willingness to see something fogs up your conscious
all right.
mind.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Jaron I just want to be clear about what happened right here. Jaron picked out 12 images. He then put numbers to those images and put 12 numbers in front of you.
No, he picked out 12 images, and of those 12, he picked out one to be the main target, and that was for an orca in a swimming pool. But I tried to view several of the pictures, and I landed on 4. One was the orca. I even said in the sessions that's the main center of attention. So I nailed that one, and I described the dark form and I made sound and was wet and salty, and that's what the orca is. And I also saw a van and a sedan. I'm talking about cars, and a wheel. And he had a van among those 12 pictures, and he had a sedan among those 12 pictures, and he had a wheel, just a wheel among those.
Crazy, bro.
And
that's awesome, dude.
I described all 4 of them pretty correctly, I would say. But about the future, the world-class remote viewers, those guys who are really, I mean, really good at this, they are now predicting the future. They are calling it. They have what's called crypto viewing. Crypto viewing. It's what it's
crypto
called.
viewing.
Wow.
And they're predicting the future. How good are they calling it? And
It's pretty amazing. They describe world events in the future. Niam, who is one of those 4 on Jeranism's show, he just a few months. When did the Queen die? A couple of months ago, 3 months ago.
He predicted that.
Yeah, he predicted that.
How so, though? I mean, what exactly did he?
He said the Queen. What he worded it quite cool. He says, "Game over" or something.
Yeah, it's game over. I give him that.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. It's a few months back, but it's all out on the internet. And every month they give out their predictions. Sometimes they do miss because it's not 100% accurate.
I mean, it's honestly, this is almost scaring me because now I'm thinking of Minority Report, bro.
Yeah, but the cool thing is,
have you ever seen Minority Report?
Yes, I have. I'm a huge fan of science fiction. I say this is my forming. I always say there are truth in science fiction and there are science fiction in truth. But regarding the future, I think personally it's much more difficult because it's not written in stone yet.
And this Akashic record. Did you hear us talking about the Akashic record? Do you think that's a thing, or?
I'm not sure. It's philosophy, in my opinion. You can say it's something about it, and maybe it's true. It kind of rings true, but how do you access it? I don't know.
Okay. Well, all right. Hold on 1 second. He picked out this stuff. He picked out these images, and then told you he picked it, and then later on you tried to view it and went back in the past. I mean, it sounds like the Akashic record he just described, right? Where everything's like written and it's just out there in the field or whatever, in the ether.
I have no problem you calling it the Akashic records. I honestly I don't know, but it's something there you tap into, something undefined, but it is in you somehow. And if you get really quiet in your mind and practice this, you can do it yourself. That's the cool thing.
There ain't nothing quiet about my mind, bro. I'd love to try that, but
yeah.
So, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, in the beginning, I didn't think much of it.
That's the thing. It's like in the process. That's why it takes 40 minutes, is because there's like all kinds of like misreads, and you have to be honest with yourself if you're just applying your imagination to it, or if it's something you're just like, well, where's that coming from? You know, and then you like whittle this down into like something that's like, oh wow, all these things are coming together. But from something, do you use a line method, like to start it out for like an ideogram?
Yes, exactly. That's the control remote viewing protocol, CRV. There are all sorts of protocols. There are CRV, control remote viewing. There are SRV, scientific remote viewing. There are natural remote viewing and associated remote viewing. There's a jungle out there. Some people like the control remote viewing. Some people like the natural remote viewing. And so
okay,
forth.
Real quick, are they using this to solve, when they have these bring these psychics in and shit to solve crimes? Is this what they're doing? This thing you're doing?
I can't imagine that. In my mind,
this thing you do. Go ahead, my bad.
My personal opinion is we are all tapping into the same source, but there are different names for it. Akashic records, control remote viewing, clairvoyance, clairaudience. I don't know. There's so many names, but I can't pinpoint exactly what it is.
If you got nasty with it, all right. Let's say you got nasty with it, and would you be able to do the thing you do? Would you be able to use that to see who killed someone or something like that?
Yeah, if someone tasked me, and I sat down and did my procedures, and okay, here's my work. Is there something more to work on? And for example, if it was JF Kennedy, this has been remote viewed, by the way. Das Smith is a world-class remote viewer. He nailed it when the JFK assassination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was it? Was it Lee Hart?
Oh, he couldn't name the killer. But he described a male. I don't recall how he described it, but it was a male, a shooter, shot another individual.
Has he ever seen that man? Has he ever remote viewed that man in the CIA headquarters at any point in time?
So I mean, don't you take that farther and try to remote? Can you like remote view that guy, other parts of that guy's life now, or?
Yeah, but the thing when you are in the zone, it's not crystal clear, and you can read signs and stuff. It's more like
you can't read signs.
Well, it's like
is it kind of like a dream where you can't read, like really read or?
Yeah, you could say that. And on top of that, the most of the sessions, when you get some visuals or impressions, it's like looking through a tiny keyhole that is dirty glass. It's very
It's fuzzy. It's fuzzy.
Yeah,
Yo,
fuzzy,
while we got
yes.
this, this is good, bro. While we got the subject matter expert here on remote viewing, is there any Globers that want to challenge this or whatever? Think this shit ain't real? What's good? You guys are good with this remote viewing thing, all the Globers? No doubt, bro. That's legit. You know, if the Globers don't pipe up, you're legit.
No, but okay, I'm on a run here. One of the most interesting targets. I made a target about the North Pole. What's up there?
What's up there, bro? What'd you see?
I made the target, so I couldn't review it, but I gave it to Niam. He's a world-class remote viewer too, and it was pretty interesting what he saw up there. I can see if I find. He made a video about it on YouTube too. Just give me
nice.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna find it.
No, take your time. We need this in 30 seconds, though.
Okay.
That's neat. I mean, I don't know how you could explain remote viewing in the mainstream, like, you know, paradigm of the way they think things work and shit.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't make sense.
That, you know, do they think this is some woo shit, or are they cool? Do they know that this effect happens and they have some kind of weird explanation for it, or?
Yeah, it's like I'm saying, like the training courses that teach the Ingo Swan thing teach about the idea that there's like some kind of collective unconscious shit that gets written into something that can be accessed, whether you call it the Akashic record, then they'll kind of shift over and go to kind of a Jungian concept and just say it's collective unconscious. You know what I mean? But in
whatever
some
you
way,
call it,
kind of like you've written to like a hard drive or some sort. You know, where it's like depending upon your connection, or it could even have to do with like even like the time of day or the weather. All kinds of shit can affect like your read, like a session if you do one. Yeah.
Like there's all this information, and sometimes you can see it through a crystal clear piece of glass, and other times you're seeing it through a yellow stained glass and it's fuzzier. Sometimes it's crisper, like that. Like you get a good connection or a bad connection or something to the hard drive. This is some Avatar shit, bro. This is straight out of an Avatar movie. You think they knew about this and made Avatar?
It's just like it becomes like fuzzy when you try to just like wheel and deal it yourself. Sometimes it happens naturally,
Sometimes
like,
it's crystal clear. Sometimes it's fuzzy.
Sometimes it's like, do you have a tattoo of this on yourself? And then they're like, yes. And you're like, wow, that's weird that I just guessed that. Sometimes that just happens, but that's nothing like you could like fucking try and do and duplicate. Actually, it's really strange.
Somebody guessed your flat Earth. Hold on. Somebody guessed your flat Earth. Somebody guessed your flat Earth tramp stamp tattoo snack.
No, I guessed
guessed
somebody's tattoo one time.
Is 12 Monkeys relevant at all?
Oh, one time I guessed that Negator's shoulder was hurting, and he goes, "Wow, that's actually crazy because I just hurt my shoulder yesterday." And I was like, "Wow."
Oh wow.
Yeah. He'll tell you.
What's up, Don? What do you got? Let's not get crazy, Don, please.
I was just asking if 12 Monkeys was like when you mentioned Avatar, you talking about going in something else to view through that vessel?
It was like time travel shit. How are you talking about 12 Monkeys, the Bruce Willis movie?
Yeah, but they were like looking through him, you know what I mean? Like the people in the Avatar went into the Avatar and they looked through the Avatar. And like the people from the future were kind of like looking through Bruce Willis. You know what I mean?
They could see what I don't remember that part.
Yeah, they could. I think they knew they could see what he see. Obviously, they weren't inside. They weren't him, but like I thought, but maybe not. I'm tripping. I don't know, man. This remote viewing shit's awesome. Though. I've been into this stuff for decades, dude.
This is fucking awesome, bro. I actually had an out of body experience once when I was about 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe something around there. Probably 7, 8, 9, 10. anyways, I just floated up to my ceiling and was like looking at my body laying on the ground for like, it didn't last long. You know, it wasn't like I went to outer space or anything, but it was awesome.
I did some.
I'll always remember that.
I did some observer bias magic last night. Have y'all seen the new Santa Claus with an axe movie or whatever? What's this shit called? Violent Night or something?
Sounds neat though.
It's funny, right? So it comes on and it's showing the preview on Netflix, and they're like fucking. It's like violent, like, you know, there's fighting and shit. And my wife is like, that looks funny. And I'm like, nah. I'm like, that looks like some Home Alone shit. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, Home Alone is funny. I'm like, yeah, it was funny, but it also was scary. Like, to the kid, if you're a kid and you're really in that environment, like, and you're, you know, putting yourself in the movie, like, that shit is scary. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to kill him, throwing knives at him and shit like this. But anyway, I was like, that's like some Home Alone shit. Cause I'm like, that's goofy. I don't think it's really scary. Like, there's fighting and Santa Claus, you know what I mean? So she's like, whatever. She puts it on, and then within 10 minutes, they reference Home Alone. It was a comedy movie. Like, it was
I did a
hilarious.
commercial for that movie when I was a kid.
Like, in the movie, they were actually like, you know, something like Home Alone, like within 10 minutes. I was like, this is crazy.
The Wet Bandits or something, what do they call them? Anyways, yo, that made me think of something. Did anyone ever hear of that experiment that I was talking about earlier, where they would show people pictures, like some would be horrific pictures and some would be cute pictures of puppies, and the brain lights up a different way depending on which kind of picture you show the person, and their brain was actually lighting up in the correct spot for the picture they were going to be shown before it got shown. Has anyone ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like right as you were saying that, my lights actually just flickered, went on, completely on and off. So stop that.
Time.
It just went
Yeah,
off
you're-
again. I got
Jeremy, quit fucking with his lights, bro.
No, I was on some coincidence shit yesterday, like over and over yesterday. It was just kept happening. Tell us more, Jeremy. How repeatable is it? How you know,
I don't
was
know.
it a
This is
temporary
something.
glitch? Okay.
That's why I'm asking about it, because this was something I heard about like at least 15 years ago or something. I ain't heard of it since. I don't even recall where in my travels I heard that at. So I was just wondering if anyone's heard of it, or if they've done this, knows about this shit or anything, because that's fucking crazy right there. If your brain's lighting up for the correct type of image before the image even gets shown, like, that's fucking bananas, bro.
Right. Like, I'd like to see
That's
this
straight.
better.
That's some shit in the future that hasn't even our body's reacting to shit that ain't even happened yet, bro. That's some fucking quantum entanglement, fucking double slit shit or something.
Yeah, I wonder how many in a row they got or whatever. Like, that's kind of interesting.
No,
What
they said it
about,
just always happened. It always happened. Their brain
about,
always knew the type of image. Go ahead.
What about Edgar Casey? You guys ever heard of that dude?
No,
Supposedly,
who is he?
yes. Well, he's long past, but supposedly this guy was able to kind of do like that whole remote viewing stuff, and he could see shit that was going to happen in the future. He could see shit that was going to happen in the past. The guy was super popular in his day, to the point where like even presidents and stuff like that used to come to him and for questions and shit. Look up Edgar Casey. Yeah, he's pretty spot on with a lot of shit.
That's what I'm saying. If you're good at accessing this Akasha record hard drive thingy, then yeah, I think, there's probably people that are better than others that can always see it crisper and clearer than others or something, or just they're better at it.
He would put himself in this trance-like state where he was like half awake and half asleep, and you could ask him like whatever, and he'd fucking answer it. Like, you could ask him what the winning numbers were to the lotto type shit, and he could answer it. And that's what ended up stopping him in his later day, was that people were asking him stuff for like self gain, and every time they did that, when he came back from the trance like state, he'd have like these massive migraines and shit. Like, if it was stuff like pertaining to like selfish, questions of greed. I don't know. It was pretty trippy. Can't believe you never heard of that guy, Edgar Casey. Just go on YouTube and type in his name, dude. You'll be blown away, dude. Is he the one that supposedly jumped out of the plane and disappeared? No, that's up the river without a paddle. I forgot who the fuck that was. That dude that Casey claimed to be a time traveler. No, I don't think so. I think he did. I don't know. I hear his. I'm familiar with him because of Coast to Coast AM radio. They mention him a lot on there. Yeah, they talk about him there. Yep.
Speak truth.
Coast to Coast was an awesome show. They had some good shit
Fuck
on
yeah,
there.
dude. George Norrie, bro. What do you mean was?
I don't know. I haven't listened. Is it still going? I didn't even know.
Art
Was for you.
After Art Bell, it's not really the same.
I mean, yeah, I listened to it like 10 years ago.
Basically doing the Coast to Coast show in here like 24 hours a day.
I think the original one was Art Bell, and then they went to George Norrie. Or did I get it mixed up? No, it's both of them. Okay. Yeah, I love that show too, dude. I think it was George and then Art, or both of them from the beginning. But they got Ian Punnett on there, I think. Am I tripping? Is that who it is? They got a couple cool dudes up on there, man. Yeah, type in Edgar Casey on YouTube, Jeremy. You'll be fucking blown away, dude, if you're into this kind of stuff.
I'll never remember that, and I'm into this kind of stuff.
So
you can't
yeah,
just go on your phone.
Yeah.
What's funny? Go ahead.
What'd you say?
I said look up Edgar Casey on YouTube on your phone right now.
I can't do it, bro. I can't do it.
All right.
Send me it. I need a flat earth secretary if anyone's interested. There's zero pay.
The Sleeping Prophet. Just remember the Sleeping Prophet.
There you go. Yeah. That's what they called him.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That'll work.
So this is good for you, Dicelaw. This Akashic record remote viewing thing. Where you think that shit's coming from? There's your ether. There's your ether boy.
Supposedly Ken did a video on this topic. I haven't watched it yet. I should probably watch it.
Like I feel like this Akashic record remote viewing thing can only help the ether. I don't know. That's just me though.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I think there could be a connection there for sure.
Like how our heads seeing shit in the past. There's a record happening of everything that happens, and we can access that shit. That's fucking fire, bro. That's got to be the ether right there. If I ever heard of the ether, that sounded like it.
Yeah, it's weirdly like specifically that it has a lot to do with living things, though. Like if a person experiences something, it leaves this like wider trace than if like, I don't know, two rocks fall on each other, right? That there's no one to witness it. And there's no like impression it's made or something like that as a viewer. So it's interesting. I don't know. But I think that's why like certain things, if there's a lot of heads involved in having an event happen, then it might be that it's easier to catch an impression that something may happen in the future rather than if it's just like one person, because like that one person is kind of uncertain. It's uncertain, but if they have like a team of people like all like 100% we're going to do the same thing, then it's like that causality sort of casts like some kind of like larger wave, I guess.
Hold on. You're saying they get 100 people to try to remote view the same thing, and then they can get it down to a certainty of what happened or what it is or whatever?
No, I'm just saying like if somebody's going to interpret the future, it would be a lot easier if to get it right if there were multiple people conspiring to do the same thing. You know what I mean?
No.
It
If there
has,
was some huge conspiracy going where they were trying to trick us on the shape of Earth or something.
yeah. If it was like one person, yeah, it would be harder to find one person. It'd be easier to find like a network of all of how this works because it all reflects on each other. I don't know. But yeah, also like certain items, if it's like a nondescript item like a Coke can, then it might make it like harder to get that. You might just throw away a Coke can. Like, I don't even know why a Coke can would be important. Like if that was one of Jeranism's pictures, You're like, I'm getting the impression it's a can of Coca-Cola, right? You might just throw that away. Be like, that's probably wrong. You wouldn't do that. Promote sodas. So you might not get that read right. I don't know. It's not like I don't know. 100% accuracy is pretty nice, but I don't think you get it. I mean, and it is something that has to be worked on, like I think over a period of years, like he said.
Nah, North. It was in a rap battle. I saw they did a Home Alone reference and used the Wet Bandits or something. I forgot what battle it was from. Fuck out of here.
What? North was in a rap battle? The guy that talks about the Bible on here?
Yeah, he asked if I was actually Macaulay Culkin because I knew about the Wet Bandits. So.
Moyog Man said that's illegal to do. Home Alone in your house. I don't know. For self-defense purposes, I think it should be legal to home alone in your house, but that's just me. Some people want the Sloman shield. Other people, bucket of paint on a string. Yeah.
Hey, did you guys catch Witsit's stream last night?
Who's this Witsit you're talking with?
He's this guy on YouTube that can understand like really complex mathematical, philosophical, theoretical astrophysics, and he tries to explain it to people on the globe side. And they say that he's wrong, even though he's explaining their own model to them, which is really interesting to watch, right? Because once you understand what he's trying to say, and then you still agree to that, like you're just a normie. But if you disagree with this is the, mainstream narrative, then you're like suffering from some sort of psychosis, right? because he's citing a source and showing you everything. Anyway, you have to go watch his channel. What's it gives it?
Thanks, Hank. Be sure to catch that on YouTube.
If you guys want to have some real entertainment, watch the video I posted in the Livestream voice text. It is a panic attack per insolence. I think I have never seen a better textbook panic attack than this. So nice. After 2 years of pure fakery, you get at least one clown. What is going on here? No one is talking. Hello? Is my internet dead? Am I being censored?
You're talking, Clay.
Okay, thank
Nine.
you.
Somebody talking.
Nine.
So guys, I hope you watch the video I post because trust me, it is pure entertainment. If you haven't seen the highlight of 2023 yet, that's the highlight. Are you breaking up now, Pan?
What's going on? Is everybody like trying to remote view?
I'm driving, so I'm sure my service is spotty. I don't want to be like a robot the whole time.
I got a feeling people are trying to remote view their hot neighbors and see what they look like, what the clothes are.
Sounds like that's what you want to do, Dicelo.
Yeah, that's probably what's going on.
Gotta be something. She's getting garbage. She might be going so quick because
Is there any Globers that can explain this remote viewing thing within their paradigm? I'd love to hear it. I mean, I don't want to fight you on it, but the other guys will probably jump down your throat. But I just want to hear like what your explanation would be for something like that. How that would even be possible.
I'm sure it involves a canoe on space-time, something like that.
Yo, space time better not be involved too. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, yeah, it's all quantum, dude. Quantum fields, bro.
With this remote viewing thing, is that how they explain it within the quantum?
Yeah, it's all quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics explains remote viewing, really?
Well,
no, come
like,
on, dude.
Because like fluids have like this plasticity to them, I guess, like that they can be like if you reverse the order of them, like if you had a cylinder of different like paints or something
All
like
right,
that.
Fundy.
Too much. Okay. No, I'm just saying
Sorry,
like
dude.
I'm just saying like you fluids have this property that you can like unwind them and wind them basically, and they'll go back to their position. You know? So if that just happens naturally with how the air works, then and you can throw the ether in if you want to, but the the trail over a period of time would be like nano fine. You know what I mean? Just like the trail of all fluids through their medium and in their movement and stuff like that. It's hard to imagine that could be like encoded somehow, but it seems to work out that way. I can't explain it through any other kind of physical sort of premise, you know. That's, I guess the thing is like if it does work, like is there a physical premise to it? Like how would that work? Other than just saying like it's fields, you know what I mean? Like it has something to do with the materials that are composing, you know, our construct here that make that possible. What do you think?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, my AirPod just died, bro. I missed all that shit. My bad, bro.
It's all right. Is there any kind of physical like evidence that we can make for like how could it occur that the remote viewing and that type of stuff, how is that possible to do?
That's what I'm saying. How would the mainstream paradigm, you know, explain where I can see the past? Like this doesn't even. I don't feel like there could be one.
Yeah. Well, it's like if Dyslow like wafted a fart, like, you know, infinitely so, right? There'd still be some kind of like trail of how all that material went together, even to where it was undetectable. And you could be like, oh, I have no idea how that, you know, but that trail is what I guess is being able to be followed just because it's occurring within the upper atmosphere all the time. Like things are moving and swirling around and stuff. I can't imagine any other way that it works. I'm sorry about the fart thing. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I look at like smell, right? Like when we look at animals that can smell things at long distances, whether it be, you know, in the water or on land, it always seems as if they can pick up this trail miles away against the wind, meaning the wind's not blowing it towards them, it's blowing it away from them, but they're still able to hone in on this trail, which, you know, doesn't seem explainable in the material way rather than within this field. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's picking up what I'm putting down, but
Your explanation stinks, Dyslow. I'm just kidding. No, so what I think it's Snacks that was talking. I think something that may be able to explain it, right? And definitely not mainstream like what Jeremy's looking for. But the possibility of this construct or the realm in which we live in being some sort of holographic universe, being holographic in nature, meaning that in some way, shape, or form, the whole is contained within every piece of it, kind of a monistic viewpoint. But if that's the case, then it's certainly possible that you could somehow figure out a way to tap into something within the whole, because it's like a small piece of the whole if all the pieces are contained within the whole. If that makes sense.
yeah, that's the premise of the holographic paradigm. It's all of the pieces that create the whole, or hold on, how do I put this? All of the parts are found in the whole, or the whole. Oh God, I'm fucking this up. Let me think about it for a second.
The whole is contained within each part, right? Each part of the whole that makes up, like a hologram. Like if you take a small piece of a hologram, it contains the whole entire image. Like every single piece that comprises the hologram contains the whole image within it. Right. All the parts contain the image of the whole within each part.
Are you guys saying this remote viewing thing supports the holographic universe idea?
That's the only way that I could see it being plausible within some sort of explanation like the holographic universe. Yeah, or at least to me, that's the only way it would make sense that they could tap into certain aspects of it. Yeah.
As a remote viewer, I second that. About the
Yeah,
holographic.
that's
Yes.
a subject matter expert. All right. A holographic universe is only like realistic way to explain this
Hey,
in the
I'm 2 for
mainstream.
2 with I'm 2 for 2 with the holographic universe and realizing dudes from Norway. I'm 2 for 2 with the remote viewer. I'm digging it.
That actually would make sense. Does that support like that we live in a simulation? Then you guys think? I never even thought. I actually like the
Correct.
idea of a simulation
A
thing,
video
but I've never
game
even used this.
inside of a
I've never
computer.
used this for.
Here's the thing about a simulation.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Larry.
Just gonna say it was a simulation of heaven here on Earth, I think. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, simulation theory. A simulation as in what's being simulated, and even if that's the case, somebody would have had to create the simulation, right? So, sure, well, whatever. Depends on how you define it. I think most people that push simulation theory just don't want to talk about the possibility of who may have created what they're calling a simulation. But either way, neither here nor there.
The whole like simulation thing, it sort of logically follows. Like if you're gonna say that, like, oh, this whole theory that we can like go back and look at, all of the events that have transpired or whatever. Say this, like the idea of the Akashic records. I guess it would lead credence. Like the only way that would be possible, in my understanding, would be some sort of simulation, right? Because then it's like it's been recorded, and you would be able to go back and look at all the information or look at everything. If this is somewhat of an organic thing, I don't think light or anything has the capability of holding like all possible transpirable events like inside of it. It would have to be some sort of simulation. And then again, the simulation theory is just squadouche, because it's like so like if this is a simulation, it's like how can we falsify it? You won't be able to. It's like within the confines of the simulation, you'll never be able. They already coded that you'll never be able to like figure it out. So it's like it's not even like worth debating. The simulation thing is sort of silly. And then again, you can even take it further with like, okay, so if this is a simulation, like how much memory would it, where's the servers? How much memory, how much RAM are we talking? Is it able to compute the entire matrix of the reality that we live in? It's like how much computational power would you even fucking need? It's like it's not even like imaginable, right? It's like
Well, that's why, like, I was promoting this concept that the very fluid stretch the plasticity down to like nano levels or beyond that, and then that itself is just like an accessible thing, possibly.
You guys ever heard of David Icke talking about this stuff?
Like essentially, the entire Atmos is like a big hard drive in combination with this magnetic ether flux situation going on.
Can you hear me, guys?
Can now, yes.
You guys ever heard what David Icke says about that whole simulation theory?
no, tell us.
Well, it's been a while since I've listened to any of his videos, but he talks about how Saturn, something to do with Saturn and the moon or something rather, are like the devices that are creating the simulation here on Earth. That's about all I remember. That was something crazy like that. If you're interested in the simulation theory, you should at least
check out what he has to say about it. I think it's crazy as shit, but I mean, some people are into that, I guess. I don't know. Ken Wheeler, dude, talks about we're living in a holographic paradigm. I haven't really made sense of it myself, but he does talk about it a lot.
Hey, thank you for the unmute. Brilliant conversation. Can I just say to the guy who was saying about falsifying simulation theory, how do we falsify things exactly is the question. And this is ultimately, I'll just give you a pre-thought. Well, this is ultimately what's going on in reality as compared to what we think in our brain in the mental realm, as opposed to what we feel in our gut, as opposed to maybe what the heart represents as some sort of a balance. But how do you falsify things, or how do you falsify simulation theory? How do you do that?
It's never claimed to be a scientific theory, so there's no need to falsify it. But theory just means postulation, right?
But that's all anything can be then, isn't it? So no matter what you make a determination upon, it's a postulation. You know, how can you make any declaration if that's the basis of your postulating? You know what I mean, though?
Well, are there people claiming this is a scientific theory?
But are you saying that scientific
It's a
theory
lyrical
then
miracle.
is some sort of a standard that we have to set? Or
You'd have to catch a dodo by the toe, and if he hollers, let him go.
I see what you did there. You replaced the N word with the D word. I get what you did there. Politically correct times. No dodos are going to be offended by that. That's okay. That's a joke. But yes, we're talking about Larry. You're talking about scientific validation. Does that is that a route to truth? Even though science will tell you they never prove anything, and necessarily they tell you that because when they look at an effect of something, or when in general talk here.